Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A bright light shone through the arch of the castle. Someone asked who the man was. The stranger replied that the man looked young and shabby. The body that was dragged up the steps left a bloody trail. Someone called the man a nameless wretch. Someone's silhouette appeared in the arch. The stranger said that the man humiliated the warriors of the Great Blood Serpent in front of the scum. Someone asked how he dared to provoke the leader of the sect. The man climbed the stairs leading to the arch. In his hands was a bloody man. The man holding the warrior by the collar stopped in the arch. An old man with a scar on his face looked at him menacingly. The stranger threw the body of the youth forward. It landed with a crash in front of the sect members. The old man narrowed his eyes in displeasure and said that in front of him was that same scoundrel. Folding his hands behind his back, he said that his enemy was eager to die. The stranger smiled. Lowering his tense arms, he asked if the leader of the Blood Snake sect stood before him. Jeon gritted his teeth in irritation. He extended his hand and declared that he would tear the enemy into pieces. With his eyes flashing wildly, the old man added that he would feed the enemy's body to the wild dogs. After saying these words, he rushed forward. The stranger did not even stagger. Opening his mouth wide, the leader used blood-devouring claw. His fingers, aimed at the enemy, began to burn. The old man crossed his arms in the air, and his enemy seemed to have evaporated. He looked up in confusion, but there was no one in front of him. The stranger landed behind him. Jeon's mouth opened in amazement. He turned around, taking a fighting stance. His fingers began to burn again. Noticing something, the old man's eyes widened. The enemy was behind him again. A satisfied smile appeared on the stranger's face. The boy ducked to dodge the next attack. The sect leader scowled and rushed forward. He said that the enemy was mocking him with cheap tricks. The man in shabby clothes jumped back. A blow cut off a strand of his hair. Another blow tore his sleeve. A tiny cut was left on the lobe of his ear. Jeon grinned maliciously. His foot kicked off the ground with force. Charging again, the old man shouted that a warrior must watch his opponent even when mocking him. A bright flash appeared in front of the stranger. A powerful blow threw the enemy back. His body crashed into the fortress wall. The stranger fell to the ground and tried to rise to his feet. Stretch his wrist. The sect leader guessed that his enemy must have at least some skills, judging by his good tricks. Looking at the shaking warrior, he added that tricks were the only thing he had. The old man spread his arms and said that even if the enemy had never heard of the Blood Snake sect before, he had lived a miserable life full of cheap tricks that would end here. The sect leader waved his hand and said that the enemy should be grateful for his quick death. The two fingers he extended lit up. The stranger clenched them in his hand. Jeon's eyes widened in surprise. The stranger pulled the two fingers to the side. The old man's mouth opened in confusion. The youth lowered his head and laughed. His opponent clenched his teeth in anger. The stranger jumped back sharply. A cloud of dust appeared under the tense warriors. The stranger smiled and said that he was confused. Clenching his hand into a fist, he explained that the technique the old man had just used had definitely disappeared 20 years ago. Snapping his fingers, Jeon's mouth opened in amazement, saying that this was impossible. The boy lowered his head and said that he had killed the last user of this fighting technique 20 years ago. A smirk appeared on his face. The leader of the sect frowned sternly. The stranger looked up, maintaining a calm expression on his face, and was asked who he was. The old man took a fighting stance and ordered him to answer the question quickly. The stranger smirked and replied that he was the god of war Mushin. His eyes flashed and he added that that was what people called him. Not believing his ears, Jeon raised his eyebrows in shock. He opened his mouth wide and laughed. The next second, his expression was distorted by rage. The protagonist's eyes widened in confusion. He managed to dodge another attack from the enemy. The bright energy from the technique used broke through the wall. Gritting his teeth furiously, the old man sarcastically stated that if this was Mushin in front of him, then he was Shinseon. Standing in a cloud of dust, he said that he did not know how his opponent knew about the god of war. Jumping high into the air, the leader of the sect did not want to listen to this nonsense anymore. His hands pierced the stone square. Once again rushing into the attack, the man ironically urged his opponent to rely on cheap tricks while he had the opportunity. The guy parried another blow, putting his hands in front of him. However, the shockwave threw him back several meters. The old man smiled contentedly. Hearing that Mushin died 20 years ago, the young man clenched his fists. Moving towards him, Jeon said that now only a skeleton remained. Gritting his teeth angrily, he added that if the god of war returned, he would not be like his enemy. The protagonist blocked another attack. Raising a tense hand, the sect leader said that the god of war cannot do nothing but bluff. The next blow threw the warrior's body to the side. Concentrating energy in his hands, the man said that it does not matter what his goals are. Energy again hit the guy in the chest. His body flew into the air. At the same moment, the young man fell to the ground. The distance between the enemies increased. The sect leader shook off his hand. Mushin rose to one knee. Jeon approached him and declared that no matter who the enemy served, He would send out the strongest members of the Blood Serpent, find and kill everyone who knew the enemy, be it a man, a woman, or a newborn child. His fingers sparkled again. The old man promised to restore the reputation of the great Blood Serpent. Swinging his hand, he wished death on the enemy. The hand cut the air with force. The next second, the sleeve covering it was torn to shreds. The man's eyes widened in surprise. Many cuts appeared on his hand, from which blood immediately gushed. The boy covered his head with his hand. Light energy sparkled in his palm. Leaning over the bloody hand, the old man asked how this happened. His body shook. He asked how the enemy did this. The young man's eyes lit up. The sect leader continued to repeat the same question, unable to believe what was happening. Opening his mouth wide, he said that it was impossible. Falling to the ground and clutching his wounded arm, the man said that the god of war had died 20 years ago. Grinning, the protagonist said that if the enemy did not want to, he could not believe it. Looking at the defeated enemy, he added that this would not save him and the sect members from death. Menacingly knitting his brows, Mushin said that the leader would be the first to die by his hand. Gritting his teeth furiously, the old man said that there is always an end that leads to a beginning. Swinging his burning hand, he said that he would put an end to the enemy's journey and send him to the afterlife. The warrior's foot immediately hit him in the face. The guy aimed his blow so that the enemy was thrown to the side. His eyes lit up with a clear flame. The body of the sect leader flew back. Several teeth popped out of his mouth. The man hit the ground with a crash. The youth looked towards the wounded enemy. A pool of blood formed under Jian's head. The warrior cast a disdainful glance at him. Turning around, he said that the blood snake had come to an end. The protagonist called for the dissenting sect members who had gathered in front of him to step forward. The men gritted their teeth in displeasure. Mushin glared at them menacingly. He stood motionless in front of the crowd of men for a while. Then the boy turned around, intending to leave. His expression was determined. The youth walked along the path he had come from. The tiger stood next to the wolf. The sects and cults had coexisted for many years without any serious conflicts. The sword master, Songwall, led the righteous sects. His gaze seemed very serious. The demon cultivator, Dangak, led the wayward cults. His expression was cunning. Mushin crossed his arms over his chest. He was the one who maintained peace between the sect leaders, always taking a neutral stance. Dangak's son, Myungwoo, widened his eyes in fear, blood flowing from his nose and mouth. He was burned alive, and his corpse was decapitated. Dead warriors lay on the ground. The cults were in disarray. People in cloaks and straw hats ran forward. The leader of their coalition was shocked and angry, sitting in front of the body of his dead son. A rider on horseback galloped forward to find Myungwoo's killer. The cults used all their means. But suddenly it turned out that the culprit was Salmon, the leader of the sect. The old man in a kimono narrowed his eyes sternly. The people smiled. They decided to write it off as an accident. Salmon stood at the door. He expressed displeasure at being mentioned in the incident, but did not deny his guilt and remained silent. This attitude of the sect leader only fanned the flames of Dangak's rage. The man sat in front of a boiling cauldron. Eventually, this led to tragedy. The swordsmen rushed forward. A fierce war between the sects and cults began. The balance of the entire country was disrupted. The sun's rays broke through the tree canopy. The boy looked to the side and said that exactly 20 years had passed since the war began. The protagonist said that time flies very quickly. His companion looked back and asked if the warrior really thought so. Mushin closed his eyes and explained that 20 years had passed before he could blink. The boy raised his eyebrows in confusion. When Mushin asked why he was looking at him so strangely, the swordsman scratched the back of his head and replied that everything was fine. Scratching his cheek, he decided to continue the story. The swordsman jumped on his enemy. The sect and cult factions were equal in strength in the Great War. There were many corpses lying on the ground. Fierce battles raged in all corners of the country, but both sides suffered heavy losses. In the final battle, Songwall's sword pierced Dangak's heart. The tiger roared. The driving force of the cult coalition immediately took off. Dangak's bloody body lay on the ground when he was killed. The cult coalition lost its power, suffering a series of defeats. The warriors began to flee. The cult factions, unable to withstand the pressure of the cults, hid in the Thousand Great Mountain Range. The man standing in front of the army lowered his sword. The Great War ended with the victory of the cult. Mist enveloped the mountains. The Murim coalition gained control of 70% of the country's land. Crossing a small stream, the boy said that this was the end of the summary of the story of the Great War. Raising his eyebrows, he said that he wanted to tell more, but there were many holes in the story, so it was better not to mention strange, questionable details. The protagonist opened his mouth in confusion and asked what the holes meant. The boy put his hand forward and explained that he believed that the Great War was full of holes from the very beginning. The doors of the room were open. The leader of the Murim, Salmon, had disappeared shortly after the Great War began, and then reappeared shortly after it ended. The two men in straw hats were looking forward menacingly. The two guardians of Maggio had disappeared around the same time. The boy stated that the biggest hole of all was Mushin's disappearance, his eyes glittering. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. Pointing at him, the companion explained that people came up with different reasons for the disappearance of the god of war. Many simply said that the god had grown tired of everything and left. Some believed that the god had become Shinseon. Mushin laughed, realizing who Shinseon was. Crossing his arms, his companion said that the god had disappeared from the top of the fighting world without a trace. Looking at his friend, he clarified that it had been 20 years ago. Holding his sword, the boy asked why the god suddenly disappeared and reappeared after 20 years. Smiling, the boy called out his new acquaintance by name. Walking along a country road, he noted that Unhyeon immediately realized that this was no ordinary person the first time he saw him. With a determined frown, the warrior was surprised that his companion could figure it out on his own. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise and explained that he had already heard about the god from Songwall. He said that he had seen the warrior easily deal with the blood serpent, killing everyone who blocked his path. Single-handedly, the man fell to his knees in front of the warrior. Looking back, the boy said that everything was clear to him now. Looking forward again, he asked if the story of how the swordsman recognized him was not more interesting than the question of where the god had disappeared to. The boy stated that they were laughing at him. Frowning, Unhyeon stated that his friend thought that he might have some important knowledge. Without turning around, the boy replied that the rising star Jeong Seongpa had raised his voice at him. Grinning evilly, he promised to answer the question if the swordsman could withstand one of his attacks. Closing his eyes in displeasure, the boy replied that he had heard such threats from Seongwall many times before and that he was no longer afraid. Flashing his crazy eyes, the protagonist stated that he was not like Seongwall and asked if Seongwall had told him about his abilities. Running ahead, Unhyeon changed the subject, saying that they were almost there and that they should quicken their pace. The warrior grinned and sighed. The boy was pleased with the clear sky above his head. Standing on a rock and pointing ahead, he said that if there was fog, they would have missed such a beautiful view. Mushin's hair fluttered in the wind. The Murim coalition was visible in the valley below the mountains. Clenching his fist, the swordsman asked if his companion wanted to go down there. The boy carefully looked at the city in the distance. A smile appeared on his face. The warriors trained using various weapons. The need for a system to gather and raise rising stars to protect the Murim sect from enemies was the reason for the coalition to establish the Shinseodan Academy. Anyone could join the academy. A bright flame burned in the bonfire. Sitting in front of him, Unhyeon said that the entrance exam might be difficult, but his companion was overflowing with talent and strength. Looking up, he added that he wanted his new friend to join the academy, and that they needed to gather information first before revealing the warrior's identity. In his opinion, it would be useful considering the importance of his case. The boy looked thoughtfully at the fire. Sitting in the lotus position, he countered, saying that it was not an important matter, but merely revenge. The light of the fire highlighted his features. The youth declared that all of Murim would consider him an enemy. He looked up, hearing the boy ask if he meant both of them. His companion smiled and said that he would accompany him until the very end. The swordsman raised his eyebrows in surprise when the boy concluded that it was because he had studied under Songwall, because he had the same thoughts. Unhyeon smiled happily, saying that he had often been told that he was similar to his teacher. The full moon hung in the sky. The protagonist said that there was nothing wrong with following Songwall's example, but he had too soft a heart. Grinning, Mushin suggested that it would be better if they did not tell him about it. Lights were on in the windows of the Murim houses so that no one could recognize him. The warrior asked to call him by another name. Looking back, he added that he was now a friend of the boy. Hearing this, the swordsman raised his eyebrows in surprise. The moonlight illuminated the crowns of the trees. Day had come. White clouds floated across the clear sky. There was a sign on the gate that said Martial Arts Union. Many people had gathered at the Murim gate. Approaching the crowd, Unhyeon was surprised by the number of people. With a stern frown, the boy asked if all these people wanted to become members of the Shinseodan Academy. The boy replied that many had gathered to get an introduction to the coalition that existed in the academy, and not because of the purpose of its foundation. His eyes glittering, he remembered that he should call his friend by another name, shuddered, and corrected himself. Looking at the crowd in front of him, the swordsman said that less than 1% of applicants made it to the final test. Trembling, he looked at his friend. Looking at him, the young man asked if his companion wanted to reveal his disguise or if he always spoke so awkwardly to his friends. Sighing in displeasure, the swordsman promised to improve. Suddenly, someone distracted him by calling his name. The hooded man approached them and said that there were many people gathered here, some of whom came last year. The hooded man narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Looking at the warrior, he asked who he was. Pointing at him, Unhyeon replied that he was an old friend of his who decided to enter the academy this year. The protagonist introduced himself. Smiling insincerely, the man asked what sect he was from. Scratching the back of his head, the boy replied that his friend was an independent practitioner who had not yet made connections. Putting his fist to his open palm, the man said that he was pleased to meet them and wished them luck, saying that the exam this year would be tougher than usual. He turned away and left. The swordsman wished to see him in the coalition. The heroes looked at each other. Unhyun explained that it was Sagal, a former member of the Wanderer faction. Mushin asked why he was called an independent practitioner with no connections. The boy explained that he said that because it was better for his friend to remain in the shadows. Rolling his eyes, the warrior thought that made sense. The coalition gate opened. The warriors gathered before them immediately became alarmed. A man in a green kimono walked out of the fortress, followed by a cart. The swordsman's eyes widened in surprise, not understanding what was happening. The boy's expression remained unchanged. Something standing on the cart was covered with a cloth. Someone asked for the attention of the crowd. Smiling, the old man in the green kimono said that all the people standing before him had made an effort to come here and take the exam. Standing before the crowd, he explained that before the exam began, anyone who did not meet the standards would be weeded out. The warriors in the crowd looked at each other questioningly, surprised that the content of the exam had changed, and said that last year there was nothing like this. Turning to his subordinate, the old man asked to remove the blanket. The guard bowed. The man removed the cloth. On the pedestal stood a perfectly smooth stone. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. He declared that in front of them was a counter stone. The boy looked at his friend in amazement, asking what it was. The black stone stood on a base. It was filled with spiritual energy, which increased its durability, so a normal blow would not leave even a scratch on it. Patting the stone, the old man asked the crowd to hit it using martial arts and leave a mark. Showing 1 inch with his fingers, he explained that the depth of the mark should not be less than this size. According to the selection rules, if the strike leaves a mark of at least 1 inch, the selection participant will be qualified to take the exam. Waving his hand, the representative of the academy said that otherwise, the warriors will not be able to proceed further. Smiling, he said that they will have to go back the same way they came here. The big guy with a huge sword on his shoulder said that it was just an ordinary stone. Stepping forward, the warrior said that they will have to bring a new stone, as he was going to cut it in half with one swing of his sword. The old man pointed at the stone and said that he was looking forward to it. The big guy placed his sword on the stone. He spread his legs wide, preparing to strike. Confidence was written on his face. The guy swung his sword with all his might. The stone sparkled from the blow. The blade of the sword split in half. The warrior opened his mouth in shock. The stone remained completely intact. The big guy said that it was impossible, that there was not a single scratch left on the stone. Looking at the broken sword, the old man asked what to do with it now. The protagonist grinned contentedly, deciding that the Muram Academy was working to raise its standards. Red hieroglyphs decorated the plaque on the wall. A shard of the sword blade fell to the ground. The old man looked at it and laughed. Looking up at the upset warrior, he said that the stone did not even need to be tested, and invited the next participant. One of the warriors pulled out his sword from its sheath, surprised by how everyone was panicking. He struck the stone with all his might. The stone remained intact, and the next contender was invited. The man raised his club above his head. The spiked weapon crashed into the stone, but not a trace remained on the stone, which caused a deep misunderstanding in the warrior. Shaking his head, the coalition representative was upset that no one had yet managed to pass the test. Gritting his teeth, Unhyeon said that this stone was too treacherous and that at this rate no one would be able to cut it. On command, a man with a confident expression stepped forward. The old man opened his mouth in amazement, noticing his sharp eye. The boy approached the stone. He swung his sword, intending to strike. The sword hit the stone. The people's eyes widened in shock. Hearing some other sound, someone asked what happened. The protagonist frowned, thinking that the warrior had struck cleanly without any frills. A scratch appeared on the stone. Touching it with his hand, the old man said that 3 inches was more than enough. The warrior put the sword back in its sheath. The gate opened. The chairman asked the participant who had passed the test to go inside. Since he was well prepared, the people were glad that at least someone had passed the test. Crossing his arms over his chest, Mushin asked who it was. His companion replied that he did not know. Smiling, the boy said that he thought his friend knew everything, but it seemed that there were things he did not know. The boy replied that he was not a biographical dictionary with a pursed lip. His eyes suddenly widened. The man in the white suit stepped forward. The boy asked who he was. Unhyeon replied that he was the grandson of the former leader of the Beatgon sect. Looking forward, the swordsman wondered why Beatgon had decided to join the academy. The boy asked if he had any reason not to. The boy frowned tensely as he explained that when Salmon stepped down as leader, his son, Chaeng, had replaced him, and nothing had changed since they announced their departure from the Muram Alliance. The man in the white kimono struck the stone with his sword. It left a mark 2.5 inches deep. The girl frowned confidently as she was called. In her hands was a silver thread. Her weapon was thinner than a human hair. The girl swung the thread. The end of the thread flashed in the air. The edge of the stone was cut off. The old man closed his eyes and laughed, saying that this thread was much better than a sword. Next, a girl in a white kimono was called. Unhyeon tensed up, saying that they were Haeon and Ayan. Therefore, all of Salmon's grandchildren were entering the academy. which was a clear sign that Chiang was aiming to reunite with the coalition. The protagonist frowned sternly, saying that this was too obvious a goal and that Chiang would not send all 3 of his children to the academy just to restore relations. There must be another reason why the leader wanted to renew relations with the coalition. Ian raised a silver thread in the air. The girl swung it to strike. A mark of 1.5 inches appeared on the stone. The old man asked her to go to the coalition fortress. Ian looked back with a smile on her face. A slight blush appeared on Anion's cheeks. Catching his friend's gaze, the boy continued his reasoning. The old man waved his hand and declared that the most exceptional rising stars were beginning to appear and invited the next participant. Stepping forward, the protagonist said that it was his turn. The boy raised his eyebrows in fear and tried to stop him. The coalition representative opened his mouth in surprise. Looking at the participant passing by, he wondered what faction this man was from and why he did not have a weapon. A satisfied smile appeared on the old man's face. The test organizer noticed that the man in rags had a very deep gaze and that he had a strange and incomprehensible aura. Mushin stood in front of the stone and rolled up his sleeves. The boy looked back when he was asked if he was going to defeat it with his fists. The old man waved his hand and apologized and said that the test could begin. Unhyan saw people in the crowd laugh. Someone said that the warrior was in vain hoping to pierce the stone with his bare hands when even a steel sword could not leave a scratch. The swordsman smiled and thought that the idea that his friend couldn't handle it was a lie. He remembered that his friend was stronger than a sword made of steel and that his power surpassed anyone. The protagonist clenched his fist with force. The boy decided that his friend stood at the top of the martial arts world. The youth swung his fist to strike. His feet pressed down on the ground. The fist crashed into the counter stone. The pedestal shook. The old man's mouth opened in surprise. The warrior removed his fist from the stone. Anion frowned contentedly, thinking that his friend was strong even after 20 years. A trace in the form of a human fist remained on the stone. The sun shone on the Murim coalition. People gathered in the main square. The guy in the green kimono looked at his opponents with disdain. The other participants in the exam responded with the same look. The heroes stood at the fortress wall. Scratching his cheek, the boy noticed that his friend had attracted too much attention by crossing his arms over his chest. The protagonist replied that he hadn't meant to. Smiling, the swordsman stated that if his friend had used a sword instead of his bare hands, he wouldn't have stood out so much. He realized that perhaps it would have been the other way around. Mushin narrowed his eyes slyly. Suddenly, something to the side caught his attention. A girl in a pink suit was standing next to the awning. Her gaze was very serious. The boy looked into her eyes. The stranger immediately turned away, but the boy continued to watch her. Someone noticed the heroes standing by the wall. Beacon arrogantly glanced at them and asked if the person standing next to Anhyan had passed the test using only his fists. Haeon replied that the other participants had told her so. The boy raised an eyebrow in disbelief and assumed that their competitor had used his fists because he hadn't had the proper training. Standing apart from the crowd, he said that he had noticed several talented boys and asked who was the strongest among them all. The girl said that she knew the answer if no one was hiding their strength and looked away. Next to the awning stood a man in a pink suit with his arms crossed. Smirking, Haeon said that the man looked very attractive. Her brother sighed, not at all surprised. Beacon looked back. Ian was standing behind him. Frowning, the guy said that he thought she had gone somewhere because there were no sounds. Ian silently looked forward. The man opened his mouth, saying that the coalition's strength was growing day by day, but the Beak Wall Moon sect was going the opposite way, so they should renew their relationship with the coalition to promote their own growth. The man stood with his back to his daughter. Looking back, he asked his daughter to look after her siblings, enroll in the academy, and become a bridge between the coalition and the sect. Ian's face didn't even twitch. Unhyeon noticed her at the opposite end of the square. A faint blush appeared on his face. Catching his friend's gaze, he closed his eyes and laughed. The old man raised his hands and said that everyone had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Standing on the stairs, he invited everyone into the courtyard because the entrance exam to the academy was about to begin. The boy smiled and said that it was about to begin. The protagonist smiled and promised to see him after the exam. Putting his hand to his mouth, the swordsman shouted that he had better keep his promise because even if he failed, he would not leave his friend alone. Mushin grinned, thinking that his companion was acting like a friend again. In the center of the square stood a low pagoda. Someone said that it was nice to meet everyone. With his hands on his hips, the head of Chunseodan introduced himself. The people raised their eyebrows in surprise upon hearing that the head of the academy was Iron Law. The guy in the pink suit opened his mouth wide and said that this man was a legend who had cut down countless demon cultivators with a single blade. Standing in front of the crowd of applicants, Lijiang announced that the test that was about to begin was different from the one that the participants took to gain admission to the exam. The difficulty level had become even higher. Frowning, the man shouted that the participants would definitely make it to the final part of the exam if they diligently honed their martial arts. The head of the academy said that he was full of hope and looked forward to this exam revealing those worthy, after which he announced the beginning of the first test. The protagonist stood in the crowd with his arms crossed over his chest. Raising his eyebrows, Lijiang announced that the exam would begin with the test of the 5 senses. The participants looked at each other in surprise. The people began to be indignant, asking the leader their questions, but Mushin remained confident and silent. A burning bomb soared into the air. It immediately fell to the ground at the feet of the participants. Upon touching the floor, the bomb exploded. A cloud of smoke immediately enveloped the people gathered in the square. The warriors screamed, not understanding what was happening. 3 more bombs flew in their direction. A huge cloud of smoke rose in the square. The people lost in the smoke did not understand what was happening. Someone shouted that it was a smoke screen. The main character confidently looked forward. The man crossed wooden swords. Hearing a strange sound, the guy looked back. The warriors in black suits rushed forward. Seeing them, the young man frowned. A sly grin appeared on his face. The smoke completely hid his body. The man in the green suit looked around, asking what they were being tested for. Seeing the silhouette of a man, he asked if he knew what they needed to do. The warrior hit him with a wooden sword. Turning around, he said that it was obvious, and if anyone didn't understand that, then they failed right away. A red piece of paper appeared on the man lying on the ground. The warriors stood on the roof, watching the smoke screen. Someone pulled a sword from its sheath and asked what just happened. Suddenly, something to the side distracted him. The warrior immediately hit him with a wooden sword. The other warrior jumped, pushing off the ground. The man with a bun on his head looked ahead in confusion. Hearing the enemy approaching, he turned around. The warrior immediately hit him with a sword. Beatgun noticed what happened. Pulling his sword from its sheath, he warned his sister that assassins were hiding in the smoke. They stood with their backs to each other. The boy said that this test was to see how long they could hold out in the smoke under the onslaught of assassins. Looking to the side, Beatgong asked where his other sister was. Heian pulled the silver thread and replied that she should be somewhere nearby. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened. The warrior attacked him from behind. The blade of the sword slammed into the wooden weapon of the enemy. The warrior disappeared. The cut-off part of the sword flew into the air. The warrior's body dissolved into smoke. Soon his silhouette was no longer visible. The sister praised her brother. Smiling, Heian said that she did not even have to lift a finger as the boy stopped him with one movement. Beatgong's hand shook. He thought that he barely managed to block the blow. Frowning, the young man realized that Kai energy was emanating from the wooden sword. The stump of the sword lay on the ground. The participant decided that their opponents were definitely well-trained assassins and that they would certainly fail the test if they let their guard down for even a second. The defeated people with red sheets of paper lay on the ground. A dark silhouette of a man stood in front of them. The protagonist looked thoughtfully at the eliminated candidates. A girl in a pink suit watched him from the side. Holding a blade in her hands, the stranger ran forward. At the same moment, she rose into the air above the guy. Her expression was determined. At the same second, the girl chopped off the cane of the warrior who wanted to attack Mushin. The man's eyes widened in surprise. His body dissolved in smoke. The stranger put the sword in its sheath. She and the young man exchanged glances. The guy maintained a calm expression. The girl looked at him with a stern gaze. In the past, she had looked at someone else in the same way. The old man standing in front of her said that he could not answer her question, but he knew someone who could. The stranger lowered her gaze. Hearing that the right person was heading to the Muram coalition with Unhyeon, she raised her eyes. Keeping calm, the girl asked his name and heard the name. The young man narrowed his eyes. The stranger did not take her eyes off him. She disappeared into the smoke, saying that the warrior became a target only because he was relaxed. The guy looked after her thoughtfully. The next moment, he put his hand forward, grabbing the enemy's wooden sword. The killer hung in the air in surprise. The protagonist cast a disdainful glance at him. The wooden sword in his hand broke. The fragment fell to the floor. The killer staggered. Hidden in the shadows, he shouted that the contestant broke his sword with one hand. Mushin looked suspiciously to the side. The wooden sword hit the steel blade. The guy in the pink kimono parried the blow. The warrior swung his sword to attack again. Their swords crossed. Suddenly, the man frowned. The challenger appeared behind him. Blood splashed the tiles of the square. Looking at the cut on his shoulder, the assassin was surprised that someone managed to cut him with a reverse grip of a sword. With that, he disappeared into the smoke. Smoke enveloped the pagoda. Someone asked how the exam was going. He was told that among the participants, including those who escaped the smoke and came out of the courtyard, 30% were defeated and marked with the death mark. Looking ahead, Lijiang ordered 50% to be eliminated. The assassin standing next to him was surprised. crossing his arms, the head of the academy said that carrying a sword that would eventually break was a heavy burden. Stars were visible in the night sky. Someone's indignant cries were heard from the tall building, addressed to Dowan. A bright light was visible from the windows. Someone loudly shouted that he came after hearing Sansu's words. Lyjan stood against the wall with his arms crossed, asking Dowan if he had interfered with the first test and secretly posed as an assassin, and the man in red sneered, calling Sansa talkative. Dowan bowed his head, tying his cloak, and said that he was curious if there were any outstanding geniuses among those who had passed the test, and Lyjan gritted his teeth in anger, shouting that Dowan had promised not to monitor the test. The stars were twinkling in the sky, and the silhouettes of trees were visible. The men were pouring alcohol into a cup, and Lyjan asked if Dowan had any impressions after the first test. Dowan took a sip, throwing his head back, and said that, contrary to what he had heard, most of them had not lived up to his expectations. Lyjan took the cup in his hand and looked at Dowan in surprise when he said that there were some among the participants that piqued his interest. Dowan smiled, and Lyjan said that it was incredible that someone could attract the attention of the Great Sword, one of the Blade Lords of the Miram Coalition. Lyjan looked at Dowan in shock when he stated that the participants did not just attract his attention, but surprised him. Dowan poured himself more alcohol and explained that each of them were at different levels. However, he could not accurately determine their level due to the chaotic situation. He added with a smile that they were some of the most outstanding participants to ever enter here. He picked up his cup, expressing his joy at hearing good news in the midst of all this. Lyjan crossed his arms and said that in fact, the Miram Coalition hoped to create a new Dan using this exam, and so the man was afraid that there would be no one qualified. However, he was now at ease. Dowan frowned in shock at the word New Dan. Lyjan explained with a smile that he meant Yonchen Dan, which they had always wanted to form. Dowan's mouth dropped open in surprise, silently looking at his interlocutor. The lights were on in the big house in the middle of the night. There were people in the hallway, some complaining about the terrible food and housing. The girl in white crossed her arms and asked discontentedly how the World Coalition could show such meager hospitality, and Beatgon looked at his sister skeptically. He turned away and replied that they were not here as guests. Suddenly, Beatgon narrowed his eyes, looking somewhere intently. The girl with a ribbon in her hair thanked Mushin, who was sitting by the wall. There were bruises on her face. She said that she would not have been able to pass if the protagonist had not fought with them. Mushin closed his eyes and replied that Ayin would have managed without his help. Beatgon frowned when the girl said that the protagonist overestimated her. Heian peeked out from behind the wall and said that she asked Ayin not to humiliate herself first. Beatgon looked at his sister and asked if something happened. Heian furrowed her brows and replied that it was after her brother disappeared into the smoke, defending himself once again. Heian remembered waving her hand in the air, saying that after realizing that she was alone, all her attention was focused on blocking the many attackers. The black-robed samurai's eyes shone brightly, and Heian added that one of them managed to calculate her and grabbed the thread, leaving the girl defenseless. Heian recalled holding the thread tightly in her hands, saying that at that moment, two of them ran towards her, and she thought that she would fail the test. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared in front of her, kicking the enemies. Heian frowned when Mushin said that she should be faster and more cunning with the thread when extending it like that. He assumed that the girl was in a difficult situation after her impractical and impulsive attack. Heian turned around when she heard Ayin say that she would take care of this side and Heian should take care of the other. Ayin bowed her head, sweat dripping down her face, and added that it might be beneath Heian, but she was counting on her. Heian remained silent, raising her eyebrows in anger. The girls turned away from each other and the protagonist said that those in their line of sight were just bait, and those who were actually planning to attack them were hiding in the smoke. They stood back to back and Mushin told Ayin and Heian to each choose one opponent and he was going to handle the rest. Heian said with a calm face that the protagonist was strong and smart, as if he had seen everything that was happening in the smoke. Beatgon frowned, asking Mushin's name, and Heian said it. The protagonist sat with his eyes closed as the girl said that he was an independent practitioner. Pekin stared at Mushin. A young man in purple clothes stood against the wall while someone praised his sword technique. Two young men in identical clothes smiled and introduced themselves as Changhyuk and Changhyun. The man crossed his arms, saying that due to recent events, he had not had a chance to think, but now he realized that they were twins. He introduced himself as Libum with a serious face. The building was dark and there was a lantern nearby. The door was closed. Suddenly, it slowly opened. Mushin walked along the path towards the lantern. The wind swayed the tree branches. A dark human silhouette was visible on a large rock. The protagonist looked up. Not far away, there was a girl hiding behind a tree and Mushin asked if she had come to mock him again. He looked up at the sky and said that he thought he could relax here for a while. The girl continued to stand behind the tree. She then jumped onto the rock and said that she hoped the protagonist did not think that she was following him. The girl dressed in a pink suit closed her eyes and explained that she only came here because her feet led her to this place, and she hid as soon as she heard that there was someone nearby. She looked at Mushin and asked how he knew it was her since she hid her presence. The protagonist closed his eyes and replied that he threw a stone and a frog jumped on him, implying that the girl herself answered his provocative question. She turned away and said that she felt hurt that he compared her to a frog. Mushin looked ahead, asking if it mattered what someone was compared to if the essence was unchanged. The girl frowned and introduced herself as Han Seojin. The protagonist smiled when she asked about his name. It was a bright day, and a loud announcement was coming from a high tower that the second trial was about to begin, so the participants needed to come to the training hall. People entered the room. One of the participants was stretching his neck, saying that he had slept uncomfortably. A man in dark clothes asked the participants to sit on pink pillows until the examiner arrived. Ayan looked at Mushin and asked if he had managed to get some sleep. Seojin sat with her arms crossed, and the man next to her was smiling. The twins looked at each other. Chang Hyuk asked if many of them would be eliminated again. Chang Hyun was sure that this would not happen. The doors to the building were open, and the voice of the examiner for the second test, which was called the test of comprehension, could be heard from within. Jaijin introduced himself and bowed with a polite smile. The participants turned around, looking at him in surprise. The man brought his fist to his mouth, cleared his throat, and asked why everyone looked so tired. He was aware that the participants had had enough time to rest. Jaijin looked away and concluded that yesterday's test was tiring since all the participants still looked tired. Chang Hyuk crossed his arms, saying that even in a real battle, things wouldn't be this bad, and Chang Hyuk added that it was like they were floating between life and death. Jaijin raised his hand and smirked, expressing his regrets for allowing them all to participate in the test in such a pitiful state. Suddenly, girls entered the room with trays in their hands. On these trays were cups of a drink called longjing, which was a type of green tea. The girls handed out the tea to the participants while Jaijin said that the drink cleansed the body, strengthened the blood vessels, and also had a first-class taste and aroma. The man raised his hand and added with a smile that even on the battlefield, everyone had the right and opportunity to properly replenish their energy before the battle. He opened his eyes and said that using the powers of an examiner, he would give them some time so the participants could enjoy themselves and relax. Libum sniffed the tea with his eyes closed. The twins simultaneously poured the drinks into their mouths. Haeon carefully tasted the tea, saying that it wasn't that bad. Ayan held the cup in her hands, thinking about longjing. She looked at Mushin, who told her to only touch the cup with her mouth, but not to drink it. He said with a serious face that it seemed like there was something else mixed into the tea. Ayan's eyes widened in shock and she began to sweat. She looked at the green tea in her small cup. The wooden sky was visible above the building. The participants said that the tea really did relieve their fatigue. Jaijin extended his hand and said that they were starting the test. There were various herbs on the tray, and the man said that they were a mixture of common herbs and expensive herbs that were hard to find. He smiled and explained that the task was very simple, and that the participants could use all of the herbs. Jaijin added with a grin that it would be great if they could prepare the antidote they needed. The boys stared at him in shock, not understanding what he was talking about. Suddenly, one of the participants started shaking and coughing up blood. He raised his hand and saw bright red drops. Jaijin grinned maliciously as the participants screamed in panic, not understanding what was happening to their bodies. Beatgong furrowed his brows and screamed that it was poison. Haeon pressed her hand to her mouth, coughing up blood, and screamed that Jaijin had put something in their tea. The man said with a grin on his lips that he could only start the exam by poisoning the participants, and that they would encounter poisonous substances many times in the future. Libum clenched his teeth tightly as his body shook and blood dripped from his nose, and Jaijin loudly confirmed that the tea had been laced with poison. The twins placed their hands on the stained floor, still coughing, and the examiner said that the effect would only get worse as time went on, clouding their minds. Seojin tilted her head, veins showing on her skin and her whole body shaking, and Jaijin informed them that they would pass out in about half an hour and that would be the end of their test. Incense was smoking in the cauldron, and the examiner said that the contestants had to figure out what kind of poison they had been poisoned with and make an antidote for themselves. He turned away and added with a smirk that if it was too difficult for them, then they could come out whenever they wanted and he would cure them with the antidote he had. The doors began to close, and Jaijin looked inside with a wicked smile. The contestants lay on the floor shaking, screaming in anger at not knowing how to recognize the poison and make an antidote in such a state. Streams of red blood flowed from their mouths. Someone was about to give up and end the test. There was a bowl filled with tea on the floor, and Ayan asked how Mushin knew that poison was mixed in. She looked at him carefully and said that he could have simply kept silent, but for some reason he told her about it. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he only helped the one who could save the others. Ayan stared at him in bewilderment, her brown eyes widening. Mushin looked at her seriously and asked if she hadn't said so herself. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and opened her mouth. She remembered standing next to the protagonist and telling him that he could ask her for help at any time if he needed it. Mushin raised her head and asked what other specialties Ian had besides working with threat. The girl remained silent, an expression of surprise frozen on her face. The protagonist smiled softly when she said that there were many different types of poison, but there were only 5 basic types. The girl knelt down and touched one of the participants who was lying on the floor and shaking. She covered her mouth with her hand, saying that his body had become cold and blood was flowing out. Ian realized that since she did not show these symptoms, this poison only works when ingested. There was a bowl filled with tea on the floor, and the girl said that Longjing has a richer color and aroma than other teas, meaning that the poison Jujian used had a color and smell that he had to mask with tea. Ian placed her palms on her knee, frowned, and said that the Miram Coalition does not keep deadly types of poisons, trying to recognize the basis of the poison. She turned around when Mushin said that it was either blood dispersion poison or snake poison. Ian said with a worried face that their symptoms were very similar but they had different antidotes, and the protagonist reassured her that it was not a problem as long as he knew the difference between poisons. He held a cup in his hands. Ian said that the difference was whether there was resistance inside the danchan, and Mushin confirmed it. He smiled and raised his hand with the empty cup and said that this poison did not cause any resistance from his danchan. Ian widened her eyes in shock, asking how the protagonist was still fine after drinking tea. Sajin, whose mouth was stained with blood, said that he definitely drank the tea along with all of them. The girl did not believe that Mushin had complete immunity to poisons. She wiped her lips with her hand, frowned, and said that she was going crazy with curiosity about who the protagonist really was. Among the green trees, roofs of houses were visible. A man in red clothes was looking at the scenery. He was frowning and his arms were crossed. Dowan's wrinkled face looked thoughtful. 3 empty glass bottles were visible while someone was talking about how there were too many cultivators in Chinseodan. Waijin, a man with black hair and beard, asked how they could become stronger just by increasing the number of warriors. Dowan looked at him skeptically while he said that their strength would increase if the group included those that Dowan had noticed. Waijin said with a smirk that it was time. Dowan looked down with a frown. He turned around and opened his mouth in surprise when someone said that from Dowan's thoughtful face, it didn't look like he was waiting for the test result. Zhu Jian looked at him with a smirk. There were many people in front of the light building while someone was talking about how without Ian, they would have all failed the entrance exam for this test and even died. Heian wiped her face with a towel, indignantly asking why the other participants continued to praise Ian just for making a normal antidote. Beekgon frowned, asking how Heian could say such a thing after eating Ian's antidote, and the girl turned around, angrily asking whose side her brother was on. Ian sat on a pink cushion, smiling, saying that they were putting too much emphasis on her weak abilities. The girl arched her eyebrows in pity and turned around, looking at Mushin, who was sitting against the wall and smiling softly. Dowan crossed his arms, saying that there were few who could tell the difference between blood dispersion poison and snake poison, and Zhu Jian agreed with him. The examiner smirked, saying that after the test ended, he came with the antidote, but was met with stares from the participants, and felt like he had been hit on the head. Dowan furrowed his black eyebrows and guessed that Laijin would only become more determined. Zhu Jian looked at the examiner with a puzzled look when he asked what the examiner thought about it. Dowan looked towards Zhu Jian, asking if he had heard anything from Laijin, and the examiner understood that it was about the new group. He looked straight ahead and guessed that Laijin had made his decision, but he was still unsure. Zhu Jian smiled and looked down, adding that looking at the state of the coalition now, he had already begun to agree that the formation of Yeonchendan was necessary. Dowan closed his eyes, saying that he could see after all that the examiner was planning to support this new group as well, and Zhu Jian replied with a slight smile that he was simply saying that they needed to think carefully about it. The examiner said with a sly grin that the influence of Yeonchendan was much greater than that of Chinseodan. Dowan opened his eyes and answered with a serious face that it was indeed so, and that if Chinseodan was the shield, then Yeonchendan was the sword. He frowned as he looked forward. Zhu Jian put his hands on his back and said that often the best way to deal with an infection that remained in the flesh was to cut it out. He smiled, saying that he thought the whole process would be painful, filled with blood and tears, and it was much better than ignoring it at the risk of his life. The man in blue clothes bowed, informing the examiner that the preparations for the second test of the trial were complete, and Zhu Jian replied that he would be coming soon. Dowan turned around as Zhu Jian said with a sly grin that Lijiang wanted Dowan to become the head of Yeonchendan. The examiner thought that the only one worthy of this was none other than Dowan. Zhu Jian turned around and asked if Dr. Dowan's words were not important enough. The red-robed man frowned, looking at the examiner with an unfriendly expression. The blue sky could be seen above the green branches. The participants walked along the rocky path, discussing the test that was coming up. They were dissatisfied with it. They came to a small gray building, and the blue-robed man asked the participants to go inside because the examiner had already arrived. The black-haired youth looked at the stairs leading down, While Zhujian's assistant warned about the darkness and steep steps, the test participants found themselves inside a dark room lit only by small candles. Zhujian, standing at the entrance to the dark corridor, said that it was too early to be surprised. He closed his eyes and smiled, explaining that this was the entrance to the underground training catacombs, and besides this one, there were many other rooms. There was a staircase leading down. The examiner said that the training rooms were places where practitioners searched for ways to cultivate using special techniques, but the passages that connected these rooms formed a labyrinth. There was a burning candle in a small hole in the wall, and Zhujian said that there were even some new members who got lost the first time they entered and couldn't find their way back. He raised one finger and added with a mysterious smile that this test would be held in the actual underground training catacombs. The test participants crowded in front of him, and he said that the test was very simple and they had to find a way out of this labyrinth within half an hour. Sajin looked at the protagonist carefully while Zhujian said that the participants would be given a death mark if they couldn't come out within the given time. The examiner narrowed his eyes and said that he hoped that no one would stay here. He then closed his eyes and said with a wide smile that he wanted to see the participants on the surface again. A long, dark corridor could be seen as the participants were complaining about being placed in a place where they could walk in circles. Chang Hyuk gritted his teeth, saying that Zhujian had an ulterior motive after all, and Chang Hyun furrowed his brows and said that everyone should calm down. The blue-clothed youth crossed his arms, saying with a confident grin that he had memorized the path they had taken, and so he would save everyone. He opened his eyes, saying that they would be able to pass the test without any problems this time. While another participant smiled widely, saying that the people here had amazing abilities, Mushin looked at him skeptically. Some of the crowd headed deeper into the corridor, and the protagonist and a few others silently watched them go. Heian brought her hand to her mouth and quietly whispered in her brother's ear that these people would only get lost. Mushin turned around as the red-robed youth tilted his head and reported that he felt a slight vibration and sound that was constantly coming from the wall. He touched the gray wall with his fingers and added that it meant that the underground training catacombs were a continuously moving machine, and everything had started vibrating ever since they went down. Libum frowned, asking how he could notice that, and the youth raised his hand, saying that he was from the barrier sect, and this machine was developed by them. Mushin said with a calm face that the youth was right. The red-clothed member's face was covered by black hair, and the protagonist added that the machine was not the only problem. He looked to the side and said that he could feel the sweet smell he had noticed earlier getting stronger. Sajin brought her hand to her face and frowned, not understanding what it was. The members began to look around, saying that they could smell it now too. Mushin looked to the side, frowned, and said that the entire underground catacombs had started to fill with poison. A staircase was depicted, and it was reported that it was definitely poison. A corridor is shown, and it turns out that the main goal of this test is to find the exit, which means they couldn't have used a deadly poison. The girl covers her face with her hand, claiming that since they continued to breathe it in even after he felt it, they must have already been poisoned. The boys cover their foreheads with their hands, saying that they have already begun to feel symptoms of poisoning in the form of dizziness, to which she notes that she hasn't said what the symptoms are yet. Beakgon seriously claims that the longer they stay here, the harder it will be to get out. The boy is asked his name, and he answers. Mushin turns to him, wondering if he can find the exit. Yang Xiaob scratches the back of his head, saying that even knowing how the mechanism works, he still needs to find the sign by which it moves. It is so dark around that it is no different from blindness. They won't cope even in an hour. Looking down, he says that everyone can become his eyes and ears. The people suddenly echo this thought. Smiling, Mushin tells the boy to lead the way. They all walk forward, and Yang Xiaob tells them to look for any cracks in the ceiling, floor, or walls to show him all of them, even the seemingly insignificant ones. The thought that Sajin is not visible is voiced. The boy looks around, noticing that she was nearby a moment ago. Miss Beak, standing behind him, asks if he is coming, to which Mushin tells them to go without him. She is surprised when he says that he will catch up with them soon. A staircase appears, and it turns out that they are useless to search near the exit. As the boy descends the steps, he thinks about what, if his memory serves him correctly, is the fragrant jaws of a snake. He walks down the hallway, noticing that when their comrades were injured, the nomads from the northern regions used this as a painkiller. Mushin frowns, and it turns out that it was in very small quantities. The man smiles, stating that if they continue to inhale the toxin, they will find out how the poison got its name. A sack is seen, and it is said that it is poisoned with a sweet aroma. The thought is heard that the man will eventually fall into the mouth of a snake. Suddenly, the boy notices something. He clenches his hands into fists. A glow appears, and Mushin notices that he has slowed his breathing as much as possible to slow down the symptoms of the poisoning. He is surprised, realizing that it is as he thought. His legs are covered in something. His body continues to be covered in it. The substance is now up to his shoulders. Mushin is surprised to realize that it was useless. The man smiles, noticing the fear and pain hidden deep within the man. The boy lowers his head, and it turns out that it will completely consume his mind. He clenches his teeth. The boy clenches his fists as destruction is seen around him as the thought is voiced that their brother's spilled blood will only unite them. The men stand with blazing eyes and are told that they will become stronger with the blood of their enemies. Mushin stands in front of them as one of them declares that today he will become a god with his blood. Without looking up, the boy states that this is far from the end, none of them will live to see tomorrow. He frowns, noting that this is true even if there is a god among them. The men rush at him as they are told to bring his heart. Mushin kicks off with his foot. He thrusts his fist forward, destroying everything around him. He braces his foot on the ground. The boy swings at his attackers. Frowning, he continues to count. Mushin slams his fist into the floor. He clenches his teeth, his eyes blazing. Suddenly, he jumps. The boy approaches the man. He has a determined expression. His opponent's eyes blaze with confidence. He is motionless. Mushin falls to his knees. He breathes heavily, thinking about all the memories. The boy lowers his head, realizing that he was shown a place where he experienced extreme physical pain. A corridor is shown, and the thought is heard that if he could not resist the effects of the poison, no one can, including Sajin. Without looking up, the boy decides that he must hurry and find her. The girl is trembling with fear. A rope is seen tied to it. She is hanging on it. The child is crying, and the question is heard about how she could abandon her child and follow her husband. The child is grabbed by the face, wondering what they will do with her, and they note that she may be similar to her mother, so they think that they should try to raise her. The girl sits in the corner, covering herself with her hands, and declares that she will kill them. She decides to kill every single one of them. A building is shown, near which there are several people. One of them is standing with a serious expression on his face. He lowers his head and asks how much is left, to which he is told that there is very little. A certain vessel is shown, and a thought is voiced that it seems that the addition of the little-known fragrant snake jaws has caused a lot of trouble for the participants. The man pensively thinks that if it ends like this, Dawan and Lijiang will be very disappointed. He turns around when his name is called. Young men are coming out of the building. More people are following them, and a phrase is heard that the first of the participants have already left within the allotted time. They have passed this exam. They are breathing heavily and are happy. Zhu Jian smiles, watching them. Looking down, he thinks that the boys are very thirsty, so he asks a person standing nearby to take them to another place to drink something. The man happily says that they have prepared a place nearby, so he asks everyone to walk a little further. The girl turns around sadly. She calls out to Mushin worriedly. Suddenly, she looks away when someone notices that his partner is worried about someone else, although she herself is not even able to cope with the effects of the poison, being only a burden to them. Heian frowns, telling her to take care of herself first if she wants to prove that she can do something on her own, ceasing to be so insignificant in the eyes of others. The girl is sadly silent. The man looks thoughtful. Watching the guys, he realizes that this person is not among them. Zhu Jian lowers his gaze, remembering that the aura that the boy emitted was unusual, so he thought that he would go out first. The wand is almost burned out, so the thought sounds that he has little time. The man concentratedly notices that Mushin has something left. It turns out that he is not going to give up on his expectations yet. A long ladder appears. The boy jumps down. He lands successfully. Mushin breathes heavily, looking ahead. He is frightened when he remembers the menacing look. Covering his eyes, the boy notices that he cannot even breathe once without his image. He pays attention to something. Mushin stumbled upon a sitting man. The boy sits, giggling, and claims that he did not kill them. He holds a stone in his hands, repeating that he did not do it. The man sneers at Mushin, asking why he keeps saying that he killed them. Frowning, the boy calls him crazy. He strikes him. The boy falls to the ground. He begins to tremble, and Mushin thinks that when he sees how the one who said he knows the way became like this, the situation becomes clear. The boy is surprised to hear the phrase about them being everywhere, here and there, wandering around. The girl trembles, claiming that they are locked in the most painful part of their past. She leans against the wall, noticing that they are like the Walking Dead. She frowns as she notices that Mushin still looks fine. He looks down when asked who he is. Lowering her head, the girl asks him to tell her who he is. Suddenly, she begins to fall and the boy catches her. Mushin looks serious. The girl trembles as he thinks that his identity is not the most important thing right now. The boy pushes off with his foot, claiming that the path he must take revenge on the Murim coalition is also unimportant. He rushes forward, noting that he has spent too much time looking for Sajin, so it will be impossible for him to find an exit in the time remaining. He seriously states that he just needs to get out before the time runs out. The man holds a rock in his hands. Suddenly, he throws it. The small rock flies through the air and a phrase is heard about how the man simply cannot help but doubt this plan. The man leans on a rock and wonders if the new group is the only solution. that they can cure the coalition by cutting out the rotten flesh. Several rocks are scattered on the ground, and it is stated that he needs some kind of guarantee. He frowns, claiming that the guarantee is that no matter what variables may arise, they can boldly move forward. Suddenly, he is surprised to notice something. It turns out that the wall is starting to collapse. The man watches this in shock. The wall is completely broken through. He cautiously takes a pose. The man is dumbfounded. Mushin comes out with a girl in his arms. The evening was drawing to an end, and bright stars began to appear in the sky. A tall meeting building. Inside, light was shining from a small chandelier on the ceiling. A voice was heard, saying that during the discussion on the formation of Yeonchan, it was decided that it was not feasible. The elder, throwing his hand to the side, added that he did not understand why he suddenly brought up this question. "I beg your pardon," answered Zhu Jian humbly, holding his hand at his side, adding that he was correcting the elder's words. But after thinking for a while, he, holding one hand behind his back and the other at his stomach, said that it was stated not as impossible to do, but as requiring more careful discussion. Another elder, who looked several times smaller than the first, asked if there had been any changes regarding Yeonchan. "No," Zhu Jian immediately answered with a wide smile on his face. "An internal inspection of the Miram coalition," another elder said quietly and thoughtfully, touching his beard. "Exactly," Zhu Jian immediately answered, slowly nodding his whole body. Then another elder in green robes, leaning back in his chair, asked if Zhu Jian was really saying that the inspection could pose a threat to the Miram coalition. Then the examiner lowered his head and closed his eyes and explained that the coalition's strength had been growing since the Great War between the sects and cult, and that through its many connections and relationships with other forces, its influence had also expanded. After that, he opened his eyes, smiled, and added that the coalition had not yet conducted a full investigation into the activities of these groups. At that very moment, after Zhu Jiang finished speaking, all the elders around him began to chatter loudly and complain, saying that if it were not for their connections, how could they have grown like this, adding that they should not try to do something that did not even promise success. At one point, an old man in a green kimono, with his hands on the arms of his chair, calmly asked that if they sowed mistrust in connection with the formation of this new group and as a result ended up with a group that was divided from within, would Zhu Jiang then be able to take responsibility? At that moment, the examiner folded his hands in gratitude and said that he understood what was troubling the elders. After that, he turned around, looked at each of those present and explained that they would achieve their goal with Yeonchan, and if the group would impartially find and resolve issues within the coalition. After that, the old man in the red kimono, folding his arms across his chest, said displeasedly that Zhu Jian was talking about a group of cultivators who were barely over 20. At that moment, the examiner, holding his hand in front of him and smiling maliciously, replied that that group was obedient and the fact that the guys were so experienced and competent at such a young age was very good, so they would probably be able to direct their development in the direction they needed, making them a cut above the rest. Immediately after that, one of the elders, with his hands on the arms of the chair, asked who would lead this group. Expecting this question, Zhu Jian firmly answered that they believed that Dawan was the most suitable for the role of leader. On the chest of one of the elders hung a gold medallion depicting a dragon. This elder thoughtfully said that if it was about experience in the coalition, Dawan was one of those who led Qingxiu together with the leader Lijian, but he was a little strange. Hearing this voice, Zhu Jian looked away in surprise. The old man suddenly asked if the examiner was saying that the guys were the most talented of all those who had ever taken the exam. Zhu Jian immediately recognized the elder dressed in a yellow kimono. It was the coalition leader Nim. He immediately bowed to him, and the old man said that there was no place in the coalition where this story was not known. Suddenly, he turned around and with a satisfied smile on his face said that he heard that the masons were given extra work. Folding his hands in a symbol of gratitude, Zhu Jian bowed and said that due to his carelessness, the participant broke through one of the walls of the underground training catacombs. Not far away, Dawan stood by a tree, folding his arms across his chest, watching all this. He saw Zhu Jian bowing and seeing off the elders as they left. Suddenly, the examiner noticed Dawan. Dawan looked at Zhu Jian in silence. After a while, they were sitting in Dawan's house, where the owner's voice could be heard asking what kind of additional exam. The two of them were sitting at the table. Zhu Jian then placed his hand on the table and explained that the elders wanted the group members to face special fighters, adding that the idea was for them to gain experience that would ensure that each of the boys would be able to think rationally and logically regardless of their talents, so it was more of a training exercise than an exam. Dawan was a little confused and shocked. Looking at his interlocutor, he said that it seemed like the elders wanted to say that even if the group was created, they would not officially support it. Zhu Jian smiled wickedly as he looked at Dawan, and then said that they would not be able to support the group even if they wanted to. After that, the smile on the examiner's face disappeared. He said slowly and thoughtfully that when Yeonchan began his investigations, there would be a conflict between the coalition and the other forces, and then suddenly asked his interlocutor what he thought would happen if the coalition leader himself stepped forward and supported Yeonchan. After all, they had already done everything they could, Jujan continued to say, while Dawan, with his arms folded across his chest, listened to him with a dissatisfied expression. After a while, they were already outside. Night had fallen and it was dark. Zhu Jian said that, no matter what, they had overcome most of the interference, and after a short pause, he added that now they only had one task: to devise a new exam. They stood opposite each other. Zhu Jian, smiling slyly, said that if the exam results were good, they could begin work immediately. After he finished, Dawan replied with a disappointed expression that he was sorry that he could not be of any use to them. Then Zhu Jian said encouragingly that today's success was all thanks to Dawan. Hearing this, Dawan's eyes widened in surprise, asking if it was true. At this, the examiner closed his eyes, then smiled broadly and kindly, saying that it was all because Dawan said he would take the sword, and then he himself was able to draw it in front of the elders. The stars were shining in the sky, and the leaves were barely trembling in the gentle wind. Zhu Jian said that he thought Dawan needed more time to think it over. They both looked into the distance, but then the examiner turned to his interlocutor and asked him if something had happened that made him make such a decision and tell him about it so hastily. I wanted to give up, Dawan said slowly and heavily, not taking his eyes off the distance into which he was looking. Then suddenly he said that at the very last moment, thinking of the countless paths that could be taken, a memory that happened not long ago came into his mind, and he was very shocked by what he saw. He saw the protagonist carry a broken wall and come out with a girl in his arms who was unconscious. His face was calm. In Dawan's eyes, there was shock and surprise at what the protagonist was capable of. After leaving the memory, he said that he realized that he did not have to look for a way when there was someone who would build it for him. After that, he smiled widely and said that he realized that there was no need for a reason why he could not do it himself. Hearing this, Zhu Jian smiled contentedly. Suddenly, Lijian ran up to them, waving at the examiner. Both of them immediately turned their attention to him. Suddenly, Lijian shouted, reporting that an incident had occurred in the underground library. Hearing this, Zhu Jian and Dawan were shocked, and there was confusion in their eyes. At this time, Sajin was sitting on a stone, hugging her knees and biting her head into them. Looking at her, the protagonist said that if she really wanted to rest, she wouldn't have come out and come all the way here. Mushin looked into the distance and said that if Sajin wanted to thank him for helping her, then no matter where she was a little late. Get lost, the girl snapped back, abruptly and rudely, and then added that unless Mushin was going to tell her who he really was. Hearing this, the protagonist lowered his head, closed his eyes, and slowly said he still wants to know who he is. After that, he raised his head again and, looking into the distance, asked why Sajin was so obsessed with his origin, adding that the girl could not live without knowing it. Do you know the swordsman Songwall? Sajin asked sharply. Hearing such a question, the protagonist fell silent and was very surprised. He sent me to you, the girl continued to say, hugging her knees without raising her gaze to the interlocutor. Mushin looked at her, and Sajin continued that the person using the name Muin is the one who will give her the answer she is looking for. Mushin looked at her, thinking about the answer. I saw it then. Sajin suddenly began to speak, plunging into memories. She remembered how Mushin tensed his hand and prepared to strike. In an instant, he swung to destroy the obstacle in his path. Sajin suddenly said that if the protagonist really tried, then his strength is great enough. After that, Mushin in her head punched the huge wall in front of him. Cracks immediately ran across it. Within seconds, the wall was torn apart, leaving only rubble. Then Sajang, leaving her memories, continued her sentence to defeat the Miram coalition alone. After that, she raised her head and told the protagonist that she would not be able to reach such a level of strength when he suddenly asked how Mushin had achieved this. She finally straightened up and, looking into the distance, asked the protagonist if he really wanted to be part of the coalition despite everything. This doesn't make sense, she slowly said, getting up from the stone. Sajin looked at the protagonist and with some disdain in her eyes, said that she wasn't even sure if talking to him was a good idea. After saying these words, she jumped down to Mushin, who continued to silently stare into the distance. Stopping in front of the protagonist, the girl said that she knew for sure that if it was dangerous for her to know Mushin's identity, Xiangwal would not have allowed them to meet. So just tell me now, Sajin said sharply. Mushin looked at his companion emotionlessly, saying nothing. Who are you? The girl asked loudly and boldly. The protagonist continued to look at her silently. There was calm in his eyes. There was anger and impatience in Sajin's eyes. Suddenly, exhaling, Mushin said that Songwal knew the path he was going to take. After thinking for a while, he added that if the old man sent Sajin, it must mean that the path he would take contained the answer she was looking for. Sajin listened attentively to her companion and did not interrupt him. Suddenly, the protagonist, turning his body, said that he would allow Sajin to go with him, after which he added that the girl should find the answer herself. After these words, he finally turned around and began to leave. At that very second, Sajin furiously screamed that she did not care about the protagonist's path because she was only. Mushin stopped right there and said coldly that he didn't care about his companion's answer either, because the only thing he wanted was for her not to be a burden on him during the journey. So you better prepare yourself, he added, and then began to leave again. In the end, he said, lowering his head, that his personality and everything she would experience later would be incredibly difficult to endure. After that, he stepped onto the path and left, leaving the girl on the stone. She looked after him, thinking over the words of the protagonist. There was confusion in her eyes. Mushin left, going down the path and asking himself in his head how Sajin could be so persistent. Who did she take after, he asked himself, and his face was sad and thoughtful, when suddenly he exhaled and smiled. At this time, a brightly burning torch was in the man's hands. Shocked, Lijun, Dawan, Jujayan and the man in a black kimono with the torch stood in front of the tied-up girl. The man reported that they had barely managed to subdue the girl by calling 5 warriors, and then added that she had no intention of killing, but she was a tough nut to crack, especially for a woman. Ian was lying tied up and unconscious on the floor. "Oh my god," Jujayan said, recognizing the girl as Ian. His face was filled with anger and confusion. Suddenly, Dawan turned to the man and asked if the girl had hidden in the library alone. To this, the man with the torch replied that according to the first witness, Ian had been alone. Lijun and Jujan continued to stare at the hostage. Sweat was pouring down their faces. Suddenly, the examiner said that the underground library was full of books on martial arts, so breaking in was considered a crime. He then ordered that they would need to interrogate the girl, so let her be locked up until she woke up. Understood, the man with the torch replied. A few minutes later, 2 more warriors were called in and carried Ian away. Zhu Jian watched the warriors leave, saying with concern that if they wanted to keep this incident a secret, they would have to make sure that the investigation was successful. Hearing this, Lijiang turned to the examiner and said with anger in his voice that of all people, it was Beek Walmoon's daughter. Dawan's face was emotionless as he watched the warriors leave and said that even if it meant ruining their relationship with Beek Walmoon, they still had to abide by the laws of the coalition. It was necessary, he added, looking at Ian's wounded face. It was still night outside. Everything was pitch black. A voice could be heard saying that they had already taken the bait. The unknown samurai bowed and reported that he had received news that Beek Walmoon's daughter had just been arrested. All this was reported to the old man, who was the leader of the Nim coalition. It was morning. The sun was already at its peak. A voice was heard announcing that all the participants of the entrance exam to Chinsodan should gather at the training ground. Changhyun raised his head in surprise and looked away. Suddenly, he turned to Beekgan, who was walking next to his sister with everyone, and said that he had not seen his interlocutor's younger sister since yesterday evening. "I haven't either," Haeon said discontentedly, closing her eyes and turning her head away. Then Beekgan turned to Changhyun and calmly said that she liked being alone, adding that Ian would not be late, so there was no need to worry. Even so, Changhyun suddenly cried out. Beekgan's face immediately showed displeasure, and he looked at his interlocutor with some anger. Changhyun, with his arms outstretched, said excitedly and confusedly that he seemed to not even know where Yeon was, and then asked how Beekgan could be such a careless older brother. Hearing such accusations towards her brother, Haeon rushed at Changhyun, but Beekgan left her. After that, he lowered his head and quietly said that Yeon was simply distancing himself due to a normal family conflict. To this, Changhyun, raising his finger up and proudly raising his head, said that distances always increase and conflicts will inevitably escalate, after which he said that he could give advice. At that very second, his brother Changhyuk jumped up to him and, taking his brother by the head, laughed shamefully and told them not to pay attention to his brother, because he said whatever came to mind. There was displeasure on Beekgang's face, and hatred and anger were hidden in his eyes. All the participants were driven into a large building. Inside, 2 samurai were standing near one of the walls. There were also 2 warriors standing at the other one. Looking around, Chanhyuk asked if everyone was pretending not to notice or if he was the only one who noticed it. All the assembled participants were standing in the middle of the hall, and there were about 24 warriors around them. Chanhyuk added that he felt like they were being treated like criminals. Suddenly, loud footsteps were heard and a voice was heard saying that all the participants should be confused if they were innocent. But if not, then they should be very worried, Dawan said with anger in his voice, walking towards the participants. Noticing Dawan, the protagonist was slightly surprised. "My name is Dawan," he introduced himself menacingly. Yongxiab, hearing this, looked at Dawan in surprise and wondered in his head if this was the same great sword Dawan. Shocked by what was happening, Changhyuk looked at Dawan, saying to himself that this was one of the Blade Masters, just like the Iron Law of Lijun. Walking up to all the participants, he grabbed his belt and shouted, saying that he wanted to honor everyone for their hard work. However, he suddenly said. After that, his face changed. Dowan frowned and said with displeasure that due to the unpleasant event last night, he was afraid that this would not happen. When suddenly, he said that one of the participants had broken into the underground library last night and was rummaging through books on martial arts. Hearing this, everyone present was shocked. They were overcome with horror. It was as if Beatgon had an epiphany. In his mind, he asked not to say what it was, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Dowan, who loudly shouted that it was the only person who was missing from the participants now, Beakwal Moon's daughter, In. Beatgon's guess was confirmed, beads of cold sweat ran down his face, and he clenched his teeth. Dowan continued to speak with a calmer face, that the girl resisted at the crime scene, but was captured and now she is in custody. Ian was still unconscious in the dungeon. Dowan said that the girl would now be interrogated and they would find out why she did this, and they would also find the accomplices and instigators. After that, he put his hands on his hips and shouted that until this matter was resolved, the exams would be postponed indefinitely, and all the participants must stay here, Dowan added. Hearing this, Beatgon was furious. He gritted his teeth, holding back. His sister, who was standing behind him, was also angry. Suddenly, Beatgon came out of the crowd, bowed and introduced himself. After that, he raised his head. Cold sweat was running down his face. He asked in a trembling voice if it was true that Ian was the one who did this. Turning his body and getting ready to leave, Dowan glared at Beatgon and said with anger in his voice that the girl was caught red-handed. Then Beatgon couldn't help but shout that there must have been a misunderstanding, since his sister wouldn't do anything that would disgrace her family's name. We should send our investigation teams to cooperate with the coalition, Beatgon added. Listening to this, Dowan's face showed no emotion other than displeasure. After listening to the boy, he said that there was no need for that. After that, he turned around and, while leaving, said that this happened on coalition territory, so the coalition would take care of it. Dowan, Beatgon shouted after Master Beatgon. Then Dowan stopped and turned his head to look at the boy. There was a terrifying force in his eyes. Looking into his eyes, Beatgon was overcome with horror, which caused him to lower his head and say nothing. Then Dowan told him not to make him repeat himself. After these words, Beatgon lowered his head in disappointment. Time passed. Rays of sunlight were shining through the rear windows. A voice was heard asking what was going on. The two brothers, Changhyuk and Changhyun, were sitting on the floor. Changhyun, with his arms and legs spread out, was asking why such an innocent girl would do that. To this, his brother, who was sitting next to him, asked how so. Now that I think about it, Yangxiab's voice was suddenly heard, who was sitting not far from the brothers. He was sitting on the floor with his hands folded in his lap and said that he remembered that Ayan looked very worried, as if she was in a difficult situation. Libam immediately joined the conversation, who, with his arms folded, said that he also remembered that Ayan did not look like her usual self, but after thinking for a moment, he added that the girl definitely did not look like someone who was going to do something bad. The entire time, an irritated Beatgon was watching and listening to all this. Perhaps it was a mistake or just curiosity, Libam added. Do you really think she is that stupid? One of the brothers' voice was heard. Sitting against the wall were Beatgon and his sister, who were barely holding back their anger. Listening to all the talking and whispering, Haan tisked and looked towards the negotiators. Suddenly, she stood up and shouted loudly, asking how dare they say such things. She was furious, beads of sweat were running down her face. She shouted at them to stop talking nonsense and just wait for the investigation to be completed. Suddenly, behind Haan, Beatgon, sitting against the wall, quietly said that they couldn't wait that long. He didn't raise his head or move, only quietly saying that he couldn't understand why Ayon did this, and then added that their family's investigation team should be involved, because it was their duty. Then, he suddenly said, looking at his sister, that something was wrong here. We need to find out why Ayon did this, Beatgon shouted. Hearing this, all the participants stood up and stared at Beatgon. Haeon, sweating profusely as she looked at her brother, suddenly said that Ian was under arrest and they were locked up here, so what? But before she could finish speaking, the protagonist, who was sitting silently not far from everyone, interrupted her. He calmly said that for the sake of their family's honor, he would advise them to simply wait for the coalition's investigation. Hearing this, Beatgon was furious. With hatred and anger in his voice, he asked Mushin what he had just said. Then the protagonist stood up, leaned back against the wall and, despite his interlocutor, told him to consider this advice because from what he had seen and heard, the guys should prioritize their family's honor. After that, he opened his eyes and looked ahead, after which he added, and not the girl's innocence or safety. Hearing these words, Beatgon was very confused and did not know what to say. At this time, in the underground library, candles were burning in small lamps. Books were scattered everywhere in the library. The workers were sorting through the books one by one. A voice was heard, saying that all they noticed was that Ian was looking for something in a hurry. Nothing explains her intentions, the man in the green kimono said to the examiner, standing at the entrance. After thinking for a moment, Jujan asked, looking at the workers sorting through the books, if anything was missing or damaged. Then the man replied that they were checking their catalog, but after that, he was silent for a while. After that, he said heavily that he thought it might be meaningless because he did not think that the girl was looking for a book or a document, he added after another short pause. Hearing this, Jujan looked at the man in surprise. Master Jujan suddenly turned one of the students to the examiner, bowing. "The leader is looking for you," he said. Hearing this, Jujan looked at the guy in shock. At this time, Beatgon stood in front of the protagonist and introduced himself to him in a trembling voice. The eldest of the Beatgon family, he introduced himself, but the protagonist did not pay attention to him, but simply looked ahead. "And I am Ian's older brother," Beatgon added quietly, lowering his gaze. After a short pause, he proudly raised his head and said that for him, the honor of the family and the sister herself are equal, so he will not just sit and wait. Contempt and anger appeared in his eyes. He looked at the protagonist and said that if he was not going to help, then he should watch his words. Hearing this, Mushin smiled contentedly. Beatgon had already turned around and left, when suddenly the protagonist said to his back that the prison was well guarded, so it would be impossible to get in. After these words, Mushin looked at the guy and added that battles were inevitable, so it was better to have allies. Hearing this, Beatgon with beads of sweat on his face turned to the protagonist. The hero said that from what he had seen, the prison was surrounded by high, impenetrable walls and guarded by about 20 soldiers. He remembered a stone building with brightly lit lanterns around its perimeter. Mushin frowned, saying that with their abilities, he was sure they would be able to get inside. The man sat in a lotus position, resting his hands on his knees, telling the heroes sitting around to take their equipment and get to the prison unnoticed. After they neutralized the guards, Baekhyun would meet them. The protagonist frowned, saying that the most important thing was that there were no casualties on either side. Sajin stood next to him, her arms folded across her chest and her head down. Mushin said that they should act according to the circumstances, so it would not be absolutely necessary. The girl frowned, thinking that she did not understand him, because he was trying to join the coalition and still did something that would make him their enemy. The light roofs of the buildings were visible among the dense treetops. It was getting dark outside, small lanterns were lit on the houses. 4 men in uniform were standing at the steps, not letting go of their weapons. One of them was talking enthusiastically, his mouth wide open. The hero was watching them, hiding far between the railings. The guy craned his neck to see more, his eyebrows arched. The young man was sitting on his brother's shoulders and, turning to the others, said that it seemed like the men had finished their shift. 4 were guarding the door. Beatgon frowned, saying that this was the hero's last chance to leave, because it didn't concern him. He clenched his hand into a fist, saying that he couldn't be responsible for all the consequences that would come out of this. The people around him looked at him. Changhyun smiled widely, saying that food brings people together and they have been eating from the same bowl for many days. Changhyuk raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that now it concerns them too. Libum frowned, turning to Beatgon, saying that he was probably afraid to be responsible for them. The guy looked at him with wide eyes. Yongseob, raising his head, said that even if he stayed aside, he would be blamed for not stopping them, because it was the same thing. Beatgon looked at him in surprise. The guy grinned, telling everyone not to regret this, because he warned them. The main character looked forward, frowning, saying that there will be no regrets, they will become hope for Lady Beak. Mushin turned to Haeon, saying that he was counting on her. The girl tusked in displeasure, adjusting the sleeves of her clothes. She frowned and bared her teeth at him, saying that she wasn't doing it because she wanted to. The guard's attention was drawn to a sound outside the doors. One of the men approached the door, asking what was going on. The girl awkwardly tried to string words together. Beads of sweat appeared on Haeon's face. She closed her eyes, saying that she ate something and needed to go to the toilet. Chanhyuk laughed at her words. The protagonist asked him to sit quietly. The man standing at the door asked if it was urgent, to which the girl shouted loudly that it was very urgent. One of the guards, holding his hands behind his back, asked not to embarrass her among the men. Ordering him to open the door, the man frowned. He pulled the object holding the lock, opening the door. A girl appeared in the doorway, and behind her back Mushin with a stern look. The man screamed, opening his eyes wide. With his hand, the protagonist struck him in the throat. The man's eyes widened. The guard fell to the ground. Mushin rushed forward. 3 men grabbed their weapons, screaming that they did not understand what was happening. The protagonist pressed his thumb into the neck of one of them. He hit the throat of another guard with his palm. He struck the 3rd man in the jaw. All 4 guards were knocked down and lay motionless on the ground. The heroes looked at the man with wide eyes, saying that it was incredible that he could take out 4 soldiers by himself. Mushin turned to them and, with his brows furrowed, asked them to hurry. There was a full moon in the sky. In its light, a man appeared, flying into the air. 7 more warriors appeared in the air behind him. The protagonist and his team ran forward along the roof of the building. Davon frowned, looking ahead. He put his hands on his hips, thinking that they were fools because he told them to stay on guard. The man furrowed his brows and sighed, looking away. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He hurried to open the doors. His brows furrowed and his eyes widened in concern. The 4 guards lay motionless in the room. He realized that things were bad. The prison perimeter was brightly illuminated by lanterns. Guards were watching over the order. One of them, holding a weapon in his hands, yawned tiredly. The man raised his eyebrows high, saying that he was very tired today. Janhyuk appeared from behind the wall fence, smiling happily. He noted that the man should hurry up and rest. The guard cried out in fear. Chanhyun, who was behind him, struck him in the neck, thereby incapacitating the man. A guard standing nearby watched as 2 heroes climbed the wall. He loudly asked who was there. The man was immobilized by a net. He raised his eyebrows in fear. Haeon leaned her foot on the ledge of the wall. Holding a thread in her hands, she cried out loudly. Beacon hit the guard with a stick, frowning. Yangxiab took one of the guards in a chokehold, saying that he was very sorry. The man broke free and bared his teeth, screaming to be let go. Libum elbowed the man in the chest. The boy asked him to hurry up. The man turned his head away, looking at the wall, listening to the protagonist's words about how he didn't think she would go with them. Sajin turned her head in displeasure, frowning. She closed her eyes, turning away from him, saying that he himself told her to follow his path, so she asked him not to be stupid. Mushin sat not far from her, leaning his hand on the stone floor. The protagonist smiled, raised his eyebrows and exhaled. Loud sounds from the prison were heard in the silence of the night. One man held a torch. 2 guards were locking the door. Another man ordered them to close the gates for them because they were still inside. The 4 warriors moved forward, the man running in front holding a brightly burning torch above himself, listening to the words about how they were considered some of the most outstanding martial artists in history. The man put his hands on his hips, telling the warriors around him that if they saw them, they should detain them and call for help. Behind the man with the torch walked Davon, saying that they were giving up their outstanding results. Doing so made no sense. The man with the black beard grinned, saying that perhaps they had received something more valuable or they had no intention of joining. The 2 warriors put their fists in front of them, covering his palm, telling Master Davon that there was a strike in the prison. They were sure that they had done it. The man frowned, thinking of Baekhyun. The man put the tip of his spear forward, shouting, "Take it." Mushin was able to dodge it with ease, bending his body slightly. The protagonist, breaking the base of the spear, struck the guard in the chest. The man's eyes widened. Mushin looked to the side, frowning. Another guard appeared above him, raising his spear to strike, shouting that he dare not do such a thing. The man put his hand out, pressing his palm against his face. With a sharp movement, the protagonist laid the warrior on his back. Sajin looked at him in surprise. She frowned, baring her teeth. The girl remembered how during the battle she cut the spear of one of the warriors with her sword, who was about to strike the protagonist. Sajin, wide-eyed, looked at him. The man looked at her with a calm gaze. Her eyebrows furrowed. Sajin hit the guard with her knee and, lowering her head, said that it seemed that what she did then was unnecessary and she looked like a complete fool. Mushin looked at her in surprise. Beacon approached the heroes standing opposite each other, reporting that they took care of all the people outside. However, one of the soldiers ran away. The protagonist turned his tonsils to him in surprise. The girl's eyes widened. Yangxiab, leaning on a wooden box, said that it was his fault because he thought the guard had already passed out, but they would all be here any minute. Mushin furrowed his brows, saying that since they had made so much noise, it was to be expected. The protagonist stood in front of the door, surrounded by other people, asking them to focus only on finding Lady Beak. Once they were inside, he would guard the entrance. The man pressed his fingers to the door. It immediately broke under the onslaught of his strength. In front of him was an army of warriors holding spears in their hands, telling them to retreat. Mushin's groups of warriors clashed with the army of guards. They crossed their weapons. The protagonist turned his gaze to the boy holding his bloody knee. The man asked if he was injured. Yangxiab smiled through his teeth, looking at him, saying that it was nothing serious, but the bleeding was heavy. Sajin furrowed her brows, asking the man if he could guard the boy alone. He only closed his eyes, saying that he was counting on them. She frowned, saying that she had asked a stupid question. The protagonist at that time opened the door, stepping forward. He bowed his head. A smile appeared on his face. Mushin pushed off with his foot, giving himself speed. The army of guards was rapidly approaching them, running along the paths. Lijiang and Dawan, frowning, ran ahead. They bared their teeth. The warriors were approaching the doors, above which a bright torch was burning. The man ordered the gate to be opened. The guards quickly jumped onto the stone wall. landing on their knees. On the other side, the warriors did the same, leaning their hand on the stone floor. The doors opened, Dawan walked in front, dissatisfied. 2 warriors surrounded him. The man froze in place, seeing the protagonist in front of him. Mushin smiled, looking at him. Dawan's brows furrowed and he bared his teeth. Lijiang turned to the warrior standing next to him, ordering him to take care of the wounded and assess the situation. The boy nodded obediently. The protagonist stood motionless and smiled, listening to the words about how this was the place where all the most vile people were locked up. In front of him was an army of warriors. They were on the ground in a stone arch. The man was saying that this should be the safest place in the coalition, and they did all this only for the sake of a comrade. Lijiang frowned with displeasure, pointing his finger at the man, saying that he did not know what prompted them to do this, but if they surrendered now, then the punishment would be fair. Dawan, knitting his brows, stood silently nearby. The head of the academy, looking at Mushin, said that if they did not do this, then, as criminals, they would pay for the damage caused with their lives. The protagonist frowned, saying that they just wanted to know the truth. The man held his hand out in front of them, palm facing them, saying that they didn't want to escalate the situation either, asking them to back off. Lijiang yelled in displeasure, frowning, asking how dare he. Dawan held his hand out in front of him, baring his teeth, saying that they had already told them the truth. Mushin smirked, asking about the truth that the coalition had told them to convey. The head of the academy frowned, asking if that meant the hero doubted the coalition. Mushin stood still, not taking his eyes off the man, asking if Dawan believed it. He smiled, asking if he believed that everything the coalition said was true and fair. The protagonist said that they had put everything on the line for the truth. He imagined the girl lying in prison. Mushin's hair fluttered in the wind, asking if the man was willing to put everything on the line for the coalition's truth. Dawan's eyes widened, his eyebrows raised. Lijiang raised his hand, his eyebrows furrowed, his teeth bared, saying that enough was enough. The man looked at him in surprise. He clenched his fist, shouting that he would not allow the hero to be so insolent again. Lijiang opened his fist and the warriors moved to attack. He shouted, ordering them to be captured and not to let any of them escape. Mushin raised his head in surprise, watching the approaching soldiers. There were 14 soldiers in the sky above the hero, ready to grab him. The man frowned, shouting, slash, preparing to make a slanting blow with his cold weapon. The sword stopped an inch from Mushin. He did not take his eyes off the warrior. The protagonist dodged in an instant. The man landed on one knee. Another warrior appeared behind him. He opened his mouth wide and swung his hand, preparing to strike. The blade of the sword passed Mushin's face. He hit the warrior on the cheek. His eyes rolled back. He kicked the second man in the face. 2 warriors were pressed into the walls of the stone passage. Another one, holding a sword, approached Mushin. He put the tip of the weapon forward, shouting loudly. The protagonist put his palm near the blade. With a sharp movement, he knocked the sword out of the warrior's hands. The weapon flew into the man standing next to him with a sword. He closed his eyes. Mushin grabbed the man by the collar of his clothes. His mouth opened in surprise and his eyes widened. The protagonist threw him back, right into the crowd of other warriors approaching Mushin. An order sounded to grab the hero. 3 warriors jumped up. They swung their swords, raising the blades above their heads. Mushin smiled, looking at them. The man jumped up, getting ready to kick. The warriors did not understand what he was doing. With a sharp movement, Mushin kicked 3 warriors in the faces. He landed neatly on one leg, lowering his head down. The man fell on his back behind the protagonist. The second warrior was pressed face first into the stone wall. The third man was caught by a warrior standing nearby with a sword in his hands. His eyes widened in fear. They froze in place, seeing how the protagonist single-handedly dealt with 6 warriors. Mushin turned to face them. The man bared his teeth and frowned, thinking about who this guy was. All the warriors frowned worriedly, looking at the protagonist, thinking about how he had taken them all out with one blow. The protagonist shifted his gaze. He put his foot forward. The warriors trembled, backing away. Mushin, smiling, exhaled and closed his eyes. The protagonist looked at the men standing in front, saying that nothing good would come of further escalation. He turned around, walking past the motionless warriors, asking them to take the wounded people away from here and take care of them. Lijiang clenched his hand into a fist, shouting at the men, asking what they were doing. Why were they afraid of this fool? The warriors, wide-eyed, looked at him. The man's brows furrowed, asking if they were not ashamed to be honorable warriors of the coalition. One of the warriors exhaled heavily, adjusting the sleeve of his clothes. The men's faces darkened. They froze in place. Mushin walked away, turning his back to them. He stepped on a dagger lying on the ground. Kneeling down, the protagonist picked it up. Without turning around, he threw it at the warriors. The weapon flew between the standing men in uniform. Lijiang widened his eyes and opened his mouth, seeing the dagger flying towards his face. The man blocked it with his sheath, baring his teeth. The dagger pierced the stone shelf. Lijiang looked at it with concern. He bared his teeth, frowning. The man looked at Mushin's back, thinking that he barely managed to block it. He aimed straight at his forehead without even looking. Dawan frowned. The head of the academy continued to think that this was a warning that the hero could take his life whenever he wanted. Coming closer to the door, the protagonist, without turning around, said that there should be no casualties on both sides, but since they did not care, there was nothing to be done. The hero, without turning around, asked them to move away behind the broken dagger if they did not want to remain crippled for the rest of their lives. Mushin turned around, frowning. The warriors were very scared by the protagonist's words. Even Dawan was very scared by the protagonist. Lyjan surprised Dawan by starting to laugh. Lyjan laughed loudly and told Mushin that he knew what part of the country he grew up in. Lyjan suddenly stopped laughing, taking out his blade. Pointing the blade at Mushin, he said that he was now in the Muram coalition and he should not be so self-confident. The warriors raised their comrades while Lyjan continued to shout. Mushin parted his lips, reminding him of his warning. He frowned, asking Lyjan if they had problems with hearing. Lyjan got very angry after the protagonist's words. A moment later, he suddenly rushed at Mushin. Mushin was surprised by the enemy's speed. The protagonist managed to dodge the enemy's blade. Mushin then smiled, realizing that Lyjan's glory was not in vain. When Lyjan again stood in a stance for a lunge, the protagonist admitted that he was truly worthy of being one of the blade masters of the Muram coalition. Mushin jumped up, dodging the swing of the enemy's sword. Mushin pushed off the wall in the air, and then struck the enemy's head using inertia. But surprisingly, Lyjan managed to block his leg with his hand. The protagonist grinned, suggesting that his attack was too obvious. Lyjan did not give him time to regroup, kicking the protagonist. After that, he immediately jumped and raised the blade behind his head, wanting to end the fight. The blade struck the protagonist's shoulder, but it was just a phantom and Lyjan only hit the wall. He frowned, greatly surprised by this. Dawan screamed, trying to warn his comrade. Mushin instantly appeared next to his opponent, shocking him. His strike was blocked by the sword, but the protagonist's strike sent Lyjan flying back. He barely stopped, starting to glare at the protagonist. Lyjan's body was shaking due to the incredible force of Mushin's strike. He did not understand where he got such great strength from. Looking at the protagonist, he tried to understand how he disappeared for a moment. Dawan was also surprised that Mushin dodged Lyjan's blade and threw him away with one strike. Looking at Mushin, Dawan mentally asked him who he was. Lyjan's hand trembled as he told the protagonist that he thought he was just bluffing, but it turned out that he really has an impressive level of strength. Lyjan screamed, telling the protagonist that even with his strength, he was still a criminal. Suddenly, an arrow shot towards Lyjan, cutting him off. But a moment later, it was already cut. Lyjan was saved from the arrow by Dawan, who appeared in front of him. Mushin, who had thrown the arrow, said that they were only looking for the truth. Lyjan and Dawan got angry, saying that this was the truth he was talking about. Frowning, Dawan said that they had harmed the coalition to find this truth, and then asked if they could stand up to the coalition with only 9 of them. The protagonist silently looked at Dawan. Dawan angrily asked the protagonist why they were doing something they could not handle. Mushin chuckled upon hearing this. Smiling, the protagonist said that he stood before the 2 masters of the coalition blade and was doing well. Dawan was very surprised by Mushin's words. Mushin stopped smiling when Dawan told him that his plan was too dangerous. The protagonist smiled again, showing his confidence. Dawan suddenly started shouting, saying that the protagonist's confidence was far-fetched. Mushin turned slightly, telling Dawan not to say later that he didn't warn them. The 2 blade masters rushed towards the protagonist. They were both very angry at him. Mushin smirked, saying that they would be very sorry. Suddenly, a fan appeared, rushing towards the blade masters. The fan hit both blade masters on the head. They turned around in confusion, not understanding what happened. Zhujian grabbed his fan, ordering them to stop. He folded his fan, saying that although he wanted to know how this would end, they should stop. The events take us to the underground library. Beatgon looked at his sister in shock. She bowed her head and said that she had indeed entered the underground library. She closed her eyes, asking her brother to understand her. Everyone there was greatly surprised by her words. Changhyun frowned, saying that they were now in trouble. The events return us to the protagonist. He stood firmly in front of the door where his comrades were. Suddenly, the doors swung open. A group of wary participants came out. Beatgon exclaimed when he saw what was happening. The coalition warriors were already waiting for them on the walls. They were surrounded on both sides. Mushin, who had many enemies in front of him, looked at his friends. Zhujian saw those who came out and was happy. Beatgon stepped forward, telling Zhujian that he had something to tell him. Dawan shouted sharply, demanding that Zhujian explain everything to him. Zhujian looked at the angry Dawan with a smile. A moment later, he looked at Yin, ordering her to show her what she was hiding under her clothes. Yin raised her head and shuddered. Her brother looked at her worriedly. Zhujian extended his hand, saying that nothing would happen and that he only needed to prove her innocence. Yin's comrades were greatly surprised by Zhujian's words. Mushin frowned, looking at Yin. The girl looked at Zhu Jian, asking him to promise not to do anything. Zhu Jian smiled, swearing on his life. Yin pursed her lips after hearing this. She carefully took out a letter from under her haori. Then she handed it to Zhu Jian. He took the letter and asked her how she got it. Yin stood with her head bowed and said that after the exams ended, when she was resting under a tree, it was blown in by the wind. Then she couldn't help but remember it. Zhu Jian picked up the letter saying that it was all because of the letter. Weijin was dissatisfied, demanding to read the letter. After opening the letter, Zhu Jian began to read the letter, which said that the 9 people who passed the entrance exams to Showdown would be an obstacle to their plan in the future, so they should execute them and hang them in front of the training halls. The participants who passed the exam tensed up as they listened to Zhu Jian. Even Xiaojin frowned when she heard that the details of who would carry out the elimination and the time it would happen could be found in the underground library, in a book, at which point Zhu Jian told them that the part was corrupted and could not be read. Mushin became serious when he heard that if they failed, someone was planning to start a fire in the coalition. Zhu Jian was surprised to hear Ayeon say that she wanted to stop it at all costs. Closing her eyes, the girl said that she wanted to do it without telling anyone by finding the book that contained all the data. Zhu Jian folded the letter saying that she didn't know what the book was, so she had to look through everything. Chang Huk and Chang Hun were happy to hear that Ayeon wanted to save them. Libum smiled faintly, saying that it wasn't just them that she wanted to protect, but the coalition as well. Zhu Jian smiled, confirming Libum's words. Ayeon bowed her head as Zhu Jian said that although her actions were reckless and greatly went against the coalition's rules, her intentions were good. Zhu Jian turned to the group saying that it wasn't just Ayeon, but them as well. The group tensed up hearing Zhu Jian praise them for their feat. Dawan shouted in displeasure, asking what happened to the book that contained the details. When Ayin reported that she could not find it, Dawan shouted, reminding her that she had just said that she had looked through all the books. Suddenly, Zhu Jian interrupted him, saying that the book did not exist. Holding up Zhu Jian's letter, he called it a mere fabrication. Dawan was greatly surprised by this. Weijin asked in confusion if this was another test. Zhu Jian smiled widely and said that he himself had no idea until now. He then recounted how the master had asked him if the participants would break the law to save their comrades. Zhu Jian smirked and said that when their leader mentioned the need for a new test, he had already thought of it a long time ago. He wanted to see if they would notice the lies and injustice right next to them. He then pointed to the group, saying that the leader also wanted to see if they would be willing to stand up to these injustices and lies. Davon and Leijin looked at the group of new recruits in surprise after their comrades' words. Mushin smiled, looking at his former opponents. A torch burned in the darkness. The guards were moving through the yard. They ran up to the third man and asked where he was going, since they were in prison. The man smiled and said that everything was resolved and told them to open the gate and return to their posts. The guards were surprised, asking how it all ended. They were told that nothing was known, since the man was guarding the outside. He rubbed his head and asked to pass on the new information to the rest of the gate. The guards turned around and said that they were going there. The man watched them go. They were actively discussing the sudden news. He was excited. The full moon was shining. In the shadow of the trees, someone began to report. The hooded man peered out from behind a tree and said that he was listening. The guard stood next to the unknown man. The stranger asked, did they really prove that Wallman's daughter was innocent? He said that they should have executed her on the spot and there was no talk of innocence. The guard was emotionless. He said that Juge intervened and the situation was resolved. The stranger went deeper into the shadows. The guard said that they did not let them into the prison grounds, so he did not hear anything. He said that after everything was over, the Juge clan soldiers began to praise, saying that they stood up to the coalition for justice. The stranger had a gray beard. He said that fearlessly standing up to the coalition for justice. The stranger fell silent and thought about how before Yun and the Juge clan soldiers entered the prison, he heard that the coalition leader was meeting with Yun. He looked ahead with a frown and wondered if the leader had personally intervened in this matter to help create a group of dragons. The guard touched the tree. The stranger asked to know more about what had happened. The old man adjusted his hood, thinking that he wanted to nip them in the bud. He looked at the sky and the moon, saying that he had only helped them to bloom. Night, a house. A sick girl was lying in bed. Someone pulled back the curtain of her bedroom. Deek Gong looked at the girl with a frown. Someone cursed him and said that the girl was just sleeping because she was tired. He turned around and saw Mukhan. He said that the girl was lying on the cold prison floor, so it was understandable. Deek Gong walked up to Mukhan and asked if he knew that everything would end like this. Mukhan said that he was even sure that everything would happen like this. Deek Gong raised his hand in surprise and asked how he could be so sure. After all, Yon said that she did not tell anyone about the letter. Mukhan looked away and said that he did not know about the letter, but guessed what she was going to do. Deek Gong wanted to ask how. The hero interrupted him and said that it was because he knew what kind of person Lady Beak was. Beak Gong fell silent in surprise. The hero walked away and said that it would be better for the boy to spend this time bringing her water and being with her like an ordinary older brother would do. Beak Gong looked away in shame. The young man was sitting on a stone. He turned around. They asked him how his wound was. The hero approached the boy. He said that Lady Hand's ointment helped him a lot and nothing hurt anymore. The boy smiled and said great, everything was resolved without problems. He said that he was interested in what would happen tomorrow, but the hero sent him to rest a little. And he also walked away. They asked him where he was going. He replied that he had a lot to think about. The boy smiled and said that if Makan wanted, he could share this with him. The hero turned around with a smile. It was deep night. The hero closed his eyes. He was silent and thoughtful, to see if they would notice the lies and injustices that lay before them and if they were ready to stand up to them. Makan frowned. He jumped up and opened his eyes. He made big leaps. Before that, he was standing on the edge, and he felt something approaching him. He turned around and put his fist out to strike. His eyes lit up. Unhyeon shrank, and the hero immediately recognized him. He smiled fearfully and said that he wanted to surprise the hero, but he thought it was impossible for a hero. He laughed and scratched the back of his head, saying that he was very glad to see Sobol again. He was scared and wanted to correct himself. The hero smiled. Unhyeon asked how many years and how many winters. Unhyeon smiled and called him Muin. The hero asked why he had not come to him until now. The hero sat down on the side of the cliff. Unhyeon said that during the exams it is forbidden to meet with the candidates, and if they are caught in such a meeting, they will be in big trouble. The hero smiled and asked why the guy was here. Unhyeon shuddered at the question of whether he wanted to know about what happened to Ian. The guy said that it was not so. He looked ahead and said that as a rule, they determine which candidates are most likely to pass and carefully plan the change in the Showdown. The guy looked at the hero and said that strangely enough, this year there was no such thing. Makan frowned. Unhyeon said that he was not able to find out the reasons for this. He looked at the guy and asked to tell if the Showdown assigns inspection missions. Unhyeon thought about it. He looked into the eyes of the hero and said not at all. He denied all questions. Makan thought about it and said that they were going to send them on inspection missions, and it seems that the leader himself initiated it. Unhyeon scratched his chin and said that in that case the most plausible explanation was. Makan was surprised when the boy said that they were creating a new group that would focus on inspections. Unhyeon folded his arms and said that they were trying to maintain high standards. Makan looked ahead and said that perhaps under the guise of inspections, they were going to get rid of those who were against them and they wanted them to lead it. Unhyeon said that even if that was the case, they would not do it right away. Makan said that all that remained was to watch. He looked at the forest and said that he would give the boy his regards to Lady Beak. Unhyeon bowed and said that that was not why he came. The men walked down the path. Unhyeon said that he had only crossed paths with her a few times and they barely knew each other. Makan smiled and asked if the boy wanted him to arrange everything. A new day had dawned. Lady Beak was tossing and turning in her bed. She opened her eyelids with difficulty. She stood up and noticed something. On the floor next to her was a bowl of water and medicine. The sky was slightly cloudy. They were shouting that there were exams evaluating their skills. Laijin shouted that they had been completed yesterday. He stood in front of the students and said that in the exams they had shown them how good they all were. The students were sitting in front of scrolls of ink. Their swords were next to them. Laijin said that he applauded everyone from the bottom of his heart. He said that they had all worked hard. Ian turned around. Laijin continued to say that the reality that they would soon have to face would be much harsher and more painful than the exams. All the students looked at their leader. He said that they were fighting new enemies. Makan was serious. Laijin said that these enemies were all around them. They were hiding among them under the guise of friends and comrades. The man was stern. He said that the enemies had laid hands on everything they had created, expanding their influence. He had already shouted that everything they had fought for and protected had fallen at their feet all this time. The disciples listened silently as Laijin shouted that through careful internal checks and determinations of their personality, they would put an end to their evil deeds. He clenched his fist and said that he would continue to carry out this important mission, together with his disciples. He said that he would not force them, for the choice was in their hands. He said that if anyone wanted to join him in the fight against the treacherous enemies among them, he pointed to the scrolls and asked them to write their names and put their seals on the contract. Laijin was serious. He told the disciples to be reborn again as members of the internal inspection team of the Cheongdang Coalition. The disciples rolled up their sleeves and dipped their hands in ink. Each one left their seal on the scroll. Laijin smiled, but something caught his attention. Makan sat and did not move. He was silent. Laijin frowned. He remembered the monks saying that they had nothing on him, no motives, no past. He looked at Laijin and said all they had seen was that the hero was a double-edged sword that was hard to control. Laijin listened seriously to his leader, who said that if they could handle him, he would become an excellent sword. The leader looked at the man and said gloomily that if they couldn't, Lijin closed his lips, remembering what his leader had said. He looked at Muin. The hero silently looked at the contract. A house on a mountain. The sign said that it was the Qingdang building. The students looked at the sign, happy that they were housed in such a beautiful place. They began to adjust their uniforms, asking when else they would have the chance to wear such beautiful robes. Someone was watching the happy students from the balcony. Beacon mentally asked what made those two so happy. Ian adjusted her sleeves, muttering that she had no way of knowing. She said that the leader did not even attend the founding ceremony. She looked herself over from head to toe. She said that it was not so bad, although she was not a fan of this color. The young man approached Beacon and asked how it looked. The man said that everything was done as if it was tailored for him. Ian tied her ponytail. The girl with burgundy hair looked at her. At this time, Makan looked at the table with clothes laid out on it. He was silent. Another student entered his room and asked if the hero had not changed yet. The hero turned around, and the guy said that the commander was already here and they needed to go to Master Mu. The student was nervous. He adjusted himself and said that the vice commander would come to them. Makan was silent. At this time, the students in the courtyard looked ahead in shock. The two merry men said in admiration that a simple change of clothes had turned him into a completely different person. Makan smiled. Having put on a new uniform, people could not understand if he had always looked like this. The girl with burgundy hair was embarrassed. Lijin said, as the story of Miriam showed, justice without strength cannot be achieved in their world. He folded his hands behind his back and said that even on days without official training, they must hone their strength on their own. He looked at the squad and asked if they understood him. The man looked everyone in the eye and said that the students would be taught by a mentor and they would call him. The mentor appeared on the rooftops and said that he would introduce himself. He jumped and landed in front of the students. The mustachioed man looked sternly at the students. The young man opened his mouth in shock. Everyone covered themselves from the raised dust, noticing the terrible aura. Lijin stretched his arms and said that he saw that he had already arrived. Makan frowned and noticed that the mentor looked familiar. The man said he was looking forward to meeting the students. He called them young warriors. He put his hand on his stomach and said before he introduced himself, he offered to test something. He clenched his fist, the wind rose, he offered to test the students' skills. Everyone took out their swords. The man smiled, there was a scar on his face. The merry fellows stopped being merry. The mentor made them fly with a push. He looked at one of the students. He hit him in the block. He said not bad, only. He sent the student flying. A thread wrapped around the mentor's hand. He looked at it and chuckled questioningly. The students held his hands on a leash. The girls looked at each other anxiously. The mentor pulled forward and said that it was weak. He pulled the girls towards himself and hit them in the stomach when they were drawn to him. The young man watched in fear as the mentor destroyed the students. He calmly kicked them. He jumped on the hero, saying that he would have to teach them, starting from the basics. Makan looked at him calmly. He blocked the mentor's blow and jumped back. The mentor missed. He looked forward in surprise. Makan smiled. The two warriors' blows collided. Beacon cried out in pain as he was hit. Daoen's eyes widened as he looked at him. Xiajin stood still and watched the battle. Guanam closed one eye and pursed his lips in surprise. Mushin raised his hand and looked at them. The protagonist mentally stated that he remembered while making a hand gesture. The dark-haired man with the scar clenched his teeth. He mentally added that it was an unholy fist. Guanam cried out as he received the blow. Looking at his trembling hand, the man mentally asked what it was. Looking down, he thought that he felt like he had hit something very strong. A gust of wind began to envelop him. Raising his head, he stated that he had heard that there was a hand-to-hand fighter in the prison who had crushed the coalition warriors. Clenching his fist, the dark-haired man declared that this must be his opponent. The protagonist dodged to the left, avoiding his opponent's strike. He quickly went behind Guanam. Sharply turning around and performing a roundhouse kick, the man said that he would not go away. The kick passed over the dodging protagonist. Jumping back, the dark-haired man said that he was one sly fox. Pursing his lips and looking forward seriously, he mentally said that he thought he could confirm this, whether he was mistaken. Tensing his fist, he mentally said with shining eyes that he could handle it with one blow. Daoen's eyes widened in surprise. He recognized the Spirit King's fist style. Enveloping his fist with energy, the man took a stance. He rushed forward and threw his hand forward. The protagonist looked at the approaching attack seriously. He extended his palm forward. By extending his hand, he was able to block the strike with one palm. The surprised man watched as the powerful aura in his hands instantly disappeared. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist looked ahead menacingly. Watching the fight with wide open eyes, Davan mentally declared that the boy had blocked Master Guanam's Spirit King fist style. Enveloped in the wind, the dark-haired man mentally confirmed that he was not mistaken. The protagonist took a stance. Guanam mentally declared that before his fist touched the boy's hand, He felt the energy of his fist being compensated by an aura of corresponding strength. Looking at Mushin, who extended his hand, he mentally asked that he not be told that he was using a defensive aura. He mentally asked how such a sucker could be so capable. Raising both his hands and approaching the combatants, Davon said that he thought that was enough. Smiling, he asked if he was trying to scare everyone away before they even started. The dark-haired man closed his eyes and let out a slight sigh of indignation. Placing his hands behind his back and opening his eyes, he declared that he would be in charge of training the protagonist. Looking at the 9 warriors, he said that training would begin tomorrow and that it would be difficult and tiring, so they needed to be prepared. Looking at him, all the students agreed. Narrowing his eyes, he looked away menacingly. The protagonist calmly turned his gaze to him. Several gray classical houses stood in the forest. Guanam, looking at his crippled hand, declared that this was unthinkable. Exhaling and starting to move his fingers, he once again declared that this was simply unthinkable. Someone asked him what had happened. The dark-haired man turned around abruptly. Folding his hands and bowing, he addressed the leader. The bright light of the sun illuminated the crowns of the trees. The grandfather declared that people say that he is indifferent to Chengdang, but in fact, he is the one who hopes for success the most. Looking forward, the gray-haired grandfather said that that was why he needed to train them well. He asked the man who bowed, who immediately agreed. Turning to him, the grandfather also reminded him of something with a smile. Looking at the man who lowered his head, he said to pay special attention to the one he considered unthinkable. Looking at the ground, Guanam asked him not to worry. Several branches with green leaves of trees surrounded the location. The dark-haired man added that he was already paying very close attention to him. The sun had set over the forest. A dark wooden 2-story building stood in the middle of it. Sajin was walking down the stone stairs. Starting to rotate her hand, she mentally stated that she was still not used to the form, so her movements were constrained. Approaching the double wooden doors, she mentally added that she thought that if she warmed up before starting the training, it would help her move more freely. When she entered the courtyard, her eyes widened sharply. The protagonist stood and looked at the house. Clenching his fists, he began to envelop himself in a calm aura. He meditated with his eyes closed, and his aura became stronger. Pursing his lips, he continued to meditate with a serious expression. A quick wind swayed the tree branches. The torn leaves flew over the dark roof of the house. The leaves fell on the stone slabs. Sajin looked ahead in surprise. The protagonist clenched and raised his fists, which began to be enveloped in dense circular streams of aura. He tensed the muscles in his face. An image of light appeared, which slowly split the tree down the middle. He counted the steps in his mind. An image of flying stones appeared when he reached the 3rd step. The mountain slowly crumbled and its remains fell into the abyss. Somewhere in the forest, an explosion occurred on the 5th step. More explosions they covered the location. Pieces of stones and earth flew across the forest. He reached 11. An image of the protagonist running down a cliff appeared. His scarred body was tense, his eyes were burning as he ran forward. He tensed up and gritted his teeth with all his might. He put his leg, shrouded in yellow aura, forward and began counting again. He suddenly knelt down. The aura explosion suddenly spread at several meters. Sweat was running down the protagonist's face. His head lowered, he looked down. The dark sky towered above several trees. A classic wooden house stood in the middle of the forest. He reached 12 steps. The protagonist closed his eyes and opened his mouth slightly. Still kneeling in the middle of the area, he mentally declared that after going through a complete transformation and absolute restoration, he defeated death and gained a body many decades younger. Opening his eyes, he added in his mind with disappointment that this cost him the last, most important step. Starting to stand up, he mentally said that he knew that he had lost some of his strength after awakening in this body. Standing up, he exhaled. His eyes opened and he turned his head. Looking at the surprised red-haired girl, he asked how much longer she would stand there. Placing her palm to her chest, she stated that the people they were supposed to meet. Opening her eyes, she finished the question seriously, saying that they would be the same as him. Putting her hands behind her back and turning her gaze to the girl, the protagonist asked if she was afraid. Sajin asked if she should be afraid. Seriously looking into her eyes, he stated that courage comes from fear, and courage without fear is not courage. The girl opened her eyes wide and her mouth fell open. Closing her eyes and starting to walk away, the protagonist said that she seemed to be here to warm up before the training began. He added that he would leave her alone. She raised a silver blade and pointed it at the guy. He turned around with a confused expression on his face. Seriously looking forward, the red-haired girl asked if he would mind sparring with her. Smiling kindly, the protagonist said that he would not hold back. Smiling, Sajin stated that it was fine. Looking at each other, they both prepared for battle. The moon lit up the dark night sky. Dowan, looking away, asked in surprise if they were talking about collaborating with both of the Yundang. Walking forward, he stated that he was sure that training within the coalition would be enough. Standing next to him, Guanam stated that he had already asked for their help. Seriously looking forward, the one-eyed warrior said that they were both very proud groups, so he was sure that they would be perfect for training with the Qingdang together. Turning around, he added that they said that they would contact them personally and set off once they were ready. Slamming his fist into his palm, Dowan stated that he understood. He walked forward along the road between the forest and the houses. In his mind, he thought that both Yunding specialized in ambushes. An image of two warriors with covered bodies and bandaged heads appeared. They trained day and night. The man mentally added that he heard that each of them was a martial artist. Looking ahead, the dark-haired man mentally wondered if Qingdang could withstand them. A noise was heard from the fenced area. Opening the doors, Dowan mentally wondered who was here at this time. The protagonist's hair fluttered in the wind as he made another lunge. Taking out her sword from its sheath, the red-haired girl swung. Making a sharp lunge, she threw her hand with the blade forward. The protagonist dodged it. Taking a stance, Sajin immediately counterattacked with his fist. The blow passed over the shoulder of the red-haired girl, who dodged. The protagonist blocked the instant kick to his head. They both jumped back from the point where the blows collided. Smiling, the protagonist declared that she was not bad. Confidently narrowing her eyes, the girl smiled. Satisfied, Dowan watched the battle. The wooden blade soared into the sky and began to spin. With a powerful blow, the man was able to throw his opponent several meters away. Gwanom, looking at the guy who fell face down, turned to Chanhyuk. Rushing to the guy who jerked in fear, he told him not to get distracted. Striking the block with the wooden sword, Gwanom was able to throw his sparring partner far away. Folding his hands behind his back, he stated that if this was a real fight, they would both be dead. Shifting his gaze, he menacingly called out to the next one. Keeping his hands behind his back, the dark-haired man, bending his body, was able to dodge the guy's attack. Extending his hand forward, he declared with a smile that he would not let him get away. Several threads tied around the hand extended forward. The girl squeezed her with the fishing line. Reaching out his other hand for the fishing line, Gwanom hoped that this wasn't another cheap trick. A dozen strings instantly wrapped around his entire body. The two people in front of him completely restricted his movement. The dark-haired man gritted his teeth. Raising his hand, Chanhyuk jumped at him. A malicious smile suddenly appeared on the man's face. Lowering his head and upper body, he kicked upward. The guy fell to the ground and dropped his blade. Grabbing the fishing line, Gwanom began to stretch it with all his might. Tearing it, he stated that it seemed like he told them that it didn't work. He grabbed the fishing line and pulled it towards him. The girl's arms began to spin rapidly. The shocked dark-haired man watched as the fishing lines began to make unusual rotational movements. The blow of the thin iron thread landed on the left side of his face. Grabbing his head, he said that this was a very dirty trick. The dark-haired guy rushed towards him, mentally saying that it was now or never. Running up to his opponent, he began to swing his blade. Stopping the sword with his hand and grabbing the guy by the neck, Gwanom declared that nothing would work. He threw his body at the girl, thereby knocking her down. Looking at the second girl who turned to the side, he threw a wooden sword at her. Een put her hand to her chest in fear. Appearing in front of her, Sajin blocked the blow. The man's blade flew back. He wheezed when it hit his body. He glared menacingly at her. Getting into a stance, the red-haired girl declared that if Yangxiab had a real sword, his left hand would have been cut twice already. Squinting his eyes, he smiled. Throwing his hand up and starting to laugh loudly, Nanam declared that the girl was picky. Getting into a stance and putting his hand forward, he said that in that case, one hand would be enough. He looked at the red-haired girl who jumped at his forehead in surprise. Her quick strike passed over his head. Turning his body and starting to swing, the dark-haired man stated that she was fast. Jumping up and tilting her body, she was able to dodge the arching strike of her hand. Her kick caught the man's shoulder. Slightly arching in pain, he cried out. Not giving him a chance to rest, Sajin rushed forward and continued the attack. The man intercepted her hand with the blade. Throwing her back to the ground, Gwanom declared that it was enough. With a kind smile, looking at the lying girl, he declared that it was an impressive attack. Sajin looked into his eyes, upset and slightly angry. The dark-haired man said that she was still far from defeating him, but this was very good. Placing his hands behind his back, he kicked her in the head. The red-haired girl lay on the ground with her legs tucked under her. The protagonist looked forward with a serious expression, narrowing his eyes. Rolling his shoulder with his hand, Gwanom said that it was the cheeky girl who looked at her mentor with such a nasty look. He called out the next one. Beekgon took a stance. Glaring at him, the dark-haired man asked him if he was afraid and told him to attack. His eye widened in surprise. 3 of the guy's fingers touched his back. Looking away, the protagonist standing behind him said that if this was a real fight, he would already be dead. He turned his gaze and looked at the man, calling him by name. A wooden cart was standing on the ground, while someone was asking what all this meant. 2 men in identical white suits were talking about how no one from Yeonchendan came to dinner, so they brought it here themselves. Dowan raised his eyebrows in surprise when one of the men asked if they ate anything else. He replied in the negative. Dawan furrowed his brows, pursed his lips, and assumed that their morning training was not over yet. The men in white clothes were carrying loads as they walked up the stairs, and Dawan asked them to leave them in the dining hall in that case. Dawan looked away, his lips curled and his black eyebrows raised. He approached a building with closed wooden doors, thinking that this was only the first day of their training. Dawan did not understand why they were so late. He carefully opened the massive doors. Dawan looked at the crowd of people dressed in dark clothes and asked what was going on here. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth, frowned, and opened his eyes wide in shock. Gwanam and Mushin stood opposite each other, and the man with a longitudinal scar on his face clenched his fists tightly. Gwanam's face was twisted with anger. He clenched his teeth tightly, and deep wrinkles formed between his frowning brows. The protagonist looked at him with hostility. Gwanam, who was half-turned, asked how Mushin dared to humiliate his own mentor. The protagonist frowned his black eyebrows and replied that he touched Gwanam's vital point, and this decided the outcome of the fight. Mushin asked if it was humiliating to admit one's own defeat. The man with a scar on his face opened his mouth wide and yelled loudly, ordering Mushin to shut up. He spread his arms out to the sides, stomped his foot on the ground, and shouted that he would put the protagonist in his place. Mushin only smiled softly inside. Gwanam was beside himself with rage. He glared at the protagonist with hatred and called him a brat. Then he lifted his heel from the ground, intending to run forward. Gwanam swung his fist in the air, but Mushin managed to dodge to the side. The protagonist frowned and looked at Gwanam's hand that was right in front of his face with horror in his eyes. The man then bent one knee and leaned back. When he wanted to attack Mushin with his foot, the protagonist grabbed his foot. The protagonist's long hair flew to the sides, and he thought that Gwanam was not the same as yesterday. The man attacked him non-stop, and Mushin continued to dodge and retreat, thinking that Gwanam's strikes were becoming more and more powerful. The man frowned and wrinkled his nose, clenching his hand into a fist and shouting loudly. The protagonist stopped his fist with a deft movement of his palm. Gwanam clenched his teeth tightly, glaring angrily at Mushin, who realized that his opponent was holding back his power. The man raised his hands, clenched into fists, while the protagonist thought that Gwanam was holding back because he did not want to hurt him, while not knowing his power. They stood facing each other with their legs bent wide apart, Gwanam attacking and Mushin defending. The man clenched his jaw tightly and arched his black eyebrows as the protagonist asked him to show his true strength. Mushin wrinkled his nose and asked with confidence in his eyes how the unholy fist could be so weak. Hearing these words, Gwanam's eyes widened in shock. He then frowned, spread his arms out to the sides, and shouted that Mushin really wanted to die. Gwanam swung his arm in the air, hitting the protagonist in the stomach. Mushin slid across the ground, sending dust flying into the air. He clenched his teeth tightly in pain as strands of his long black hair floated in the air. Gwanam clenched his jaw, trembling and cursing in his mind. His fist emitted smoke, and the man thought that he had momentarily lost control due to this provocation. As Mushin sat on one knee looking down, the man thought that even if the protagonist had neutralized some of his power with his aura, at least 20% of the power should have gone through. Gwanam lowered his fists and shouted that it might not have been Mushin's vital point, but he would be bedridden for a few days. The man furrowed his brows and added that the protagonist only had himself to blame since he had brought this upon himself. Mushin continued to look down, a smirk appearing on his lips. Seeing this reaction, Gwanam widened his eyes in shock and opened his mouth slightly. The protagonist stood up from the ground, his hands clenched tightly into fists as steam emanated from his body. The man with the scar on his face continued to look at Mushin with a shocked expression on his face, not understanding how this was possible. Suddenly, the protagonist raised his hands and furrowed his brows, staring straight at the man. His face was very serious. Gwanam wrinkled his nose, his skin covered in beads of sweat. Behind Mushin, a gray ghost of a warrior with long hair and a beard could be seen, standing in the same pose as him. A bright light appeared in Gwanam's eyes and he looked at it with a horrified expression, not believing that it was possible. Mushin smirked, silently looking at the man. Suddenly, he turned around, hearing someone's loud shout calling for the fight to stop. Dawan ran up to the protagonist and asked how he was behaving with his mentor and vice commander. Mushin turned to him, asking with a stern face if Dawan had arrived yet. Dawan then walked up to Gwanam, who was standing with his fists clenched, and asked him to calm down. Dawan arched his eyebrows and said with a forced smile that Mushin had not been taught good manners, and asked Gwanam to understand this. The man with the scar on his forehead frowned and pursed his lips tightly while trembling. The protagonist looked at him sternly. Against the colorful sky, a dark silhouette of a man was visible standing on top of a cliff. It was the god of war, Musioal, his long hair fluttering in the wind. His presence alone was enough to overwhelm anyone. The bearded man stared into the distance with his hands clenched into fists, and there was no doubt that he had died 20 years ago. Gwanam frowned on his sweaty face, thinking that 20 years had already passed. He wrinkled his nose, thinking that he had finally met someone with the same aura as the god of war. Gwanam recalled the image of a ghostly man with long hair and bright yellow eyes. He pressed his lips tightly and arched his black eyebrows, thinking that something incredible had truly happened here. It was a bright day, and among the green trees stood a small building, from which someone could be heard talking about how Gwanam had defeated countless criminals and villains over the years. There were two men sitting across from each other at the table, and Dowan was talking about how Mushin didn't need to train with him, but the others who were less experienced did. The stubbled man frowned and added that the protagonist should respect this training regimen and not cause any more trouble. Mushin looked at Dowan seriously and replied that he had no intention of causing trouble. Dowan frowned and stated that the protagonist had some kind of plan. His forehead wrinkled and he added that Mushin was now a member of the coalition and the vice commander of Yeonchandan, so his actions and words should reflect your position now. Dowan looked at him sternly and said that he was sure that the protagonist would do it without supervision. Mushin closed his eyes and promised that he would try his best. Dowan crossed his arms, looked away, and sighed. Looking at the protagonist walking away, the man said that he was really amazing, but Dowan had no idea what he was thinking. A crowd of people had gathered in a large area in the middle of a green forest. One of the men standing there put his hands on his waist and announced that the others would be training among themselves that evening. The members looked at him attentively as he said that they had a long way to go and that they should have felt it after training with Gwanam. Mushin furrowed his brows and told the members to remain calm and move forward step by step. A bright yellow sun could be seen through the clouds. Unhyeon held a sword in one hand and walked along the path. He turned around when he heard someone call his name loudly. It was Sagal, who had one hand on his waist and was smiling. He approached Unhyeon, asking if he wanted to meet Mushin at Yeonchandan, and the young man answered in the affirmative. Sagal smiled softly and said that from their first meeting he knew that the protagonist was not so simple. Then Sagal asked if Mushin had become the deputy commander of Yeonchandan. He closed his eyes and smiled contentedly when Unhyeon said that there was nothing he did not know. The sky was yellow, they walked side by side, and Sagal reminded Unhyeon that he had asked him to tell him when the location of the martial arts master's training would be decided. Mushin frowned when he heard the words about the martial arts master's training. He stood at the closed doors next to Unhyeon, who said that this was one of the significant events of Jinsodan, where meetings with other famous sects were held, and one could even receive teachings from their masters. Unhyeon frowned his black eyebrows, looking intently at Mushin and saying that he usually contacted the sects himself to get their approval. The protagonist widened his eyes in surprise and opened his mouth when Unhyeon added that this time, it seemed like the leader himself took the initiative to choose the sect and the date. The youth placed his hand on his waist and said that they were going to the Hebe Peng clan. Hearing these words, Mushin suddenly frowned tensely. Unhyeon saw this reaction and asked with a worried face if anything is wrong. The protagonist looked at the other man seriously and said that he was worried that the Hebe Peng clan did nothing when the Blood Snake sect was operating in their territory. Mushin added with a confident look that as the owners of the Hebe region, they were unlikely to not know about the existence of the Blood Snake, and if they left them alone despite knowing about them, it meant that there was something between them. Unhyeon placed his hand on his chin and said that he also heard Sagal say something like that. He remembered the man sitting with a cup in his hand and talking about how when the Blood Snake sect was thriving, they didn't even bat an eyelid. But when the Blood Snake sect fell, they sent out their inspection team and desperately tried to cover their tracks. Mushin looked at Unhyeon seriously and asked if Sagal knew that the protagonist was responsible for the Blood Snake sect's downfall, and Unhyeon guessed that it was possible given the man's knowledge. When Mushin asked if Sagal knew about his identity, he waved his hands in the air and said that he didn't think he would know anything about it. The protagonist asked with a serious face if Sagal could be trusted. Mountains were visible with trees growing on them. In the middle of the green forest, a tall rock was visible with a man standing on it. Sagal rested his palms on his knees, breathing heavily and saying that he still had a long way to go and he was already out of breath. He raised his sweaty face and said that at times like these, he always remembers that it is better to avoid difficult tasks. Sagal extended his hand to the side and walked further. He looked at the tall trees and asked what was the point of taking this difficult path instead of the other easy ones. Sagal narrowed his eyes and sighed tiredly. Then, he looked to the side. A bright moon was visible in the sky while someone was saying that Mushin was right. Sagal said with an irritated face that there was an organization of unknown size operating behind them, but they had no idea who they were. Unhyeon smiled when Sagal said that the protagonist must know something to say such things so boldly. The black-haired youth put his elbow on the table and said with a smirk that he would explain everything later and asked Sagal not to refuse Mushin. Unhyeon added with a confident face that Seongwol ordered him to help the protagonist as much as possible so Sagal could trust him. The man's mouth dropped open in shock upon hearing Swordmaster Songwol's name. Songwol remained silent, looking up thoughtfully. He recalled the image of the bearded man and thought that Swordmaster Songwol was no longer as perceptive as he once was due to his age. Songwol, with a sad expression, wondered who would dare to ignore Songwol's orders. Suddenly, he smiled softly. He was sitting on a rock, and in front of him stood 3 men with weapons in their hands. The bearded man in the middle asked Songwol what he expected to find when he crawled here, and the other man said that Songwol was brave for sitting in his favorite spot. Songwol smiled widely and sighed. He stood up from the rock, asking the men how they planned to make a living as bandits when they were so terrible at reading people. Then he turned around and walked away with a smile. The bald bandit frowned and shouted loudly, ordering the others to grab Songwol. The 3 ran after him, and the bearded man asked who Sogol thought they were. Sogol reached for his weapon. The 3 bandits froze in midair after the blow, and Sogol knelt down, holding the club in his hand. His hand gripped the wooden weapon tightly. He turned around and looked at the bandits lying on the ground. Then Sogol rolled his eyes and sighed, saying that he always remembers this at times like this. He fell silent, looking at the sky. Turning to the trees, he changed his mind about finishing his sentence and said that it was time to just get to Hebe. In the middle of the thick fog stood a wooden house. Dowan asked with a smile how the preparations for the exercise were going. He was sitting at a table with a man in black clothes, who said that the location had suddenly changed even though they only had a few people and it took him a few days to prepare everything. Lyjan said with a satisfied smile that the first group would leave tomorrow morning, and the second group would leave in a week. Dowan said he understood and picked up a drink. Lyjan looked at his interlocutor, asking how the Yeonchendan members were doing and whether Gwanom was torturing them. Dowan closed his eyes and brought the glass to his lips, smiling silently. The man slammed his fists together. Gwanom spread his arms out to the sides, yelling at the next participant with an angry face. The black-haired youth gritted his teeth as he approached the master, holding a sword in his hand. Gwanom put his elbow out and blocked the student's attack. He then clenched his jaw and swung his fist. The youth dodged the attack by bending down. The participant furrowed his brows and opened his mouth wide, stretching his arm out to the side. The blade of his sword hit Gwanom's arm, where there was metal armor. The man stood in the center of the training field, surrounded by participants. Gwanom praised the youth with a wide smile and yelled that he learned the lesson from yesterday. Gwanom frowned, calling for the next student, with Yangxiab standing behind him, gritting his teeth. The man clenched his jaw and spun around. Yangxiab had disappeared and Gwanom couldn't see anyone in front of him. He frowned thoughtfully and pursed his lips as the boy appeared behind him. Yangxiab swung his sword but Gwanom dodged the blow. The man tried to kick the student but he jumped into the air. Yangxiab dropped to one knee, placing his palm on the floor. Gwanom turned around, bent one knee and addressed all the participants. He smirked and declared that he would be the one to be beaten if he continued to give in. The man raised his hand, clenched it into a fist and shouted with a tense face that it was time to increase the difficulty. Mushin smiled with interest as he heard these words. The stone stairs led to a wooden building with several floors. Iron shackles lay on the floor while someone said that the participants were growing at an incredible speed. There were 3 people sitting at a rectangular table, discussing how the students had become so much stronger. Gwanom frowned, saying that the participants could train in the evening, but the man did not understand how they could have developed so much in such a short time. Dowan smiled, closed his eyes and said that this was the fruit of Gwanom's work. The blade of the sword hit the stone surface, where a depression was visible. Mushin watched the participant, asking if he was tired. The protagonist informed the youth that his blade's aura was unstable. The black-haired youth took the sword by the blade and said with a smirk that it was impossible to obtain a normal aura given the state of these weapons. Mushin placed his hands on his waist, saying that in a real battle, the student would not have to justify himself. The protagonist asked with a serious face if the youth knew what was understood first after achieving harmony with the sword. Mushin frowned and said that it was simply a huge amount of time spent swinging the sword. The 2 armored youths turned around, looking at the protagonist intently, who was saying that in harmony with the sword, one becomes one with the blade and also becomes free of it. Mushin smiled softly, saying that in that case, the disciple would no longer be attached to swords. The youth lowered his weapon, while the protagonist was saying that it was possible to achieve harmony with the sword even with a blunt training sword like this. The disciple raised his hand, smiling, saying that even if that were the case, using a normal sword instead of one that could break at any moment like a branch would be more convenient. Suddenly, Mushin plucked a branch from a bush. He ran his hand along the branch, removing green leaves from it. The protagonist then swung it in the air. Mushin looked at the rectangular stone. The disciples watched him in shock, their eyes wide and their mouths open. The protagonist's face looked concentrated. The rectangular stone was cut into 2 pieces. 2 men stood nearby and one of them said that he had made a bet with Gak for a drink. He raised his hand to the side and told the boy in front of him that he had bet on whether he could cut this rock in half using a twig. When the warrior with the twig in his hand asked who had bet on him being able to do it, the men replied that they both had. The warrior threw the twig out of his hands and asked why bother with an insignificant bet. The three of them walked forward and the man in black offered to bet that his comrade couldn't buy them a drink. Mushin smiled lightly. He then jumped forward with a smirk and swung his hand in front of him. The protagonist took a long step forward towards the rock. The rock began to crack and lightly smoke. Then it split into two pieces. The participants' jaws dropped upon seeing this. Heian raised her eyebrows in shock and Sajin looked as if she was confused. A round white moon was shining above the building. Sajin was walking along a rocky path. She was startled when someone said that they were leaving tomorrow. She hid behind a tree pole while Heian told the protagonist that he would contact him through Sagal if he could find out anything. Mushin furrowed his black eyebrows, saying that the fact that Sagal accepted their request meant that he knew something too. Sajin listened with a shocked face as the protagonist asked Heian to be careful in a place where something suspicious was happening. Heian raised one hand and said that he was not that weak and would not be defeated that easily. Mushin remained silent, his brown eyes never leaving the youth. Sajin's mouth fell open in horror when the protagonist suddenly turned to her and said that he was already used to this. The night sky was filled with bright stars as someone said that everyone was busy at the training grounds and that the blades Aura used on the branch had really fired them up. Two dark human silhouettes were visible and one of the people said that it seemed like Yeonchandan would become even stronger. They were Mushin and Sajin and the protagonist asked the girl why she didn't join in the enthusiasm of the other members. Sajin furrowed her thin eyebrows and asked if Mushin had just talked to Heian of Chinseodan. The protagonist lowered his head when the girl asked about their plans to develop Yeonchandan. Mushin gave an ambiguous answer. Sajin pursed her lips in displeasure and looked at him. She reached out to the protagonist's chest and said that it was rather rude that he was hiding this from her. The girl frowned, saying that if they were on the same path, then she should at least know what was going on. Mushin looked at her thoughtfully and asked if he should report everything he did. Sajin lowered her hand, stating that the protagonist did not trust her, and Mushin asked if she trusted him. Looking down, the protagonist asked if Sajin could trust others so easily. The girl fell silent, her eyes wide. Then she frowned and turned away from the protagonist. Mushin also turned around, asking Sajin to be patient. He fell silent and widened his eyes in shock when the girl suddenly said that she trusted him. With her back to Mushin, she added that it was still not easy. The protagonist's face became serious. The temple was illuminated by the warm sun. Leijin lined up the disciples in front of him. He said that as they knew, the Habepeng clan was the oldest clan in Habe, and also the most powerful clan in the province. The man put his fists on his hips and said that they would learn a lot there. So he asked to make the most of his time during these month-long trainings of martial artists and asked them to return safe and sound. The disciples began to leave the temple grounds. They were wearing blue robes. Ungen looked away. Mushin was leaning against the wall. He looked back at the boy. Ungen smiled. They began to go deeper into the forest. The man looked at the forest, standing at the edge of the platform. He said neither late nor early, but just in time. A servant came up to him from behind and asked why the Habe clan. The old man did not turn around, began to list Hubei and Hanam, Sichuan and Qinghai, and even Mount Hua in Shaanxi province. There was a gold medallion with a dragon hanging on his chest. He said that trainings were held in all these places, but not in Hebei. So he told them that this time they should go to Hebei. The old man held his hands behind his back and said if they ignored. The clouds began to thicken. Words were spoken that it would be disrespectful to them. The fog descended on the mountainside. It covered the village. In one of the houses, there was a conversation, considering that he was strong enough to earn the rank of vice commander in Qingdang, and that he was a hand-to-hand fighter who fit the description. The man in the red robe bowed and said that he believed the mysterious man from the coalition. He was the one responsible for what happened to the Blood Snake sect. The man on the throne asked his name. The man said the name Muin. The man drank from the clay vessel. He perked up and said how curious he was. The man bowed again, saying that according to the latest report, Xiaodeng was supposed to leave for the Hebei clan this morning to learn from the martial artists. The man stood up abruptly, asking about the Hebei clan. The man said that it was obviously a hasty decision on the orders of their leader. The man bared his teeth and smiled. He said that the old man had beaten them to it. He walked forward, pouring alcohol from a bottle. He ordered to continue watching Qingdang and Muin and asked to prepare to leave for Hebei, which surprised the man. The man smashed the jug on the man's head. He fell. Dawan asked how dare a mere shadow dispute his words. The man immediately stood up and said that he would immediately make all the preparations. Dawan fell silent and raised his head. At this time, in the Qingdang building, Dawan looked at the instructor who had arrived and asked what brought him here. He smiled and said that he had received an answer from Yundang and Amian. Dawan was surprised. He looked at Mayan, who was training, and called him. Dawan closed the door behind him. They approached the carriage and Dawan asked if the hero could do it. Mayan looked at the plan and asked if his I don't want to count it as I can't. Dawan laughed. The students began to discuss the upcoming training with flags. The map showed a flat-topped mountain, Debai Mountain, Tiantai Mountain, and Light Mountain. At the top of each mountain there is a flag that is guarded by many well-trained people. Nguyen spread his arms and said that the goal of the training was to get through these people, capture the flags, and return to the coalition. The students surrounded the table, asking about how they had to get the flags by any means necessary. They said it sounded simple. Deek Gun asked how much time they had. Nguyen looked at him and said they had 10 days. Chan Hayek asked how they could cross 4 mountains in 10 days. Deek Gun frowned and said they would have to split into 4 groups. He pointed to the farthest mountain and said that even then it would be unreachable. Just going there and back at full speed would take 10 days alone. Yang Xiaob nervously said that they would also have to get through the people guarding the flags. Moon said that they might have the advantage in numbers, but they couldn't block all the approaches to the peak. He said that even if they set up preventative measures in case they captured the flags, most of them should be located near the flag. He pointed to the map and said that the path to the top should not be difficult. He was interrupted, saying, "But if it is not so?" Nguyen was encouraged and said, "Even if so, when they approach the top, they will all gather to protect the flag." Xiaojun silently watched what was happening. Nguyen said that their main goal is not to prevent you from reaching the top. Nguyen smiled and summed up that the enemy's goal is to leave a flag on the mountain. He looked at the map and said that he would use this to capture the flags and return. He smiled, saying that they will do it in the 10 days they have. A new morning arrived at the temple. Dawan was stretching after sleeping. A servant who was cleaning up the trash looked at him and said, "Good morning." Dawan asked, "Are the others really not awake?" The servant smiled and said that they already left 2 hours ago. Dawan asked in surprise. At this time, the squad ran through the forest, led by Mushin. He was serious. He looked at the students and said that they were approaching a flat-topped mountain. Everyone nodded. 2 students jumped forward. He looked at the 2 students, told them to go to Mount Debai. The 2 students wished them luck and separated. Nguyen looked ahead and sent another squad to the Mountain of Light. The 4 of them continued on their way. The 2 sped up. Sajin looked at the hero. He said that it was time for them to go too. Sajin said that she would be in front. Mushin looked in surprise at how the girl sped up. He smiled. He sped up, and in an instant, he overtook the girl. She gritted her teeth, and after a while, she caught up with the hero. He was pleased with this and looked ahead. A picturesque landscape opened up before the heroes. A carrier pigeon flew through the air. It landed on the man's hand. He took out a message from a case. The dove flew away. The ninja on the mountain top said that the students left 4 hours before the appointed time. The ninja grinned, looked away and said that it would not help them. He frowned through his mask and said that Indan was against them. He looked at the squad, waved his hand and ordered them to get ready. He shouted that the flags given to them. Under no circumstances should they leave the summit. There was a red flag on the mountain top. The night of the first day had come. Smoke rose above the forest. All the students were lying in a circle around a large fire. One of them noticed that no one could sleep. He yawned and said that they should arrive at the Hebe clan by tomorrow. The second guy specified that somewhere around noon. Unhayan saw something among the trees. An unknown person was standing behind one of the trees. They called out to him and asked where he was going. Unhayan smiled and said that he needed to go to the toilet. He walked up to the stranger and asked how it went. He was handed a tied bamboo. Sogol stood in front of the guy and said that it was a flare used by the Wanderer faction. He said to point the flare into the sky and pull the string. He smiled and looked at the night sky and said that when he entered the Hebe clan and fired it, the Wanderer faction members would see it and report to the coalition. Unhayan smiled and said that Sogol must have come up with something. Sogol bowed his head and said that the wandering merchants and trading carts that carried goods to the Hebe clan. They stopped when the Blood Snake sect fell, but continued again after a while. He said that there was a carriage that only traveled at night. He said that they did not use torches, and also it was only accompanied by warriors. Sogol said that he looked for a chance and checked it out so that they would not notice anything. He couldn't see inside the boxes because the lids were nailed down tightly, but there was a foul smell and cold air coming out from inside. Unhayan became worried and started asking about what was inside. Sogol folded his arms and said that he could guess what was inside the boxes, but he would need to check it out. The boy listened in fascination to the merchant who said that they should be somewhere in the Hebe clan, so he wanted the boy to find these boxes and check their contents. The boy looked at his flare. Sogol said that the contents would determine whether to fire the flare or not. Unhayan braced himself and asked what should be inside the boxes for him to fire it. Sogol was sullenly silent. Morning came. The group of disciples stood on a rocky slope. In front of them was a view of the village of the greatest clan in Hebe province. Unhayan was happy about his imminent arrival, and he smiled. Meanwhile, on one of the mountains with flags, 2 disciples were looking at a flat-topped mountain. Beatgon and Libum were standing together. Beatgon said that they must reach the top by any means necessary. Libum looked up and said that it was a completely open mountain and also the closest one, so there might be more people guarding it, as they predicted. Mushin said that for a flat-topped mountain, people were needed who could break through from the front. Mushin said that Libum and Beatgon were taking the mountain on themselves because they had excellent skills. Beatgon smiled and said that they would find out now if they were right. He grabbed his sword and said that they would see each other at the top. The cries of birds echoed throughout the area. A cry echoed from tree to tree. Silence fell. There was a noise and the frightened birds flew away in different directions. The ninja looked at the forest and said that the enemies were approaching from the south and would be there soon. Libum was jumping off the trees. The ninja with black eyes said that he confirmed the movement. Beatgon was jumping without stopping. The ninjas began to fuss, reporting the enemy's movements. One of the guys appeared above the treetops. He was coming from the south. The second guy was approaching from the east. The ninja noticed that both guys looked like members of the Qingdang clan. The flag fell as the wind died down. The ninja were discussing the number of enemies. The squad leader looked at the flag and asked, "Do they really think that they can take the flag from them with just the two of them?" He frowned and said that this was very impudent. Libum frowned. He slowed down. Beatgon was approaching the exit of the forest. He looked ahead and jumped off the rocks. He disappeared from sight. The ninjas shouted that the eastern objective was out of sight, as was the southern objective. The leader of the squad came up to the slope and said that the fastest way to find a frog hiding in the grass was to poke at the suspected location. He ordered 3 men to follow each of them. 3 men moved out on each side. They rushed through the forest at great speed. Tree trunks flashed before their eyes. The men were focused. The heroes hid behind the tree trunks. Libum noticed an enemy running under him. The ninjas stopped at the foot of the slope in front of the forest. Beatgon was hiding in the foliage and smiling. He was a little nervous, remembering Mushin's instructions that when they almost reached the top of the mountain, they should immediately disappear from sight. Mushin explained the plan. He said that then they would go looking for them. Someone suggested that it would be like looking for frogs in the grass. Mushin smiled and said that then their strategy would begin. Libum was jumping on the branches. He was already discovered. Mushin was telling him to run to the top while they were chasing. They started throwing wooden daggers. Mushin said that this way the enemy would think that they were avoiding them and would desperately try to stop the boys from reaching the top. Beatgon easily blocked the daggers. The ninja with black eyes shouted that the heroes were running towards the top again. He looked at the commotion going on in the forest and said that their squad members were chasing the heroes. He said that the trees were blocking his view of who was who. The leader said angrily that at this rate, if they reached the top, they would not know where to wait for them. Mushin smiled and said that once their view was limited, they would become hesitant in making decisions. And when that happened, their reactions would be slow. The ninja watched the noise in the forest. Libum cut the dagger flying at him. He looked at the flag, recalling the hero's words that this would create gaps in their defense. At this time, Chang Hyun asked Haeon if he had told her why this training was important to him. They were crossing a bridge. The guy jumped forward. The girl asked why he didn't shut up and catch his breath. He asked how could he catch his breath with his mouth closed. Haeon exhaled and became irritated. Chang Hyun turned around with a smile because the girl asked why it was so important. They walked on. The guy said that he had never separated from Chang Huk and they always stuck together no matter what they did. Haeon looked at the nervous guy and asked if this was his first time doing something without his friend. The guy giggled. He turned around with a smile and said that's why this training is so important to him. It's his first time, so he has to give it his all. Haeon was surprised when the guy said that if something happened that they couldn't work together one day. Chang Hyun looked ahead and said that Chang Hyuk wouldn't worry about him and could focus on himself. He scratched his cheek shyly and said that his brother, unlike him, doesn't get nervous over little things. Haeon looked ahead with a frown. She stepped forward and said that from the looks of it, he wasn't that different from his brother. He chuckled questioningly. Haeon, without turning around, said that she had heard that twins could sense each other even when they were apart, so if one of them succeeded, she was sure the other would follow suit. Chang Hyun smiled. Wooden daggers rained down on the boy. Libum deflected them one after another. Beatgon dodged them with a smile. Both boys jumped forward. Libum was serious. Beatgon smiled back at him. They broke through and began to cut down every fighter in their path, moving towards the flag. Libum fought and called out to his partner. He responded and broke through to the flag. He cut down the flagpole. He grabbed it, stood behind Libum, and the boys said that Qingdang had captured the flag from the top of the plateau. The ninja charged. Their leader stood behind them and asked if they would let them take the flag. He asked if they wanted to be known as the worst Dan team in history. The teammates ran away, the crowd running after them. The heroes jumped from the top of the cliff. The ninja ran down the steep slope, screaming at them not to let them get away. The teammates fell into the leaves. Wooden daggers flew at their backs. Leaves and branches began to crumble and rattle from the impacts. The leader stood at the top. He frowned and said that their enemies were good. He looked at the large expanse of forest. Beatgon leaned against a tree and cursed. Libum looked at the cut on his leg. Beatgon said that one of the wooden daggers had hit him pretty good. He sat down on a rock and said that he couldn't run. Libum sat down opposite him and said that they wouldn't be able to meet up with the Debai Mountain team. Beatgon was sweating and asked if he could help them alone. Libum asked if the guy could go back alone. Beatgon smiled. Libum ran down the mountainside. He remembered Mushin's words, who said that Debai Mountain would be the hardest of all. He jumped over rocks and ran on. Mushin said that the mountain was hard to cross and they would need at least 3 people since it was so wide. However, the Mountain of Light would also require many people. Mushin looked at the map and said that that's why only 2 people would go, but that would certainly not be enough. He looked up and said that that's why after the Flat Top Mountain team successfully captured the flag, they would go help the Mountain of Light team. Now that Libum thought about the vice commander's plan, he smiled and realized that there was no backup plan in case he and his partner lost. He ran forward. Strangely enough, none of them thought there was anything strange about it. A soldier sat next to the flares. He was told to light them to announce that they were coming soon. The leader of the other squad said that anyone who did not hold their position would be punished with a month of hellish training. A flare shot into the air. It was visible from all around. Heian and Changhyun looked up. Night had fallen. Sajin asked how the hero knew Unhyun. Mushin looked away and asked, did the girl really have the strength to chat? He said that the rest would be short, so he ordered the girl to shut up and use the time usefully. Sajin pouted. She asked, is a little chatter really that tiring? Mushin turned around with a smile. Sajin turned around when the hero said that he met a guy at a lodge near Hebe. He remembered that at that time, there was a member of the Blood Snake who made a scene. The hero knocked him out. He looked ahead and said that then the owner of the lodge warned him in fear that trouble always follows you when you interfere with the affairs of the Blood Snake. Sajin opened her mouth in surprise. The hero said that that's why he went to the Blood Snake headquarters to take care of everything, and then one of the people in the lodge went with him, saying that he wanted to help him. It was Unhyun. Mushin smiled and said that that's how he met him and they became friends. He said that because of him, he decided to join the coalition. Sajin turned towards the hero and said that she heard that the Blood Snake sect was mysteriously erased. The girl was shocked. He asked if he and Unhyun were responsible for this. Mushin turned away and asked how about taking a break. He looked at the night sky and said that at this rate there would be no time to rest. Morning came. The rocky Debai towered over the forest. Libum was already approaching her. Heian was holding a red flag in her hands. Tired, she sat on a rock. Libum appeared from behind a tree and called out to the girl. She turned around gloomily, not expecting to meet him here. Trembling, she tried to get up. Libum immediately ran up to her and asked how she was feeling. The girl fell, looked away and said that Changhyun distracted them so she could escape. She said that the guy should be on the mountainside. Libum sat her down on the ground. The girl asked how her brother was. Libum replied that he was injured, so he returned first. She grabbed him by the collar. She was dead tired and demanded to find the guy, find him and come back as soon as possible. Libum smiled and asked the girl not to worry. Without further ado, he went to look for him. Heian lowered her gaze, thinking about Changhyun's words, who spoke about the importance of this training for him. She gritted her teeth and leaned her head back on the rock, saying out loud that she was not the type to worry about others. The heroes ran across the plain. They stopped at the edge of the slope and looked at Mount Tiantai, the foot of which was covered in fog. The wind blew Sajin's hair. She said that because of the fog, the mountain really seemed like it was in heaven. Mushin remained silent. He did not look away and said that as soon as they got the flag, the girl should return to the coalition and check Mount Debai on the way. Sajin put her hands on her hips and said what she thought. That the Flat Top Mountain team would help with Debai Mountain and they would help with the Mountain of Light. Mushin said that he would be enough for the Mountain of Light, but he was not sure about Debai Mountain. Sajin said dissatisfiedly that it was just training, so why was the hero taking it so seriously? She ran ahead and said that she did not like it and she would go to the Mountain of Light with the hero. He followed her and said that this training might be meaningless for her, but it was important for Chengdang. He caught up with her and said that he believed. Sajin was embarrassed. The hero said that he believed that she would do it. He stood in front of the girl and asked if she found it easy to trust others. Sajin was embarrassed and silent. The hero turned around. She said that the hero must be different from back then. She willfully walked ahead and said with her eyes closed, since he trusted so easily. Mushin smiled. 2 men ran through the forest. One said that Mount Debai and the flat-topped mountain had lost their flags. They climbed up the slope. One said that Mount Debai had lost its flag at dawn. The other said that he knew it, and one of them was a woman. They went down through the leaves. They did not believe it. They remembered the fog that came after. The man said that if they lost their flag they would be seriously disgraced. They saw the unknown sitting on a rock. They approached the man and asked what he meant by that. They called out to the man and asked if he hadn't heard that they were supposed to patrol in groups of 2. The man sat and didn't answer, and his partners began to pepper him with questions. He pulled out his knives. He turned around abruptly and threw them at the 2 men. They fell to the ground, dead. He approached them, still alive, and the man began to ask why he did that. He came even closer, blocking the sun, and said that they were unlucky because his target. He smiled slyly, and he said that his target was Muin. The fog was gradually clearing. Tree trunks were flying past one after another. Sajin ran forward. The trees began to part. She was just picking up speed. The fog was already very close. Suddenly, 2 enemy fighters appeared. They flashed through the fog. 2 red signal flares rose above the forest. 2 other fighters stood at the top of the slope and looked at the red smoke. One said that 2 were coming from the southern ridge. The man with the scar asked to warn everyone. A column of green smoke appeared above the slope. The fighters sitting on the tree branches noticed the green signal. They ran forward. They raced along the treetops, reporting that they were gathering on the southern ridge. Mushin noticed the enemy movement. Sajin looked in the same direction as the hero and called him. He said that the enemy knew they were coming. The man grabbed the ring of the throwing knife. He pulled it out and blood spurted. He thought, turning away from the bodies. He looked at the stream of green smoke in the distance and smiled. He walked forward and began to disappear into the fog. Rocks flew at great speed. Their impact destroyed thick tree branches. The ninja swung for another throw. He flew at the running heroes. Mushin noticed the throw. A rock flew in front of the girl's face and crashed into a tree. It fell out and began to fall. The hero said that it was an ebony ball. Sajin caught up with the hero and asked if it would hurt if it hit him. The hero offered to check it out for himself. Enemies appeared in front of them. Sajin politely refused. The ninja stood in front of them and began to throw balls. Sajin barely parried all the throws. The ninja were scared. The couple simply jumped over them. They ran forward without engaging in battle. The fighters ran forward, saying that the heroes were not ordinary people. They ran forward, falling further and further behind. They said that the heroes were, at the very least, professionals. Mushin said to save their strength for Mount Debai. The girl said that she knew what she was doing. The hero raised his head and saw an ambush in the trees. He grabbed the girl by the shoulder and led her away from the place where the balls hit. He smiled, looked at the irritated girl and asked what she was talking about. The enemies were catching up. They were shouting that the heroes were passing the ridges and approaching the mountainside. They ran around the tree trunks. Orders were heard to stop the heroes. Ebony balls were flying. The man and the girl dodged them. Many of the shells crashed into the trees. Fighters jumped out of the upper branches and threw the balls from above. They flew at the heroes at an angle. Mushin and Sajin jumped from the rocky slope and flew down. The hero noticed something ahead. He slowed down. The girl did not understand why. He looked ahead and asked how far the girl could jump. They were standing on the edge of a huge cliff, the bottom of which was covered with fog. Sajin nervously turned around. They were surrounded and the enemy said that it seemed that the hero did not see where he was running because of the fog. The fighters stood in a row and looked at the heroes. Their leader said that this was the Galgal Valley, and they were in front of a very steep descent with a 50-step gap. He smiled and said that they had nowhere to go. Mushin smiled. The enemy leader said that the heroes would not be able to get the flag. Sajin looked at the enemies in confusion. They were offered to surrender. The leader angrily pressed his lips and said that if the heroes resisted, everyone prepared to throw balls. He said that they would beat the heroes half to death and send them back in a cart. Mushin said that there would be no surrender or fight. Sajin turned around and said fearfully that she could not. The hero said that they would cross the abyss and get to the top. Mushin looked at the numerous detachment. The girl said that the abyss was 50 steps wide and its limit was 25, but the hero said that this would be enough. Sajin was taken aback. Mushin stepped forward and said that it was the enemy who would have to surrender. He pointed to himself and said that given the distance separating them, they were much closer to the flag. He spread his arms and said that the distance would increase even more once they crossed the gap and he didn't think they could catch them. He turned around and said forward. They ran. The leader shouted that this was not the distance they could cross. Sajin looked ahead in fear. The hero told the girl to trust him and jump with all her might. She said that it wouldn't work just because she trusted him. The leader waved his arms, looked at the fighters, asked if they really wanted to clean up their corpses later. He gave the order to not let them jump. The cliff was getting closer. Mushin asked them to get ready, but the girl screamed and said that it was too far. She closed her eyes. Mushin said now. They jumped. The ninja looked at the couple in shock, calling them crazy. Sajin closed her eyes, but she began to slowly open her eyes. They were in midair. She looked at the hero. The second cliff was approaching. The hero ordered them to watch their feet. They landed on the other side of the slope. Mushin looked back, and Sajin sat on her knees and trembled, saying that they had made it. Mushin was silent. He looked at the fuss on the other side. He smiled weakly. He offered his hand to the girl. She said that he could do it alone. Mushin pulled her to him and asked if she was afraid that she would fall, but Sajin objected that she was not a child. They looked at the top of the mountain, which was very close. A red flag stood on the top. Several frightened men stood in front of it. Mushin jumped towards them. They began to swing their arms to throw. A moment and both were already falling to the ground. Sajin jumped to the flag. She cut down the shaft. After a while, in the shadow of the trees, she rolled up and fastened the flag to her belt. Mushin said that they would barely make it back to the coalition in time. He said if she managed to reach Mount Debai today. He stood in front of the girl and asked her to hurry. He turned around. The girl called out to him. She looked away and said that she was not sure if she needed to say this, but she asked the hero to be careful. Without waiting for an answer, she ran towards Mount Debai. Mushin smiled. He ran through the fog towards the mountain of light. He was focused, and he noticed something. He stopped abruptly. He began to listen. He frowned angrily. Someone's laughter began to reach through the fog. The hero looked around. The stranger said that he suppressed it as best he could. Mushin was silent. The stranger guessed his name. He stood in front of the hero and said that it seemed that he was able to notice the thirst for murder that he was never able to suppress. Mushin loudly asked who was standing in front of him. The stranger smiled. Mushin began to get angry and asked again. The stranger did not move. He said it does not matter who he is. He held his hands behind his back. His face was hidden by the fog. He addressed the hero. He bowed his head and said it is important who the hero is. He smiled and said that he had long wanted to meet the hero. He quickly extended his hand forward, and a dagger immediately began to approach the hero's face. He dodged. The knife scattered the hero's hair. It plunged into the tree and broke it, and the tree trunk cracked. It began to fall. With a crash, it fell behind the hero. He looked angrily at his enemy. The man smiled and said that the hero was already disgracing him with this greeting. No one risked getting closer. The stranger said that the hero did not even flinch or blink an eye. Mushin took a step forward. The stranger said that he did not think that the hero was obliged to have at least that much courage. The fog flew away. The stranger said that otherwise it would not be fun at all. He disappeared. Mushin frowned. He looked to the side and easily dodged the next throw. He opened his eyes wide. The stranger was right above him. He threw two more knives. They were already in front of the hero's eyes. There was a crash. The stranger watched, clinging to a tree. In response, the man's knife flew. He smiled in surprise and jumped back. The tree he was sitting on collapsed. He landed and hid behind a tree. He said that the hero knows how to have fun, but he lacks the skills. He looked out from behind the tree with a smile. He chuckled in surprise, seeing an empty hole. Mushin found himself behind the stranger, who shuddered with fear. The hero hit the man and he flew to the side. He crashed his back into a tree. Mushin immediately grabbed him by the throat. He pressed the enemy into a tree and said nothing more than what he was wearing. He looked at the enemy angrily and said that nothing about him anymore revealed that he was from Zhongyuan. He squeezed the stranger's throat even harder and said that he was not from there. The stranger smiled with difficulty. Blades came out of his sleeves. He struck the hero, but could only cut off part of his hair. He struck again, but missed. Mushin grabbed the stranger's arm. He pressed him into the tree, swung his arm to strike, and asked, "Are there enough games?" He struck the man in the chest. He broke through a tree. A roar and dust rose above the forest. Leaves flew in all directions. There was mayhem. Dust was carried away by the wind. Mushin looked angrily at the stranger. His silhouette was visible in the dust. He was laughing. His body arched. He laughed even harder. Blood flowed from his mouth. The stranger smiled and said that the hero was even better than he thought. He shook his head, saying that the hero could hurt him. He got into a fighting stance and said that it would not be enough to kill him. Mushin frowned. A black stream of smoke rose into the sky. The stranger looked at the hero and said, "What a shame." He smiled and assumed that the brats from Yundan found the bodies of their comrades. Mushin clenched his fists and asked if he had killed them. The man replied that those guys were interfering with their meeting. The hero ran towards the stranger. He said that now he would have to leave before they came running. He said that he had no more time. Mushin swung and asked, did he really think that he would let him go? The stranger lit the bomb and smiled. He hit the ground. The battlefield was covered in red smoke. He smiled through the smoke and said that they would see each other again soon. Mushin covered himself from the acrid smoke. The man said that next time they would continue the game together with his brothers. The smoke cleared and the hero found himself alone on the battlefield. He was silent, having gone through a complete transformation and absolute restoration. The eagle flew high in the sky. The hero was reborn in a new, younger body, while retaining all the memories that he had 2 decades ago. He ran along the mountainside. He looked ahead and mentally said that he made 2 mistakes. He was approaching the edge of the cliff. The first mistake was that he did not know his true identity. He jumped down the slope. The second mistake was that the stranger revealed that he had infiltrated Zhongyuan. Mushin closed his eyes. He remembered the battle, thought about the unfinished business from 20 years ago. He smiled. He hit the rock and it broke into many small pieces. Mushin mentally challenged everyone and offered to come to him if they dared. He ran on with a smile, saying that he would destroy each of them. The stranger came to the cave. He was losing blood and cursing everything. He was burning red and thought that the hero was incredibly skilled and strong, despite his age. He did not believe that the hero single-handedly destroyed the Blood Snake sect. If there was some purpose behind his actions, and joining the coalition was part of it. He meditated, healing his wounds. Light came from his eyes. He thought that all this could become a serious hindrance to the organization. His expression didn't change, but he was thinking that he needed to get rid of the hero as soon as possible. Day came. Night followed. Ian ran through the forest. She was tired and breathing heavily. She looked ahead with difficulty, thinking that not far from the Mountain of Light there was a small town called Yonam. She remembered Mushin's speech, who said that each of the students, regardless of whether they received the flag or not, must wait there for the hero until midnight on the 6th day. She ran forward with fear. She saw a small village. She ran to its shore and stopped. She exhaled steam. She remembered the battle, remembered how Chanhyuk shouted for the girl not to worry about them and asked her to just get to Yonam. Yongseob shouted that at this rate they would all be caught. He asked Beek to hurry. She ran with the flag and shouted that she would return with the deputy commander. Now she looked heavily at her feet. She felt something and turned around. She released the thread. The thread caught something in the darkness of the forest. Ian pulled it towards herself. She stopped. The hero said that she was late. The girl made out the deputy commander in the darkness, on whose hand the thread was wrapped. The girl fell to the ground. She said that she did not recognize the hero. He asked if she was okay. She lowered her head and said that she was okay. Then the hero asked where her partners were. She sadly said that they gave her the opportunity to escape, but she did not know what happened to them. Mushin asked her to turn around. She sat with her back to the hero. He said that he would now replenish her energy and she would return to the coalition with the flag. She wanted to turn around and said that she could not. She said that she promised to return with the hero. He calmly replied that Pak had done more than enough. He touched her back and said that he would take care of the rest. He asked the girl to relax and calm her breathing. He touched her with his palm. He remained silent for a while. His hand began to be covered with streams of energy. His eyes began to glow. It was day. There were small figures of ninjas on the mountain. They were spread out all over the area. One of them said that it would take at least 5 days to reach the coalition of the Mountain of Light. The students were lying captive. Today was already the 6th day. The ninja said that since no one had come to help the students, he opened his eyes wide and said that they had abandoned them. He turned around. His comrades were laughing. He said that there was no need for the drug of intoxicating sleep. He said that they would not make it back in time even if he cured them. The guards noticed something in front of them while the leader asked, should they give them an antidote to free them? A figure appeared above the forests, approaching the top. The leader looked at the guards in surprise and asked again. They pointed to the forest and said that this was not the girl who took the flag. The sentry said that he was approaching at an incredible speed. Mushin ran along the treetops. The leader of the squad began to peer into the forest, asking who was approaching them. The entire squad ran to the edge of the slope. The order was given to prepare swords. Mushin was rapidly approaching. The leader screamed in fear that the enemy was already close. Mushin hovered above the squad after the jump. He began to spread his arms and legs, starting to fall. He landed, knocking a shockwave out of the rock. He smiled and looked at the leader. He raised his hand in fear and gave the order to take him. The ninja all attacked the hero at once. He began to repel their attacks with his bare hands. Easily dealing with people, he walked forward. He knocked people out, and suddenly he screamed. At the same time, 3 ninja went flying. The leader looked at this with wide eyes. Mushin towered over him, coming close. Behind him, each fighter was lying exhausted. The hero asked if the boy would mind if he took them. Night fell. Then a new day began. Some time later, in the Qingdang building, Wadon asked how his ankle was. Beekon came down the stairs and said that it hurt a little, but it would be fine. Dowan looked at the table on which the rolled-up flag lay, but for now, alone, like a man. Beekon frowned and said that today is the 10th, the last day. He said that they will succeed. The servant pointed somewhere to the side and called the commander. The commander turned to the side and saw his squad. Beekon ran up and exclaimed happily. Dowan slowly began to smile. He approached the squad. Livum began to bow and began to report, but Dowan waved his hand and said that it was enough. He smiled and said that he was sure that they were all tired and therefore there was no need for formalities. He ordered everyone to relax and rest a little. He looked at the servant and ordered everyone to prepare food and drinks. Beekon hugged Ha-on and said that she was good. Lib Boom put his hand on his shoulder and said that they were all good. Lib Boom looked at Beekon and asked where the others were, but the boy said that the Dawn Mountain team had not arrived yet. Beak Gon became nervous. He looked at Sojin, who put the flag on the table, and said that the deputy commander was not there either. Sojin was gloomy. Sunset came. Sogal was standing at the temple gate. One of the guards said that they made a bet among themselves whether everyone from Qingdang would return or not. The boy looked up and said that the guy with the injured ankle arrived 3 days ago, and 4 more returned this morning. Sogal looked at the guard and asked about the commander. He was told that he was unlikely to return. The merchant looked away and was surprised that he had not returned yet. Sojin approached him and apologized, wanting to pass. She walked away. The guards asked how far she was going. The girl replied that she was going to greet her comrades who would be back soon. The guard laughed and said that they had better go back. He said that it was not a very large sum of money, but he was sure that they would return. Sogal looked at the girl silently. She looked at the horizon and did not move. The merchant frowned. Just after the fall of the Sinner faction in the Great Nurum battle, a lifeless body lay on the ground. Gradually, rumors spread that the mages and their leader Dangak were to blame for this. But the mages were always one step ahead. They used the remaining bloodline of Dangak and his assistants as scapegoats. They lost all their wealth, the men were beheaded and the women were tortured. And although it was not yet confirmed, it was obvious that Dangak's daughter had hidden her identity and defected to their side. Sogal remembered listening to these words. Now he looked at the girl and thought. Sojin looked into the distance. The merchant thought about her fiery red eyes. And even though it was only for a moment, now she stood with her back to the man. He felt her cold and razor-sharp aura. He looked at her sword, at her skill with a sword. He frowned even more and asked himself, what are the chances that this is the same girl? Was she really right under their noses all this time? Sojin was silent. The sun sank lower and lower, dusk approached. After a while, the girl gasped. She saw someone in the distance. He cheered up, thinking that it was a hero. She broke away and ran forward. Sogal looked after her indifferently. He waved in front of the guard's nose and said that he should have bet more money on this. He pursed his lips and walked into the temple. Sojin ran ahead. The remaining members of Qingdang went home. Mushin looked at the girl. Sojin smiled. Night fell. 4 flags were on the table. Dowan said that he did not expect much, since 10 days was absurd, but they returned all 4 flags. Dowan leaned on the table. Candles were brought out into the yard. He praised the hero for the fact that each member of the unit returned. He smiled and said that Mayan always exceeded his expectations. Mushin stood seriously in front of the commander, who said that Qingdan's fame would definitely grow after this training, and it was all thanks to the brilliant planning and efforts of the hero. He looked at the commander and said that he really gave everything to achieve this success, but there was no guarantee that it would actually happen. He smiled and said that all this was only possible thanks to everyone's joint efforts. A mountain of food was placed on the table. Everyone sat in a group and told stories about what they experienced during this training. Qingdan grimaced and told his story, embellishing it greatly. Libum smiled, listening to these stories. He looked at the boy who said that at that moment he felt like he had met the love of his life. Mushin stood on the balcony, listening to the laughter coming from the room. He was silent. He turned around when Sojin said that she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. She stood in front of him and again noticed the hero's shortened hair. He asked why she wasn't with the others. Sojin looked down in displeasure and said that she wasn't used to celebratory feasts and such. Mushin smiled and said that even though it was just training, it was still a significant event, because that's when the bond with comrades is strengthened. Sojin looked at the hero and asked what about him. The hero turned away and said that it was important to draw a line between the elite and the scum. These words greatly shocked the girl. He smiled and said that it was just a joke. Sojin looked at the hero, confused. She shook her head and said that she didn't know he could joke. She said that he simply had to. Mushin noticed something. He saw Sogal in the yard. He left the balcony and said that he would be right back, leaving the girl alone. Sogal was standing in the gazebo. The hero approached him. He looked at the merchant and asked how it went. The man gestured to be as quiet as possible. Someone was watching them in the distance. Sogal smiled and asked if she could be trusted. Mushin turned around and said that she would not ruin their plan. Sogal laughed and said that he knew how to play with his words. He smiled and said whether he trusted her or whether he had tamed her. He said that it didn't matter who she was, because as long as he could control her. Mushin looked at the merchant and said if it wasn't about work. The man interrupted the hero and said that there had been a signal last night. He smiled slyly and said that it was Unhyeon's signal and that something had happened in Hebe. The man remembered the city and said that there had been a few instances where the Hebe Peng clan had supported the Blood Snake sect, but it wasn't enough to say that they were related. Mushin remembered himself as a boy when he heard that this showed how carefully the Hebe Peng clan had covered their tracks, so he had looked elsewhere. The man explained how he had snuck into their warehouse because the boxes being secretly transported to their base had caught his eye. He remembered sneaking down the hallway as a young boy and said that since he had no excuse for breaking into their compound, he had asked Unhyeon to find them and check the contents. The man turned around and said that if the boy had fired a flare, it meant that he had found something terrible inside. He thought of Unhyun, who was standing in front of the shelves. Sogol looked sideways at Mushin and said that this meant that this could be a much bigger problem than the relationship between the Peng clan and the Blood Snake sect. He thought about the corpses in the boxes. Mushin looked at the man seriously and said that they could be the contents of the boxes. Sogol was very surprised by such a guess. Mushin frowned and asked him not to tell anyone about this. The guy perked up when Sogol said that he was not sure. The man looked unhappy, since if this organization he said to check was using corpses, then it was not something he could keep quiet about. Mushin looked worried when he said that he knew about it, and that was why he was asking him to be more discreet. The guy looked closely at Sogol and once again asked him to keep this a secret for 1 week, or at least a few days. Sogol was not happy with such a request. Mushin and Sajin were walking down the mountainside when the girl complained that he wanted to leave without even telling the commander. Mushin, looking ahead, replied that moving in large groups was too slow and obvious. Sajin heard that they might miss their chance, to which she replied that they were nevertheless the greatest in Hebe, speaking of the Peng clan. They walked along a stone road, and Sajin said that they should report this and find some kind of excuse, since this was not a place they could just barge in on just because they found a few bodies. Mushin glanced at her and asked if she remembered how he told her to be more prepared. Sajin looked at him in surprise. She remembered that day and his back when he told her to be more prepared, since whatever she experienced next would be incredibly difficult to endure. She repeated those words out loud. Mushin turned to Sajin and asked if she wanted to find the answer to her question herself. He looked to the side and said that the answer was over there. Sajin did not know what to say. She remembered the words of her teacher, who said that she would find the answer if she followed him. Sajin called his name. Mushin looked at her seriously and told her to change her clothes and take her sword. He smiled slightly and said to do so only if she trusted him. The girl smiled. The moon was full in the sky. A strong wind rose over the plain. A lone figure was visible through the storm. The man covered his face with a scarf, saving himself from the sand and the wind. He knelt down in front of a slab surrounded by torches, after which the man standing on the slab asked what brought him here. He said his name was Ha and he had come here to make a request of the Lord. The man turned to the man who had asked and haughtily told him to return to his post, as a lord was not obligated to grant an audience to someone like him. Ha became angry and said that a few days ago, he had personally fought Mushin, the man responsible for the downfall of the Blood Serpent sect. He had stared ahead intently and said that Mushin was stronger than they thought and that he could become a great obstacle in their path. Ha placed his hand on his knee and said that he therefore wished to ask permission to send his assassination team and get rid of the boy. The man who was standing on the slab said that they had all been ordered to keep a low profile and stay out of the sight of the coalition. He glared at Ha and said that he had left traces of their organization's existence, not to mention that he had failed to kill Mushin. The man's face darkened with anger as he asked how Ha had the nerve to ask for forgiveness. Ha became furious and said that he was not seeking forgiveness, as he was only doing this for their safety. The man on the slab raised his finger. A man wrapped in cloth appeared behind Ha, holding a weapon at the ready. The next moment, Ha's head flew to the side as the man said that it looked like the coalition was plotting something. He looked at the torches and said that there was no movement except for Chen Sodan, who were training. He grimaced and said that they had news that Jiang Dong had gone to the Peng residence. He stood in front of the gentleman and said that it looked like he had gone there in case something happened, then asked what they should do with him. The gentleman sat on the ledge of the rock and replied without turning around that whether it was intentional or not, they should show them if they pointed their swords at them. The gentleman barely moved as he said that they would suffer much greater losses. His face darkened with anger as he ordered that this be conveyed to Chang Dong, and if all else failed, then he was to kill everything that breathed in the Peng residence. He thought of the residence and added that they could burn it all down. Don read the note that said that if he couldn't take it, then give neither. He frowned and ordered his servant to prepare a team of assassins within half a day's travel of the residence. The man burned the note and said that he had said about the one who shook his hand and the one who was trying to break free. He smirked, saying that this would be a good example for both of them. The sun was shining brightly over the house. Dowan asked in surprise if the deputy commander was missing. Libam folded his hands behind his back and said that he was not in the residence, and Yongxiao said that his clothes were there. Beekgon, nervously, said that the last time they saw him was last night, and Heian added that he was nowhere to be seen after that. Ayan answered with concern when asked if Sajin was missing, that her clothes were there, but her sword was gone. Dowan asked the other guys, but they said that they had searched almost everywhere in the coalition, but they were nowhere to be found, no one had seen them, and there was no record of them leaving through the main gate. Suddenly, a servant ran out and called Dowan. He was holding a note in his hand. The two men were walking across the bridge when one of them asked if they had become arrogant just because they had done well in training. Guanum looked surprised and asked what they meant by deserting. Dawan said that they assumed that was what they had done given the circumstances, but the problem was different. He handed over the note saying that they had found it in the deputy's room. Guanum read about the Hebe Peng clan with annoyance. Dawan frowned and said that it seemed like that was where he had gone, but he had no idea what he was thinking. The man put his hands behind his back and said it was a coincidence. He was angry because he had just received an order from the leader to go to the Hebe Peng clan, which Dawan was very surprised about. Guanum said that he had not mentioned any details. Dawan suddenly heard that the leader said that he should go for the sake of the coalition. Dawan nervously asked when he was leaving. The leaves flew up from a sudden gust of wind. Two figures were running on the grass at night. Mushin and Sajin were running side by side. Mushin glanced at the girl. She was focused. Suddenly, the guy stopped and suggested that they take a rest, to which she said that she was fine. The full moon was shining over the meadow. Sajin was sleeping, leaning against a rock. Mushin sat on the grass and looked at her. He smiled and thought maliciously that she said that she was fine. He looked at the sleeping girl and thought that although they did not rest at all and continued to run. Mushin thought about it. He looked around the meadow and thought that the reason she was going to the lion's den might be because of what happened 20 years ago. He slightly furrowed his brows and thought that he couldn't put an end to the mess with all of this. He remembered Songwal's angry face. Mushin thought about the battle between two warriors. They were fighting fiercely. One of them was defending himself with a smile on his face. They attacked each other again and again. First one attacked, then the other attacked. The warriors struck each other. Stones were flying around them. The blows were so strong. Mushin thought. He looked around the meadow again. The sun was getting ready to rise. Sajin was already sleeping on the grass. She opened her eyes slightly. The girl stood up abruptly when Mushin asked her if she slept well. She put her hand to her chest and asked how long she had slept. Mushin approached her, asking her not to worry as he also needed to rest. He extended his hand to her, saying that it was time to go. Mushin helped her up. The weather was fine over the city. The two blades crossed. Unhyeon and Squire Pen were trading. Unhyeon asked with a nervous smile to go easy on him, as he was there to learn, not to get hurt. Unhyeon jumped back, avoiding another blow. Squire Pen handed over his sword and said that it seemed he was jealous of his brilliant mastery of the Chansong. Unhyeon folded his hands in gratitude and said that the squire was flattering him. Suddenly, someone called out to the man. Unhyeon looked at the teacher carefully. He glanced around the house and said that he thought the training would go badly due to lack of preparation, considering the leader changed his plans at the last minute. The three men walked out the gate, and Squire Pen said that his burden was lifted after seeing Unhyeon train. The boy smiled contentedly and said that he had changed his mind about returning to the coalition after seeing how hospitably he had treated them. The squire laughed happily. Unhyeon looked at the leaves of the trees and said that the Peng clan's sword style was so majestic and ruthless that it left a lasting impression on him. The squire narrowed his eyes contentedly and told the boy that he was only proficient in one sword style, but spoke as if he wanted to learn the Peng clan style, to which the boy said that the squire was reading his mind. Squire Peng waved his hand through the air and said that the Peng clan style was based on a person's character, and it would be difficult for the boy since he was not raised here. Unhyeon smiled and said that he would now like to meet someone from the Peng clan to understand the character he was talking about. The squire became serious and said that it was not something that could be learned, as too much of it could be harmful. He turned away and added that even his brother, who was too eager to become the best, but the third man interrupted him. He closed his eyes and said that there was no need to talk about him to an outsider. The squire looked at him angrily and said that he was still a proud brother and a noble man, and he was not ashamed of him despite the same. What happened? Unhyeon laughed awkwardly and apologized for interrupting, but what did he mean by brother? Suddenly, the realization came to him who it could be. The tunnel went far up. The inside of the building was like a labyrinth, when the squire said that due to the rough nature of the warriors of this clan, small conflicts and disputes were quite common. They went down the stairs and the man continued to talk about how this underground prison was for such hotheads, and Unhyeon said that he had never seen such an underground prison in the clan. Unhyeon looked at the man in surprise and asked why he brought him here. The squire, without turning around, said that unfortunately, his brother was here too. There were chains attached to the wall. They were even driven into the floor. The man in the cell was completely chained. Squire Peng and Unhyeon walked up to the bars of the cell. Unhyeon looked at the prisoner in surprise, saying that this was the man. Squire Peng sadly confirmed this. The man was leaning against the wall when the squire said that this was the man who gained fame as a fierce blade after killing countless opponents in the Great Nurum battle. He looked sadly at his brother. The man's name was Peng Dachin. Unhyeon looked at him in surprise, not believing his eyes. The man was sleeping, drool running down his chin, when the boy asked how such an incredible man ended up like this. The squire frowned and said that too much of anything could be harmful. Dachin was sleeping when his brother said that he was not satisfied with just Hebe and aimed to take over all of Jongyuan. He remembered when his brother started training. The squire remembered the moment when Dachin cut ties with everyone and trained until his body began to deteriorate. They tried to stop him, but his determination did not weaken. Squire Peng frowned and said that in the end, he was struck by cultivation hysteria after training too much and now he is like this. Unyeon looked at the man and thought of cultivation hysteria in surprise. The man behind the bars stood up, hearing his brother's voice. He shouted his name. Dachin screamed that he would kill his brother. He threw himself at the bars. The chains clanked and pulled him back. The squire said, looking at his brother's trembling hands, that he was barely alive, but his determination was all that was left of him since he had become so mad that he had even distanced himself from him, his own brother. The squire said sadly that it was necessary to protect the clan, to which Unyeon replied that he sympathized with him. They were leaving when the squire said that he was not showing him to the boy to seek pity. Suddenly, the prisoner shouted about the power of blood and Unyeon stopped in surprise. He turned around. Dachin gritted his teeth and said that he felt the power of blood since they had to be stopped. Unyeon tensed up. He looked at the fluffy clouds as they walked out of the prison, and the squire apologized for disturbing him. Unyeon remarked that there was no need to apologize as he knew the squire had good intentions, so he should not worry. The squire looked at the humble boy and said that was good, and the boy replied that he would also keep his mouth shut regarding Master Dachin. He looked at the man seriously and said that it was because he was sure that there would be people who would want to tarnish his reputation if they knew of his position. Squire Pan looked at the boy with satisfaction and said that this was to be expected from the disciple of Sword Master Seonwol, and that he was respectable and insightful. Unhyun bowed and said that he would now join his comrades and continue training. The boy walked away from the men. The squire heard from the assistant that while they were in the prison, a message was received that they were expecting guests. The squire tensed up. Unhyun was going down the stairs. He was thinking about the power of blood. Woohyun was remembering the prison. Dachin was still muttering about the power of blood. Night had fallen over the city. A river in one of the courtyards was quietly babbling. Unhyun looked at the water, folding his arms across his chest. He frowned. His expression was tense. Unhyun remembered his teacher, whom he asked if martial artists could suffer from cultivation hysteria. Then they sat on a log, and the master answered that those who have already reached the top know their limits, so they managed to stop in time. He, then a boy, turned to the master and asked what if they made a mistake even for a moment, to which the master replied that a master never made a mistake. Unhyan remembered that the teacher had replied that if they did that, then they were not masters at all. Unhyan looked ahead. He cringed and thought that Peng Dachin was undoubtedly a martial artist, and it made no sense that he would suffer from cultivation hysteria. Fish swam in the clear water as the boy thought that it couldn't be that the squire who said he was one of the best didn't know about cultivation hysteria. Unhyan's eyebrows drew together as he thought about how he hadn't questioned what had happened to Dachin and had simply locked him in the deepest part of the prison. Unhyan remembered how the squire had said that his brother was barely alive, but his determination was all that was left of him since he had gone so mad that he had even distanced himself from his own brother. He also remembered how Squire Pan had said that it was necessary to do this to protect the clan. Unhyan thought hard, what if this was all an act and he was up to something? He remembered Dachin's shrill scream. Unhyan frowned, wondering what if his anger towards the squire was genuine and not the result of madness. He remembered how the imprisoned man had muttered about the power of blood. After that, the squire had put his hand on the boy's shoulder and told him not to be afraid. Then Squire Pan had said that his brother had been talking nonsense since he had gone mad. Unhyan became angry. A scattering of stars spread over the house. The fire was burning at full speed, which sounded like everything was going according to plan and would soon be over. The man was looking at the trees when he heard the question why they had come here. Down smirked. He said with a satisfied smile that if he hadn't known that nothing was happening, he wouldn't have brought any ale with him. Squire Peng stood in front of Down. There was talk in the house about what was planned to be observed from the side, but the leader ordered to make sure with his own presence. The men were sitting at the table when the squire said that it seemed like the leader was worried that they wouldn't be able to handle some brats from Chinsodan, to which Down replied that he wanted the man to understand his intentions correctly. He smirked and said that the leader only sent him because he cared about the Peng clan. The squire looked at the guest with disbelief when he heard that once the bloody sky began, the Peng clan would be the starting point of all this, and he would lead it. Down said seriously, so the man would think about what that meant. The squire raised his cup and repeated the starting point and lead him. Down smirked and said that the Peng clan would take everything from Hebe to Zhongyuan under their wing. The squire frowned and said that this way, the Peng clan would become the most powerful in Zhongyuan. Unyong thought deeply about how they had revived the Blood Snake sect and were secretly transporting the bodies. He frowned when he thought that if everything could have been planned by the squire. He walked away from the river and thought that even if that was the case, there was nothing he could do right now. He stopped abruptly and thought that if he hurriedly made a move to expose Squire Peng, he might endanger the entire Choseodan. Eunhye looked at the full moon when he thought about whether Sagal had delivered the message. Eunhyeon kept looking at the sky as he thought that it would be easier for him if Mushin were here. Something suddenly caught his attention. Two warriors were climbing over the wall. Eunhyeon quickly drew his sword, wondering what it was. He ran to intercept the enemies. Eunhyeon jumped onto the roof of the building in one jump. He charged at the people who had infiltrated, ordering them to show themselves. The sword hit another sword. This took the boy by surprise. Sajin blocked his attack. Mushin said with satisfaction that it seemed that they no longer needed to look for Eunhyeon. The candle was burning out when Mushin said that they left immediately after receiving a message from Sagal, to which the boy replied that he had been waiting for him. Mushin eagerly asked if he had found the bodies in the boxes. Eunhyeon nervously replied that he had, and not just a few, but a lot. He hesitated. Sajin stood leaning against the wall. Mushin was sitting in front of the guy when he asked if the old man had told him something, to which the guy asked about Songwall. Mushin sadly said that she had joined them. Sajin haughtily said that was why she hadn't struck back, so let him count it. That he was lucky. Eunhyeon chuckled. There were several buildings surrounded by a forest. It was dark. Someone said that the bodies were kept in an underground storage room in the northern mountains. A fence surrounded the house with a black roof. The person said that the storage room was guarded by about 4 warriors and one old man with bad posture who was pacing back and forth. Eunhyeon frowned and said that they could try to sneak in while he was gone. The protagonist praised him for a job well done and suggested that they go check right away. Sajin pressed her hand against the wall when the guy asked them to wait. The boy opened his mouth and said that there was one more thing to confirm. Woohyun waved his hand. Mushin frowned and repeated the other man's words about the power of blood with disbelief. The guy opened his mouth and said that Dachin mentioned that there was a meal of blood in the residence, so they had to be stopped. The protagonist pursed his lips when someone said that Dachin knew something. Eunhyeon opened his mouth and said that perhaps one of the blood force could be a witness who could prove that the Pangxi Otter was conspiring with them. Mushin looked at the other man thoughtfully. They looked at Sajin when the girl said something about bodies and the power of blood. She parted her lips and asked who exactly the Peng clan was conspiring with. The black-robed protagonist replied that they had secretly collected a large number of corpses, and in history there was only one purpose for this. The man frowned and asked if she knew about the Jiangxi. Sajin's eyes widened in surprise. She introduced a half-naked man and said that they were corpses that indiscriminately killed people and beasts, and their only instinct since awakening was the lust for murder. There were some marks on the man's back. The method of creating Jiangxi was known. Saliva was flowing from the man's mouth. Creating Jiangxi was extremely dangerous for everyone, so this practice was strictly prohibited without any exceptions. The dark-haired Mushin said that there was currently a faction outside of Zhongyuan that created and used Jiangxi as weapons. Sweat appeared on the girl's face when the protagonist said that the faction had long been trying to infiltrate and take over Zhongyuan. Streams of air rushed towards his face when he said that this faction was not only the enemy of the virtuous faction, but also the sinful faction. Sajin looked at him in confusion and could not believe what she heard. The lights were on in the windows of the house. Ion gritted his teeth and ordered the guests to be brought whatever they needed. The servants bowed to him. The clan leader said that they must carry out any orders from the guests, no matter if it concerned food, alcohol, or women. A man in a red cloak stood on the porch. Someone was sneaking around. The man on the roof said that they had received news that a team of assassins had gathered nearby. Down frowned and ordered his subordinate to make sure that the assassins remained alert and ready at any moment. He pursed his lips and thought that the power of the blood belonged to them. The man crossed his arms over his chest and mentally resented the fact that some puppet was trying to take the power of the blood for himself. He smiled and thought that his rival was stupid. Fish were swimming in the ponds. Someone said that if they hurried, the residence would be closed and all their allies would be killed. There were 3 people standing on the path. Eunhyeon said that in this case, the Peng clan would come up with some kind of lie to cover up so many deaths. The protagonist agreed with him. He looked at his comrade and asked him to warn all the members of Showdown and wait for his signal together. The guy frowned, said that he understood everything, but there was something else that bothered him. Eunhyeon crossed his arms and asked if the 3 of them, with the support of Showdown, could stand against the most powerful warriors of Hebei. Mushin looked at him with displeasure and said that they just needed proof that the Peng clan was connected to the cult, so maybe a battle could be avoided. The protagonist frowned and told Eunhyeon that there was nothing to worry about. Xiaojin's eyes widened in surprise when the guy said that Yeonchendan would arrive pretty quickly even if a war broke out, because he needed to arrest him and the girl for desertion. Eunhyeon flinched at his words and asked what he was talking about. She closed her eyes, asked if Mushin left a note or something, and reminded him that it was his order not to tell anyone about this. The guy smiled and said that if Master Daoan and Yeonchendan came, they would have a chance to win not only the battle, but even the war. There was a full moon in the sky. Someone said that their main task was to confirm the existence of the bodies and then free Dachin. The protagonist turned around when Eun-hyung asked him to take care of himself. The man said that he had nothing to worry about. The boy opened his mouth and expressed his concern for Seojin, but the girl did not respond. They jumped onto the roof, leaving Eun-hyung alone. The boy stood with his head raised. A voice was heard from among the trees. Seojin asked if she could ask the protagonist a question. They made their way through the dark forest. The girl admitted that she was scared by the mere mention of their existence. She looked at the leader's back and asked if proving their connection to the Pen clan would help find the answers she was looking for. The protagonist covered her mouth with his hand. Two men walked along the road. They were scolding an old man and thought that he considered them his personal servants. The men passed by. One of them said that because of the old man, he wanted to use his sword countless times. Mushin turned his head and said that Seojin should focus on her duties as a member of Yeonchindan for now. She opened her mouth and reluctantly agreed with him. There were people standing at the secret entrance. Someone said that they seemed to be there. The strangers were watching them from the shadows of the forest. Mushin and Seojin were sitting behind a boulder. The girl asked if this was the underground storage that Eun-hyun had spoken of. The protagonist picked up a stone from the ground. He swung it and told Seojin to get ready. The stone flew forward quickly. The storage guards became wary, noticing something in the forest. The man grabbed his sword and asked if the others heard any noise. The second man suggested that it was a rabbit. From behind the bushes, they watched as the guards left their posts to make sure that they heard a rabbit. Black silhouettes flashed behind the man. He told the others to check everything carefully if they did not want the old man to lecture them again. Mushin and Seojin carefully descended the steps. The girl became wary, smelling something strange. She covered her nose with her hand and asked what the smell was. The protagonist replied that it smelled like incense. The guy frowned and added that this substance is used to block the smell of bodies and stop rotting. They stopped in front of a large number of boxes. Seojin raised her finger and said that she could not believe that these were all dead people. Mushin opened the lid of the box. The girl looked at him in surprise. The protagonist was holding a dead body in his hands. He threw the corpse on the floor. Seojin asked what he was doing. Mushin pulled the clothes down. The protagonist frowned in displeasure. Looking at the bodies lying on the floor, he thought that there was no sign of shapeshifting. Mushin walked over to a wooden table. On the blood-stained table lay tools. The protagonist considered them too crude and primitive. He bowed his head and said that he could not believe it. Someone opened their mouth and said that they had told them not to leave their posts under any circumstances. The man raised his finger and asked how many times he had to repeat it before they finally understood. The guards looked at the old man with displeasure, who said that the Pen clan only hired idiots to guard the vault. Seojin peeked out from around the corner, hearing some noise. She raised her hand and called the protagonist. He said that the man Eun-hyun was talking about must be coming here. The old man appeared from around the corner. He was grabbed by the throat. Mushin slammed his head on the floor. The old man winced in pain and asked who he was. The protagonist looked at him with displeasure and warned him that he could break his neck if he did anything. The man gritted his teeth when Mushin said that if he lied to them, the outcome would be the same. He looked at the tools and said that he thought they were planning to create jiangshi from corpses, but such crude tools were not suitable for the job. He thought of the bodies lying on the floor and said that jiangshi could only be created in places with abundant dark energy, such as the Great Dark Lands, but the dark energy in the dungeon was as pitiful as the old man himself. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that he had an idea of what was going on, but he needed confirmation and asked again what they were planning. The old man grabbed his hand and said that he had no idea about any jiangshi. The man trembled and said that he was simply following orders because he had been promised a generous payment. Mushin frowned and asked if he had forgotten what the punishment would be for lying, and the old man shouted that he was telling the truth. The man sweated profusely and said that when the bodies arrived, he was allowed to give orders to the soldiers under the squire. He closed his eyes, winced, and said that he was told to make sure that guards were stationed outside so that no one could enter the vault. The protagonist squeezed his throat harder and asked who was behind all this. Mushin frowned and demanded that the old man tell him a name. The man stuck out his tongue, drooling. The moon was full in the sky. Someone said that all these bodies were brought in to make it look like they were making jiangshi. Seojin and Mushin walked through the forest. The girl said that she didn't even want to think about how they got so many bodies. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that it looked like the jiangshi were bait to make the Pen clan commit treason and then lead the coalition to get rid of them. They passed two boulders. Seojin said that if the squire was on their side, they could do anything to the Pen clan, so why did they do this? Mushin frowned and said that he didn't know what exactly they were planning. He imagined the fenced area and said that recently the Virtuous Miram faction had been increasing in size without checking for new members, and the coalition was not powerful enough to save the entire Virtuous faction. The protagonist frowned and said that if the Pen clan were eliminated now, it might lead to a split within the Virtuous Miram faction. They walked along a narrow path. Mushin explained that the coalition's actions were always accompanied by misunderstandings and disapproval, and there were many times when it almost led to a rebellion. He pursed his lips and said that it was likely that if the Peng clan were eliminated, those who expressed dissatisfaction with the coalition would rebel. Sajin looked at the leader walking next to him and said that they had to stop the coalition from getting rid of the Peng clan. She parted her lips and asked how they could do that. The protagonist frowned and did not answer. He imagined a man in shackles and thought of Dachin. The man's mouth was open. He opened his eyes and asked who they were. There were two people standing on the other side of the bars. One of them said he was the deputy commander of the Yeonchendan of the Muram coalition and gave his name. Mushin looked at the man behind the bars and said he had come to save him. Dachin winced. The man smiled and said the squire had sent a treat and asked if the specialist was inside. The guard spread his arms and said they had received orders to refuse all visitors. The head of the guard said the order came from the specialist's servants. The man frowned, said he had no hearing and asked what this meant. The old man was lying on the floor with his mouth open. There was a puddle under his body. Dachin opened his mouth and said he had been made a very tempting offer. He winced and explained that he had been offered to make his clan the strongest in Zhongyuan. The man sat on the floor and said he had found out the identities of those behind the offer and had rejected it. He looked at the chains and said that the foolish Wu Yun accepted their offer. Duchin gritted his teeth and said that his brother handed over their prestigious clan to them, poisoned him, and left him like that. Seo Jin pursed her lips when the man said that the power of blood was behind everything. The man winced and said that the power of blood was a blood cult. Mushin frowned. Wu Yun, with an angry face, incredulously repeated the words of the interlocutor that the specialist was dead. Three subordinates stood in front of him. One of them said that the specialist was found with his neck broken and that it was obviously not the work of Chen Xiaodan. Wu Yun gritted his teeth and thought irritably why this had to happen when the representatives of the power of blood paid him a visit. He waved his hand and ordered all his warriors to arm themselves and find the intruders. He presented his sword and asked his servant to bring it. Ian, accompanied by warriors, resolutely left the room. An order was heard above the buildings to search everything and find the man and woman. The people with torches dispersed throughout the area. 3 people walked past the stone wall. In the area of the building with the pond, everything was calm. The man picked up the torch. 2 people were watching what was happening through the window opening. 2 guys were standing by the window. One of them said that something was happening outside. Unhyan continued to look outside. Someone suggested that this was the very signal that Deputy Commander Yeonchendan mentioned, but the guy did not think so. Warriors were standing behind him, but Unhyan insisted that Mushin's signal should be more obvious. Lights were on in the windows of the building. Someone said that the Peng clan warriors were moving in groups. 2 men stood on the balcony. One of them stood. It seemed like they were looking for someone. Down frowned and said that it seemed like the coalition had made their move. He smiled and ordered to send a signal to the assassination team. Dachin opened his mouth and said that the Peng clan had no hope anymore because they were now cooperating with the blood cult. Mushin opened his mouth and said that only Wu Yun and his followers were cooperating with the clan. The guy frowned and said that the Peng clan had been deceived. He waved his hand and said that if it turned out that Dachin was okay and they could prove what was really going on here, then they would be able to return the Peng clan to the right path. The protagonist gritted his teeth and looked at the man expectantly. Dachin pursed his lips and said nothing. Guards were running along the road. There were bodies of people lying at the entrance. Wu Yun frowned and said that it was impossible. Dachin leaned on Mushin's shoulder and asked if Chen Xiaodan was there too. The protagonist replied that there were about 10 of them. They continued walking down the dark corridor. The protagonist said that the warriors would protect the man, but he was not sure if there were enough of them. Sajin became wary and froze. Mushin stopped after her. He frowned. The way to the exit was blocked by Ian. The man winced and asked who they were. Dachin trembled and called his brother's name. Mushin frowned and told the squire to move out of the way if he wanted to stay alive. Ian stared at the speaker. The protagonist parted his lips and said that he could not even detect the deception. The man gritted his teeth and asked how dare he say such things to him. 2 people supported Dachin. Mushin told the squire that they knew everything. The protagonist grimaced in displeasure and said that they knew that Wu Yun quickly closed the investigation into the Blood Snake cult and that he secretly transported the bodies. The man opened his mouth and shouted in anger, asking what Mushin was talking about. The protagonist frowned and told him to pull himself together. Wu Yun's eyes widened in surprise when he was told that the blood cult was using him. He clenched his hand into a fist and told the protagonist to shut up when he wanted to tell him about the cult's plans. The man opened his mouth and said that they infiltrated the residence, caused a commotion, and kidnapped Duchen, so even death would not be enough punishment for them. Supported by Sojin, the ex-convict asked Wu Yun if he had no shame and asked him to stop saying such nonsense. Mushin turned his head and said that if he thought that all this was nonsense, he could see for himself. The protagonist lowered his hands and said that it could be done by meeting Jiang Dan of the blood cult in person. Wu Yun sweated profusely. He pulled out his sword. Mushin frowned and said that it seemed that the man was an even bigger fool than he thought. Wu Yun pointed his sword at the enemy and said that he had had enough of this slander. Without turning his head, the protagonist called out to Seojin. Continuing to watch the enemy, he told the girl to leave with Duchin as soon as the battle began. Wu Yun raised his sword and said that no one would be able to leave. The protagonist pursed his lips and looked at the man with displeasure. He snorted mockingly. The squire's face distorted with rage. He ran forward, shouting that he would cut him in half. The man jumped up and raised his sword to strike. The blade slammed past Mushin. The protagonist pressed his palm to the enemy's chest. Wu Yun flew back. He crashed into the wall. Without turning around, Mushin told Seojin to leave. They walked forward. The dark-haired man said that Wu Yun was a martial artist and asked if Mushin could handle it on his own. Without looking at him, Seojin said that they should think about themselves. The protagonist's eyes glowed blue. The girl said that even Duchin couldn't defeat him. Wu Yun stood up, leaning on his sword, and said that it seemed like he underestimated his opponent too much. He stood up and said that he was wrong because Mushin looked too young. The man opened his mouth and said that he should have guessed that since the guy dared to do something like that, he had the necessary skills to do it. He began to approach the protagonist again. Mushin watched him closely. Wu Yun swung his sword. The protagonist quickly moved, dodging the sword strike. The man raised his hand and said that he couldn't do it. Mushin raised his hand, stopping the sword. He held the opponent's sword with one hand. The squire kicked him. The man smiled contentedly. He raised his sword above his head and activated the 5-time Tiger Gate Slash and Soul Eater techniques. Mushin landed on his feet. The floor beneath his feet was covered with cracks. He clenched his hand into a fist and activated the first step technique. Wyan swung his sword and shouted a death wish. The protagonist slammed his fist onto the blade of the sword. The squire lost his balance. Blue streams of power emanated from Mushin's fist. Wyan winced and thought about how this guy was able to block an attack in the Soul Eater technique with one fist. The protagonist continued to stand with his hand raised. He looked at his hand and asked if the opponent's blade was rusty. The protagonist opened his mouth and guessed that Wyan was still relaxed because he was young. Mushin glared at the squire and said that he was better than this. The man winced in anger. The dark-haired protagonist said that the squire of the strongest clan in Zhongyuan could not be like this. Ian gripped his sword even tighter. The man's eyes lit up. He promised to tear the enemy to pieces and kill him. Seojin and Dachin walked down a dark corridor. The man said that his brother most likely did not come alone. He opened his mouth and said that Ian's followers and warriors must be guarding the prison from the outside. The girl replied that they had no other way. It was dark outside the door. Dachin asked if she could handle it alone. The warriors were waiting for them with their weapons at the ready. Seojin and Dachin walked out of the building. The people looked at them and wondered what happened to the squire. The commander opened his mouth, asked his subordinates what they were doing, and ordered them to capture the strangers. The warriors went forward. One of them said that he did not want to hurt such a beautiful face. Dachin shouted, ordering them to stop. The warriors froze in confusion. The man clenched his teeth. That voice seemed familiar to him. The former prisoner raised his head so that everyone could see his face. The commander opened his mouth in surprise when he found out that it was Dachin in front of him. The man winced and thought that he was in trouble because he had expected the second person to be the girl's partner. The man in the white cape said that they might not recognize him in this state, but he was sure that they remembered his voice. One of the warriors recognized Master Dachin. Another man opened his mouth and said that he had heard that the clan leader's brother could not move a muscle due to cultivation hysteria. Dachin winced and said that as far as they could see, he did not suffer from this affliction. The warriors froze in front of the previous leader. The man tried to explain something to them. The commander pointed his finger at him, told his subordinates not to listen to this man, because he was stricken with cultivation hysteria and destroyed his personality in a crazy state. Dachin's face darkened as the man said that despite everything, the squire wanted to protect him and hid his brother's problem from everyone. The clan leader's brother gritted his teeth and called the commander by his name, Inwom. Dachin trembled with rage and asked if this was what the dogs of the blood cult ordered him to do. The news of the cult had shocked the warriors. Inwung frowned and said that he killed innocent people while claiming that they were from the blood cult, so it seemed like he was still in a deranged state. The warrior grimaced in displeasure. The second man pursed his lips and said that Dachin was supposed to be the strongest, but now he was pitiful to look at. The man gritted his teeth in rage. Sajin stepped forward and said that this was enough, since the warriors obviously did not intend to listen to him anymore. Ingwung opened his mouth and gave the order to capture the woman, alive or dead. Raising their swords, the warriors rushed to attack. Sajin pulled out her sword. She jumped. Her eyes glowed red. Blood sprayed out as she struck the first enemy. Jianggun watched in confusion. There was a sword wound on the other man's back. The commander recognized the sword style that Sajin practiced. Another warrior swung his weapon and insulted the girl. Blood spurted from the wound on his side. The girl gritted her teeth and turned around. Another warrior swung his sword. Sajin blocked his blow. She kicked the man. The girl somersaulted in the air. Blood spurted from the wound on the man's shoulder. Sajin landed. The defeated opponent fell. The man rubbed his chin. The girl cut him in half. Her scarlet eyes were looking at someone else. Jeonggun gritted his teeth and trembled. The swords clashed. Another warrior stood in front of the girl. Her weapon glowed. The observer recognized her fiery red eyes and the crimson aura of the sword. Jeonggun's mouth opened in amazement, realizing who was in front of him. Sajin lifted one leg and jumped back. The enemy raised his sword and activated the fivefold tiger gate cutting technique. He slammed the ground, causing a clap of thunder. The girl pressed her hand to her face. The warrior froze, looking at the clouds of dust. Sajin frowned in displeasure. A cloud of dust could be seen around Sajin. The man looked at her in shock. Smiling, she informed him that he was too proud of his swordsmanship for a mere lackey. Frowning, he trembled with anger. The girl immediately rushed towards him, asking him to let her teach him. The other man prepared to draw his sword, telling him to be careful. To this, the mustachioed man brandished his sword, declaring that she was his. The girl quickly flashed in front of him. Suddenly, she was already behind him. The man tried to attack her, calling it a cheap trick. He looked at her behind him. Turning around, he insulted her. They both prepared their swords. Suddenly, the man looked in shock. His arm was cut off. Sajin just glares as she cuts through his body. The opponent falls dead. She turns her attention to the other one. Inwoon looks scared. Lightning can be seen around him as he notices that in the mountains, Showdown fought against people who used the same sword style as the girl. She just frowns when she is told that she is Magio's girlfriend. The man seems confused. She calmly begins to speak. Sajin firmly states that she is a member of Yeonchandan. Her opponent is surprised and silent. A serious Mushin is revealed. The enraged man stands there emitting lightning. He grits his teeth in anger. Sparks surround his sword. Suddenly, lightning breaks through the ground. The man stands still. Mushin looks focused. A lightning strike passes near him. His opponent aggressively uses a fivefold tiger gate cut. He thrusts his sword forward. The strikes only land near the boy. He stomps his foot. His gaze is filled with determination and rage as he thinks about his first move. A man approaches him, using the thunderclap blade. Suddenly, Mushin is surrounded by a barrier. His opponent is surprised by this. The boy stands with his hand clenched into a fist when he realizes that it is a protective aura. He pushes off the ground with his foot. Mushin swings his fist, thinking about his second move. The man tries to block his blow. However, he is immediately thrown to the side. He crashes into the wall. His aura is visible around the boy. Mushin sighs. The sword plunges into the ground. The opponent glares at him menacingly. The boy looks confident and strong when asked how he was able to form a protective aura strong enough to block the thunderclap blade. Leaning on his sword, the man asks who he is. Mushin frowns, stating that he does not need to know. He suddenly confidently states that his opponent will not live to see the next day. In response, the man looks at him angrily. He furiously asks how the boy dares. Lightning envelops him. Mushin watches this in surprise. The sword plunges deeper into the ground. The man grins, repeating the question. He furiously says that it does not matter how strong the boy is. With the help of the sword, the earth begins to crumble. Mushin looks at his feet in amazement. He looks up. Everything around him is collapsing. The stones begin to fall. The man covers himself with his hand. Nothing is visible except dust. The boy's opponent trembles, declaring that he will not survive if he is buried under the mountain. As he leaves, he says that the girl will follow him into the afterlife soon enough. The stones continue to fall when the phrase is heard that Mushin died first. Everything collapses and laughter is heard. A trembling mountain is revealed. An entrance to a room is visible. A cloud of dust falls out of it. A silhouette of a man is depicted in it. The man rubs his eyes sadly. He turns around. The mustachioed man smirks contentedly. Suddenly, something surprises him. There are a bunch of corpses on the ground. The man trembles, remembering that girl. Yeonjun, dying, talks about Yeonchandan. Trembling, he repeats it. The man is amazed by this. Frowning, he thinks about the Murim coalition. The mustachioed man is stunned when he realizes something. Everything is shaking, and a question is heard about what is happening and the assumption that it is an earthquake. The people look around, asking why now. They notice that the shaking has stopped. One of them looks out the window. Addressing everyone, he tells them to get ready as this is a signal. The guys leave the building. Clenching his hand into a fist, the young man tells them to avoid unnecessary skirmishes. When they pass the main gate, they will group with Yeonchandan. The men fall to their knees. The team immediately reaches for their swords. The young man quickly stops them. Lady Han is sitting on the ground and is noticed. He is surprised. Dachin appears as he is also being noticed. The girl breathes heavily and says that there are warriors everywhere and that they were unable to find an opportunity to escape, so they stopped for a while. The young man asks worriedly what happened to Mushin, and it turns out that he took charge of Wuyang in the prison and told them to leave first. His unspoken guess is confirmed. The girl looks down. She sadly turns her attention to the one telling her not to worry. Smiling slightly, the young man assures her that Mushin will be fine. Turning to the boys, he tells them to go ahead and that they will catch up later. He seriously says that Wooyoung showed him Dachin, so he most likely suspects that he participated in the escape. The boy firmly states that if he were to go with them, there would be unnecessary fighting before they could regroup with Yeon Chindan. Turning around, he remarks that this would only put them all in danger, especially Duchin. The man notices something as he turns his head. Putting his hand forward, he tells the group of people to stop. They are surprised when it turns out that the squire gave an order that no one is allowed to move around the residence, so they need to go back. One of the people smiles, noting that they heard that the flower wine at their inns is fantastic, so they were going to try it. The man happily reports that it is indeed true. Suddenly, a guard hurriedly tells them to forget about it, because unfortunately, this is the squire's order and they need to go back immediately. Without leaving, the people try to convince him otherwise, but to no avail. The boy watches, peeking around the corner. Eun-young let out a surprised cry when he saw Lady Han in front of him. The girl was holding a man with long hair by the arm, who had his head down. Seojin was breathing heavily, saying that there were warriors everywhere. They couldn't find a way to escape, so they stopped for a while. Dachin raised his head. Eun-young turned to the heroes standing behind him, telling them to go ahead, and the three of them would catch up later. Everyone was very surprised by his words. Among the dense treetops, there were buildings, illuminated in the darkness of the night by the light from the windows. Two warriors knelt down on one knee, saying that they had cordoned off all the outer walls, so no one would be able to slip past, because they would definitely know if someone did. Wooyoung stood in front of them, his brows knitted together. The man threw his head back, looking at the warriors with an angry look. He grinned, noticing that they had not yet gotten out, which meant they were still in the residence. There was a furious aura around him. Ian grabbed one of the warriors by the collar. The man's eyes widened in surprise. Squire Pan pulled him closer to his face and, frowning, shouted, asking why they had not caught them yet. The warrior worriedly addressed him by his title. The man's eyebrows drew together even more. A drop of sweat appeared on his face. He said that the girl was tired after the battle with his guards, and Dachin could not even walk. Ian's mouth opened wide. He shouted furiously, looking at the man, saying that they were in better conditions. They had an advantage in numbers, asking why then they had not caught them yet. The man, shaking all over, stuttered that they were probably hiding somewhere, promising to bring them to Ian right away. Squire Pan threw the man back. He fell to the ground with a crash. Ian, baring his teeth, called him pathetic. Footsteps were heard. The man quickly ran forward. Another warrior approached the heroes and, covering his fist with his palm in front of him, addressed the squire. The man turned his head at him in surprise, asking what was the matter. The sharp tips of the swords were pointed forward. A voice was heard asking why they were making things difficult. The warriors held their blades out in front of them. One of them said that they would not warn them anymore, ordering them to return to their loggia immediately. Libum, with his arms folded and his head down, said that they were not the ones making things difficult. The warrior was surprised by his words. The boy furrowed his brows, saying that all they wanted was a little drink, since this place was making them nervous, not allowing them to sleep, and yet they dared to draw their blades against them, the members of Chinsadan. Over such a trifle. The warrior trembled, looking at the boy standing in front of him. This trembling passed to the blade in his hand. Suddenly, a cry was heard that the squire's words were absolute. Libum and his group of men turned their heads in surprise. Ian appeared, his brows furrowed angrily, holding his hands behind his back, saying that there were no exceptions even for outsiders. The men looked at each other in confusion. The 13 warriors, putting their fists in front of them and covering them with their palms, bowed, shouting in unison that they were greeting the squire. Ian looked at them with a frown. He abruptly turned his gaze to the side. The man noticed that he did not see Eun-hyeon here. The warriors frowned with concern. A voice was heard from the crowd. The squire looked at the warrior. The guy, pressing his hand to his chest, reported that Eun-hyeon decided to stay, as he said that he was not feeling well. A shudder ran through the warrior's body when Ian looked at him angrily. The man smiled, saying that it was sad. The squire folded his hands behind his back, saying that a small problem had arisen in the residence, so he issued an order prohibiting movement around the residence. The groups of warriors listened attentively to the man, eyes wide, as he spoke about how it didn't mean that being here would solve the problem faster. Wooyoung furrowed his brows, saying that he didn't think it was a bad idea to let them leave the residence until this was all over. Wooyoung turned his head to the warriors behind him, telling them to tell the guards at the gate to let Chinsadan leave. The men nodded. The two warriors in blue robes lined up their fists in front of them and covered them with their palms, telling the squire that they were leaving. The rest of the group was already heading for the exit. The man grinned, telling the elite warriors to be sent to the Chinsadan loggia. The warrior walking next to him nodded. Wooyoung raised his head, his face filled with rage. The two masked warriors quickly advanced forward. They bent their bodies closer to the ground to move faster. The squire, with his hands behind his back, approached the door. He stood at the entrance to the lodge, a line of warriors lined up behind him. Without turning around, he ordered a search of the place. The doors swung open, releasing a gust of air. The passage was blocked by rocks. Streams of air made their way inside, through small cracks in the rocks. The man's hand rose up among the rubble. Returning to Ion, the masked warrior reported that he was not found inside. The man frowned. 2 warriors were walking up the path, one of them holding a torch high above his head to light the way. He cried out in surprise when he saw where his partner was going. The man frowned, asking why the hero was going there, to which he received the answer that they needed to search the mountain lodges. He bared his teeth and opened his eyes wide, saying that this way they would let visitors know that there was a problem in the residence, then it would ruin the reputation of the squire. Holding the torch above his head, the man asked if his partner didn't remember what happened to Chungu last year when he tarnished the squire's reputation. The man pressed the hand with the dagger to his mouth, coughing nervously. The warriors headed in the other direction. Unhyun watched them from behind a stone. He smiled, saying that everything happened as Master Dachin predicted. The girl sat next to him, her brows knitted. The man frowned, saying that Ion valued her reputation very much and everyone in the clan knew about it. The boy and the girl carefully walked out onto the path. Unhyun noticed that there seemed to be some guests left here. This place always welcomed them. Dachin walked ahead, his head down, saying that there was a gate behind the logias that shouldn't be heavily guarded. Sajin frowned, following them. The girl lowered her concentrated gaze downwards. Suddenly, her eyes widened, a shudder ran through her body. She shouted, asking them to stop. Unhyun looked at her in surprise, holding them in. Sajin glared at him, saying that they should not go this way. The protagonist squeezed the throat of the man, who stuttered about all these jiangshi and all that. He had no idea about it. Mushin laid him on his back, his eyes widened, a shudder ran through his body. He said that he was just doing what he was told, since he was promised a generous payment. The protagonist loudly asked who did this. He frowned, looking at him. The man was lying there, his eyes rolled back, his tongue sticking out of his mouth. He said that it was Dawn. Sajin frowned, saying that Master Chang from the Blood Sect is also here. If he is in one of the mountain lodges, then they cannot go there. Unhyun looked at her with wide eyes. A bead of sweat appeared on his face. Suddenly, a man appeared in the sky. The girl looked up in surprise. He landed behind her, his red cloak rising up. The man stood up, his face hidden by a red cape and mask. Sajin put her hand with the blade forward, asking who he was. The shadow of the hood hid his face, but the stranger's eyes shone brightly. He looked to the side. Unhyun looked at him, his brows furrowed and his eyes widened. The man spread his arms out to the sides, his cloak rose into the air, a strong aura appeared around him. He called the heroes weaklings. Sajin's hair flew away under the force of the wind. She frowned, not understanding what was happening. The guy furrowed his brows and bared his teeth, thinking that he had never seen your powerful aura. The eyes of the man in the red robe sparkled brightly. He looked at the hero standing on the roof. The girl and the boy, wide-eyed, looked at the stranger in red. In the moonlight, Dawn's silhouette was visible, his face hidden in shadow. The stranger in red looked at him silently. Sajin froze in place, holding her blade in front of her. He suddenly jumped up. The girl raised her head, looking after him. She and Unhyun, who was supporting Dachin, turned towards the man who jumped from the roof. The boy frowned, asking why. Sajin stood behind him, her eyebrows drawn together and her mouth slightly open. Dawn approached the slope, folding his arms in front of him. He frowned, pursing his lips. The man in red behind him asked what it was for, but Master Jang only frowned. The stranger's eyes were shining brightly despite the shadow covering his face. He was saying that they knew his name and the person with them was undoubtedly Dachin. If he let them live, it would only be a matter of time before the cult's involvement was exposed. The stranger was looking at the back of Dawoon, who was standing in front of him. The man, without turning around, was saying that Unhyun of the Jiangxian clan was the person that Swordmaster Xiangwal valued. Dawoon frowned, holding his hands in front of him and saying that if the cult's involvement was exposed, they would just have to hold them off until things calmed down. But if they killed Unhyun, they would have to deal with that monstrous old man Xiangwal. The stranger in red listened attentively to the man's words. Master Jang frowned, baring his teeth in displeasure. The man turned back, saying that he was the biggest threat to the cult. Down furrowed his brows, saying that if Unhyun had to die, he would die at the hands of the Peng clan. The heroes ran forward. A question was heard from Dachin asking if he was sure that the man was from the Blood Sect, to which he answered yes. Sajin moved closer to the turn to assess the situation. Unhyun led the man by the arm, asking why Dawn let them go then, to which he said that he had a bad feeling. Dachin furrowed his brows, saying that they were plotting something. The man leaned his body forward, losing his balance. The boy screamed, catching him, not letting him fall. Two guards, one of whom had a torch, asked who was there. The boy turned his head worriedly. The warriors ran towards them, telling them to state their names. They ran up to the place where the heroes had been a second ago. The man said that there was no one here, but the warrior with the torch walked forward, saying that he was sure that someone had been here. He ordered to warn everyone, to which he received the answer, "Good." Sajin, Ugyon and Dachan hid in a hollow between the paths, watching the guards leave. The man blew his whistle loudly, his eyes wide open. The guy frowned, looking at him, crying out softly. Two more warriors ran among the house. The man with the torch asked where it was, to which his partner answered that it was in the east. Ian frowned and looked up, hearing the whistle. The warrior who approached him frowned, saying that the signal came from the mountain lodges. The man frowned and bared his teeth, displeased, saying that of all the places they chose this one. Dachan closed his eyes, throwing his head on the guy's arm. The man lost his sight, one bad news after another. Unhyun, holding him, said that it was only a matter of time until they were spotted. Other warriors were already converging on the signal. Sajin, looking at the man, said that they would not go far even if they carried him. The guy, who had beads of sweat on his face, agreed with her words. The girl looked up, frowning. She looked at the guy, saying that she would distract them while they left. Unhyun frowned and turned sharply to her. He raised his eyebrows, saying that she must be tired, asking if she could handle it. Sajin looked at him seriously. She remembered Mushin, his hair blowing in the wind. He was talking about whether the girl trusted him. Sajin smiled, saying that of course she could handle it. The approaching warriors crowded into one place, some of them holding torches high. The man ordered to guard the entire perimeter, to disperse at intervals of 5 steps. Rapid steps forward were heard. The man turned back in surprise, his eyes wide open. A kick immediately flew into his face. The girl jumped up, making this attack. She frowned, raising her hands up. The man fell back, losing his balance. He dropped the torch, fell face down on the ground. Before that he turned over in the air. The torch flew into the warrior standing next to him. He closed his eyes, shouting that it was hot. Two men looked at the girl with displeasure. One of the warriors picked up the torch. There were more people standing next to him. Sajin froze in place. In front of her lay the incapacitated warrior. The rest of the men looked at her, standing in their places. He smirked, saying that they were very pathetic for their size. The man swung his blade, shouting that she was a corpse. He swung his weapon, but the girl jumped into the air, bending her knees. She kicked him in the shoulder, sending him flying backwards. Sajin moved forward, pushing off the heads of the warriors. She landed carefully on the roof of the building. The girl turned to look at them, a smile on her face. She put her arms out to the sides and raised her head arrogantly, saying that they couldn't even touch her clothes, let alone kill her. The warriors were standing below, shouting in displeasure. The man, with a mark on his face, clenched his hand into a fist, telling them to grab her. All the guards immediately moved after the girl, who was walking away on the roof, away from Unhyun and Dachan, who were sitting in cover. The boy raised his head and smiled. The warriors surrounded the girl walking along the roof, shouting that she was here. Two warriors jumped out right in front of her. She frowned, looking up. With a sharp movement of her foot, the girl lifted a roof tile up. Sajin swung her leg, throwing these particles in different directions. The tiles flew straight at the approaching warriors. Their eyes widened in surprise. The man put his arms in front of him, crossing them. The tiles broke against them. The second warrior jumped up, swinging his blade. He cut the tile with a sharp movement, furiously shouting that she was a devil. A man appeared in front of Sajin. He swung his weapon, shouting about whether she really thought he would let her go. The girl put her sword out and, cutting the man's body, continued to run forward. She pushed off the edge of the roof of the building. Her eyes opened wide and her mouth fell open. Sajin was flying straight to the roof of the building, where 3 warriors were already waiting for her. She put her blade in front of her, crossing it with the weapon of one of the warriors. The man jumped up, raising his arm to strike, shouting that she was his. Sajin's eyes shone brightly, a smile on her face. She kicked the man in the jaw. He fell back, stopping the approaching warrior from the sky. Both men rolled down the roof. Another warrior appeared in front of the girl, loudly shouting that she was small. He pointed his blade to the side. In a sharp movement, Sajin walked past him, drawing her blade. She straightened up and exhaled heavily, her brows knitted together. Guards moved along the rooftops of the buildings, asking if they were sure that the girl went in that direction, to which he received the answer that otherwise the man would not have asked if he saw her. Sajin hid around the corner, looking at the crowd of warriors. The man with the torch ordered everyone to search everything from top to bottom, because she could not have gone far. She carefully watched them from the corner, thinking that this should be more than enough time for them. Turning around and heading forward, she turned around once more, thinking that it was time for her to go too. Suddenly, the girl stopped, her eyes wide. In front of her stood Wu Yun, drawing his sword. The girl immediately understood who it was. The man frowned, looking at her. Seo Jin raised her eyebrows and opened her mouth, wondering where Mushin was then. Wu Yun bared his teeth, saying that the man she was with was dead. He looked at her, saying that the guy was buried under a pile of rocks and dirt. She frowned, clutching the sword in her hand. Seo-jin widened her eyes and opened her mouth. Lightning shone around the man. He was saying that since she was here alone, it meant that Dutton was with Hyun. She looked at him, standing in one place. Hyun frowned, his face illuminated by the lightning, angrily asking where they were. The girl smiled. She furrowed her brows, looking at the man in front of her, saying that he seemed too fixated on his power to see his surroundings. She smirked, saying that Dachin had already left this place. Beads of sweat appeared on her face. She said that Mushin was not someone who could be killed. There were currents of air moving among the pile of stones. The man's hand moved weakly. The man's face was visible among the stones. His eyes were closed. The hero's brows furrowed further. He remembered himself as a small person, training hard. The man's eyes were still closed. The little boy thrust his fist forward, shouting, "Hiya." He jumped, raising his leg in the air to kick. But he could not hold on and fell to the ground, letting out a soft yelp. The boy lay on his back, breathing heavily and looking up. His name was called. His eyes widened in surprise. The old man leaned over the boy, his hands behind his back. He asked if he hadn't told him to rest until he was fully recovered. The boy sat up, seeing the master. Mushin raised his eyebrows, saying that he almost died because he didn't train enough, so he needed to train harder. The man thoughtfully touched his beard, asking if he wanted to be so strong that he would split his head open, to which the boy replied that wounds heal quickly. The protagonist smiled, saying that if you were weak, you would be killed quickly. The man's face was hidden in a shadow. He asked if he was afraid of death at his age. The boy looked down and frowned, saying that he was more afraid of something else. His eyes widened. He said that he was afraid of dying before he achieved his goals. The man remained silent, looking at him. He hit the boy on the head with a stick, saying that these were strong words for a child who had hurt himself. Mushin let out a loud yelp. The man straightened up, his face still hidden in the shadows. He said that taking care of the boy's wounds every day would undoubtedly cost him dearly. He extended his hand to the hero, saying that he would teach him how to treat wounds, asking him to get up as quickly as possible. Mushin moved his hand from under the rocks again. He clenched his palm into a fist. The man frowned. Slowly, he began to open his eye, which shone brightly in the darkness. The girl said that the squire was delirious. The man frowned in displeasure. Blue lightning shone brightly behind him. Sajin smiled, saying that he would leave a mark on the history of the Peng clan and would be remembered as a fool. Red lightning shone around her. Ian bared his teeth, rushing forward. He swung his blade, calling her treacherous. The girl raised her hand. Sajin extended her blade in front of her. It stood across the man's blade. His force of impact sent her flying backwards. The girl frowned, thinking that this force of impact was crazy. Wu Yun approached her, his mouth wide open. He screamed about how dare she disrespect him. The girl looked at him with a focused expression, her brows furrowed, knowing that she couldn't run away. The man swung his hand, leaving a trail of blue lightning in space, but the girl rarely jumped up. She, with her eyes flashing, swung her blade to strike, her body radiating a red aura. The man was able to stop her attack, baring his teeth and extending his hand before the tip of the sword grazed his neck. Wu Yun delivered a blow that sent Sajin spinning in the air above him. The stone bracelets on his arm cracked. He frowned, watching them crumble. Ian bared his teeth, clenching his fist, the blue lightning shining even brighter. The girl held the hilt of the sword tightly, which glowed red. Ian gripped the blade with fury, looking at her, his eyes wide. The man lunged forward, leaving a trail of bright lightning behind him. Sajin hovered in the air above him, holding the blade high above her head, preparing to attack. She struck, but Ian managed to point the weapon out. Their blades intersected with a loud sound. The girl crouched closer to the ground, looking up at the man with brightly shining eyes. Ian froze. His eyes widened as he saw the brightly shining red sword in front of him. The blades clashed against each other with a loud sound. Sajin frowned, glaring at him with a furious look. The swords crossed at the man's neck. He bared his teeth. Ian smiled widely, saying that the girl's blade was full of insolence. He tried to push her away. A shudder ran through the girl's body. Ian frowned furiously and clenched his teeth, telling her not to even dare to think that he was on the same level as the others she had killed earlier, lightning shining brightly behind him. With a sharp movement, he laid the girl on her back, pressing her weapon with his blade. The blade of the sword froze a centimeter from her neck. She closed her eyes. The man bared his teeth, screaming for her to know her place. The blade touched the skin. Blood ran down her neck from a small cut. Ian frowned, telling her to speak if she wanted to die painlessly, asking where Anion was. Sajin gritted her teeth and frowned, telling him to go to hell. The sound of footsteps was heard, warriors running forward. A man raised a torch high, shouting that there was a battle. The warrior opened his mouth wide, shouting for everyone to run here. Two squads of warriors froze between the entrances to the stone passage where Squire was fighting Sajin. The man frowned, gritting his teeth. He pressed his sword even harder. The girl bared her teeth. A loud sound was heard. Birds from the trees flew up. This sound carried throughout the entire area, shrouded in trees along the perimeter. A shudder ran through the warriors' bodies. One of the men, looking to the side, asked what it was. They looked around worriedly, thinking that it was another earthquake. Ion frowned, baring his teeth. He looked to the side. The ground was shaking. Down stood on the edge of the cliff, silently looking into the distance. Suddenly, he looked to the side, widening his eyes. The birds were hurriedly trying to leave the tree. The man wondered if he had imagined it. He looked at the giant tree, thinking that earlier the shaking felt like something was collapsing underground. Master Chang frowned, looking to the side, realizing that this time everything was different. The man in the red robe addressed him. Down raised his head in surprise. Warriors in red robes and masks descended, flying past the treetops. They lined up in front of Master Chang. The warriors simultaneously knelt on one knee, bowing their heads. Down frowned, ordering them to kill everyone. Sajin opened her eyes wide, the blade of the sword close to her neck. She clenched the earth in her fist. With a sharp movement, she threw it in Ion's face. The man closed his eyes. The girl kicked him in the back. She pushed him forward, somersaulting out from under him. Ion landed on his haunches, growling in displeasure. He pressed his palm to his eye, calling her stupid. At this time the girl was already running through the stone wall of the alley. Ion ordered the warriors to run after her. The girl ran along the top of the roof. The warriors in red robes moved forward, going around Dawn. The man, frowning, turned his head. His gaze was attracted by something ahead. He was looking at the shaking giant tree in front of him. Among the thin trunks of the trees was the entrance to the fenced area. In the shadow of the forest, you could see the silhouettes of people. It was the departing Chingsadeng squad. The guy turned around, his eyes wide with surprise. In the distance, between the trees, he noticed two silhouettes, one hero supporting the other, walking forward. As he got closer, he realized it was Unhyun, holding Dachin's arm. The boy rushed towards him, asking how he managed to get out unharmed. But Unhyun, holding the man, asked them to take care of him, saying that he needed to rest. The warriors helped the man sit up, leaning him against the tree trunk. Unhyun cried out loudly, asking if Squire Peng had run into them. His eyes widened. He sat on a rock, listening to the warriors say that the man appeared out of nowhere and was looking for him as if he knew everything. The boy standing next to him said that he thought that the deputy commander of Chengdang should have met him face to face. Libum widened his eyes, saying that if the squire came to them, then something bad happened to the deputy commander of Chengdang. Unhyun jumped up from his seat, saying that it was impossible. A smile appeared on the guy's face. He said that the man was not someone who could be defeated so easily. The warriors widened their eyes in surprise, looking at him. The shouts behind them caught their attention. They all turned their heads. Unhyun raised his eyebrows, widening his eyes. A group of warriors walked in front. The man in front raised his hand high. Guanam and Dowan froze in place. The two boys frowned in concentration, looking ahead. Heian and Ian approached, carefully examining the place. Yangxiab, Chanhyuk and Chanhyun arrived. The twins were smiling happily. The group of arrivals bowed to the warriors. Guanam directed his gaze between the two boys. He saw Dachin sitting by the tree. The man's eye widened in surprise. The moon was shining through the leaves when the question was asked, "Is everything he said true?" Dachin was sitting on the ground, leaning against a tree, when it was said that the squire had colluded with the blood cult, trying to take complete control of Zhangyuan. He said with concentration that it was just a false promise from the blood cult used to manipulate Squire Peng. He looked at the man carefully and said that it seemed like the blood cult had a different goal, as their goal was to have the Peng clan destroyed by us. On Hyung frowned and said that they wanted the Peng clan to be accused of treason, which would lead to their death at our hands. Everyone looked at the guy in surprise. Dowan said in surprise that this was certainly a very serious incident, but they could not afford to jump to conclusions. Hyung jumped up, and that Mushin had started this investigation a long time ago and had collected a lot of evidence. The boy's eyebrows knitted together as he said that there was no doubt. The men were surprised. Guanam asked about Mushin. In addition to the trees, the wind moved. The wind also increased near the entrance. The sound of breaking feet was heard. Sajin looked ahead in surprise. She, standing in front of the doors, called out to Mushin. Suddenly, she felt something on her back. Sajin immediately turned around. Someone's footsteps were heard, and a voice said that if Dachin had already left, there should be nothing else to keep her here. Down was very angry when she asked why the girl came back. They stood opposite each other, preparing for battle. Down grinned, nervously wondered if it was Down. The sword passed through the man. The man gasped in pain. He cursed the warriors in the red cloak. The man's knees buckled. The warrior made the finishing blow. The man perked up and pulled out his sword. Blades crossed. Warrior in red cloak struck with his fist. One of the attackers broke the window. The woman in the room sat clutching her things and begged not to kill her, as she was just a servant. There was a scream and the wall was stained with blood. Warriors in red cloaks were killing people. The full moon was shining in the sky. A crowd of warriors stood in the distance when someone said that they couldn't even catch up with the girl, and the subordinates felt sorry when the man ran towards them. The squire turned around when he was called. One of his warriors said that their people were killed by a group of unknown attackers. A man stained with blood said that they regrouped and joined the fight, but they were completely unfamiliar with their fighting style and they were strong. The squire seemed to be struck by lightning when he asked what was going on. Another subordinate ran up and called him. Squire Peng asked irritably what had happened now, to which the subordinate replied that some people from the Muram coalition wanted to see him. The squire asked again in surprise about the coalition, to which the subordinate replied that a man named Guanom and Dawan from Qingdang. Squire Peng was greatly surprised by this news. Guanom looked straight ahead with a serious expression. Dawan also looked serious. The man from the coalition stood one behind the other. The men of the Peng clan and the men of the coalition stood opposite each other. Someone shouted to clear the way for Squire Peng. The man walked through the makeshift corridor of his subordinates. He looked at the men in front of him in surprise. Unhyeon stood next to Guanom. The boy looked concentrated. The squire angrily thought that they were making fun of him. Stone chips flew into the air. A whirlwind caught the stones. The man stood in the epicenter of the swirling whirlwind. He clenched his fists. His eyes were glowing blue. The men of the coalition were standing next to each other. The squire thought that Unhyeon had escaped with Dachin. At this time Guanom appeared with Guanom, the unholy fist. He looked at the people in front of him and thought that this was not a coincidence, that this was definitely planned. He soon became angry, since this meant that the coalition already knew. He looked at the people and thought, if they had Dachin, he had no excuse to stop them. The squire was nervous, thinking about what to do. Guanom was tensely silent. He put his hands behind his back, took a step forward, and said that the squire was thinking too much. The man clenched his teeth in anger. He said that he hoped that this was just concern. They stood opposite each other when Guanom said that given his reaction, he believed that this was really the case. The squire rudely asked him what he was talking about. Guanom angrily said not to play the fool, as he was in no position to allow himself such questions. The squire got angry, as they really knew everything, and called Guanom. He frowned and said that this was the last chance he was giving him, as a person he had known for a long time. He angrily told him to surrender without resistance, as he was asking him to. The squire did not know what to answer to this. K. Volnum looked at him with narrowed eyes, and suddenly the commander of the Chehandan was called to you. It is worth introducing himself and said that any disobedience towards Yudan will now be regarded as treason. Escaver looked at the man, clenching his fists, which said that they would be punished accordingly. The men of the Pen clan looked at each other, thinking without change, and whispering about it. They turned to the head of the clan with a question what all this meant, said angrily that he ordered the squire to immediately disarm and come with them to the coalition. The squire activated the lightning and said that he did not think so. His eyes glowed when he said that they would not take him away from here. The lightning transferred to the weapon. The space around him sparkled. Dawan gritted his teeth and covered his eye. The rest of the coalition put their hands in front of them, shielding themselves from the lightning. Guanom looked at this with annoyance. The squire put the sword in front of him and called the enemy a fool. Lightning billowed from his eyes. Did the wind settle above the trees when the phrase was heard that the coalition did not have enough strength to unite all the factions of the Muram? Sajin and Dawn stood opposite each other. The man said that this idiot squire was a good example. The man angrily asked what they could achieve with Qingdang. His hands were hidden under his cloak when he said that no matter how hard they tried, it would not change anything. He smirked at them and said that it would only hasten the day of their downfall. Sajin frowned and said that they would see about that. The girl summoned lightning and rushed to attack. The space in front of her exploded. A wall of air appeared behind her and she thought that she was running away. She had spent too much energy and it would be awkward if she ran into him now. Yes, he clenched his hand into a fist and said that he was interested in the mage sword style. Sajin looked at him in surprise. Dawn grabbed her hand. Lightning flashed around them as he said that it seemed like the coalition leader was in a hurry. He smirked and said that he recruited a girl from the mage clan that lost in the Great Muram War. He squeezed the girl's hand so hard that she dropped her sword. Sajin sighed in pain. Dawn punched her in the face. Sajin flew back several meters. Dawn stood over her and asked with a smirk how about impaling her along with her Muram form on the highest peak of the 100,000 great mountains of Mage. Blood poured out of the girl's mouth. The man smirked. He turned around abruptly when asked how about having someone cut off his head. A silhouette came out of the door and continued that he would hang it on the training grounds of the Muram collection. Mushin's eyes glowed when he caught Dawn's attention. The man turned to him. Mushin walked towards him. Yes, he gritted his teeth, recognizing the guy. Mushin frowned. At this time, the squire went to attack Guanom. His sword flashed in the light of the lightning. Guanom spread his arms out to the side and told everyone to step back. They charged at each other. Guanom caught the sword with his bare hands. Lightning blazed around them. The squire screamed in rage. The lightning intensified. The force was so shocking that he had to push his feet into the ground even harder. Gwanam deflected the sword with his bare hands. The squire screamed in surprise, kicked him. How did I stop my fall? He looked angrily at Gwanam. Tahir, in turn, answered him in kind. The clan people watched the battle with horror, not knowing how to help him. Davon looked at the clan people warningly and asked what he said about any act of disobedience. The coalition people clenched their fists. The clan and coalition people stood opposite each other, ready to fight. Davon told his warriors to strike down anyone who bears their blade. A frightening aura settled in the courtyard. Moscow era was advancing on Gwanam, saying that it seemed he had become slow. Gwanam was blazing with lightning when he said that he had lost his composure after he began to believe in nonsense teeth. He pulled his sword aside, preparing for another attack. Gwanam clenched his fists and said that their clan was the strongest. He prepared for the attack and asked how the squire could hit so low. They clashed in battle. The wind rose stronger and stronger. A voice sounded over the forest that his name was Mushin. Mushin and Down stood opposite each other when the latter said that this is the man who penetrated all who are the blood snake and killed its leader single-handedly. The guy looked at his opponent angrily. Down smirked. Mushin reached out for Sajong's sword. Yes, he was looking at them when he heard the girl's complaint about why he was taking so long. Mashin helped her up, explaining that it's a long story. Down got angry and called them Atradim. He began to concentrate lightning in his hand. Down prepared to attack, as he was angry that Mushin dared to ignore him. Everything in front of him lit up white because of the lightning. The rocks flew up from the explosion. The wind began to swirl between the debris. Down looked at the result of his actions. In front of him was a dug pit. He suddenly heard that the cover should have safely got out together with Unhyeon. Down looked towards where the cars were parked and Sajin was talking about how they should be with Qingdang now. Mushin looked at Sajin and asked her to go tell him they were okay. The girl had lost her bruised arm. Mushin asked her not to worry about him. Down looked at the boy who was left alone. Mushin turned to him and said that he would soon meet the leader of the Blood Snake sect. Down laughed and said that the boy had become too confident after defeating that weakling. He smirked and asked if he thought he could handle him. Mushin smiled and said that he had once lost face. He had attacked. He had said that it was more than enough. Down smirked and suggested that he attack. Mushin's eyes glowed white. They clashed in battle. Mushin attacked from above. Down looked back. The blow illuminated everything with white light. The silhouette of a man flashed between the trees. Sajin looked around nervously. Something exploded in the distance. She thought of Mushin in fear. Mushin looked ahead in surprise. His fist was resting on Dawn's open palm. The man smirked as he parried the blow. Mushin flew back a couple of meters. Dawn grabbed the plaque on his red cloak. He threw his cloak off in a wide motion. The cloak flew to the side and Dawn said, "Did Mushin really think that such cheap tricks would work on him?" Lightning engulfed his body. Mushin looked at the furious Dawn. He smirked. The cloak slowly fell between them. Finally, it landed on the ground. At that very second, Dawn attacked. Mushin concentrated and prepared to attack. Dawn attacked first. Mushin smirked. He jumped back sharply and Dawn's attack landed on the ground. Mushin swung his fist to strike. Dawn managed to cover it with his hand. He himself prepared himself for the blow, saying that nothing would work. Down's hand flashed in front of Mushin's face. The boy quickly jumped to the side, dodging the blow. Down furiously told him to run. He attacked again, saying that he did not look like a fool. After another blow from Down, the rocks flew up. Another furious blow smashed the ground. Down looked in surprise as Mushin floated in the air. The boy smiled, saying that he looked like a fool. Down furiously yelled at him, telling him not to be so impudent. They clashed in the air. Down reached out to Mushin with his hand, calling him a degenerate. Both men flew down. They continued to fight in the air. Mushin landed on the ground. They both prepared to attack, blazing with lightning. Down's eyes glowed red when he said that he would tear the boy to shreds. Mushin clenched his fists and said that he couldn't even touch him. The guy smirked and said that he was like the leader of the Dead Snake sect. He frowned and said that the only difference was that Down was even more of an idiot. Down got angry. Cracks ran along the ground from his feet. He leaned forward and said that he would make him regret it. Down's hands were glowing with lightning. He gradually clenched his fingers. Down's body sparked when he said that the guy would regret such absurd statements that could not be atoned for by his death. Down crossed his arms. He shouted the bloody flame palm spell. A blast wave went out from his hands. Many blows rushed towards Mushin. The guy got into a fighting stance and said to attack. A bright white light illuminated his figure. Down extended his hand in front of him. The space around him began to explode. His eyes turned red as he screamed for the boy to die. An explosion rumbled through the forest. Gwanam was blazing with power, saying that Hebe was the strongest clan. He prepared to attack, asking how the squire could stoop so low. They locked in battle. The sword flew into the air. The clan men were surprised. The coalition men also watched in surprise. The sword fell to the ground with a thud. Wanam had managed to break through the squire's defense. He was angry when he said that he had caught him. The squire let out an angry breath. His fist was pressed against the squire's chest. The blow was so strong that a lump formed on the squire's back. The lump burst and blood gushed out of his back. The squire screamed in pain. He fell to the ground. Wanam clenched his fists when he heard that the squire would not be able to find the answers. The man lay on the ground and talked about the coalition. Wanam frowned when he heard that he wanted to protect the Peng clan. The squire looked at the sky and said that his only option was to cooperate. The man barely spoke when he asked him to tell Dachin that he was sorry. The squire's eyes rolled back. There seemed to be two dark figures left in the courtyard. Wanam called the enemy a fool. Dowan looked at this in surprise. Suddenly, someone called him and he turned around. It turned out that it was Xiajin. The full moon was shining in the sky when the question was asked if the vice commander was alone. Xiajin was still holding her injured hand when she said that he was fighting alone against an extremely powerful expert named Zhang Dian. She perked up and nervously said that they did not have time to idle. She looked at all the men in the courtyard and said that his subordinates were mercilessly killing and burning houses. The clan men perked up, asking what was going on. One of the men walked up to the gate, pointed to the street, and suggested that they all take a look as something strange was happening. One of the houses was on fire. He said that the fire was devouring the squire's residence, which meant that the girl was telling the truth. Dowan frowned and looked ahead in surprise. He turned to Gwanam, who was sitting next to the squire's body, and said that he heard everything. Gwanam said that he would take care of the body and catch up. Dowan gestured as if he agreed. Dowan turned to Anhyon and asked how many members of Chinsadon had actual combat experience, to which the boy replied that 7, including him. Anhyon heard the order that he was to gather them here, after which he and Sajin could stay and protect Dachin. Dowan smiled and said that they had already done more than enough. The man addressed the clan and said that these people were burning down their residence and killing their brothers and sisters. These were the people who manipulated Squire Peng into betraying the coalition. Dowan looked serious as he said that they were the strongest clan in Hebei, so they should not allow such humiliation. The men of the clan listened. This is their chance to regain their pride as the strongest clan by destroying them. Dowan furiously shouted for someone to fight with him and punched his chest. The men of the clan raised their swords above their heads in unison. The squire's house was ablaze. The warriors continued to kill the clan's residents. The red-cloaked warriors attacked several people at a time. They looked at each other. The clan warriors prepared to attack. The red-cloaked warriors rushed to strike. The men of the clan trembled as they were being attacked. They dug their heels into the ground and told them not to let them push them back. Suddenly, someone jumped out from behind the clan men. The warriors in red perked up. Davon attacked the enemies from above. He screamed furiously. The warrior in red managed to take the sword blow on his blades at the last moment. His eyes were blazing with rage. He forcefully cut the warrior in red in half. Blood gushed out of the enemy's body. The warrior in red saw more people appear from behind him. He looked around and realized that he was outnumbered. Davon looked at the enemy seriously and ordered them to be killed. A column of dust rose from the ground. Davon was surrounded by a wall of dust. Steam came out of his mouth. The place where the blow fell was covered in smoke and dust. The ground bulged at the place of the blow. Davon looked forward with concentration, saying that it was as easy as it could be. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared behind the wall of dust. The man looked at this in surprise. Mushin looked furious. He prepared to attack. Down's eyes widened as he couldn't understand how this could happen. Mushin stood on the opposite side of the hole that had formed after the blow. Down looked ahead in confusion and thought that his bloody flame palm was strong enough to turn a 5-ton rock into dust. Mushin looked at his clenched fist. He watched the fist fill with power and thought that this was an incredible kai flowing within it. He smirked, saying how long it had been since he had felt this. The two enemies stood opposite each other and Mushin said that Down seemed stronger than the Blood Snake sect leader. He smirked because he considered him a loser anyway. Down extended his hand forward when Mushin seemed to dissolve into thin air. The guy crept past Down like a shadow. The man noticed movement to the side of him out of the corner of his eye. It seemed as if men were circling around Down in several places. The man swung, angry that he dared to play with him. He punched the ground. A blast wave spread in all directions from Down. Mushin covered himself with his hand from the fragments flying at him. Down noticed the guy to the side of him out of the corner of his eye. He furiously screamed that Mushin was caught and attacked him. A blast wave went from Down's hand. Down turned around, hearing that it was not so. Mushin walked lightly on the grass. He thought about the first step and swung. Mushin hit Down in the stomach. Down coughed in pain. He flew back a few meters. Down could not stop his fall. Mushin appeared behind him like a shadow. He pressed himself hard against the ground. Mushin thought about the second step and swung to attack. The guy hit Down hard in the back. The man's vertebrae began to break. Down screamed in pain. The machine took a step forward. He swung again to attack and thought about the third step. His fist hit Down in the lower back. The space in front of the man was filled with white light. There was a deafening explosion. Suddenly everything calmed down, and only the falling leaves reminded of the explosion. Mushin exhaled. He stood as a dark shadow in the light that filled the space. Against the background of the huge bow, he seemed like a small figure. Down's twisted body lay on the ground. Mushin frowned. He looked at Down's body. Suddenly, lightning jumped out of Down's eyes. His body was engulfed in power and he began to rise, which greatly surprised Mushin. Down's body sparked when he, like a broken doll, straightened up. The man's head was thrown back and his teeth were clenched. Mushin smirked, saying that it was useless. Down exhaled furiously. He gritted his teeth and asked how the boy dared to boss him around. Mushin smirked and said that he would be disappointed if he didn't survive it. He looked at his enraged opponent and said that he planned to make an example of him by beating the crap out of him. Mushin furrowed his brows and smirked as he said that this was for the people who would get in his way next time. Down smirked and said that was ambitious. He clenched his fists. Down screamed furiously that there would be no next time for Mushin. The shackles on his hands shattered. The shackles fell off his hands. Down crossed his arms in front of his face. His eyes glowed red as he cast the blood fusion spell. The power coming from Down caused the clothes on his body to tear. Mushin watched in surprise. Down leaned back and tore his clothes. The sculpted muscles showed through the fabric. Mushin frowned and thought that this was a blood sect technique that enhanced his physical strength. He looked at the furious opponent and thought he knew a lot about the blood sect, but he had never heard of such a thing. Down's pupils turned red. He stretched out his hand and said that he would rip the heart out of the guy's chest. The movement of his attack was impossible to see. Down jumped on Mushin and said that he would eat him for a snack. Mushin was surprised by such speed. He ducked under the arm, dodging the blow. Mushin swung his fist, thinking that Down was fast. He punched him in the side. A tremor ran through Down's body from the blow. Down looked at him with fury. Mushin thought with a surprised expression that it was as if he was fighting a completely different person. He swung and attacked, but Mushin managed to stop the blows with his hand. He jumped back, dodging the blow. Mushin stopped and thought in surprise that this was incredible. Down tensed his muscles, and the boy thought that the man had become much stronger in such a short time. Down chuckled, saying that it looked like he was catching up. The man rushed to attack. Down raised his hand to strike and said that Mushin was good at running like a rat, and why had he become so slow? A shockwave spread from their blows of hands. Grass rose into the air because of the blow. Mushin looked at Down in surprise. Down swung his hand again to strike. He hit the ground so hard that the earth cracked, and the men had to jump back. Rocks flew up, and Mushin thought about not flattering himself. He looked at Dawn's dark silhouette and thought that for him he was still a little animal, desperately fighting before death. Dawn jumped to attack again. There was an explosion. Mushin constantly dodged the blow, and Dawn did not stop attacking. The rings of blows could be seen with the naked eye. Mushin exhaled when he could not dodge the blow. Dawn grinned contentedly. He screamed that this was the end, and attacked again. Mushin crossed his arms in front of his chest, trying to stop Dawn's hand. Dawn used the spell explosion of the bloody palm. The red glow spread in all directions. Dawn did not stop holding Mushin's hands. There was an explosion. The earth was thrown up from the force of the blow. The stones fell back with such force that they again raised a pile of earth up. The earth around was distorted by the blows. Among the explosions, Dawn's figure was visible. His eyes were burning with red fire. He approached the edge of the ravine that was formed by his blow. His step caused some rocks to fall down. Down smirked and said it was a pity. He looked at the canyon that had formed from his blow. Down straightened up and said he would have to eat something else for a snack. He walked away from the edge of the cliff. Suddenly, something caught the man's attention. The bones in his hand seemed to have broken. He looked at his injured hand and did not understand what was happening to him. Down turned around as a sudden guess came to him. The man turned around, saw a silhouette sitting on the edge of the cliff. Mushin's eyes were shining when he said that Down had exceeded his expectations. He looked angry when he said that this was unexpected for an animal in a human school. Down rubbed his injured hand and thought that this was impossible. He looked at the guy who stood up and thought that he had hit him point blank with all his strength, but the one with broken bones and torn flesh was him. Down's eyes turned bloodshot when he thought that the boy had counterattacked with even greater force. Curses were heard, and Down asked who Mushin was. The boy exhaled. His hair fell on his face, and he said that he still clearly remembered the words he had said to him 20 years ago. Mushin looked up at Down and said that today he would become a god with the blood of the god of war. Down was very surprised. He remembered the god of war and his words that none of them would live to see tomorrow. Down's mouth opened in surprise. He said the name Musoal as he looked at the boy. Mushin's silhouette seemed to dissolve. Down heard a voice from behind him talking about the first step. The man received several blows to the back. He exhaled in pain. Mushin said the second step. Down's entire body was covered in blows. There was not a single place where Mushin had not struck. Down cringed, feeling pain, and Mushin clenched his fist and said the third step. Down's legs were covered with blows. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth, trying to endure the pain. Mushin took a step forward. He appeared in front of Down and said the fourth step. Mushin delivered 6 blows to Down's chest. Mushin threw the opponent's back with a blast wave. Down fell so that he raised clods of earth with his body. There was an explosion. Mushin clenched his fist and looked at his opponent seriously. Down rose to his feet. Down said furiously that he really was Musoal. Mushin said angrily that he became a revenant 20 years ago, but now he was back. His eyebrows drew together when he said that he came back to finish what he started. Down clenched his teeth and said that a revenant still has a dead soul. He took a step forward and said, does he really think that anything will change if he tries to stop them? Down grinned and said that a bloody sky would bloom over his corpse. The man approached Mushin step by step and said that all his blood would wet the soil of Zhongyuan and become a flowing river. Down leaned forward and said that his only regret was that he could not see his will and the goal of the cult realized. Blood poured out of the man's mouth. Suddenly, blood gushed out from the places where the blows were struck. Down fell to his knees. His body collapsed to the ground. Mushin turned away and said that he would remember these words. The boy walked away from the defeated enemy. The sky was covered with smoke from the finished battle. Fire blazed above the clan village. One of the warriors in red ran along the rooftops. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He saw a chase behind him. Libum jumped out in front of him with a sword at the ready and said that he delivered himself right to him. Libum attacked, and from their blows you could see flashes. Suddenly the air was cut by a whip. The warrior in red felt himself wrapped in a whip. Khan pulled the whip. The girl pulled her whip, jumped, and the warrior in red flew from the roof. He sat down and hit the tiles. Khan furiously cast a spell of a wave of flower dissection. She pulled the thread. The warrior in red cursed. He tried to break through the wall, but suddenly a piece of his body, wrapped in a whip, exploded. Libum looked at the corpse in surprise. He looked at the girl and asked if it was true. Heian. The girl lowered her head out of sadness and said that even children were killed. She looked at the burning city and said that those who hurt children do not deserve a painless death. Libum remained silent, but agreed with her. The blade came out of the warrior's glove. Libum fought with another warrior in red. The guy dodged the blade. The warrior attacked vigorously. Libum seemed to have several pairs of hands, managing to parry all the blows with one sword. Their blades crossed. The warrior in red praised the guy. He attacked again, saying that this was not the end. The warrior in red prepared his hand to strike when a thread enveloped it. The warrior in red chuckled in surprise. Heian pulled the thread towards herself. The girl grinned and said that he was not alone. Ian appeared from behind, and the warrior started to say something about lousy tricks. He didn't have time to finish because Libum and Ian cut his body in half. The man barely had time to exhale. For a while, he was still standing. Part of his body with a distorted head fell to the ground. The last thought of the warrior was that things were bad. 2 warriors in red cloaks stood on the roof and looked at the burning city. One of them, who was squatting, said that more than half of the assassination team had been routed, and at this rate they would all be wiped out. The warrior who was standing thought that he was a little surprised by the coalition's quick reaction, but he thought they could defeat them. He looked at the fire and thought that even the cult's assassination team had to fight with all their might. He chuckled and asked where Master Chang was when he was so needed. The warrior narrowed his eyes and said that they were retreating. They ran across the rooftops and the lead warrior told the others to burn the bodies of their fallen brothers. The warrior snapped his fingers. An explosion was heard in the sky. Cries were heard above the burning village that the enemy was retreating and they had to be stopped. The fire was fiercely devouring the houses of the village. From the forest, it was clear to see how much the fire had spread when a phrase was heard that the ringing of swords had stopped. 2 figures were walking past the village and it was heard that it looked like Chengdang and Master Ke Guanom had taken care of everything. Unhyun looked at the village and was relieved even though the place was still burning. He looked at Sajin's back. The girl was walking forward with concentration when Unhyun asked why she was in such a hurry and if she was injured and if she was worried about Mushin. He smiled as he had already said that there was no reason to worry. Sajin suddenly saw something ahead. A figure was standing on the road. Mushin was approaching them. He smiled faintly. The full moon was shining above the forest when Mushin and Sajin looked at each other. The village was still burning when the call came that he could finally get some fresh air. Sajin frowned and said that she still remembered what he said then. She remembered Mushin's face, who said that she would definitely find the answer she was looking for. The girl looked at him and said that he said that she would find the answer in this place. She remembered a conversation between 2 people where one said that his loved ones, his people, paid with their lives, and each of them suffered from humiliation and torture. Sajin remembered that they were either killed by someone or they committed suicide themselves. Then Sajin said that she still had nightmares about her childhood. She was humiliated in front of her dead, hanged mother. Then with a narrowed eye, she answered that she wanted this nightmare to end because she had to put an end to it. Mushin heard about the blood cult. They were standing opposite each other when Sajin said that this was the answer. Mushin looked at the girl carefully. The full moon lit up the sky when it was said that there was a time when the righteous and demonic factions did not fight for power, but instead they lived in harmony and walked their own paths. Unyeon crossed his arms and listened to what was said. Songwall of the righteous faction and Dangak of the demonic faction. Sajin listened carefully. Mushin turned his back to her and said that Songwall was the one who did not support either side. He jumped up on a rock and said that it would have been impossible to do this if it weren't for those 3 people. His face showed sadness when he said about the blood cult. He thought of the countless warriors who sought to conquer China because they felt threatened by these 2 factions. Mushin looked into the distance and said that in this way, they came up with their own method to break this thread and create a conflict between the 2 factions. Mushin said that in the end, this led to the start of the Great Miram War. Sajin listened in surprise that Salman was accused of killing Myungwoo, Dangak's son. Mushin looked at the girl carefully and said that this is what the blood cult did back then. Sajin tried to comprehend the information. The guy continued to look at her. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes. She turned away so that no one could see her emotions. Sajin covered her face with her hand and walked away. She was trembling because she could not believe it. Mushin was worried about her, but still said that only one person knew what really happened back then. He looked down and said that the person felt that the blood cult was the source of all these incidents, so he immediately left China to infiltrate the territory of the blood cult. Mushin said that after he found out the truth, he wanted to return to China and settle all the conflicts. But at the same time, the blood cult had already mobilized a large army for war and sent it to the battlefield. Even though he wanted to return to China and prepare to fight the cult, he knew that he did not have enough time. Therefore, he decided to leave the cult before they reached the battlefield, and he was brave enough to fight the entire army of the cult alone. Mushin looked sad when he said that in the end, he defeated the entire army and disappeared like the wind. The guy was worried and looked at Sajin when he said that the man disappeared along with the truth that could have prevented the Great Miram War. The girl turned around with tears in her eyes and asked what happened to Seoul. She hugged herself and said that she had heard quite a lot about him, so she knew his story very well, but she did not believe what the guy said. Mushin was sad to hear that she had never heard that before, even from those who knew him well. The girl perked up and asked how he could know something that only Sabal himself knew, and how Mushin knew him. She repeated her question nervously. The man was silent. The irises of his eyes turned purple for a moment. He remembered the man who held the sword for his granddaughter. 2 men stood next to each other. One of them pulled the sword out of its sheath. The second said that this sword was made by the best craftsman in China. The man who tried the sword said that it was excellent, as it was light and balanced. The second man said that it was also hard as a diamond and could cut through anything. The first man said that the value of this sword would be revealed even more if it was handled artificially. They looked at the sword. It sounded like this sword would serve good deeds for a long time. The second man asked them to be careful in their hopes, and asked why he did not then see to it that it turned out that way. He said that he needed to become a master for his granddaughter to teach her how to master this ball for a good cause. The second man said that he was not so sure about that. He explained that if the granddaughter was like this man, then she would become stubborn and would not listen to him at all. Mushin smiled sadly. He became serious and said that Soal was still alive. Sajin's eyes widened in surprise. The guy frowned slightly and said that he had passed everything on to him and that he was continuing his will. He raised his head and said that he was his only disciple. Sajin was very surprised. Mushin looked at her carefully. Tears rolled down the girl's eyes. The wind rustled between the trees. Sajin sat on a rock alone. She hugged herself. The girl looked at the burning village when she heard that maybe Sajin was desperate and hid her identity to join Yeoncheondang, and it was unclear whether Mushin needed to hide her identity. Eun-young leaned on a tree as he said that maybe Seol was the one she was looking forward to meeting the most. Mushin looked at the girl and said that maybe she was scared by the truth, maybe she was offended by him. The guy crossed his arms and said that maybe she was offended. Sajin continued to sit alone when she heard that won't she know someday when the time comes and there's nothing they can do. Mushin closed his eyes and said that until then, however, there's no need to tell her anything that could reveal his identity. He clenched his fists and stepped aside as he said not to pretend to know her until she reveals her identity herself. Eun-young smiled. He looked at the girl and thought that she was the granddaughter of the head of Magio, who became part of Yeoncheondang. He frowned a little and thought it was strange. Eun-hyeon called the girl. He walked towards her, saying that there were tigers here, so they needed to go down. Sajin exhaled heavily. The squire's house had burned to the ground. The clanmen were carrying water in buckets when the order was given to forget about the places that had already burned down and to continue pouring water so that the wind would not spread the fire. Dawan turned to his subordinates and said that the clan people would take care of the fire, and in the meantime they would go to the place Dachin had told them about and return the documents, since there might still be remnants that followed the squire. Someone turned to Dawan. Someone was walking towards them from the forest. Mushin turned to Daon with a serious expression, saying that he would be punished for desertion as soon as they returned to the coalition. Daon smirked. Someone was watching them from around the corner. The watcher's attention was drawn to a crowd of coalition soldiers. A raven was sitting on the spy's arm. He sent it into the sky to deliver a note. The raven disappeared behind the clouds. The mountainous area was drowning in silence. Eventually, the sun rose above the mountains. The raven continued on its way. It was flying to one of the cities in the forest. The bird was approaching a village. There was a golden dragon mark on his clothes. A man in yellow clothes looked into the distance. He folded his hands behind his back and heard them tell him that the Hebei Peng clan was safe. The servant folded his hands and said that everyone in Qingdang was also safe. The man did not turn to look at the servant when he said that one way or another, there would soon be a lot of noise. The men turned out to be an old man, who turned to the servant with a smile and asked if his statement was true. The area among the mountains was dark and frightening. In one of the mountains, there was an inconspicuous crevice. The warriors' trumpets were wrapped in red, just not when it sounded that because they were busy with the coalition's sudden invasion. They learned that yes, he was killed when it was already too late. The warriors knelt before their head, and one of them said that they did not know who was responsible for his death, and most likely it was the one who recently joined Yonchinden. The leader did not move when he learned this news and said that he did not care. He looked closely at his subordinates and said that he was only interested in whether they had completed their mission on behalf of the cult leader. The warrior who was in charge of the mission said that unfortunately, no. Immediately, a blade on a chain pierced his head. The head pulled out the blade, which was covered in blood. For a while, the subordinate's body still maintained its balance. With a dull sound, the warrior's body fell to the ground, and blood splattered in all directions. The leader lowered the chain with the ball and said that two of them would carry Dawn's body to the golden field of heaven. He walked towards the crevice when he said that only these two would be left alive. The warriors who were kneeling realized the information for only a moment. The leader came out of the crevice because of irritation, thought that yes, he was dead. His eyes flashed from under the hood when he thought of the man. Red lights illuminated the road when he thought that the center of the spine was seriously damaged. The man examined Dawn's corpse and said that the body was completely drained of blood and the insides were turned into mush. The man frowned and said that the veins on his limbs were exploded. His superior closed his eyes when he heard that, in other words, he was definitely dead. Dahi's body was lying on the table when it sounded that it seemed like a warning for them. The superior looked at the subordinate and the dead body indifferently. The dark sky was covered with clouds. The red moon was shining above the mountain when it was announced that since the sacrifice had been made, they had successfully caused a commotion in Zhongguo. The man stood in front of his patron and said that the coalition would quietly try to suppress this pressure, but they could not ignore the pressure from the people who thought that the Hebei Peng clan should be destroyed. He looked at the back of his patron and said that first of all, the cult only needed to make a decision, since they had already proven that they had enough power to suppress the coalition whenever they wanted. The man grimaced and said that this incident would be an inspiration for those who wanted to join the cult. The patron did not answer and looked ahead. The man faintly smirked and said about who killed Dawn. He lowered his head and closed his eyes when she said that they were not sure who it was, but they had some suspicions, and then asked what they should do. The patron was silent for a long time. The man looked at his back, waiting for an answer. The man bowed and said that they would leave the patron until he made a decision. The man walked down the steps of the high mountain. The patron barely moved, digesting the information. His eyes flashed scarlet. Good weather had settled over the village. The house was bathed in sunlight when it was announced that the Hebei Peng clan was a clan that was constantly fighting for the position of the main clan. In the high house, there was talk about how, given this, wouldn't the answer be clear, since there was nothing to think about. The face of the man with the hairpin in his hair was dark when he said that he did not understand why they would help the blood snake at all. Many elders gathered in the room, talking about what the greatest clan in Hebei could gain from helping such scum, and some had never heard of them. Another elder put his hand on the armrest and said that the fact that Squire Penn had colluded with a religious sect was even more absurd. Another man said that it was Dachin's testimony, and what was absurd about that, since the testimony could have been fabricated with malicious intent. The next elder said that was nonsense, since he knew very well that Dachin was an honorable and honest man, and he could have malicious intent, but he was not a fraud. Another elder folded his hands in front of him and said that it would be a different matter if he was poisoned, since it was said that the squire periodically fed him poison and locked him up. A younger man said that everything he heard was complete nonsense. He raised his finger and said that there was an attempt to produce zombies. He leaned back in his chair and said not to tell him that they all thought it was no big deal since they could just push it onto them. He became serious and said that no matter who was responsible, this incident would anger both humans and gods, and since it happened in the Hebei clan. The High House once again spoke of how they no longer needed to argue about what kind of punishment would be appropriate for him. A cry of what had happened rang out in the house where the disciples lived. Da-won looked at the man in surprise and asked what the liquidation proposal written for the Hebei clan meant. They left the house, and the man who brought the news said that thanks to the testimony of On's daughter, half of the elders refused to sign the document. Guanam folded his hands behind his back and said that there was a fact of attempting to produce zombies, and it seemed that the majority decision was in favor of the punishment prescribed by law. Dawan asked in surprise that the coalition leader also supported this proposal, to which Guanam replied that fortunately no. He exhaled angrily and said that however, if I do not receive the support of the elders who voted for the destruction, then as the person making the final decision, the coalition leader will have no choice. He was very surprised. He remembered Mushin's words when he came from the forest that he already knew that the production of zombies was a taboo. Their conversation back then was nervous when Mushin said that because of this incident, the efforts that were not made to stop the disintegration of the Hebei clan and even Dachin's testimony may simply be useless. Then with a serious expression, he asked him not to worry since the elders will discuss it first, even if they decide on the destruction. If the coalition leader making the final decision does not support it, it will be fine. Mushin looked at the serious man and asked how long he thought the coalition leader could withstand the pressure from the elders. He was quite tense when he recalled that conversation. Guanam asked where Mushin was anyway. He frowned and said that he needed to meet him. There was a nondescript pavilion near the mountain. Sajin pressed her hand to her chest as she said that she shouldn't have made that meaningless statement about a possible punishment. Mushin sat on the floor of the prison, saying that achievements and misdeeds should be considered separately since deserting his group was definitely a violation. He leaned back against the wall and said that he liked it, that he could rest peacefully here, to which the girl angrily exclaimed that he might like it, but she didn't. Mushin smirked, threw his hand on his knee, and heard that she didn't like it in this dark, enclosed space, plus she wasn't alone, there were two of them. Sajin was surprised to hear that this was why she was writhing and unable to sleep. Mushin chuckled and said that he was saying that she was uncomfortable being locked up here with him. The girl frowned and thought about how if they were talking about discomfort, it started back when she was with the Hebei clan. She thought about Saval since whenever she was in a tight spot, she blamed him who had escaped from the Great Miram War and disappeared. She looked at the smirking boy and thought of him as the one who gave her the answer she had been waiting for. Sajin turned away abruptly and said that she was just uncomfortable sleeping here. She looked tense when Mushin said that the wooden bed looked much more comfortable than this grass bed with a stone pillow, to which the girl thought that she wanted to kill him. The boy smirked. The sound of footsteps was heard. Mushin tensed up. Light was shining through the small cat as he thought about how late they were. Guanam and Dawan entered the prison, and Mushin asked if the situation was serious. He lowered his head contentedly and said that a proposal for liquidation was being prepared. Mushin listened tensely, saying that of course there were elders who did not agree with this, and the coalition leader seemed to refuse to accept it as well. Dawan frowned and said that they had some time before making a final decision. Guanam interrupted him and said that Dawan had already explained everything. He frowned and said that Mushin knew that the situation would turn out this way. The guy turned away and said that a decision made by cruel and old-fashioned people was also a decision made by someone indecisive, and it did not take long. Devon was very surprised and said to stop insulting. Mushin looked at the floor and said that they were the ones who started insulting their efforts to save the Hebei clan. The men looked at Mushin in surprise. The boy stood up and said that the cult had drawn people's attention to the Peng clan, with the Jiangxi being just a trap so that the coalition could not handle it calmly. He frowned and said that now they had drawn even more attention regarding what decision the coalition would make. Kaeun equally listened to us that if the Peng clan disbanded, the coalition would essentially take away their weapons in front of the enemy. Da-won listened that if they did not disband the clan, they would set a precedent for the coalition, simply throwing the law down the drain for their own benefit. Mushin said irritably that the coalition's situation would deteriorate sharply. For the men, this news was like a bolt from the blue when they heard that the cult had planned to use the Peng clan from the very beginning. Mushin cast a sharp glance at the teachers and said that this was done to downgrade the status of the Righteous Factions Division Coalition. He grimaced and said that everything was happening the same as 20 years ago. Yes, he frowned and asked about 20 years ago. Nam also repeated this number, understanding what the guy meant. Mushin looked closely at the men and said that everything was correct, since by killing Magio's son, Dangak, this group caused the Great Miram War, dividing the demonic and righteous factions. The guy frowned and said that it was a cult. The eyes widened quite a bit in surprise when he thought about a cult. Angrily asked again if it was really a cult. Mushin was silent, but his eyes confirmed what was happening. Guanam angrily asked how he knew this. The man turned around when Sabal's name was heard. Sajin jumped up from her bench and said that Mushin and his student They looked at her in surprise, not believing the truth of her words. Mushin grinned and thought about how he told her not to tell anyone about this. Davon looked at the boy angrily and asked if what Sajin was saying was true. Gwenum frowned and asked if he was that man's disciple. Mushin looked calmly at both men and said that he was sure that they had already felt it. Gwanum was furious. He thought of Soal. Gwanum gritted his teeth and said that he would not believe it unless there was some proof. The boy just chuckled. The candle was burning low when it was said that before the Great Murim War, he had fearlessly asked to spar against Soal. The men were standing in the training room opposite each other when he said to you that he had realized something. He hit himself in the chest with his hand and said that he still remembered his unapproachable aura. The hands towards us glowed green when he said that if Soal had passed on his knowledge to Mushin, and if he had deemed him worthy of continuing his legacy, then at least a little, but he should feel this aura, let him prove it to him. Gwanum's face showed rage. Mushin chuckled and said that if he were here, he would tell him to come to you and show him what he was most confident in. Mushin assumed a fighting stance. Nam looked at the boy in surprise and did not know what to answer him. He remembered his teacher in exactly the same pose when he said to show him what he was most confident in. Then they stood opposite each other, and Gwynum said that he was confident in his martial arts, and he thanked Soal for accepting his challenge, even if he was disrespectful to him. Then he also began to concentrate power in his hands using the spells of the Divine King's art. Soal made an inviting gesture with his hand and told him to attack. Gwynum attacked. He attacked the man. Nam jumped up, leaving a green streak behind him. His fist rushed to crush his opponent. Gwynum's fist crashed into a rock. He looked in surprise as if through 2 fingers. For a moment, it seemed to him that Saval had become much taller than him. Gwynum still remembered that fight. He, one-on-one, threw out his fist to attack like last time. Gwynum was very surprised by the result. His fist froze a millimeter from Mushin's neck. Not a single muscle twitched on the guy's face. Gwynum frowned, realizing the result. While the candle was burning, Dowan asked Gwynum why he stopped fighting. Dowan was surprised when Gwynum answered him saying that there was no point. Frowning, Gwynum asked Dowan if he hadn't seen it. Gwynum involuntarily imagined the image of the protagonist at that moment when his aura filled the entire room. Dowan was very surprised looking at his friend. Looking at him, he said that he still lacked experience. Gwynum told him that he was the only one who sensed the protagonist's aura. Afterwards, Gwynum glanced at Dowan, saying that he had long felt Mushin's unusual aura and had always suspected that he was hiding something, and now all these suspicions were reduced to one answer. Dowan was shocked, listening more and more to Gwynum. Afterwards, he involuntarily asked Gwynum if he was sure that Mushin was Musoal's student, who answered him by saying that he was completely sure of it. Gwynum suddenly shouted, saying that Mushin resembled him very much to the point that it would be more plausible if Mushin was his reincarnation, and not his student. The Blade Master stared at the novice trainer in amazement. The events take us to the garden, where the protagonist addressed Sajin, reminding her, as he said, not to tell about his identity. Standing behind the girl, he asked why she had to reveal him. She, closing her eyes, said that thanks to her, they received reliable help and were able to get out. She then looked at Mushin saying that he would have been exposed sooner or later anyway, so she decided to use this to her advantage. Mushin chuckled, saying that Unhayan was right. Suddenly, the protagonist was called out and looked behind him. Gwynum and Dowan were the ones who called out to the protagonist. Soon, the group set off. Gwynum addressed the protagonist, saying that the fact that he revealed to them was amazing. Gwynum frowned, saying that as a student of Musoal, his intention was to have their forces unite. The coach looked at the protagonist when he said that he originally did not intend to reveal his identity, but Gwynum was right. Dowan looked at the protagonist with interest, saying that due to the difficult situations, he wanted to hide his identity. Dowan abruptly interrupted him, saying that not only Gwynum but he too would help him and he should not be shy about asking for help. Mushin looked at Dowan in surprise, saying that they would do their best. Mushin smiled hearing this. Looking up at the sky, the protagonist said that he would actually need their help. The events take us to the home of the participants of the trial. Yangxiab, holding a broom in his hand, said that the deputy commander was arrested for desertion. Sagal made Unhyeon feel ashamed by shouting, saying that the commander was too strict and imprisoned their deputy commander for helping the case. Unhyeon calmed down and asked if they could talk to the deputy in that case if they went down. Suddenly, the 3 of them looked away when they heard the protagonist telling them to take it easy. Seeing Mushin and Sajin, the boys shouted. Sajin walked past them, saying that she was too tired. Unhyeon and Mushin watched the girl leave. Sagal asked the protagonist, puzzled, if he had been arrested along with her. A moment later, he shocked everyone by asking what the 2 of them had done to make Sajin so tired. The doors to Sajin's room closed. She quickly undressed with the intention of resting, and immediately lay down on the futon and fell asleep. At the same time, Mushin entered the room and asked the guys how the matter was that he had asked them to check. Sagal, ignoring the question, looked at the protagonist with suspicion. Unhayan sharply shouted, asking him to stop. Mushin looked at Sogol, who said that the people who were transporting the boxes with corpses from the Hebe Peng clan, as he assumed, were escort mercenaries from an escort agency. Unhyun was surprised by what he heard, and the protagonist only accepted it as a fact. Pouring himself some alcohol, Sogol said that, unfortunately, he still needed to find out which escort agency it was, and it would take time to understand whether a trading organization was involved. Mushin closed his eyes, demanding that he get proof that the head of the agency had colluded with the cult and that they were transporting corpses to falsely accuse the clan of producing zombies. Mushin opened his eyes and said that saving the Hebe Peng clan was the first priority, so checking the involvement of the trading organization was the second. Sogol became despondent, saying that they had little time left. A moment later, he chuckled, saying that there were more than 10 such agencies operating throughout China. Holding a rice slushie in his hand, the guy said that even if he asked his brothers from the Wanderer faction for help and sorted this out as soon as possible, he would need at least a month. Mushin listened with interest as Sogol told him about the lack of time for all this, while assuring him that rumors about the coalition checking the agencies would certainly spread. Sogol stopped smiling, saying that the moment rumors spread, the cult would not ignore them and could cause trouble. Unhyun thought about it after hearing it. Then he asked Sogol how many escorts were transporting corpses at that time. He answered him saying that there were 2 or 3 if there were many corpses. Then the guy asked Sogol, who was drinking sake, how many escort mercenaries were assigned if the goods were valuable. He answered him saying that there should have been at least 7 mercenaries. Unhyun chuckled, saying that although he naively assumed, but still, the agency used some kind of smell to hide the fact that they were corpses. Mushin watched and listened to his comrade with interest. Mushin stopped smiling, saying that the agency carefully hid their goods, which meant that they were valuable and the number of escort mercenaries was large. Sogol was surprised as Unhyun said that the mercenaries had to be trained in martial arts, which meant that the escort agency had significant financial power to hire such highly skilled people. Mushin looked at Unhyun carefully. Unhyun glanced at him, saying that if the agency had financial power, it could only be one of the 5 powerful Chinese agencies. Sogol was shocked to hear the guy's guess. Even the protagonist was surprised by his guess. The events move on to the next day, Dowan standing in front of the protagonist listening to him. He frowned slightly, asking if he was going to disappear for half a month. The protagonist stared at Dowan, asking him for a favor. Closing his eyes, the commander said that he would visit the coalition leader and ask him to wait with the decision. However, if the elder got out of control, he did not know if he could delay it any longer. The protagonist frowned, telling him to buy him some time, and if things go wrong, to steal the liquidation proposal. Dowan was greatly surprised by the protagonist's words. Astonished, Dowan asked if he was confident that he could do it in half a month. Mushin stopped frowning, saying that he was confident and that was why he asked him for a favor. Dowan silently looked at the protagonist, thinking about his words. The events take us to Seolgan and Unhyun walking together. Seolgan was in a terrible mood as he walked through the streets. A shadow covered half of his face as he recalled the recent events. Mushin then looked at them and said that he was leaving tonight, then asked him to find out the latest trends of the 5 most powerful agencies. Seolgan glanced at him, accepting the request. Unhyun was greatly surprised when the protagonist asked him to thoroughly investigate the poor man's sect within the coalition. Seolgan slammed the table in anger. Trembling all over, he said that it was a very unpleasant request. Looking angrily at the protagonist, he asked if he thought that there was a spy in their sect who communicated with the cult. Mushin stared at his comrade without answering. The events return us to the present, Sogol thought, remembering the past. He suddenly screamed, frightening Unhyun. The angry wanderer asked Unhyun if he had the same opinion about his wanderer sect as the deputy commander. The excited guy tried to calm Sogol down. He spread his arms out to the side, saying that the main source of information within the coalition was the wanderer sect, so they needed to investigate everything as soon as possible, and since he was in the sect, they could not ask him about it. Sogol pulled his hood, saying that although he knew this, it really hurt him. Unhyun hugged his comrade, offering to buy him alcohol to calm down. Soon, evening came to the sect. Not even a couple of hours had passed since the sky darkened. The events return us to the apartment building of the Dowan team. We are transferred to Sajin's room, who was sleeping peacefully on her futon. She barely opened her eyes, feeling someone. She tensed up and became serious. A moment later, she grabbed her blade and stood in a lunging stance, preparing to attack. She pointed her sword at the person who arrived in her room. Her sword stopped a few centimeters from the protagonist. They stood, motionless, looking at each other. Frowning, Sajin asked him how long he had been standing there. But Mushin did not answer her, saying that it turned out that she was no longer tormented by nightmares. The girl stopped getting angry, asking why he was interested in her dreams. The protagonist smiled, saying that they had a long way ahead, so he wanted to check if she had rested well. Sajin put the blade back, asking what kind of long way it was. Mushin didn't answer her, throwing the bag at her feet. When the girl looked at him with a puzzled expression, the protagonist told her that those were her clothes. Mushin turned around, ordering her to get dressed and leave. The protagonist was enjoying the night scenery outside. He closed his eyes as the wind blew into his face. A moment later, he glanced to the side, sensing the presence of a person. A disguised Sajin was walking down the steps. She asked the protagonist with some irritation if he thought that those clothes would really suit her. Mushin, throwing on his coat, told the girl to stop complaining, because the main thing was that she wasn't in Yeonchandan's uniform. Having calmed down, Sajin asked where they were going. Mushin answered her by naming the city of Shaanxi. He smiled faintly, saying that they were going to catch a person who would save the Hebei clan from disintegration. The girl was surprised, asking if it was necessary to catch someone alive. The commander was watching them from the window the whole time. Davan watched through the crack as his two subordinates left. A second later, the protagonist and Sajin rushed away. At the same time, Davan closed the crack in the window. He stood in front of the window, thinking. He frowned deeply, understanding the consequences of these actions. The events take us to one of the main parts of the Muram coalition. This city was carefully defended, and there was only one road to it. Two strong coalition warriors stood guard. At this time, a meeting of elders was taking place inside the office, saying that in the current situation, it would not be in their favor because they were like leaving a rotten tree branch and insects began to infest it. The coalition leader sat on one of the futons, listening to the elders discuss the problem. One of them gestured with his hand, saying that these people began to destroy the entire sect from within. The coalition leader silently listened as the elder said that if they had destroyed them at the very beginning, this would not have happened. The coalition leader ignored his words and continued to smile. The events take us to a tense Dawan. He stood behind the leader, looking at him intently. He stood motionless, thinking about the crescent moon given to the protagonist. Still smiling, the coalition leader told Dawan that he was basically telling him to risk his life. Dawan, tense, said that if the Hebei clan was destroyed in this way, the number of casualties would be even greater. After saying this, the Blade Master stood motionless, waiting for the coalition leader's words. He sighed, having made a decision. He slightly turned his head, asking Dawan if he had overestimated the skills of his second in command. Dawan confidently answered, saying that Mushin was the only one who could handle it. Dawan frowned and said that Mushin was also the only one who could quickly complete this task. The elder glanced at his protege and asked if he believed in Mushin. Davan stared at the old man and did not answer right away, but after a moment, he expressed his confidence. Only then did the coalition leader open his eyes and look at the man. Davan tensed up greatly upon seeing this. The events take us to Guanam's residence. Zhujian, sitting opposite Guanam, said that the elders had decided to destroy everyone because of a few bad people in the department. Guanam frowned and said that this was the reason why the entire sect was on patrol and Davan was helping them. Zhujian smiled and said that he was looking forward to something. Then he picked up the teacup and asked Guanam why he had called him. The man frowned deeply and said that he wanted the written documents of the Great Muram War that were kept by the Zhang clan. Zhujian stared at his comrade without saying anything. A moment later, he became wary and asked why he was looking for them. Guanam frowned and said that he was asked to check all their actions during the war. Surprised, Zhujian asked whose request it was. Guanam said the name Mushin with a serious expression. Zhujian slightly tensed up when he heard that it was the deputy commander. The events take us to the Wanderer sect of the Muram coalition. The young man on guard was fast asleep at this time. Seeing him, Sagal was very angry. He slapped him in the face, wanting to teach him a lesson. When the boy jumped up, Sagal sighed, ordering him to stop fooling around. Sagal smiled and asked if he felt sleepy because he was well fed and warm. The guy, very nervous, said that everything was not like that at all, and he only sat down for a while because his legs hurt a little. Sagal scared the guy by asking if he should let him sit a little longer. Passing by Sagal, he frowned, saying that this was why they were suspected of secretly communicating with the cult. Entering Sagal, he saw Saljik and Unhyeon. Saljik glanced at him in greeting. Sagal approached and greeted the department leader. Unhyeon smiled and said that he was here to see him. A moment later, he closed his eyes and continued to smile. Sagal, seeing this, became despondent. Saljik decided to leave, saying goodbye to the guys. Watching Unhyeon leave, he said that Saljik had charisma. Sagal interrupted him and irritably asked if coming to him was just a pretext. Unhyeon smiled and said that he just stopped by on the way. Sagal, looking at the sky, advised Unhyeon not to express himself so obviously if he did not want to be hammered. The events take us to a mountainous area. Two people were running along a mountain ridge. Sejong was surprised, looking at her companion. The events take us to a village shrouded in fog. Two wanderers were approaching the village. They were Mushin and Sejong. The girl looked warily at the village ahead. She involuntarily looked to the side, studying the area. On one of the streets, she saw people looking at them. Then she looked in the other direction. and saw a resident looking at them through the canvas. Frowning, Sejong said that it was an unpleasant village, because even from the look of people she felt uneasy. Then she said that she would be against it if Mushin decided to rest here. He answered her saying that they were not here for rest. Walking forward, the boy warned the girl, saying that this was not a village. Walking in the fog, Sejong asked what it was if not a village. Suddenly, a man sitting on a rock interrupted her, telling her to calmly move forward if they had no business here. He smiled, saying that fighting without reason was unnecessary. The protagonist stopped in front of him, asking if he was the leader of the Western Department. Sejong, realizing what the protagonist was talking about, was surprised. The man frowned slightly, saying that they still had business with him. A moment later, he sharply raised his dagger. At that moment, people began to appear on the roofs. Almost all the houses nearby were filled with them. Sitting in the center, the man ordered everyone to continue their business, for guests had come to them. Looking at the surroundings, the man asked why they came to this refuge of wanderers. Walking behind the man, Mushin said that Sogol was supposed to send a carrier pigeon. The man opened the curtain and said with a smile that they had been waiting for the people from the coalition for a long time. Going inside, the man said that Sogol had sent one carrier pigeon, which was followed by another after a while. Sitting down on the futon, the man said that the first letter said that they should not look at the second letter. Then the man handed over a small scroll to Mushin. The protagonist carefully took it. Then he opened it, starting to read. As he read, Mushin smiled, happy that Sogol was able to learn something. The man was shocked, asking what Sogol had given him. Walking along the path, the protagonist said that even if the agencies said that they would deliver anything for a fee, they still should not have delivered corpses, even for a lot of money. Walking forward, Mushin said that from the agency's point of view, a certain cult somehow forced them to accept the offer. Sujeong, walking next to him, suggested that it could be an escort to the monopolies of a giant trading organization. Mushin smiled and said that this was why he asked Sogol to find out about it, because it had greatly expanded the business before and after the Hebei-Peng clan situation. Sujeong smiled, realizing that the name of the agency was written in the message. The protagonist smiled, saying that in addition to the name of the leader was also written in the message. The events take us to the night city where one of the agencies has settled. The leader's screams were heard in one of the two-story buildings. He was yelling, asking why the Hebei-Peng clan had not been eliminated. Someone smiled, telling the leader of Guju not to be rash. Sitting opposite him, he said that it was just being postponed for a while and the Peng clan would soon be eliminated. The leader of Guju yelled, asking if he should worry until then. The man narrowed his eyes, saying that if all the evidence of the corpses being transported had been destroyed, he should just not tell him about it. Chief Guju gritted his teeth, saying that he could no longer trust them. But the man interrupted him, reminding him that as a reward for transporting several boxes of corpses, they had given him a monopoly with the largest trading organization in China. The man frowned, telling Chief Guju that he himself should figure out how to withstand this pressure. Chief Guju frowned, asking if he was talking about the other escort agency that they had robbed and handed over to him. The chief, very angry, told the man that it was not a reward, but shackles so that he would not dare to tell anyone anything. A dagger suddenly flew in, startling the agency chief. He looked at the dagger in horror. Then he looked at the man, asking what he was doing. The man gritted his teeth, saying that although he had allowed him to criticize, he had started doing it too often. Chief Guju mentally exclaimed upon hearing this. A moment later, the dagger on the chain flew back. The man grabbed the dagger by the handle, and the head of Guju fell to the floor from helplessness and horror. Putting on the hood, the man told Guju that he left him alive only because he was useful. Putting on the hood, the man told him not to convince him otherwise. In response, Guju could not say anything, trembling with fear. The events take us to a forest shrouded in fog. A group of people with cargo was moving along the path. One of the men in the group turned to the leader. Walking behind, he asked the leader if they should continue to work even if they were the ones who were thrown out. The leader stopped abruptly, saying that they were not thrown out, and he refused. Continuing to walk, the man told his ward that the merchants of Zhongyuan had been cooperating with their Yunnan agency for a long time, and the head of the merchants of Zhongyuan, Jiang, was his old friend. As the group walked forward, the leader said that Jiang had run into financial difficulties due to their consecutive failed escorts. The reason he did not place the blame on them was not because they could not compensate for the loss. His subordinate smiled and interrupted the leader, saying that it was because of the friendship they had built over the years. Frowning, the leader said that this was also the reason he had to refuse. Walking at the end of the group, he said that this job was not profitable for them, but as compensation for their friend's goodwill, they would see it through to the end. The man sighed, determined to sacrifice everything to deliver the cargo. Suddenly, the guy walking in front was thrown back. A thief stabbed him with a sword, wounding his chest. The cargo guards drew their blades after recognizing the identity of the attackers. The leader and his subordinate became angry, recognizing the Dark Forest faction that had not shown themselves recently. The Dark Forest group blocked the way. One of them shouted, saying that even if they had been robbed so many times, they still tried to pass through this forest. When Henlim ordered the attack, the people behind him rushed forward. The two groups prepared for battle and almost collided. Suddenly, someone started to approach them at high speed, pushing off from the trees. Both criminals were shocked, feeling threatened. But it was too late, because Sujiang was already hanging over them with a sword. The body of one of them was cut in an instant. The second one followed, whose body was also cut. After that, Sujiang landed calmly, and her two enemies seemed to hang in the air. The leader and his subordinate screamed in shock, not understanding what happened. Henlim began to tremble, seeing the arrival. He held the blade in front of him, asking the girl her identity. Sujiang stared at the bandits, asking if they were really the bandits of the Dark Forest. Henlim exclaimed, not understanding why the girl was asking him about this. Mushin appeared behind them, frightening the group, saying that they were more like hired killers than bandits. The mercenaries began to turn around in fear, not understanding when Mushin managed to appear there. The protagonist looked at them arrogantly, asking if they knew what they were doing. Many blades rushed towards the protagonist at the same time, but he only raised his hand in response, and a moment later, he struck each of them on the head. The cargo guards were amazed at what they saw. All the bodies of the mercenaries fell to the ground in front of the protagonist. The leader of the group was very shocked that the protagonist was able to defeat all 7 of them for a second. When Sujiang and Mushin looked at him, the leader became interested in their identities. Mushin approached Sujiang, asking the leader if he was really the leader of the escort agency. After confirming his identity, the protagonist said that he had something important to tell him. The leader of the guards could not say anything after hearing the protagonist. The events take us to the city where Zhang Yuan's agency was. The leader was very shocked, asking if this was true. The leader of the recent escort group told him that their routes that they had contracts with were skillfully interrupted by assassins. He gritted his teeth, saying that it was also that all the transportation contracts would be handed over to the central agency of Guju. Entering the room, the protagonist reported the confession of the assassins. Mushin said emotionlessly that he could have asked him to personally listen to the backstory from Guju himself. The head of the agency raised his hand, saying that he would believe his friend even if he said that the sun rose in the west, but they did not. He frowned deeply, saying that it was hard to believe. Looking at Mushin and Sujiang, the head expressed his gratitude for saving his friend's life. Sujiang looked at the protagonist, waiting for his action. He surprised the head and the leader of the guards by saying that they were here to capture the head of Guju. The leader of Zhongyuan was surprised as he listened to the protagonist tell him that they needed his help to capture Guju, which is why they came with the leader of the Yunnan escort agency. Mushin parted his lips, saying that he was being careful because things could get worse, and they would reveal their identities after they captured Guju alive. The leader of Zhongyuan frowned, considering the protagonist's request, but the leader of Yunnan surprised him by placing a hand on his shoulder. When he looked at him, he nodded his head. Zhongyuan could do nothing but nod in response. A moment later, his question was heard in the mansion about how and in what way he could help them. The events take us to the poor quarter. Someone was climbing the hill. The man carefully examined the surroundings, trying to find those who were following him. Soon the man approached Saljik. Standing not far from him, he reported that Dawan and the head of Yeonchendan began to meet more often. Looking away, the man said that they still could not find out the whereabouts of Muzin and Sujiang. After saying this, the man passed by Saljik. He stood motionless, thinking about how he immediately disappeared after Muzin was released. Saljik folded his arms and assumed that the protagonist was doing something related to the Peng clan. His eyes sparkled brightly in the night. Looking at the sky, he continued to assume results and actions. At this time, Xiaogal was walking along the streets of the quarter. He covered his nose when he smelled the disgusting smell of pigeon droppings. Passing by the blue farm, Xiaogal said that no matter how hard he tried, he could not get used to this smell. When Xiaogal entered the storage room, the guard stood up and asked what he was doing here at such a late hour. Xiaogal asked the guy if there was a message from the Shaanxi department. The guy told him that there were no messages from them today. Xiaogal asked irritably if the guy was sure about this, what was the matter. The guy looked at Xiaogal in confusion, asking what he meant. A moment later, he smiled, telling Xiaogal that he was hiding a lot of things today. Xiaogal, who was leaving, turned around abruptly when the guy said that he and Saljik were hiding a lot of things. He asked about the leader in surprise. The guy told how the leader, smiling widely, sent letters to someone. Surprised, Xiaogal asked where the leader sent the letters. Starting to check the notebook, the guy could not find it. He looked at Xiaogal, saying that the leader was going to write it down in the notebook, but did not. Xiaogal thoughtfully stared at the guy. Walking down the street, Xiaogal assumed that due to old age, the leader had a bad memory. He became slightly despondent, starting to remember the past. He remembered how Mushin asked him about the spy in the Wanderer sect. After that, Sogol suddenly froze. But a moment later, he sighed, saying that even he began to have strange thoughts because of Mushin. The moon in the sky illuminated the earth, while we were transferred to Zhongyuan's agency again. The leader himself was looking at the 2 tablets and the scroll. He stood in front of the table looking at them. He was thoughtful because he did not even take his eyes off them. Recently, the leader of Yunnan stood next to him and told him that even if he tried to do it secretly, it would still be unusual. Yunnan frowned, saying that there was a huge profit. But Zhongyuan also frowned, reminding him that this profit could cause death. Then Yunnan suggested that he just follow. The leader of Zhongyuan stopped thinking and glanced at the exit. Soon he stood in front of the protagonist, giving him a gold token for merchants and a letter of recommendation. The protagonist handed the token to Sejong, thanking the leader. Frowning, the leader said that if something happened, they could. But Mushin abruptly interrupted him, saying that nothing would happen. After saying this, the protagonist and Sujong jumped on the rooftops. The leader of Zhongyuan looked after them. He sighed in relief after they left. Sujong said with displeasure that dealing with merchants was not suitable for her. She glanced at the protagonist, saying that all the leader of Zhongyuan did was give them things, although he looked like he was ready to help right now. Mushin smiled, saying that this was how he lived his life. Looking at the city, the protagonist said that if there was profit or loss, it was natural for him to carefully evaluate, and if you can't evaluate correctly, you will end up like Guju. At the same time, in Guju's own house, he was sleeping peacefully on the sofa, not suspecting anything. His mouth was open in his sleep. Someone was watching him from the ceiling at this time. His eyes glowed brightly in the darkness. He was an assassin sent by the cult. The protagonist smiled, saying that Guju had put his life on the line. Sujeong said that she would cut Guju if he bothered her. Continuing to run, she said that even if she cut him, she would leave him alive so that he could talk. The events take us to a wasteland. A lone crow flew over it. It seemed that it did not know any other directions, flying in one direction. A man in a red cape stood on a hill, waiting for the crow. He raised his hand, giving the crow a place to land. The crow with a letter on its leg landed on his hand. A moment later, the man began to read the letter, and a moment later, he let go of the crow. He read the letter again, realizing that Saljik had only made an assumption. Lannon stood motionless, thinking about the old man's assumption. He abruptly crumpled the letter, starting to curse. While his subordinates were talking, Lannon cursed because of unconfirmed information. One of his subordinates approached him, reporting the death of all the assassins stationed in the dark forest. While burning the letter, Lannon said that it seemed that the agency had spent a lot of money this time to hire skilled escorts. After the leader said this, the man said that even if that was the case, the fact that the assassins were killed seemed strange. The subordinate looked at the leader, saying that 2 were cut open and 5 had their skulls crushed. Lannon turned around after hearing that the dead men showed no signs of struggle before they died. He stared at the subordinate, thinking about what he had said. When the letter in his hand was almost burned, Lannon asked the subordinate if he had any ideas. His subordinate looked at Lannon and mentally exclaimed after the leader's question. The events take us to Guju's house. He was sitting on the sofa, displeased. When his subordinate entered the room, Guju reminded him that he had asked not to disturb him for a while. Nervously, the man announced the arrival of guests from Zhongyuan. Guju became angry and started shouting, asking why they had come without notifying him in advance. Soon, Guju, accompanied by his subordinates, ran to the exit while one of his subordinates was telling about the identities of those who had arrived. He excitedly said that those who had arrived even had a gold token of the merchant organization. Guju looked at his subordinate in shock after hearing this. He frowned, realizing that only those who were close to the head of the merchants, as well as people he respected, had a gold token of the merchant organization. Looking at the house in which the guests were settled, Guju began to guess what kind of people had come to see him. The protagonist and Sejong looked at the arrivals. Guju, accompanied by his subordinates, came to them. He was surprised to see such extraordinary personalities. The protagonist stared at Guju. He spread his arms out to the sides, greeting the guests. Then he smiled and introduced himself. Mushin and Sejong introduced themselves to him in return. Soon they entered the room and Guju said that he was well acquainted with those who were in charge of the merchants, but he saw them for the first time. Mushin, sitting opposite Guju, said that he was not mistaken because they mainly worked outside the organization. After saying this, Mushin silently began to take out a scroll. Then he stood up and handed the scroll to Guju, saying that it was a letter from the head of Zhongyuan. Guju began to read the letter thoughtfully. Mushin and Sujong looked at Guju, who began to chuckle while reading the letter. Then he put the letter down, saying that the head was too kind and benevolent in worrying about him. Mushin, who was staring at Guju, said that due to recent events, the head was worried that Guju might also suffer damage. Guju was surprised to hear that this was why the 2 of them were sent here to confirm safety. Without expressing any emotions, the protagonist said that if they could help with anything, then he could feel free to entrust it to them. Scratching Guju's beard, he said that they really did have a problem. Lowering his hand, the head of the agency said that they had some disrespectful escorts. Covering Guju's eyes, he said that they would have to make sure that they did not set foot here again. Guju frowned, saying that all these people were tough and difficult to deal with, and he did not know if they could take care of everything. The protagonist glanced at the table, saying that it would be easy. He then looked at the head of the agency, saying that what they were doing was very similar to what he had requested. Taking the cherry, Guju said that he was glad to hear it, but simply handing over this work to them made him hesitate. Sujeong suddenly decided to do something after hearing that Guju had not slept all night because of the screams. She suddenly unsheathed her blade, and cut the cherry in Guju's hand at great speed. Then, in an instant, she returned the blade to its sheath again. At this time, Guju's protege exclaimed. He looked at the people who had come, angry, but when he looked, he saw the protagonist staring at him. At that moment, the cherry in the leader's hand split. Guju screamed as the cherry slipped from his fingers. Nervously, he asked Sujeong what it was. The girl ignored the question, saying that whether there would be screams or not, he would find out if he entrusted this work to them. Guju was very nervous, looking at the girl. The events take us to a gorge filled with fog. Lannon's group ran along the gorge. He was at the head of the group. They all ran at full speed, trying to be even faster. A second later, they had almost overcome the gorge. The events return us to the protagonist. Guju was laughing merrily after the entire conversation. He gestured with his hand, saying that while they were discussing things other than martial arts, he realized what deep thoughts and promising approaches they had. Mushin closed his eyes, telling Guju that he was exaggerating. He smiled broadly, saying that he was not exaggerating, and in general he did not even remember how much time had passed since he had such a meaningful and varied conversation. Raising his hand to Guju, he hoped that they could continue the meal longer. Then he glanced at Sujeong, asking her opinion. As Guju left, he ordered generous portions of treats to be brought to the guests, as well as some alcohol. Gujeon left at full speed and ran to the toilet. Holding out a plate of fruit, the man told the guests that if they needed anything, they could tell him. He closed his eyes, saying that he would certainly take on the preparation. Mushin, without looking forward, said that he seemed to want to get rid of problems. The man looked at Mushin puzzled, asking what he meant. Sujeong made him nervous by asking if Gujeon knew his identity. Very worried, the man smiled, saying that he did not understand what they were talking about. The protagonist frowned, saying that as soon as the grapes were cut, he felt an aura that a person from China would not be able to notice. The man began to tremble and shake violently in anger upon hearing this. Guju gritted his teeth when Mushin told him to practice his disguise better. Mushin glanced at the man, calling him a sloppy cult member. The man's eye lit up with anger upon hearing this. He abruptly let go of the plates and took out his blades. A moment later, he immediately attacked the protagonist, forcing him to dodge. After an unsuccessful attack, he threw a dagger at Sujeong, but she easily blocked it. Mushin squeezed the opponent's neck with his hand. Then, he twisted his wrist, knocking the weapon out. The protagonist, whose hair was scattered, said that Yon Chindan was taking on the agency leader. The man's face turned red, and his veins stood out due to lack of oxygen. At this time, Guju was in the toilet. He kicked the door open. As he walked out, he smiled, feeling relieved. Returning to the room, he happily said that his appetite was starting to return. But a moment later, Guju was puzzled, seeing no one in the room. Guju was very scared when the blade was at his throat. Looking at the blade, he asked Sujeong what was happening. Mushin, who was standing behind, turned to Guju. A moment later, he looked at him and said that they were from the Murderous coalition, and if he wanted to live, he should listen carefully to what he had to say. Guju, hearing him, began to sweat heavily in fear. At this time in the forest, Lannon's group stood on a hill looking ahead. One of the cult members approached them, having gone out to scout. Upon arriving, the tired subordinate told Lannon that Guju was last seen with 2 warriors on horseback. Trying to catch his breath, the man said that their comrade, whom they had appointed as the assistant to the agency leader, was dead. Lannon glanced at his subordinate asking the time of their departure, who answered him saying that it was about 2 hours ago. Lannon said angrily that they would have time to intercept them before they reached the Murderous coalition. He then glanced back and ordered his subordinates to follow them. The events take us to a forest path. The horses were galloping along the road, and on their backs were Sujeong, the protagonist, and Guju. Guju was frightened and screamed, saying that he knew that everything would happen like this. Sujeong scared him, ordering him to be quiet. Looking at him, she said that if he wanted to arrive safe and sound, he should shut his mouth. Mushin made Guju exclaim, saying that he better listen to Sujeong, otherwise anything could happen. The protagonist smiled, saying that unlike him, this miss would leave him alive, but with missing limbs. Guju began to sweat profusely after the protagonist's words. The horses continued to gallop in silence. At the same time, Lannon ran at high speed on the trail. His group ran with him, trying to catch up with them. Lannon's eyes shone brightly in the night. It was night. A tall building could be seen in the middle of the green forest. A man in red clothes walked along the path past the trees. His face was serious, his hair was tied with a white ribbon that fluttered in the wind. In front of him, many people were visible at a great distance. Davon bowed his head and closed his eyes, addressing the elders. He looked down, and the men passing by asked if he was trying to cheer up the coalition leader again. Davon remained silent, frowning and looking down. Smoke was coming out of a small round cauldron. Someone was talking about the elders starting to talk about your position as the coalition leader and insisting on the proposal to eliminate. The two men sat in the lotus position on soft cushions opposite each other, and one of them, dressed in yellow clothes, was saying that it would be nice if there were a few excuses not to meet them, but even these excuses were running out. The old man with a long beard closed his eyes and smiled, asking Commander Yon Chongdan if there was another clever excuse. Dawan put his hands on his hips and calmly replied that there were 3 days left until the month and a half, and asked the coalition leader to wait a little longer. The old man continued to sit with his eyes open, saying that he had made a promise to Dawan. The man in red clothes said that he would not ask the coalition leader to hold out longer than he demanded. Dawan frowned his black bushy eyebrows and turned to his interlocutor. Green shoots were growing through the water's surface. 2 brown horses were standing by the river and 3 people were standing behind them. One of them was wearing a red cloak, a straw hat, and sat with his face buried in his knees. The main character crossed his arms and closed his eyes. The man with the thin mustache and beard narrowed his eyes. Deep wrinkles appeared on his forehead. He looked to the side where the girl with the red cloak was sitting. The man with black hair stood motionless, his eyes closed. The man with the thin mustache and beard curled his lips, looking at the horses standing by the shore. His face looked tired, his eyes were half closed. Suddenly, he abruptly jumped up and ran forward. Mushin stood with his arms crossed. He told his comrade, who ran past him with an expression of horror on his face, not to do such a senseless thing, because it was the same as asking for death. The man with the mustache and beard froze with his mouth open and covered in sweat when his comrade in the red cloak and straw hat said that because of this, they should tear off his legs. The mustachioed man turned around, raised his hands, and with an awkward smile asked the two not to misunderstand him. Sajin stood up as her companion extended his hand to the side and said that he had rested enough and just wanted to go to the coalition now. Mushin widened his eyes in surprise and opened his mouth. Seeing such a reaction, Guju looked at him, but the man in the black cloak abruptly turned away from him. Guju raised his eyebrows in fear, asking in a trembling voice if anything is wrong, but his companion remained silent and looked past him. His brows were furrowed and his lips were tightly closed. The protagonist looked at the mountain, on the surface of which a green forest grew. He looked down and seemed to realize something. Suddenly, he clenched his hands into fists, saying that they will do as Guju says, and the man in purple clothes replied in a trembling voice that this is exactly what he was trying to say. Suddenly, Mushin clenched his hands into fists and loudly called out to Sajin. The protagonist frowned and ordered her to get ready. The girl, stunned, opened her mouth and arched her thin eyebrows. People in red cloaks were moving quickly through the forest between the tree trunks. Their faces were hidden behind the cloth, their eyes were shining in the darkness. Horse hoofprints were visible on the ground. The man in the red cloak crouched down, touching the sandy surface with his finger. A crowd of warriors stood by the riverbank, and this man loudly announced 2 horses whose tracks matched, therefore they belonged to the same breed. The man threw the red cloak over his head, turned to the rock and said that the tracks of the people corresponded to what was reported earlier, and that the 3 had arrived an hour earlier. The man touched the brown biological substance left by the horses with his fingers. Sitting on one knee, he reported that Guju, Mushin and Sajin had left 20 minutes ago. Another warrior, whose eyes were shining from under the cloth, ordered the others to get their weapons ready. The horses galloped rapidly across the ground. Guju was tied with ropes, and his horse was being controlled by Sajin. The man whose mouth was covered with a white cloth opened his eyes wide in fear and moaned loudly. The girl who was holding a rope in one hand asked why Guju would do something meaningless. The wind swayed the green grass. The protagonist stood in the middle of a field in the night. He closed his eyes. Then, he slowly began to open them. He saw a long line of people in red cloaks forming in the distance. They were standing at a distance from each other, and one of them assumed that Mushin had already captured the agency leader. In the distance, the protagonist's silhouette could be seen against the night sky, which was strewn with bright stars. The protagonist raised his head up, his black hair fluttering in the wind. Then, he grinned faintly. The man whose face was almost completely hidden by the red cloth found this funny. Sajin and Guju were riding horses nearby, and the man was immobilized by ropes. The men in the red long cloaks were standing near the forest, and one of them called what was happening impudence. They looked at the protagonist standing in the distance and said that he intended to buy enough time for the agency leader. The man said with confidence in his eyes that he would take care of Mushin. The others bowed as he ordered them to follow the agency leader. The warriors split up and immediately ran forward across the field. The protagonist lowered his head and frowned, looking down. Then he turned his yellow eyes to the side. 4 enemies were running to his left. Mushin frowned and looked in the other direction. 3 warriors in red cloaks were running to his right. He was standing on a path that divided the green field into 2 halves, along which the enemies were quickly running. The protagonist's hair was disheveled by the strong wind, and he followed these warriors with his eyes. Suddenly, he pushed off the ground with his foot and rushed forward. The red-cloaked man who remained standing flinched in surprise. Mushin clenched his fist, approaching one of the nearby enemies. The enemy raised his hand up, drawing a weapon, and asked if the protagonist was trying to block it. The protagonist extended his hand forward and slapped the enemy on the head. The other warrior began to tremble in fear and began to sweat. Mushin jumped into the air and grabbed the enemy by the clothes and attacked him, causing blood to gush into the air. Pushing off the enemy's body, the protagonist jumped up and headed for the next ones. Mushin clenched his fist and punched him in the face. The men in red cloaks ran forward quickly. The protagonist was approaching them. One of the warriors opened his eyes wide and flinched in horror as Mushin overtook him. He swung his fist, loudly insulting the protagonist. The blade flew past the protagonist's face, and he managed to dodge the attack. Suddenly, the protagonist grabbed the enemy by the cloth around his throat, causing the man to sweat and raise his black eyebrows. He then threw the enemy over his back, causing him to let out a painful sigh. Mushin threw the man far forward. The enemy crashed into another one with a loud sound. The protagonist frowned and pursed his lips. Mushin then jumped high into the air, causing the people in red clothes to tremble in fear. The protagonist hit them, pinning them to the ground. The air was filled with gray smoke. Small blades of grass flew around, and Mushin clenched his hand into a fist, looking down sternly. He looked to the side and saw 3 people running in the distance. The protagonist immediately rushed after them and thought that whether their comrades died or not, they still intended to kill the agency leader. Suddenly, he frowned and opened his mouth in surprise when he saw the enemy approaching him. Mushin closed his mouth and thought that he had forgotten something. The cloth fluttered in the wind while the protagonist thought about the only remaining guy standing in place. A long chain of thin rings appeared in the air. Mushin turned around and frowned in shock. A blade attached to a long chain flew right in front of him. The protagonist looked at the iron rings in front of him in shock. The hilt of a sharp sword was fixed to the chain. The remaining warrior waved his hand in the air and his weapon rushed towards Mushin. The man caught the hilt of the sword, clutching the chain with his other hand. Then he threw the blade forward again. Mushin dodged the weapon. The man in red clothes froze, sweating from shock. He raised his hand, holding the dagger. Mushin and the stranger looked at each other silently. The protagonist frowned, thinking about his enemy's extraordinary skills and wielding a sword on a chain. The man stretched his hand forward, small blades of grass flew around him, and Mushin thought that this guy was more of a threat than the 3 he had let go. Suddenly, the man in the red cloak turned around. He looked at the bodies of his comrades lying in the grass and thought that the protagonist was quite overconfident. A bright light appeared in his eyes, and he thought that Mushin had defeated the 4 in an instant and dodged his sword. The protagonist clenched his hands into fists, while his opponent thought that he had done it even twice. Mushin looked at the enemy and shouted that not long ago, he had beaten up a bear-like guy and sent it to them. The protagonist frowned, shouting that he did not know whether they received it or not. The stranger's bright eyes widened in shock. A shadow hid his face, and he began to talk about the bear-like guy. Then he stretched his hand forward and shouted the name Showdown. The stranger's body suddenly began to tremble. He pointed a sharp sword at the protagonist and shouted that he had killed Showdown. His eyes were shining brightly and he said that the person standing before him was Mushin of Yeonchendan, who only used his fists. The protagonist began to emit a bright blue light and he said that his enemy must have understood the situation he was in if he understood who Mushin was. The enemy turned away and agreed with these words. Leaves flew in the air and the man in red clothes shouted that this was his chance to get rid of the protagonist, who was a new nuisance to the cult. Mushin smiled silently. The man fell silent, looking at the protagonist with bright shining eyes. He spread his arms out to the sides, saying that Mushin seemed to think that he was equal in strength to that bear. The protagonist frowned his thick eyebrows and replied that even if his opponent was stronger, it would not change anything. He clenched his hands tightly into fists while a bright blue light emanated from his body. Red lightning flashed from the man's eyes. He then grabbed the fabric of his cloak and yelled that he was curious about the protagonist. The stranger deftly threw off his clothes. Taking the blade by the hilt, he said with a grin that he would find them one by one, slowly leading Mushin to death. The protagonist looked at the man sternly, his black eyebrows arched. The wind swayed the hem of his clothes. He asked the stranger his name, to which he simply smirked in response. The man said with a sly grin that Mushin was not very talkative. Suddenly, the blade of his knife began to emit a maroon aura. The chain flew into the air, and he grinned widely, like a madman. The man narrowed his dark eyes and said with a grin that he would see how long the protagonist could hold out. Then he raised his hand up and swung the chain. Mushin silently watched as his opponent spun the chain around himself. He frowned and pursed his lips tightly. The stranger continued to smile slyly, and pink fire came out of his eyes. Suddenly, the grass was cut and part of it flew up. The same thing happened in another part of the field. The man was spinning the chain so fast that the grass around him was cut off, and a strong wind also rose. A wide, frightening smile was visible on the man's gloomy face. Mushin looked at him silently and attentively. The stranger arched his thin eyebrows, and deep folds appeared between them. He grabbed the metal rings with his palm. Then he swung the chain in the air, which began to emit a blinding red glow. The stranger's fist clenched it tightly. Swinging his hand again, he opened his glowing eyes wide and shouted loudly, preparing to attack Mushin. The red chain rushed towards the protagonist. Mushin stood motionless, looking at the sharp blade with a serious face. The man saw a loud explosion in the distance, and dust rose into the air. A long chain stretched out from the gray fog. The stranger grinned and pulled the weapon towards himself. His eyes turned red, and he said with a smile that he hoped that Mushin would not disappoint him. Amidst the dust, the outline of a dark human silhouette became visible. The man frowned in shock, and a drop of sweat appeared on his cheek. Next to the chain stood the protagonist, whose expression was irritated. The man made a dissatisfied sound and pulled the chain towards himself. Grabbing the blade by the hilt, he shouted with a grin that he was worried in vain. While the protagonist stood in the fog with his fists clenched, his opponent thought that he did not have even a scratch on him after such an attack. Mushin, whose straight hair was swaying in the wind, looked down. Branching depressions were visible on the ground. The protagonist raised his palm, which was dripping with blood. The red liquid spread in all directions, completely staining Mushin's hand. He frowned in displeasure and pursed his lips. Then he looked up and looked at his opponent's shining blade. The protagonist raised his palm with an angry face. A chain flew above him, and a loud explosion sounded near his hand. Mushin looked at his trembling and blood-stained hand, thinking that he had definitely reflected the opponent's attack with aura, but he was still able to cut him. The protagonist clenched his wounded hand into a fist, which immediately caught fire, and said that it was very curious. The man frowned, watching Mushin in bewilderment. Drops of blood spurted from the protagonist's clenched fist. The stranger stretched his arms out to the sides and laughed maliciously. His body began to emit a dark red aura, and he thought happily that Mushin was not unscathed after all. They stood opposite each other, with gray smoke behind them. The protagonist's face looked determined and confident. His fists were burning with blue flames, and he shouted with a grin that it was just blood. The horses were galloping along the path. Seojin and Guju were sitting on the animals. The man was tightly tied with ropes. His face was covered in sweat, and there was a gag made of a white handkerchief in his mouth. The girl frowned, looking ahead intently. Two cliffs were connected by a wooden bridge that looked very old and frail. The horses were approaching this bridge. Seojin's amber eyes widened in shock and her mouth opened. The horses abruptly stopped at the edge of the cliff. The girl pulled on the bridle, looking to the side. The horses stopped, and Seojin cursed loudly, looking at the broken bridge. She cut the ropes on Guju's body. The man raised his hands and shouted with a frightened face that he would not go across the bridge. He held out his hand and shouted that they could just ride around the valley on horseback. He saw no point in leaving perfectly capable horses and walking on tired legs. Seojin untied her hat ribbon, frowned, and said they didn't have much time, and Guju shouted that his legs were very tired as he tried not to fall off his horse. The girl took off her hat and, with eyes blazing with rage, asked Guju if she wanted his legs to be given energy. The man turned around, forced a smile, and said he would accompany her. Three men in red cloaks were racing along the path between the rocks, their eyes shining brightly, and the fabric fluttering in the wind. Seojin walked calmly across the bridge, and Guju stretched his arms out to the side, letting out loud screams. The girl frowned, asking the man to hurry up, and Guju, whose face was soaked with sweat, shouted at her not to bother him as he was trying his best. Seojin sighed dejectedly and called him pathetic. Suddenly, Guju gasped and jerked. The girl immediately turned around, frowning and opening her mouth. Red smoke was visible behind her. She stopped and called out to Guju, who continued walking and shouted at her not to bother him. Seojin kicked the man in the back. Guju flew into the air, screaming in fear and waving his arms in the air. He fell to the ground, and Seojin jumped up. She landed next to Guju, who was lying face down on the ground, sighing heavily. He turned around and, with wet eyes from tears, angrily asked why Seojin kicked him. The man screamed that he almost died. The girl turned away, telling Guju to shut up because they needed to run. The man, whose face was dripping with sweat, yelled that his body was too sore to run. Three people in red cloaks were quickly approaching the bridge. Holding sharp weapons in their hands, they suddenly stopped at the edge. Guju turned around and flinched in fear when he saw those guys. Seojin took out a glowing sword, telling the man not to waste time and move. A dagger attached to a chain flew through the air. The protagonist smirked, clenching his hands into fists that emitted blue flames. He took a step back, dodging the enemy's weapon. Mushin frowned and raised his fist with a confident smile. The man furrowed his black eyebrows and widened his eyes in shock. The protagonist was approaching his opponent, whose chain was glowing brightly. The chain flew up, the protagonist's hair flew away from the flow of wind. Mushin extended his fist forward, but his opponent jumped high into the air. The protagonist looked up at the sky where his opponent was. The man created rings from his chain. His eyes emitted a bright light and said that it was all useless. The chain, which glowed red, cut through the air. Dust rose behind Mushin, who stood with his legs wide apart. The protagonist dodged the attack, and the chain flew past him. He thought with a smirk that his opponent was experienced. As the man swung the chain in the air, Mushin thought about how his agility and linked attack created distance. The protagonist and his opponent were far apart, and the man shouted loudly, asking if he thought he could attack him once he closed the distance. The stranger smirked and shouted that he had lived with his weapon all his life, so he knew its weaknesses better than anyone else. Hearing these words, Mushin raised his eyebrows and smiled. He lifted his heel off the ground. The protagonist ran towards his opponent with a bright blue light emitting from his fists and eyes. The man pulled the chain in front of his face and asked with a malicious grin if Mushin was going to close the gap by rushing forward. He grabbed the hilt of his blade. The shining chain spun in the air. The protagonist was approaching the enemy. The man opened his mouth wide and looked at the protagonist madly. They were close to each other, grass was flying around. A powerful explosion thundered. The man lowered his head, clenching his white teeth tightly and wrinkling his nose. Drops of blood were dripping from the sharp blade of his weapon. There was a cut on the protagonist's body. The blue fabric of his clothes was stained with red spots. Mushin frowned and carefully touched his wound. He turned around when he heard his opponent spread his arms out and shout that he was stronger than anyone who believed he could handle a sword. He added with a smirk that it meant that even if there was no chain, it wouldn't hurt him much. The protagonist remained silent, staring at his opponent with his dark eyes. Suddenly, the man looked at the white light coming from his shoulder in bewilderment. The iron armor cracked and the man clenched his jaw. He sweated in horror and widened his eyes as that part of the armor flew up, tearing off a piece of flesh. Dark droplets splashed in the air, and the man raised his eyebrows in shock, looking at his shoulder. Mushin frowned, not believing his eyes. His opponent looked away as smoke rose from his injured shoulder. Dust rose from the grass, and the protagonist said that he didn't think so. The man sweated and clenched his teeth tightly, glaring at Mushin with hatred. He recalled his fight with the protagonist and thought that Mushin had only touched him slightly. Standing in the middle of the gray smoke, the protagonist clenched his hands into fists and asked if his opponent was interested in him. The man remained silent and trembled with tension. Then he smiled, a blinding light appeared in his eyes, and he confirmed these words. The protagonist suddenly frowned. The man clenched one hand into a fist, emitting a red aura and smiling madly. The skin on his injured shoulder grew back. A maroon mist appeared, and the man said that he saw how arrogant Mushin was. The warrior added with a grin that he did not want to waste time getting to know the protagonist. Metal rings appeared in the air. The chain rushed towards Mushin, flying over the grass. The metal began to burn brightly with a red flame. The two fragments of the chain crossed each other. The protagonist grinned, emitting a white glow. He raised his hands, clenched into fists, and spread his legs wide and bent. The enemy extended his hand forward and declared that he would crush Mushin. He raised his hand up, using the blood chain sword technique. The man then threw the dagger forward, using the flexible strike technique. The protagonist frowned in tension and jumped up, avoiding the attack. He swung his hand, rapidly approaching the enemy. The man swung the chain, using the aggressive chain flow technique. Mushin arched his eyebrows in shock and opened his mouth. He crossed his arms, defending himself from the chain strike. The protagonist pulled his smoking hands away from his face and let out a painful sigh. His hands began to shake and the bandages began to melt and emit white steam. The man frowned in shock and opened his mouth, looking at Mushin. The protagonist looked at his opponent with anger in his eyes. The man slammed his chain on the ground and Mushin jumped up. His hair flew to the sides and he thought with a smirk that he clearly felt that his opponent was not letting him get closer. The man created two rings from his brightly burning chain and the protagonist guessed that the opponent was bothered by the blow to the shoulder. The man gritted his teeth, sweating profusely. He looked at the dark silhouette of the protagonist standing in the middle of the smoke and did not understand why his wrists were intact, because even Shandon's thigh bone could not withstand his aggressive chain flow. A wind blew, washing away the dark silhouette in the fog. Mushin suddenly ran quickly to the side while his opponent watched him. He furrowed his brows and clenched his jaw, thinking that even though the protagonist was injured in the abdomen, he moved even faster than before. The protagonist bent down, moving quickly across the field, his eyes shining brightly. Mushin ran around his opponent at an incredible speed. The man with a wild look and a wide grin yelled that the protagonist would not be able to get close to him, because no matter how fast he was, his fists would not match his chainsword in speed. He was covered in sweat. Mushin stared at him as he ran past. The man raised his hand and shouted with a smirk that he would attack if the protagonist did not strike first. His fist tightly gripped the metal chain. Mushin widened his eyes and opened his mouth in surprise, seeing a dagger blade approaching him. The weapon, covered in tongues of flame, flew through the air. The man was holding a chain in his hand. He grinned contentedly and thought that he had caught Mushin. The protagonist leaned over, looking intently at the chain, and the man thought that Mushin could not experience this. The protagonist stamped his foot, crushing the grass beneath him. He rushed forward, his entire body radiating a blinding light. The man's mouth opened in shock and beads of sweat covered him. The protagonist grinned. He raised his burning fist. Mushin held the chain with his hand. His opponent froze with an expression of horror on his face. The chain twisted around him. Suddenly, the chains tightened, squeezing the man's body and lifting him up. He closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and let out a painful sigh. The protagonist was clenching a metal chain in his fist. The man screamed in pain as a dagger pierced his body. Mushin controlled the chain, lifting his opponent's body into the air. He stamped his foot on the ground. The protagonist frowned, swung his fist, and shouted for the first step. The man's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide, coughing up blood. He flew back as Mushin attacked him with his fist. The man hit the ground, creating several explosions. The protagonist stood with his fists clenched, his black eyebrows arched, and his lips pressed together. In the middle of the gray smoke, his opponent could be seen coughing loudly. He was sitting on the ground, calling Mushin smart. The man smiled widely, his eyes began to emit a red light, and he said that the protagonist used the chain sword technique on him. Suddenly, his reddened eyes widened, and his entire face was covered in beads of sweat, as if he felt something terrible. The next second, a stream of blood flew out of the man's mouth. Mushin said with a serious face that his opponent would not be able to recover from this so easily. The man trembled, holding his side, dark blood flowing out of his mouth. He remembered how the armor was torn off along with a piece of his body. The man then remembered how the protagonist crossed his arms to protect himself from the chain, and everything became clear to him. A blue mist formed around Mushin, and his opponent realized that the protagonist was not an ordinary warrior who only used pure strength with his fists. His eyes turned red and sweat was pouring down his face, and the man thought that Mushin was using his fists while controlling his internal strength. Mushin smiled confidently while the man thought that he looked like he was in his early 20s, and he did not understand how the protagonist could control his strength well enough to cause internal damage. The two people on the field emitted a blue and red aura, and Mushin shouted that his opponent was thinking too much. The protagonist with a soft smile assumed that the man was afraid to continue his curiosity towards him. Hearing these words, his opponent looked at Mushin with fury. He clenched the chain in his fist and it immediately began to glow. The man's body was covered in fire as well as the dagger that was stabbed into the ground. The protagonist with a confident smile ran forward. His opponent swung the chain over his head. His eyes widened and he let out a deafening scream. The man slammed the chain onto the ground, creating a massive explosion. He furrowed his brows in anger and opened his mouth wide. Gray smoke filled the area. Blood gushed out of the man's body. He wrinkled his nose, curled his lips, and screamed loudly in pain. Suddenly, Mushin punched him from below, causing his jaw to snap shut. The man flew into the air, throwing his head back. A loud explosion was heard behind the protagonist. His opponent's body was floating in the middle of the cut grass. Then he fell to the ground with a loud bang. Mushin furrowed his brows, looking sternly at the man. The protagonist's opponent pressed his palm against the bloody surface. He doubled over, spitting blood out of his mouth, thinking that the longer this went on, the stronger Mushin would become. He pressed his palm to his dirty and sweaty face, assuming that the protagonist had already surpassed the level he could handle. Mushin was emitting a bright blue light, and the man thought that they only needed to eliminate the agency leader, so they had to retreat, although it irritated him. Suddenly, the protagonist walked towards the enemy, asking if he was going to surrender. He said with a smirk and shining eyes that it was not the time to think about it. The man remained silent, looking at Mushin with trembling red eyes. The man in the red cloak quickly ran forward. They ran along the cliff. Guju and Sajin were running along the path below. The man turned around, clenching his teeth tightly, fear written on his sweaty face. He raised his hands, shouting that the enemies were catching up to them, and Sajin yelled for Guju not to turn around and just run forward. The girl ran behind the man, holding a sword in her hand. One of the warriors ran forward, shouting that he would deal with Sajin, and ordered the other two to grab Guju. The man in the red cloak jumped, appearing next to the girl. She suddenly turned around and frowned tensely. Sajin managed to put her sword as a shield when the stranger attacked her. His eyes emitted a bright red light. The man slammed his weapon on the ground, and Sajin jumped up. She then ran after Guju, and the man in red clothes let out a dissatisfied sigh. Then he jumped up, swinging his hand, and Sajin immediately turned around. The girl jumped up, running away from the stranger. Sajin's face turned pale, she was covered in sweat and frowned. She turned around, saw 3 opponents and assumed that they wanted to immobilize her and attack Guju. Suddenly, Sajin put her sword in front of her, stretched her hand to the side and thought that it was useless. One of the warriors looked at the girl's shining weapon and widened his eyes in shock. Sajin furrowed her black eyebrows, her eyes began to emit a bright light, and she used the red moon sword art technique. The girl then jumped up, stretching her arms out to the sides, her eyes turning red. One of the opponents covered his eyes with his hands, jumping up. The other opponent crossed his arms, which had sharp blades on them. A red glow surrounded Sajin's 3 enemies. Then everything was immersed in gray smoke. Sajin jumped back, holding a burning sword in her hand. Guju turned around, his face filled with horror. He looked at the gray substance and asked in fear what it was. Sajin walked through the smoke, holding a sword in one hand. She looked at Guju, screaming for him to run, and the man asked if Sajin got rid of the enemies. The 3 opponents were showered with stones. The girl looked away, her thin eyebrows furrowed in alarm. The men in red cloaks emerged from the ground, emitting bright flames. They walked away, saying that Sajin's sword skills were not like the virtuous faction. One of the opponents called the girl unusual, saying that if she lived, it would be difficult to eliminate the agency leader. Emitting flames, another warrior said that in that case, they would join forces and kill Sajin. The girl turned around and called out to Guju. The 3 opponents took off their cloaks, and Sajin ordered Guju not to stop this time. The man turned around and shouted that he was in no position to say that, and asked the girl not to die. Guju ran away, shouting for Sajin to kill the opponents first if she did. The men, whose faces were hidden by the cloth, intended to kill the girl quickly. One of them said that it would be even more troublesome for them to pursue the agency leader if they delayed. They then ran forward at the same time, following Sajin. They jumped up, swinging their arms. The girl frowned, with deep wrinkles between her eyebrows. There was a blue sky above the green grass, and someone shouted that their target was the agency leader, Gu Juin. The protagonist emitted bright flames, and the man sitting in the distance shouted that he was out of the question now. The man, whose body was burning with red flames, said that Gu Ju was probably already dead, so he had no reason to stop. He took a miniature bomb in his hand. The man then threw it, and dust rose in the air. Thick smoke appeared in front of Mushin, while the man shouted that he was defeated due to his ignorance, and that the protagonist would not be able to prevent the disintegration of the Hebei clan. The man, whose red eyes shone amidst the fog, shouted that in the end, this was his victory. The protagonist remained silent, clenching his hands into fists. His eyebrows were arched, his gaze filled with confidence. The man turned away and walked away. Mushin shouted that he was continuing to talk about useless things until the very end, deceiving himself. The protagonist, looking after the enemy with bright blue eyes, said that he and his comrades should not have appeared in front of him at all. Dust flew in the air. The man stood with his back to Mushin, who said that his team kidnapped Guja. Then he asked how his opponent's people knew about this and followed them. The silhouette of the protagonist was illuminated by a bright flame, and he said that the only person who knew that they came all the way to Shanxi to catch Guja. The man froze when the protagonist shouted that it must be someone from the Muram coalition. Mushin said with a smile that after all, by revealing himself in front of them, the man himself tells him that someone is secretly communicating with him. The dark silhouette of the protagonist was visible against the white smoke. The man turned around, his eyes shining dazzlingly. Smiling, Mushin says that the man has shown himself to them. The man's silhouette is visible in the dust, and he states that the young man himself is telling him that someone is secretly communicating with him. Particles are flying around, and a phrase is heard about how this means that he cannot make promises in the future. Mushin seriously says that the man must risk his life and take his life. Smiling, he claims that otherwise the cult will suffer great losses because of him. The man's eyes flash angrily. The young man stands with his fists clenched. A certain glowing chain is visible. Something is happening behind Mushin. He only smiles. Suddenly a whirlwind swirls. It turns out to be around the man. The man is holding a chain in his hand. The young man watches him. He frowns, not moving. The whirlwind swirls faster. Stones begin to fly in the air. Mushin only sighs. An aura is visible around him. They are standing opposite each other. The man uses the chain sword cry with his eyes flashing. He swings the chain. There is a sword at the end of the chain and the dragon chain shockwave is activated. Everything around him is destroyed. The man frowns, thinking about Mushin's strength. He rushes towards him. The boy pushes off the ground with his foot. He swings his fist, saying the first step. A collision is seen. Mushin touches the tip of the sword with his fist. It slides along the ground. Swinging again, the boy says the second step. His strike is shown. When they collide, rocks fly around. The man frowns and feels heavy. Mushin does not give up and does not lower his fist. He pushes his foot on the ground. An aura envelops him and he swings for the third time. The boy strikes. The chain breaks. The man watches this in amazement. Blood spurts out of his hand. He notices this in surprise. Mushin holds his sword in his hand. He holds it confidently in front of him. The man nervously states that the boy is just a fist fighter. Mushin stamps his foot. His eyes flashing, he announces the fourth step. His opponent is immediately cut into pieces. A mark from the blow is left on the ground. Another attack passes over the surface. The man stands dumbfounded. He trembles, bewildered. The boy looks determined, and a powerful aura surrounds him. He sighs. The sword plunges into the ground. Mushin looks at the remains of his enemy. He is sadly silent. A corpse appears, and the thought sounds that the agency leader, Juyin, should already be beheaded. Mushin turns his head, calling Sajin. 3 people jump on the girl. She frowns in concentration. Sajin begins to fight them off. She hits one of them. The man rushes at her, his eyes flashing. The other one also prepares to attack. The girl skillfully takes their blows. The man frowns, calling her small. One of the attackers points his sword forward and they are told to press Sajin. She immediately jumps back. There is an opponent behind her. She turns around resolutely. They fly apart. The girl pushes off the wall. There is a man next to her. People run at her, attacking. She fights off 2 at once. Frowning, Sajin notices the precise and perfect combinations of attacks. She strikes, destroying the rock. Jumping back, the girl realizes that they simply will not allow her to count on a counterattack. She notices the man rushing towards her. The tip of the sword is right in front of her face. Sajin frowns, looking straight into the enemy's face. Angrily, his eyes gleam in the man. He breaks away, rushing towards the girl. She is pressed against the wall. The girl grits her teeth when the opponent says that she cannot handle the physical strength of a man. He thought she would be different. Sajin looks displeased when she is called a simple girl. The men rush at her, told not to let her escape. Sajin frowns, asking what of it. The tip ends up near her enemy's neck. He begins to fall. The girl uses the red moon sword art with determination. She thrusts her sword forward, speaking of the red crane. The man is struck. The men jump back. The impact with the rock causes rocks to fly. Sajin frowns, asking if this is the power of their cult. A powerful aura surrounds her, and she states that they cannot deal with a mere girl. The man's eyes glare angrily. They are furious that she looks down on the cult. They rush at Sajin. She uses the red moon sword art, swinging her weapon. The girl runs forward, speaking of the red moon. The man is cut into pieces. Another man notices this, dumbfounded. Blood spurts out of another man. The girl looks on in surprise. The man continues to rush towards her. They clash in combat. The blow lands on the masked man's neck. The man begins to fall. The girl looks on in shock. She has a wound on her side. She clutches the wound and the men realize that they cannot defeat her even with their combined attacks. The man frowns, deciding that they should punish her for looking down on the cult before they return. Sajin's rival thinks about what will happen if the agency leader survives. She notices him rushing to the side. The girl frowns, thinking about the agency leader. Blood gushes from her wound. She begins to tremble. Her eyes are lifeless. Blood drips onto the ground. Sajin bends down, clutching the wound. She worries that it is deeper than she thought. It is dangerous for her to use light footwork in this state. The girl steps on the corpse, thinking that it is disgusting. She picks up a piece of cloth. Sajin ties it on her wound. She squints in pain. The girl bends over, breathing heavily. She clenches her teeth, shaking. Suddenly, she throws herself into the fight with determination. Mushin runs. He seems to be in a hurry. Suddenly, he notices something. The young man stops near a bridge. It is collapsing before his eyes. He watches silently, taken aback. The man pushes off the ground with his foot. He rushes forward. The man in the mask frowns with determination. Suddenly, he turns around, noticing something. A girl appears behind him, and a question is heard about when she managed to do it. Her wound hurts. She frowns, holding on. The man looks at her, deciding that it was not entirely useless. The man in purple robes runs. He is breathing heavily and looks worried. Suddenly, he falls, realizing that he cannot run any further, even if he is beaten to death. The man looks away, worried. He is dumbfounded when he notices people rushing towards him. The masked man frowns, declaring that the leader has been caught. The girl grits her teeth, remembering that she told him not to stop. They run after each other, and the agency leader realizes that they are catching up to him. Sajin's wound is gushing blood. She does not stop, no matter what. She catches up to the masked man. The girl swings her sword, declaring that this is the end. She swings the weapon. The man frowns, declaring that he does not think so. Sajin blocks the attack with his sword. She crashes into the wall. Blood gushes from her wound. The girl grits her teeth in pain. She falls to the ground. Breathing heavily, the man remarks that normally people would be too busy fighting for their lives in this state. He readies his weapon, declaring that he will slowly kill her after he kills the agency leader. He immediately takes off. Sajin frowns, looking at him. The agency leader is being chased. He is shocked when he is overtaken. The masked man swings his arm, bidding him farewell. Julian covers his face with his hands, realizing that he is a corpse. A sword swing is visible. The man's head flies off. The agency leader closes his eyes in fear. He opens his eyes questioningly. The corpse of the man in red lies on the ground. Julian notices the killer standing nearby. His face is not visible. Sajin is breathing heavily, lying on the ground. She notices several people in hats. It was already night. The moon was floating in the sky. The clatter of hooves could be heard. A pair of horses were running along the path, pulling a carriage. The unconscious Sajin was in it, when suddenly her eyes slowly and heavily opened. She did not understand where she was, so she immediately jumped out of bed. Suddenly her right side, which was badly injured, began to hurt. The girl immediately grabbed it, wincing in pain. Removing her hands to look, she saw that the wound was bandaged. The main character was riding in the same carriage with her, standing not far from her, with his arms folded across his chest, saying that fortunately, Sajin's organs were not damaged. He continued to speak with his eyes closed, saying that it was difficult for him to stop the flow of blood due to the severe bleeding. How? The girl asked quietly and surprised, holding her side and looking at Mushin. At that very second, the sheet in the carriage opened, and Chan Hyuk looked in with a wide smile on his face, happily saying that the deputy commander had not slept a wink, keeping an eye on Sajin. The girl was very surprised to see the guy. He immediately, grinning, said that a brother or even a husband could not compare to Mushin's devotion, to which he, approaching the entrance, displeasedly said that this was nonsense. Coming to her senses, Sajin looked at the main character and asked what situation they were in. Immediately, a voice was heard, informing them that the deputy commander had ordered them before leaving, in case something happened. Hearing this voice, Sajin was incredibly surprised. Meet at the right time at the entrance to the canyon of Mount Wangu, Beatgon continued with a serious face, watching the road and controlling the horses. Then Ian, sitting next to him, with a slight smile on her face, said that it took them some time to transport the cart. Each merchant asked for an absurd amount of money, she continued. Sajin listened to her voice and wondered in surprise if Miss Ian was also here, when suddenly her expression changed to more angry and dissatisfied. She immediately directed her gaze at the protagonist. It would have been better if you told me about this earlier, Sajin said dissatisfiedly, looking at Mushin, who stood emotionlessly by the wall, leaning against it. Beads of sweat were running down the girl's face, and she herself angrily said that it was not a joke to put your life in danger. The protagonist slowly opened his eyes and looked at his interlocutor. Suddenly, Sajin grabbed her side, feeling a sharp and strong pain. You need training, Mushin said quietly but clearly. The girl, hearing this, raised a dissatisfied and angry look at the interlocutor. The protagonist, despite the girl, continued to say that she needed it because only 3 men almost took her life. Sajin was very unhappy listening to this. Drops of cold sweat ran down her face. She slowly lowered her gaze. Her wound began to bleed again. Without focusing on this, the girl raised her head and said that she thought that this applies to the protagonist too. Hearing this, Mushin looked at Sajin in surprise. Then suddenly he closed his eyes and smiled contentedly. Sajin turned away from the protagonist and, lowering her gaze, quietly and upset said that Mushin could not even say good job at least once. What nonsense are you talking? Guju said discontentedly. He sat in the opposite corner, his arms folded across his chest, adding with his eyes closed that she should not expect anything when she could not do her job properly. Seeing the leader, Sajin was frightened, as suddenly, her strong and terrifying aura enveloped the entire room. The girl wondered in her mind if she should kill Guju right now. There was silence in the carriage, and the horses galloped forward quietly in the moonlight. Small bright lights shone in the night city. In the fog outside the city, 2 black figures could be seen. You only have one chance, the man said, holding out his hand with an object wrapped in paper. After that, the old man with a cloak over his face turned around and said as a last word that he could not afford a single mistake. Leave this to me, one of the warriors firmly said, accepting the transmission. After that, they went their separate ways. The old man's face was covered with thick gray stubble. He walked away emotionlessly. At this time, Sogol was lying on the ground under a tree, looking at the sky. Suddenly, he noticed something and looked to the side. Raising himself, he peered at the silhouette of an old man walking along the wall. He immediately shouted that he could tell who he was, even in such darkness, since he was familiar with this gate. Hearing this, the old man stopped abruptly. Saljik. Hearing his name, the old man turned around with a drop of sweat on his face and worry in his eyes. Sogol was already standing in front of him, bowing to him. Saljik immediately recognized the man. Suddenly, Sogol noticed something strange. He was looking at the cloak on Saljik's arm. A few seconds later, they were walking in the same direction and Sogol asked if Saljik was going somewhere, to which the old man quietly but firmly answered that he was not. The old man walked ahead and replied that he simply could not sleep, so he decided to take a walk. Sogol, having caught up with Saljik, said that he seemed to have a lot on his mind. Do I really look like that? The old man asked, surprised and a little confused. Sogol's face was emotionless. He calmly said that he had known the old man for many years, so he could tell him apart even by his breath. After thinking for a while, he said that he had 2 bottles of alcohol, so they should drink together. Hearing this, the old man silently stopped. A few seconds later, he turned his head and said that next time. Hearing the refusal, Sagal was shocked. He remained standing in place, and Saljik walked away, saying at the end that he was very tired after the walk. From the expression on Sagal's face, it was clear that he was a little upset about his friend's refusal. He looked after the old man leaving and said that Saljik was one of those who woke up from sleep to drink alcohol, but he did not think that he would refuse him. If someone is busy with something they don't usually do, Sagal added, turning his body and preparing to leave. The old man laughed at this. He turned to his friend and said with a kind expression that no matter how close they were, he thought there was nothing he couldn't say to him, the branch leader. Therefore, the old man said thoughtfully. Sagal had already put his hand in his pocket at this point, and there was an anticipatory smile on his face. "Let's drink," the old man said solemnly after a short pause. It was still night outside. The stars were shining in the sky. Morning had come, and the sun was shining on the entire city. An empty bottle of alcohol was lying on the ground. Sagal was lying sleeping next to the bottle by the wall. Workers were passing by on the road. There was disgust and contempt on their faces. Looking at the man, they were surprised how he could sleep in front of everyone. Sagal was not bothered by any of this. He snored loudly, putting a rope under his head. Some time passed. Sagal continued to sleep on the ground, snoring loudly. A shadow appeared over his sleeping body. A man approached and hit the sleeping Sagal on the back. He immediately woke up and, without getting up, said that he was alive, adding that he should not be disturbed. The one who approached him was Unhyeon, who exhaled heavily after receiving such a cold answer. He pushed the man in the back again, causing him to scream loudly. At that very second, Sagal jumped up, grabbed a weapon in his hand and rushed at the guy. Before he could attack him, Unhyeon put a bag of food in front of him and called the man to eat. A few minutes later, the two of them were sitting in the gazebo. Sagal quickly ate the food that was offered to him. Putting the empty plate on the floor, he leaned back, exhaled heavily and said that he now felt more alive. "Any news from the main character?" Unhyeon immediately asked. Sagal looked at the guy and asked if he really thought he had time. After thinking for a while, he explained that if he wanted to complete his mission in half a month, in addition to time for food and sleep, Mushin would be busy traveling. Unhyeon sat on the fence and listened emotionlessly to his interlocutor. There were only a few days left, Sagal said, throwing his head back and looking at the sky, after which he added that if he had succeeded, then Moon should already be on his way to the coalition. "That's right," Unhyeon said loudly and contentedly, standing up from the fence and folding his arms across his chest. There was a satisfied smile on his face. He also added that no news was good news. In addition, Sagal suddenly said quietly and slowly, sitting in the lotus position. There was a smile on his face. He looked at the guy and said that he thought that he had dragged him here not only to feed him. Shaking his head and grinning, Unhyeon said that he was catching on quickly, after which he added that he would not even give him a chance to think about whether he should say it or not. "So, what did you want?" Sagal asked. Unhyeon sat in the lotus position opposite his interlocutor and gathered his strength to speak. Suddenly, he was shocked by what he saw. There was no emotion on Sagal's face, as if he was lifeless. This made the guy think again about whether to speak or not. After thinking, Unhyeon was about to get up, so he said that looking at Sagal's expression, he felt that he would create problems if he told everything. Why did the man suddenly shout furiously and discontentedly? Exhaling heavily, Unhyeon nevertheless decided to tell, adding that it seemed that there was nothing he could not tell him. After thinking for a while, the guy asked if Sagal had noticed anything strange in Salgik lately. Hearing such a question, Sagal was shocked. "Something strange?" he asked again in surprise. There was confusion in his eyes. "A few days ago," Unhyeon said firmly, looking at his interlocutor. Then the boy began to tell, immersed in memories, that in order to check how things were going, he prepared a carrier pigeon. He was sitting at the table and writing a letter. Unhyeon said that there was a carrier pigeon sent by the leader of the wind. The same day, when suddenly on this day he heard conversations. Turning around, he saw two figures who were talking to each other. The first black figure held something resembling a cage in his hand and said that this was not their pigeon, and they had no idea who sent it. The second figure said that he seemed to have sent a message again. After that, the first figure handed a small note to the second, who said that sometimes he sends and receives messages from the farmer. Perhaps this is all the matter. The second figure was Saljik. Unfolding the letter, a sarcastic, satisfied smile appeared on his face. Laughing, he said that the one who sent him the letter was a very unreliable and bad person. After that, he shook the letter in front of him, telling the first figure that he had asked him to catch a fish if it escaped from the trap. "Fish?" the first figure asked in surprise. After that, Salgik brought the small note to the candle, and it immediately burst into flames. Salgik explained that the man was a farmer who caught fish but could not eat them. Do not record this in the records, the old man ordered the first figure. Unhyun listened to all this, sitting at a table nearby. He carefully looked sideways at everything that was happening. There was rage on Solgik's face. He clenched his teeth, holding back his anger. Leaving his memories, Unhyun looked at Sagal and said that this was the face of another person. Sagal silently listened to his interlocutor's guesses, his head hanging heavily and looking at the floor. Unhyun continued that at first he did not even think about investigating Solgik's case. After a short pause, he added that after looking at that face, he definitely decided that he needed to check on Solgik at least once. After these words, Unhyun again sank into his memories. He stood behind the wall, carefully following the old man. He saw him walking somewhere, and he had a cloak on his arm. There was tension and a little anger on Solgik's face. After that, he threw the cloak over himself. Without hesitation, he put a hood on his head to be less noticeable and recognizable. The hood covered half of his face, showing only his nose and mouth. After a while, Unhyun followed the old man into the forest, where he stopped on a bridge and met with one of the warriors. They stood opposite each other and talked about something. Unhyun reported that he was far away, so he could not hear the conversation properly. He barely peeked out from behind the tree trunk, carefully watching the old man. But for a moment, he heard something very clearly, Unhyun said. From the old man's mouth, it sounded like if Yeonchan-dan grabbed him. Hearing this, Sagal was horrified. A drop of cold sweat was running down his face. He didn't know what to say. Unhyun, leaving his memories, said that the fact that Yeonchan-dan was mentioned at their secret meeting was surprising, but a drop of sweat appeared on his temple. Looking at his interlocutor, he added that what was even more surprising was the person Yeonchan-dan was hunting, and as Sagal already knew, it was Guju, the leader of the agency that the protagonist was hunting. "What did you say now?" Sagal suddenly said heavily, his face showing only disappointment and despair. He raised his gaze to Unhyun and asked if there was not a drop of lies in his story. The guy silently looked at his interlocutor, and drops of sweat were running down his face. After a while, Sagal's feet walked along the road. He silently walked along the wall after the conversation. There was no emotion on his face. He remembered everything that happened on the night when he and Soljek were drinking. That night, he slammed his empty glass on the table and said that alcohol was slowly starting to affect him. They were both sitting at the table at his house. The old man thanked his friend for the drink, to which the old man replied that there was still one bottle left, after which he offered to finish it. Soljek grinned and said that these days he feels terrible in the mornings if he drinks too much. Upset, Sagal put down his glass of drink and said disappointedly that when his friend said such things, he felt bitter inside. Then suddenly he looked intently at his interlocutor and said that lately it seemed to him that he was not himself. After that, he lowered his head, stared at the glass of drink and added that he no longer knew whether he secretly tried to commit suicide, because Soljek often leaves without saying anything. After a short silence, he added that the old man had also sent a carrier pigeon, but had forgotten to attach a note. Hearing this, Soljek was shocked. Looking up at his friend again, Sagal calmly said that he did not know whether he had forgotten to attach a note or had done so on purpose. Cold sweat was running down the old man's face. He was very angry and excited at the same time. Soljek looked at his comrade, trying to think of an excuse. Smiling, he stuttered that he was so inattentive, as if he was getting old. Sagal's face was still emotionless. He did not react to his friend's words. "You don't think so?" Soljek asked with an anxious smile on his face. Sagal left his memories. His face was still emotionless. "Another person," he said to himself in his head, continuing to walk on. What was he unhappy with? Sagal asked in his head, looking at the cloud-strewn sky. The horses and carriage stopped to rest. A sad Guju sat on a rock, looking at the grass and sighing heavily. The protagonist and Chanhyuk looked down at the leader from above. Guju, sitting on the rock, did not move. He did not hear the conversation of the guys who were discussing him. Chanhyuk asked if it was right to leave him untied like this. There was some worry and concern on his face about this question. What would he do if Guju ran away? Chanhyuk asked. The protagonist did not take his eyes off the leader. After thinking, he calmly said that he had experienced the powers of the cult, so even if he ordered him to run, he would not do it. After these words, Mushin looked away. Not far from them, Sajin and Een were sitting under a tree. "By the way, what about the uniform?" the protagonist remembered, asked his interlocutor. He immediately put his hand on his shoulder and with a smile on his face said that the uniform was in the carriage. At this time, Sajin was a little puzzled and worried. Een sat in front of her, shocked by what she saw. She was treating her friend's wound, wiping away the blood. "You're recovering quickly," she said. As she began bandaging the wound, Een said encouragingly with a smile on her face that at this rate there wouldn't even be a scar. Sajin didn't react to her friend's words and just looked into the distance. It upset Een a little, but she still kept a smile on her face. Then she suddenly asked what kind of relationship Sajin had with the deputy commander. Hearing this, the girl was surprised and looked at her interlocutor. Een was a little worried. Looking into the distance again, Sajin asked why she was asking her about such a thing. Taking some of the bandage in her mouth to comfortably bandage everything, In replied that she had felt it back in the Hebei clan. After that, she tightened the knot on Sajin's wound and added that she thought the deputy commander thought Sajin was special. Exhaling heavily, Sajin began to button up her clothes, saying that she didn't know what she had seen to think so. The expression in his eyes, In immediately responded. Hearing this, Sajin suddenly became confused. A drop of sweat appeared on her temple. In smiled warmly and said how the protagonist's eyes looked when he was with Sajin. After that, she plunged into her memories. Then Mushin held the wounded Sajin in his arms. There was pity, sympathy, and sincerity in his eyes. In was very surprised when she saw this in the protagonist. I saw them, his eyes, she said with a wide and kind smile on In's face, leaving the memories. Sajin did not say anything to this, and her face expressed dissatisfaction. Having buttoned her coat, she turned her head away, closed her eyes and said dissatisfiedly that this was nonsense. Suddenly, In turned her head and greeted the protagonist in confusion. Sajin, who turned away, did not understand what was happening. She immediately turned her head. To her right stood Mushin, who was looking into the distance and asking how the treatment was going. In immediately replied that they had just finished. She was very kind and sweet when she said that the bleeding was gone, as was the fever. That's a relief, the protagonist replied calmly, looking at the girls. After saying that, he threw a small bundle on the grass. Change your clothes, he ordered Sajin, then turned around and, walking away, said one last thing that nothing good would come from wearing bloody clothes. Sajin didn't say anything to that, but only saw the protagonist off with a dissatisfied expression. After he left, she looked at the bundle left by Mushin. As I said, In suddenly said with a kind and satisfied smile on her face. What do you mean? Sajin asked irritably, unbuttoning her clothes. At that time, the protagonist approached the carriage and said that they would be leaving soon. Okay, Beekgon replied. Suddenly, Chang Hyuk approached and asked in surprise why there was such a hurry. If the protagonist still had 2 days out of the promised 15, then why there was such a hurry? Mushin immediately replied that they would arrive at the coalition by tomorrow morning. I need to confirm something, he added. At this time, a dumbfounded and frightened Guju came out from behind the horse. Looking at the leader, the protagonist emotionlessly added, before the documents for the liquidation of the Hebei clan are signed. It was beginning to get light. There were still stars in the sky, but it was getting brighter. The sun was showing itself over the horizon, when suddenly it completely peeked out from behind the mountains. The city was illuminated. The sun's rays were shining through the windows of the main building. There were many scrolls on the table, and a voice said that last night these were the scrolls that the elders left behind. Dawan and the coalition leader were in the hall. The old man stood sideways to his interlocutor and added that he did not know the contents of the scrolls, so he did not read them. Dawan looked suspiciously at the scrolls not far from him. There was a kind and warm smile on the leader's face. Dawan looked at the old man and said that there were still 2 days left. We have less than 2 days left, the old man said immediately with his eyes closed, after which he added that tomorrow was the last day. Turning away, he said that they must take action, and if they do not. After a pause, the old man, with the same kind smile on his face, said that tomorrow at the general meeting he would have to take extreme measures. Dawan was excited. He looked at the leader and said nothing. A drop of sweat was running down his face. 2 warriors were standing at the entrance gate. One of them yawned widely. Suddenly, the sound of hooves and the sounds of an approaching carriage was heard. The surprised warriors looked in shock in the direction of the sounds. A carriage was flying towards them at great speed. Having reached the entrance gate, Beekgon abruptly stopped the horses. At that moment, Chan Hyuk jumped off the cart and waved his hand at the soldiers. The shocked sentries stood at the entrance, not knowing what to say. Chan Hyuk shouted for them to inform everyone that the protagonist had successfully completed the mission and returned back. At that time, Dawan was climbing the stairs to the temple. He was very tense and looked only at his feet. Suddenly, he saw Yongxiab walking towards him. Dawan looked at the guy in surprise. A few minutes later, he opened the door to the hall and was very surprised by what he saw. He saw Sajin, Guju, and the protagonist sitting at the table. Dawan immediately rushed to Mushin, greeting him. The protagonist also greeted him. Suddenly, Dawan looked over the protagonist's shoulder. A sad Guju was sitting at the table. There were many barely visible clouds in the sky. Dawan's voice was heard, congratulating him on his return. He and the protagonist left the building. Dawan asked if there were any problems. There weren't any, Mushin immediately answered. And how have you been? The protagonist asked his comrade. He turned around with a wide smile on his face and said that he was still alive. Dawan stopped and, turning to Mushin, said that if anyone had a hard time, it was the gentleman who constantly met the elders. The protagonist only smiled slightly. Tomorrow at the meeting, he will settle everything, remembering, Dawan said a little excitedly. After that, he put his hand on his comrade's shoulder and added that this is why Guju will remain in the guest room until tomorrow, and he will order the others to guard him. After these words, Davon turned around and, leaving, told the protagonist and Sajin not to worry and to finish what they started. Keep him not in the guest room, but in the dungeon, Mushin immediately said. Hearing this, Davon stopped. What are you talking about? The protagonist asked in shock, quickly turning around, and then asked if the protagonist didn't understand how important Guju was to them. Mushin calmly explained that Guju should be given the basic paperwork to fill out and sent to prison. You have to do this, Commander, the protagonist said seriously. Surprised, Dowan didn't know what to say. Mushin looked at his comrade with complete seriousness in his eyes. After a while, Guju was tied up. Deacon and Libam were leading the old man. The protagonist watched them go. Ian stood next to him in shock. Where is Sajin? The protagonist suddenly asked, continuing to look into the distance. Ian turned to Mushin and said that she was resting inside. A warm and kind smile suddenly appeared on her face. Ian also added that the protagonist should also rest. Mushin, hearing this, slowly lowered his head. Could you leave me? The protagonist asked Ian. In the distance, the silhouette of Unhyan was visible approaching. Mushin, Unhyan said in surprise, seeing the main character. He immediately ran up to him and, putting his hand on his shoulder, happily said that he had returned safely. Suddenly, Unhyan looked out from behind Mushin's shoulder in surprise. Could it really be Ian? Unhyan asked. Right after that, Mushin dragged the guy down the stairs, saying that now was not the time. Some time passed. The sun was still shining in the sky. That's all the information, Unhyan said quietly. They stood around the corner and the guy added what he had gotten together with Sun Beyong. Mushin, with his arms folded across his chest, said nothing. In his head, he was thinking about who the message was being passed between. Remembering the 2 horses with the coachmen, he said to himself that he didn't know what was written there, but the messenger's movements coincided with theirs. Mushin was very tense. He understood that if Yeonchon grabbed him. After that, he said goodbye to Unhyeon, saying that they would see each other at the general meeting. Unhyeon was very surprised. Mushin's face was already more relaxed. He calmly told him not to stick his head out or interfere until he said so. Understood, Unhyeon said firmly, after which he added that he would tell Sunbi the same. Mushin looked at his comrade emotionlessly. Night had fallen. The entire city was plunged into darkness. A black silhouette was walking up the mountain. It was one of the warriors. He walked forward emotionlessly. Approaching a large stone, another silhouette was visible there. Sealjek was sitting on the stone, his face covered with a cloak. A warrior was walking behind him, who without stopping said that he confirmed Guju's location in the dungeon. The old man did not answer. The warrior passed by him, saying in the end that in an hour they would begin the mission and leave this place. Sealjek sat silently on the rock until his accomplice left. Then he walked down the mountain with quick steps. Unhyeon watched all this, hiding behind the trees. It was getting light. The old man took off his cloak. Unhyeon appeared not far behind him. Standing in place, he watched the old man leave. Ear stomping loudly suddenly came from around the corner. Hearing this, Unhyeon got scared. He immediately grabbed his sword and looked around the corner. In the darkness, glowing eyes were visible. When suddenly Sogol came out of the darkness. What are you scared of? He asked the frightened guy. You've already returned, someone's voice was heard. The old man was walking towards the unknown. Unhyeon watched all this from around the corner. Sogol was standing behind him, who calmly told the guy to leave the rest to him and go back. After these words, Sogol came out from around the corner and moved towards the old man. Unhyeon, who was peeking out from around the corner, asked if he knew, to which Sogol immediately replied that he would just watch. Unhyeon exhaled heavily. Manager, Sogol asked questioningly, walking into the corridor. The guard of the corridor said that he had just gone inside. You're back, the worker said happily, walking towards Sogol. There was no emotion on Sogol's face. He looked down the corridor. At the end of the corridor was an entrance to a hall that was dark. A second later, the light came on. There was still no emotion on Sogol's face. There was silence in the sky, not even the wind rustled. At that time, the prison was guarded by many warriors. 2 sentries were walking along the wall. Suddenly, rustling sounds were heard, but the warriors did not hear it, moving on. Someone's hand suddenly grabbed the top edge of the wall. A second later, the unknown man climbed the wall. He immediately looked around. After that, he quickly walked past all the guards, approaching the hole in the wall. Having reached it, the unknown man looked around again. There were guards in the dungeon itself, too. When the guard passed, rustling sounds were heard from the hole in the ceiling. A second later, the unknown man's legs appeared from there. The next moment he landed carefully on the floor, looking around. Suddenly, he heard the echo of the voice of approaching warriors, who said that they were very hungry. Hearing the voice, the stranger became very scared. 2 guards appeared in the corridor, who agreed that when they finished their shift, they would have a drink. The stranger immediately hid so as not to be discovered. As soon as they passed, there was silence. From behind the black corner, the stranger came out, looking around. Having made sure that everything was clear, he ran. There were many cells in the corridors. At one point, he ran past one of the dungeons. Then suddenly he noticed what he needed. Gaju was sleeping in one of the cells. At that moment, the stranger tried to pick the lock. A second later, he succeeded and he entered the cage. Although his face was not visible, there was definitely a crazy smile on him. He slowly approached Gaju, putting his hand in his pocket. He took out a small hiding place. Opening it, there were 2 small needles. Taking out one of them, he saw that poison was dripping from it. He laughed maliciously. It was as simple as pie, he thought, bringing the needle to Gaju's neck. Suddenly, the eyes of the stranger lit up. The stranger brought the needle to Gaju's neck, preparing to give him an injection. At that very second, a hand grabbed the stranger by the neck from behind, pulling him along. It was the main character. Holding the frightened stranger by the neck, he ordered him to slowly lower his hands and follow him. He was very serious. He looked at Gaju and said that if the stranger tried to escape, he would die immediately. Shuman grabbed the stranger by the throat. He was angry. He said that if he tried to escape, he would die immediately. The stranger opened his eyes wide. He recognized that voice. Shuman pulled the man up by the throat, demanding that he stand up. The eyes under the mask were bloodshot. The stranger did not understand how the hero knew that he was here. He looked at the sleeping man, understood that he had nowhere to go and he would die anyway. He swung the needle. Mushin noticed it. He grabbed the stranger's wrist. The needle fell out. He hit him. He barked. With his other free hand, he snatched the needle. Tears flowed from his eyes. He was not going to give up. Shuman kicked the ninja's hand. The needle stuck into the ground. The stranger looked at the wall, refusing to accept this outcome. Mushin pressed the killer to the bars. He lifted him above the ground. Holding the man with one hand, Mushin noticed that he was not afraid of death. He looked penetratingly at the killer and offered to fix it. The man looked at the protagonist with fear. The old man slept, not noticing anything. Meanwhile, in the temple, all the doors were closed, candles were burning behind them. Wax was spreading along the counter. There was a jug of alcohol on the floor not far from her. A full cup was waiting next to it. Saljik looked down. Sogol frowned at the old man. He was silent. His cup was empty. The stars were already beginning to shine in the sky. The night had passed and the day had come. People were walking along the road to the temple. They passed through a deep arch. They entered the large hall and sat down in their places. They were informed that the leader of the coalition had arrived. An old man in a yellow robe entered the room. Everyone began to greet the master. They put their fists to their open palms as a sign of respect. Everyone sat down in their places. Incense was smoldering in the center of the room. The old man hoped that everyone knew the reason why they had all gathered today. He folded his hands and said that they had discussed this earlier and therefore now it was time to get straight to the point. He said that producing jiangshi was a serious crime that must be punished. The old man was calm. He said that nothing could be neglected in this matter and no reason could ever make it acceptable. Everyone looked at the master silently. He said that many elders believe that the Hebe clan should be dissolved by law. He smiled and said that he also agreed with this. The men began to say that this was the right idea and the master had hesitated for too long. Various people said that such a matter did not end with just agreement. They asked for the decision of the coalition leader to be announced. He smiled. The servant bowed obediently. The old man asked for the necessary documents to be brought. An unknown person entered the room. Those present looked at him with fear. Dawan, the commander of Qingdang, arrived with a stack of scrolls. He stood in front of the leader. Everyone asked why he was the one entering with these scrolls. Dawan was calm. He pulled out 2 scrolls. He walked with them to the coals. Everyone started sweating and started calling out to the man and asking what he was going to do. Dawan didn't notice them and looked at the coals. He let go of the scrolls. They fell into the coals and caught fire. Everyone watched in horror as the documents burned. The commander looked at the fire calmly. Everyone was silent in horror. Some closed their eyes and some couldn't take their eyes off him. Everyone started asking what he had just done, asking if he had gone crazy and asking if Dawan knew what kind of papers he had just burned. Dawan closed his eyes and exhaled. He turned to the old man and bowed. He turned to the elders and bowed to them. He lowered his hands and said that as far as they knew, the Hebe clan had tried to create a jiangshi, but it was all a lie. He looked at the elders and said that their enemies had planned for them to personally destroy them and sow discord within the coalition. One of the elders looked at the commander and said that he was talking nonsense. He raised a finger and said that as proof of the existence of the blood cult, he only brought a strangely shaped sword and nothing more. Dawan was silent, while the elder asked if there were at least witnesses who had close contact with them. The man did not stop and said that he could not understand why he was tearing his clothes like that when he could not even prove it. He gritted his teeth and blamed the commander for the fact that their meeting was postponed every time. He stood up. Everyone began to be indignant. The bird suddenly flew away from the building. The elder looked at the coalition leader in horror. He was sitting calmly, but a white aura enveloped him. He smiled and said that it was impolite to interrupt another person. The elder bowed guiltily. Davan looked at the elder and said that he knew they existed. He waved his hand around the room and said that now, right here, he would prove it to everyone. A man entered the room. The elders looked at the new guest in confusion. The man sat on his knees. Dawan looked at the people. He was sure that among the elders there were those who knew this man. He looked at the man sitting on his knees and demanded to tell everything without a drop of lies. The man looked at the floor guiltily. He began to tell. His name was Guju, and he worked in a Chinese escort agency. One day, a man with a strange look came to him and offered him something he could not refuse. He ran his gaze over the floor and said that if he transported the bodies to the Hebe clan, he promised to make a very big deal. He looked at the floor. Every night they sent him corpses to their agency. They hid their smell in advance and froze them, then sent them to the Hebe clan. Dawan came closer. Guju recoiled. The commander asked if he knew what these corpses were used for. He said that if he had known from the beginning. He looked at Dawan guiltily and said that they had been lying to him until he could no longer get out of this swamp. He remembered the unknown man who said that they wanted the Hebe clan to start producing jiangxi. The elder looked at the man in shock. Everyone was silent, thinking about what was said. The coalition leader remained calm. Dawan looked angrily at the agent's escort. The agent remained shamefully silent. Dawan asked how he knew that the unknown man was from the blood cult. Guju said that it happened when the corpses stopped coming. He said that he was offered a big deal and then the unknown man revealed himself. The unknown man said that he hoped for further cooperation. He was hidden in a black cloak and said that when all the territories became theirs, he would give Guju the opportunity to trade on these lands. The man said that when everything started going wrong, he understood everything. Sweat was running down his forehead. He said that he was just a pawn for the enemies. The coalition leader looked at the man. Dawan was silent. Mushin was propping up a tree at this time. He was silent with his eyes closed. A servant approached him and attracted the hero's attention. He silently looked at the servant. After a while, under the sunny sky, the coalition leader said that they had finally met. He looked at the vastness. Holding his hands behind his back, he said that the one who broke into the prison and caused a commotion, and this turmoil with the Hebe clan. He said without turning around that the one who dared to undermine his authority. He turned around and looked at the hero, said that it was him. Dawan and Mushin were standing next to each other. Mushin frowned slightly. The old man smiled. Mushin greeted the coalition leader and introduced himself. The old man removed his smile. Mushin fell silent. They stood at the edge of one of the paths. The leader said that he heard from the commander of Chengdang that it was the hero who saved the Hebe clan from destruction and revealed the existence of the blood cult. Mushin remained silent. The leader said that all this was thanks to him. He smiled and asked to accept his sincere words of gratitude. Mushin asked if everything went smoothly. Davan said yes and the hero fell silent. He looked at the leader and said that he had done what he had to. He said that he was not alone, that his colleagues were with him. The leader was among them, and he had also played an important role. The old man laughed softly. He looked at the vastness and said that he was just sitting in one place and could not be of any use. He said that it was just a coincidence. Mushin fell silent. The old man turned around with a smile. He said that if there was something the hero wanted to say, he could say it without hesitation. Mushin thought about it and asked if he could go. The old man was surprised. Davan too. He looked at the hero, but he said that he had things to finish. He looked at the coalition leader and asked if he could go. The old man thought about it. A few minutes later, the leaves were blown away by the wind. Davan apologized for the disrespect he had shown. He bowed guiltily and said that the hero knows nothing about ethics if he wanted something. The old man looked at the vastness and turned to the commander, who immediately responded. He said that among those who are more ethical than the deputy. He smiled and asked how many people could quickly assess the current situation and start acting faster than him. Davan looked at his superior in surprise. The old man was silent. The wind swayed the leaves. Mushin was leaving the conference building. He looked ahead purposefully. He remembered how the unknown man screamed when he tortured him. He stuck his fingers under his ribs and passed energy through his body. The hero's gaze was cold-blooded. He stuck his fingers deeper and deeper. The killer was tied to a pole and disfigured. Mushin looked ahead. Cheng Hyun and Cheng Huk were waiting for him. He walked down the steps to them. Without further ado, he said that they were leaving. At this time, in Solgeek's house, the doors of his room were closed. He sat in front of the table. He looked at the cup of alcohol. He was gloomy. He took the cup and drank. He put the empty one on the table, groaned and said that it was bitter. The guards were resting and laughing. One of them looked up and was surprised by something. He began to walk around the yard and ask if he smelled something burning. The servants also noticed something. Another man stopped and asked what it was. Everyone looked up. Mushin and the brothers ran forward. The hero looked up in surprise. He looked at the column of smoke. The house was burning, completely engulfed in flames. The servants were trying to get through and save the master. They carried water, urged each other on. Mushin ran to the house. He concentrated, thinking about Solgeek. Everyone was running towards the fire. Dawan also ran to the fire and asked Changhyun whose house it was, but the guy said that they did not know for sure yet. He turned around and asked if they hadn't pulled the body out of the fire yet. Changhyun looked at the commander in confusion and said that the body had been damaged in the fire to the point that it was almost impossible to identify. He said that the deputy commander said that they needed to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Dawan looked at the boy in fear. He remembered Mushin, who said that they knew for sure that they would be escorting Guju, so they were pursuing them. Dawan listened in surprise as the hero said that it would have been impossible if they hadn't been informed in advance. Dawan then asked if Guju was a decoy. Mushin replied that they had already put a lot of effort into destroying the Hebe clan, and if they had the opportunity, they would definitely try to kill him. He looked down and asked the commander not to worry. He asked them to prepare for the elders' meeting tomorrow. Dawan realized with alarm that Salgeek was part of the blood cult. He looked up at the sky. People were fussing at the foot of the stairs. They were crying and asking for the master's body. They were just asking for the body to be given to them so they could take it home. Changhyun looked at them and said that they would give them the body after the investigation was over. He asked them to stop causing trouble and asked them to just wait. At this time, in the Chengdang house, people could be heard complaining and demanding that their master's body be given to them. A burnt body was lying on a sheet. Wadon looked at it with concern. The light from the window fell on the corpse. Wadon asked if this was the same Salgeek he was talking about. Mushin stood nearby and said that the man who tried to kill Guju with a poison needle confessed everything, that Salgeek was behind him. Dawan looked at the deputy and suggested that the killer could have intentionally given a false testimony to deceive them. Mushin thought about it. He remembered how much he disfigured the killer. He said that a lie was impossible. Dawan exhaled nervously. Hanan came into the room, covering her nose. She addressed the commander. She tried not to look at the corpse and said that a man from the pauper sect had arrived to confirm the identity of the body. Sogol stood in front of the body. He looked at it and remained silent. His eye lit up imperceptibly. He said that it was Salgeek. He did not turn around and said that a man who dedicated his entire life to the sect. Dawan approached the man. He said that a man who had accomplished many feats and made a big mistake. He asked the heroes not to use this mistake to defame his feats. Dawan seriously replied that he would do so. Sogol looked at the hero and said that he had ordered the sect members to cooperate with Chengdang in this matter. The merchant's face was hidden in the shadow. He asked to let them send the master's body back in their way. The sun was setting behind the mountain. The body was placed on a stretcher and covered with a cloth. The sect members gasped. They carried the body in a cart and mourned. Mushin and Dawan watched them go. Dawan turned away and said that everything had reached the poor man's sect from the Hebe clan. He went back into the building and said that one incident would not have raised suspicions, but when there were several. Really, how many sects and influential families were connected to the blood cult? Mushin watched the commander go. Sogol stood next to him and asked how the hero felt when his fears became reality. He assumed that the hero would get angry in such a case. Mushin remained silent. Night fell. Sogol said that he knew because he witnessed the examination of the corpse. The merchant and the hero stood in the pavilion. The former said that there were no scars on the body except for burns. They looked at the vastness. Sogol said that it was obvious that Mr. Salgeek himself had started the fire to destroy the evidence and committed suicide. Mushin said that anything was possible. Sogol said it was murder. Mushin turned around, puzzled. He asked the merchant how he could be sure of that. Sogol didn't turn around and said that he had met him last night, even though it was a short conversation. Mushin looked at the merchant. The merchant said that the gentleman had told him everything that was needed. He remembered looking at the old man. The man said that tomorrow. He looked down and said that he would go to Yeonchan tomorrow. Sogol said that even though it was a lie, in order to avoid the situation. He remembered the fire and said that it happened the day after the elders' meeting ended. Sogol screamed and said if someone was going to commit suicide by arson to destroy the evidence, then why did they decide to wait so long? He turned angrily to the hero. He screamed and said that that would mean he would have to start a fire and kill himself when everyone was already awake. Mushin frowned. The man said that it seemed like an obvious way to cover his tracks. Sogol cried and said that someone had definitely dealt with his master. Mushin was silent. The sky was cloudy. In the conference building they were talking about Salgeek. The leader looked at the vastness and kept repeating the name of the deceased. He exhaled. Dawan stood nearby and listened. The old man asked what the Chengdang commander was going to do. Dawan said that at first glance, everything indicated that Salgeek had started a fire and taken his own life. But there was a high probability that this was not the case, so they were planning to start an investigation. The old man turned around, puzzled, and asked if it could really be murder. Dawan looked at his leader and said that it was definitely murder. The old man turned away and thought, chuckling. Sogol stood in front of the incense, saying that Salgeek was the only member of the sect he respected. He looked mournfully and said that that was why he was very careful in speaking about his suspicious behavior. He looked up and said that it was definitely a murder. The guy said that this was Yonghyun's position. Unhyun turned to the hero, who said that Sogol was right. Mushin said that Soljek was killed. Unhyun opened his mouth. The hero said that there was someone else among them who was connected to the blood cult. They walked forward. Mushin said that it could be one of the elders belonging to the great families, or someone from their inner circle. Unhyun said if we think about it in this direction. The two guards looked at the hero in surprise, who said that it could be someone from the Muram coalition. Unhyun turned to the conversation of the two guards. He caught up with the hero and said that rumors began to spread because of the blood cult. He said that they should be careful with such talk. He exhaled nervously and said that the hero was now Mayan, not Seoul. Mushin smiled slightly. Qingdang building. The door to the room was closed. There were scattered linens on the bed. There were bloody bandages next to the shirt. The blade of the sword cut the air. Sajin was training alone. She was sweating profusely. She did a somersault. She swung the sword on the back. She almost touched the ground, but she fell and rolled on the ground. She looked at the cloudy sky and became annoyed. She grabbed her wound. She was breathing heavily. Mushin appeared from behind and said that he had told the girl to rest, but she had not heard. Mushin looked at the girl sternly. She proudly wiped away her sweat and said that she knew better what her body needed. She closed her eyes and said that she was no longer a child, so she did not understand why the hero was so concerned about her. Mushin exhaled. He lightly hit the girl in the side. She shook and grabbed her wound. Mushin said if she didn't want to be treated like a child, she needed to stop acting like that. The hero turned around and walked away. He said it wasn't just about training. He said if Seojin didn't let her body heal, then she wouldn't be able to fight when it was needed most. Seojin gritted her teeth. She threw a rock. Mushin turned around. The rock hit him in the back of the head. He turned around with a frown. Seojin calmly turned away and asked if it was going to rain. Mushin exhaled with a smile. The girl looked at the overcast sky. The wind blew. The road in the wasteland led to a cliff that had a red aura around it. The red halo of the sun was breaking through the clouds. There was someone on top. He said that the destruction of the Hebe clan had finally failed. The man in the red robe said that the main factor was that Qingdang had acted before the Central Escort Agency. He said that he had ordered the death of all of Guju's relatives and the complete destruction of the Central Escort Agency. The white-haired man sat at the altar with red torches and said the name Muon. He did not turn around and asked if it was him again. The man said yes. He said that this time they would have to intervene. The eyes of the gray-haired old man with long hair lit up red. He laughed and his laughter began to spread around the cliff and throughout the damned wasteland. It was a sunny day. The city was in full swing. Crowds of people were scurrying around the market and doing their business. A merchant was selling meat and shouting a price of 2 liang, and people began to argue with him. He waved in front of the customer's face, saying that this was simply excellent meat. At this time, a stranger was walking in the crowd. Mushin in a straw hat was walking down the street. He looked at the crowd of people to the side. A girl in a purple robe was fighting with someone. She hit the big guy in the arm with her spear and he dropped his weapon. His sword spun and flew into the crowd. It stuck not far from the hero. He looked around at everything that was happening. The girl exhaled and said that no one could go further. The man rubbed his bruise. The girl asked how they were going to fight the warrior Soin if they couldn't even knock her down. The stranger asked who was next. She was ready to pay any money. Mushin walked through the crowd and said that he would try. The girl looked at the hero and began to egg him on, saying that he had come out to disgrace himself and asked how long he would last. He leaned on the spear and told him to get his weapon out, but the hero said that there was no need for that. The girl smiled and said that the hero had confidence if he was going to fight hand to hand. He smiled and mentally called the hero a fool. She got into a fighting stance. She jumped, swung, saying that there was no turning back. She struck, raising a column of dust. The hero easily dodged. The girl looked at him in surprise. She attacked with a spear. The hero easily crouched. He found himself behind the girl. She attacked, but the hero was no longer in the same place. Now he was standing in front. The girl smiled and said that the guy was good. She covered herself in a purple aura and asked how the hero liked it. She rushed forward like pink lightning. The hero was surprised. The cut straw hat flew into the air. Mushin was left without a hat. He dodged another blow. The stranger smiled and asked if the hero was surprised. He silently watched the next blow. He dodged a quick blow. The girl intercepted the spear and looked forward in confusion. Mushin again dodged the blow, but she attacked again. A smile appeared on her face. A straight stabbing blow was flying at the hero. He grabbed the blade with his fingers and managed to block the blow. The girl tensed up, not understanding how he was able to stop the spear. The hero struck the spear. It began to twitch in the girl's hands, and he easily took it from her hands. She looked at the approaching blow with fear. She fell to the ground and began to cover herself. The crowd around began to rejoice at the hero's victory. Mushin was silent, holding the spear. He threw it to the side and said that it was good. The girl caught it. She smiled with admiration. She looked at the stranger, who was looking at the torn hat. He said that he simply did not allow it to be used. She admired how the hero disarmed her. She smiled and said that she finally found it. Mushin silently looked at the girl. She thought that this was the guy she had been looking for so long. Saul disappeared 20 years ago. The struggle for power in the country ended with the victory of the virtuous faction. Now about 70% of China is under the control of the Murderous coalition, and the warriors of the coalition stand guard over peace and order. But this peace threatens the peace of the Murderous coalition itself. In the council building, they said that the warriors fear peace. After all, their faith is reinforced by confidence in their own strength. Mushin asked the leader of the coalition what should the warriors do after they have already achieved peace. The old man then said that behind such ideas, which only seek to sow discord in the usual order of the world in China, there is a cult. Mushin agreed. Davon then said that now Qingdang's goal has finally become clear. He said that regardless of the 5 great families and the 9 united sects, they will eradicate the hidden powers of the blood cult. The leader asked where they planned to start. Mushin said that there is one suspicious sect. He looked at the girl. She approached the hero and said that her name is Lion. She smiled and said that she is the next leader of the Twin Dragon sect. She extended her fist to the hero and said that he was a tough nut to crack. What was he doing in their area? Mushin exhaled. They went for a walk. The girl asked if the hero was traveling and honing his fighting skills. They walked along the road. Lion assumed that the hero had nowhere to stay. She looked at him and said that he was very lucky. She smiled, raised her finger and said that she would not only pay him, but also provide a place to stay for the night. They walked to the estate. She said that of course, everything would depend on how the hero shows himself in the future. They approached the gate. They entered the courtyard and Lion shouted that she was back. They looked at the man lying on the bed. The old man was sleeping. Lion took the hand of the sick man and called him father. Mushin came up and asked again. Lion said that his father's name was Manhwa. She patted the man on the head and said that he was the leader of the Twin Dragon. The girl smiled and said that she would soon take over as the leader of the sect. Mushin was silent. She placed the man's hand on the bed. Mushin thought about it. He remembered Davon asking him what he had heard about this in prison. Mushin replied that a man had recently been arrested for causing harm to the leader of the Twin Dragon sect, but he looked at the commander and said that he had started to say that he had been framed and that there were several phrases related to the blood cult in his words. Davon looked ahead and ordered that nothing should be overlooked, that they must be very careful. They walked forward. Davon said that they must take this battle very seriously. Mushin remained silent. He asked if he could examine Lion's father. She let go of his hand and asked if he was a doctor. Mushin touched the man's hand and said that he was not Huachuo, but he knew something. He opened the man's eyelid. He felt his stomach. He frowned and thought that this was very similar to what had happened to Dochan. He decided that the only difference was the severity of the symptoms. The man remained silent. The hero thought of a poison that did not exist in China, which must definitely be the work of the blood cult. He turned to the girl and asked if she knew that her father was poisoned. She trembled and said that she knew. She looked forward angrily and said that Soyen did it. Mushin looked at the girl and asked again. The girl answered that Soyen was the woman who took her father's place. The man remained silent. Lion said that she was just a concubine, but she managed to fool her father. Mushin looked at Lion and began to cry. The girl said that in the Twin Dragon sect, the one who commands the strongest warriors can become its leader. The girl sat on the steps. She said that when her father weakened, the warriors under his command began to disappear one by one. Soyen led 3 warriors of unknown origin and took the place of the leader of the sect. The girl looked forward angrily and said that she knew that the woman defamed an innocent man and handed him over to the warriors of the Murderous coalition. Mushin walked thoughtfully in front of her and asked why she didn't tell him anything. She asked in return who would listen to the daughter of the former sect leader. She said that in order to properly punish Soyen, she needed to get her out of the leader's seat. Mushin looked at Lion and asked if he really only needed to deal with her warriors. Lion approached the hero and asked if he could do that. She said if the hero helped her, she would. Mushin interrupted her and said that he didn't need money. He turned around and said that he was only interested in the order and stability of the Twin Dragon sect. Lion looked at the hero in surprise. The first snow began to fall. Lion called her father, who was lying on the bed. She looked at him with a smile and said that today she would take power from Soyen and return him back to the Twin Dragon sect. She turned around, took her spear and walked towards the exit. Mushin was waiting for her outside. Encouraged, Lion approached him and suggested that they move out. She smiled and said that they were going to the Twin Dragon sect. The city was surrounded by mountains. They were approaching a large estate. On the gate was written that this was the Twin Dragon sect. 2 guards were guarding the entrance. They noticed the people walking. In the fog, the hero and Lion were climbing the stairs. The guards asked who was coming. Lion came out onto the platform and asked if they had stopped recognizing her. She smiled and asked to tell Soyeon that her death had come. A moment later, the crowd looked at Lion, standing in the middle of the platform in front of the building. Everyone was whispering. The hero looked at them. Lion became serious. She looked at the podium. It was announced that Ms. Soyeon had arrived. A woman in beautiful clothes came out into the world accompanied by warriors. Everyone began to bow and greet their leader. The woman smiled. She looked angrily at the girl. Lion looked angrily at her enemy. The woman asked if Lion would continue to behave like this. She said that everyone knew perfectly well that she hated her. She looked down at the girl and asked how much longer she was going to challenge her before she acknowledged her. Lion was indignant. She screamed that she was there to get rid of her. She began to shower her with curses. One of the soldiers pointed at the girl and demanded to watch her language, because she was talking to the leader. Lion waved her hand and said that Soyeon was deceiving everyone. Soyeon was silent, while Lion asked to watch carefully how today she would show the true face of this woman. Lion turned around and called the hero. He threw off his cloak. He walked out onto the platform. The girl wished him luck. Soyeon angrily inhaled, mentally cursing Lion. She looked at her back and thought that she would send her far away. She would definitely die in the wilderness, trying to make ends meet. She looked at the hero and said that according to the rules of the Twin Dragon sect, their side must endure 3 duels, but the hero came alone. He said that everything was correct. Soyeon smiled and noticed that the hero had no lack of confidence. The warrior next to her bowed. Soyeon ordered him to be killed. The warrior with the scar jumped out onto the platform. He landed opposite the hero. Lion tensed, recognizing this warrior. She thought that in the last duel, he literally tore 2 of her warriors in half. The man took out his sword. Mushin looked at him calmly. Jute began to walk in circles and asked how the hero contacted Lion. He asked where he found her. Mushin asked, was Jute the first? The warrior pointed his sword at the hero and said that the hero would not live to see the next duel anyway. His sword lit up with a green aura. He prepared to dash, and he jumped, swinging his sword to strike. He hit the floor, breaking it into small pieces. He watched as Mushin easily stepped back. He prepared himself for a dash, and closed the distance, swinging for a strike. Jute intercepted the sword and asked, does he really think that fists are equal to a sword? The blade of the sword and the fist almost touched. An instant and the blade split. The fist continued moving towards the enemy. Mushin hit Jute in the face, an aura flared. The enemy was thrown back. He rolled across the court. Mushin looked at him calmly. Jute's entire face was covered in blood. The spectators were shocked. Soyeon looked at the fight in shock. So did Lion. She smiled nervously, thinking about how strong the hero was. He looked forward. Lion thought about his powerful Kai, which did not leave Jute a single chance. Everyone looked at the defeated enemy in shock and asked how it happened that he could not even get up. The servant sat down by Jute and told the lady that he was dead. Soyeon tensed up. She frowned, surprised that her warrior had been killed with 1 blow. She looked at the hero and Lion, wondering how she could have gotten a warrior of such caliber. Gwan looked at the lady. He was next. Mushin noticed something. He dodged the chain. It flew up. Gwan pulled it back to him. He started spinning the chain and said that he did not know how the hero had achieved such skill at such a young age. He frowned and said that the hero could not defeat him. Mushin smiled. He got into a fighting stance, covered himself in an aura. He looked at the enemy and told him to attack. Gwan shouted and wished death on the hero. Day came and the temple was flooded with sunlight. In one of the buildings, Gwanum said that since these records belonged to the beggar sect, he held a scroll in his hand and said that they were quite extensive. He studied the scrolls, said that they were all about the Great Miram War, which they already knew about. Zhu Jian smiled and said that there must definitely be traces of the blood cult somewhere. She said that there were many records in the archive, so he suggested that they continue searching. Gwanum sighed tiredly. He looked at Sajin. She was studying the records. The man asked if the deputy had asked her to look at the records too. Sajin said yes and said that she also had a personal interest. Gwanum was surprised. He said that the Great War happened 20 years ago. Sajin remained silent. Gwanum said that she was still a child then. He looked at the examiner and said what happened, but he interrupted him and asked him not to press. He smiled and asked if there were people who were not affected by the Great Miram War. Gwanum muttered and said that Zhu Jian was right. Sajin remained silent. Her eyes widened, having found something. She frowned, holding the book in her hands, and thought that she was the only one who thought that there was something wrong with the records. She supposed that it was because she was from Mage. She looked at the records and thought that even if you take into account the difference in the perspectives of the losers and the winners, the records were so different that it was hard to believe that they were talking about the same war. She asked herself, could the blood cult have fabricated all the records here? She looked at the records, deep in thought. She put the book down and thought that if she wanted to know what the cult was up to, she would have to compare these records with the ones in Qing. Sajin looked ahead seriously. Meanwhile, in the Twin Dragon sect, the chain was bending in the air, and it fell to the ground. Gwen hit his head on a rock. Mushin was standing with his back to him. He turned around sternly. Gwen stood up and said that it was impossible. He asked how someone like him. Blood was flowing from his mouth. He asked who the hero was. He fell down dead. The crowd exploded in surprise. They began to discuss the hero's latest victory. Soyeon was nervous. Behind her stood a warrior with a scar on his forehead. Lion was happy. She smiled, thinking that there was only one left. Mushin looked ahead. Lion mentally asked the hero to finish the job. The third warrior landed. Mushin looked at him and said, "So he is the last one." The warrior introduced himself as Perrin. He looked at the hero seriously and said that he was the one who would end his life. Mushin smiled slightly. He clenched his fist. It was covered in aura. He got into a fighting stance. Perrin stood motionless. The hero told him to attack. Perrin was nervous. He grabbed the hilt of the sword and pulled it out of its sheath, launching a slash of aura at the hero. Mushin concentrated and blocked the blow. He was doused with bright light, but he withstood. Perrin was behind him. He said that he was confused when the hero smashed the sword with his fist. He struck again. He said it was just a defensive kai. Mushin ducked under the blade. He punched the guy in the stomach. Perrin was thrown aside. He coughed. Mushin looked at him calmly. Suddenly he felt something. He turned around in fear. A knife was stuck in his back. Gwen, still alive, was shaking and laughing at the hero. He gritted his teeth and said that the poison had finally been applied. Mushin immediately pulled out the knife. He looked at his hand. Gwen extended his finger and said that it was useless because even a small amount of poison would be enough to paralyze a tiger the size of a horse and finish it off in seconds. The knife fell to the ground with a ringing sound. Perrin looked at the hero in surprise. He made another cut from the aura, asking where the hero was looking. Dust rose. The hero put up a block. Perrin jumped out of a cloud of smoke and said that it would not be the poison that would finish him off. He screamed that his sword would do it. The hero blocked the sword with his kai. Perrin screamed in surprise. Mushin smiled. Holding the sword, he said that he was disappointed. He swung his leg and hit the enemy with it, throwing him aside again. Soyeon watched everything in fear. Perrin broke through the railing of the stance. Gwen stood up. Soyeon screamed hysterically and ordered to kill the hero. But the man understood that it was simply impossible. He looked at the hero who was approaching him. He thought about the fact that he was poisoned. He asked himself how could the hero be completely fine. Mushin said that ordinary poison could not kill him. Gwen screamed, asking, is he immune? He was thrown against the wall. Gwen coughed. Soyeon could not find a place for herself above. She looked at the hero in fear. She turned away, and he told her if she wanted to save her life. He looked at her from under his brows and said that she better stay where she was. Soyeon froze in fear. Everyone looked at the hero in shock. They said that he single-handedly destroyed the terrible warriors of Soyeon. They said that if such a strong warrior stands on the side of Lady Lion. Everyone shouted that according to the law of the sect, Lion should take the place of the leader. She really showed that you should not give up if something does not work out the first time. They greeted Lion. The girl's hand trembled. Tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. She finally said, night fell. Mushin said that in order to gain control over the Middle Lands, the blood cult infiltrates sects, regardless of their size, and begins to weave intrigues. The hero and Lion walked up the stairs. He said that poisoning her father was also part of this, and it was not only that Soyeon wanted to seize power in the Twin Dragon. He looked at the girl and said that now, as the leader of the sect, she will have a lot of work to do. Lion said that she is ready. Mushin turned away and said that she needed to unite all the warriors as soon as possible and make the Twin Dragon stronger than ever. Lion looked ahead and said that she would do her best. They stopped at the gate. The girl asked if he was really leaving them. Mushin began to descend. Lion said that it was late now and wouldn't it be better to wait until the morning. He replied that he was only one and that things did not wait. He looked ahead and said that he, too, was sorry that he could not focus his attention on only one place. Lion watched the hero leave them. He continued walking through the night forest. He broke into a light run, and suddenly he noticed something. Sojin was standing on the night path ahead. She turned around. He asked if she had really come to meet him. They walked level. She asked what the hero was doing. After all, she had waited for him for an eternity. In response, he asked if something had happened. Sojin looked ahead and said that she had a lot to talk about, but it wasn't something she could discuss with too many mouths and ears. Mushin looked at the girl who said that the records of the Great Niram War that he asked her to look through. She said if she was right, many of the records were doctored. They said that the records were based on the records of the Beggar sect. She looked at the hero and guessed that the spy had doctored the records of the Beggar sect. Mushin frowned, and as he suspected, the cult was blocking all of China's eyes and ears. Sojin guessed that finding out what the cult was planning at that time using the coalition records was a waste of time. She frowned and said that they needed records from another place. Mushin guessed that they needed records from the mage. He looked at the girl who stopped. She remained silent and the hero asked what happened. Sojin asked if the hero was curious about how she knew that the coalition records were rewritten. She said angrily that the hero knew everything about her all along. Mushin remained silent. The girl said that this is the reason he asked her to check the records. She said that if the coalition records were really tampered with, the only one who would know it. She got angry, saying that it would be one of the mages who had already looked at their records before. Mushin remained silent. She asked if the hero by any chance knew who she was. Mushin remained silent. She smiled and exhaled. He walked forward and said that he was hungry. Sajin looked at the hero's back in shock. She called him a fool and ran after him. The Qingdang building. Mushin and Dawan walked down the corridor. The hero said that he recommended the new dragon leader to prepare thoroughly. The commander angrily said that palaces, escort agencies, and now medium and small sects. He didn't know if there was a place where the blood cult had not yet reached. He looked at the disciples and asked, "Is everyone gathered?" He looked at everyone. They were greeting the commander. Dawan said that everyone should already know about the unfortunate events that were currently happening. It was confirmed that the cult had a subsidiary branch in the Hebei clan and the central agency. Everyone listened silently. Dawan said that in addition, they determined that this was only part of the overall picture. Right now, they do not know how far the blood cult has spread its evil influence. He said that they will start with an investigation and asked everyone to prepare well. Everyone looked at the commander in confusion and asked where they will start. Dawan said that it will start with the Huashan sect. Sajin was worried. After a while, she stood with the commander in the courtyard. He asked in surprise, what did she mean by not going to the Huashan sect? Sajin said that she had important information that she must investigate about the Great Miram War. Dawan put his hands on his hips and said that Guanom and Jujai were doing this, then why? The deputy came up to them and said that he was the one who gave the order. He looked at the commander and said that besides, he would have to go with her. Sajin frowned. They were walking along a forest path. The girl asked why he had to follow her if he knew who she was. Mushin walked behind and said that he had heard that the situation in Mage was not very favorable for him right now. Sajin walked with a straw hat and said that he knew who she was, and yet he was pompously acting like he didn't know. She said that the hero was really an evil and bad person. She pointed her finger at the hero and asked him not to anger her. She said that they had a long way to go before they could reach Mage. Mushin smiled slightly. They passed by a mountain stream. Mushin asked who the current leader of Mage was. Sajin replied that it was Shinshin. Mushin watched the girl drink and asked how strong he was. The girl replied, introducing Shinshin, that as befits his position. His martial arts had long since reached the pinnacle. She wiped her mouth and said that even the hero might have trouble if he faced him face to face. They walked on. She said that there was a way to view the recordings without causing any trouble, although she did not like it. She looked ahead and told the hero to just sit and watch. Mushin looked at the girl and asked what kind of way it was. She said not to worry about it, because even if he knew, he would not be able to help her. Mushin grabbed her hand. They stopped. Mushin looked at her sternly and asked what kind of way she was talking about. Sajin looked at the hero excitedly. The rays of the bright sun were breaking through the treetops. The protagonist frowned. Sajin widened her eyes, looking at him. The hero took her hand. The girl said that Chanu wanted to marry her. Sajin's face was hidden by a hat. Her eyes widened as the girl said that he was not doing this because he loved her, but because she was the granddaughter of the demon cultivator Dangak. She abruptly pulled her hand away. Mushin looked at her in surprise. Sajin lowered her head and walked forward, saying that as for her, she was banished so she could not enter. However, if she agreed to the marriage, it would change everything. She walked forward, her cloak fluttering in the wind. The girl said that if she was his woman, even for a few days, no one would touch her, even if they looked at the records. A smile appeared on Mushin's face. He caught up with her, putting his hand on her head. The protagonist appeared next to Sajin, asking what kind of stupid idea this was. He furrowed his brows, saying that she was worth much more than he thought, and since the protagonist was with her, there was no need. The protagonist called her by name. Sajin froze in place, her eyes wide. Mushin walked forward, his cloak rising up in the wind. The girl opened her mouth in surprise, not taking her eyes off the guy. A blush appeared on her face. She pulled her hat down over her face in embarrassment, asking what was wrong with him all of a sudden. Bright rays of the sun fell on the ground, passing through the tops of green trees. A man ran forward on the grass. The man with long hair and a mask turned his gaze in surprise. A guy in black clothes and a mask that hid half of his face appeared in front of him. He bowed. The man furrowed his brows and opened his eyes wide, screaming when he heard about Sajin. Beads of sweat appeared on the guy's face. He said that she was disguised so he could not see her face, but she was holding the blade of 1,000 deaths in her hands, given to her by the previous leader of Dangak. The warrior furrowed his brows, looking at the leader. The man with long hair opened his eyes wide, looking at the guy. He frowned, asking where she was. The protagonist and the girls walked through the forest along a path, passing by a large number of trees. Sajin said that this was a recently purchased land. She looked to the side, saying that originally there was a rice field, but now it turned into a forest. The hero's attention was drawn to something to the side. Mushin shifted his thoughtful gaze, frowning. He noticed a broken branch on a nearby tree. It slowly swayed from side to side. The protagonist frowned. The guy looked up, noticing movement above. He turned to the girl walking in front, asking if she had offended anyone. She turned around in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. The heroes froze, hearing sounds ahead. Streams of wind gushed from behind the trees, lifting leaves into the air. Sajin opened her eyes wide, unsheathing her sword. She stood in a fighting stance, asking the guy how many of them were there. The girl's mouth dropped open in surprise, seeing silhouettes of people in the distance between the tree trunks. Mushin stood motionless, and warriors appeared behind him. The hero turned his head to the side, noticing 3 more. Mushin and Sajin were surrounded. A man with long black hair and a mask came out to them, asking the girl to put away the blade of 1,000 deaths. He frowned, addressing her by name. Sajin furrowed her brows, asking if they were from Maggio. The man straightened up, looking at her and saying that they were a group of Deathbringers from Maggio. Sajin's mouth dropped open in surprise. The protagonist turned to her, asking what that meant, and the girl frowned and said that they were a secret group of Maggio assassins, consisting only of elite experts. The masked man clenched his hands into fists, saying that they were ordered to escort her back. He frowned, asking her to come with them. Sajin frowned, beads of sweat appearing on her face. The girl took a step forward, telling Mushin that it was too dangerous to confront them all. She sheathed her blade. Sajin approached the masked man, asking the protagonist to follow them for now. The girl walked past the man with long dark hair. As soon as she was behind him, he frowned, indicating to kill the guy. Sajin's eyes widened, screaming in surprise. One of the warriors waved his hand, releasing a weapon at the protagonist. It was rapidly approaching the motionless Mushin. The girl opened her mouth wide, screaming his name. The guy raised his hand. He managed to deflect the weapon without much effort, without turning his head. The warrior's eyes widened, screaming loudly, not understanding how he managed to do it. The dagger entered his stomach, causing the man to fly into the air. It passed through, piercing the trunk of a tree standing behind him. The man fell, rolling his eyes. The masked stranger frowned, not understanding what the hero did. Mushin's cape and hair were fluttering in the wind. He pressed his hand to his chest, addressing the girl standing nearby, saying that she had forgotten what he had said. The protagonist smiled, saying that she did not have to do that. Sajin froze in place, her eyes wide and her mouth slightly open. On the slopes of the mountains was the Huashan sect in Changxi. The houses were surrounded by many cherry blossom trees. The warriors were tiredly climbing up the stairs, sighing heavily. Changhyun, smiling, said that the mountain peak was covered in plum blossoms, a truly magnificent sight, asking his brother if this was true, to which Changhyuk happily replied that powerful families were indeed different. The man ran forward at a rapid pace. He approached a doorway through which a man could be seen holding his hands behind his back. The man, out of breath, stopped behind him. The man with the white hat and black mustache turned around in surprise, shouting the name of Chengdang. He walked ahead of the 2 heroes on a stone bridge surrounded by many trees. The man knitted his brows, looking ahead. He noticed that they must be tired after coming all the way here. Daon looked at him in surprise, as did the other warriors. The man smiled, raising his palm, greeting the people of Chengdang. The warriors put their fists in front of them and covered them with their palms, shouting in unison that Chengdang welcomed the leader of the Huashan sect. The man returned the gesture and smiled, saying that it was a pleasure to meet you, introducing himself as Hyokulan. The pink flowers of the tree were bathed in the rays of sunlight. The man asked for the reason why the famous commander of Chengdang had come all the way to Huashan with his followers. Hyokulan put his hands behind his back as he stood next to Daon, saying that they had not been informed beforehand, so he was very surprised. The red-robed man furrowed his brows, asking if he knew about the unfortunate events that had happened in the Hebe Peng clan, to which the man replied, of course. Daon turned the corners of his mouth down, saying that it was an incident that could have caused them to lose everything. He held out his hand, saying that for this reason, the coalition leader had ordered them to prevent such a thing from happening, and they had decided to check all of Murim, starting with Huashan. Hyokulan raised his brows, asking why they were the first. Daon smiled, saying that they were just following orders. He did not know the answer. The man furrowed his brows, looking at him with displeasure. He exhaled and smiled, saying that he understood. Hyokulan came closer, saying that they were doing a righteous deed, so it was reasonable for Huashan to go first. They would actively cooperate, so if they needed anything, they just needed to ask. Daon bowed and smiled, thanking the man. Hyokulan laughed loudly. At the same time, his face became serious. The sounds came from the depths of the forest. Currents of air passed through the leaves of the treetops. Leaves were torn off, swirling in a spiral flow. Mushin tore off his cloak. He looked ahead with a serious look, his hair fluttering in the wind. The masked man stood in front of him, saying that this was funny. He knitted his eyebrows, saying that the protagonist dared to confront them, a group of Deathbringers. Mushin found himself surrounded on all sides by warriors. A girl stood next to a man with long hair. The men readied their swords, preparing to rush in. The warriors behind the protagonist drew their swords. The boy did not turn around. Sajin, drawing her blade, shouted for them to stop, to which the man with long black hair frowned and ordered her to be taken away. A heavy chain flew forward. The girl was shackled, her hat flying off her head. She opened her eyes wide and raised her eyebrows, asking what it was. The warrior behind her held the chain in his hands. The leader of the warriors turned to her, telling her to be grateful that he ordered them to be brought in unharmed. The girl's mouth dropped open in surprise. Mushin opened his eyes and parted his mouth, mentally calling her name. The masked man frowned, ordering them to attack. The two warriors rushed at the protagonist, who stood there, drawing their blades. Mushin turned around, his eyes flashing. He jumped sharply, dodging their blow. Flipping in the air, he looked at them and smiled, thinking that they were fast. Another warrior jumped up, swinging his blade to strike. He frowned and shouted, "Heya," swinging. The protagonist extended his hand, palm facing him. The warrior froze, looking at the bright aura emanating from his hand. Mushin smiled, stopping his blade, saying that he heard that they were experts. They were definitely good. The man screamed, not understanding how this was possible. The protagonist punched the warrior in the stomach, throwing him back. Mushin looked up in surprise, his mouth slightly open. Warriors rushed at him from the sky, swinging both hands with blades. One of the men lowered his hands, releasing the blades from his hands. Two warriors were thrown back, their eyes widened. Mushin looked up, looking at the blades flying at him. The protagonist smiled, his eyes sparkling. The hero clenched his hand into a fist, his body radiating a bright blue aura. The guy's hair rose into the air. The energy around the protagonist stopped the blades at his body. A man with long hair and a mask looked at Mushin, who had a blue protective field around him. He opened his eyes wide, raising his eyebrows, shouting about what it was. The warrior frowned, shouting, "What?" The two men froze in place, their eyes wide and screaming. Mushin threw his head back, his eyes shining brightly. The blade stopped at his head. The man with long black hair and a mask opened his eyes in surprise, thinking that it was a protective aura. The protagonist squatted, clenching his hands into fists. The blades began to fall down. The guy straightened up abruptly, spreading his arms to the sides. A bright blue aura threw the swords in different directions. The shockwave threw the warriors back. They covered their faces from the strong wind. The man with long dark hair put his hands in front of him, turning his head away. A loud noise was heard in the depths of the forest, accompanied by a blue glow. Over time, it stopped, leaving only a bright trace in space. Streams of wind swirled around Mushin, which raised the leaves of the trees. The protagonist frowned, confidently looking forward. The man with long dark hair widened his eyes in surprise as he looked at the boy, thinking about how this brat could have such a powerful protective aura. Mushin furrowed his brows, his hair fluttering in the wind, asking if he needed to show him anything else. The leader held his hand out to the side, his palm open. He looked at the protagonist, who had a bright protective aura around him. The man realized that this guy was definitely not to be underestimated. The leader frowned, thinking about where Sajin dug up this monster. Even if they suppressed it, many of their people would die. He looked at Mushin, who clenched his hands into fists. The leaves of the trees swirled around the guy. The man thought that it was impossible. They would not be able to suppress it and would be destroyed. The leader furrowed his brows. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. He turned to the warrior standing behind him, saying that they would buy time until Sajin was safe. He nodded. The warriors around shouted loudly, a group of Deathbringers, unsheathing their blades. The protagonist froze in place. The three warriors moved deeper into the forest. Changju, frowning, ran ahead. The two men followed him, holding the tied-up girl under their arms. Sajin lowered her head down. Her hair, tied in a ponytail, fluttered in the wind. She thought that she hated this. Tears flowed from her eyes. She thought that she chose this path without caring about what would happen to her. The girl remembered how the protagonist put his hand on her head, saying that this was a stupid idea. He came closer to her without removing his hand, saying that she was worth much more than the man thought. The girl frowned. A blush appeared on her face. She thought that it seemed like the protagonist did not know much about her. She remembered Mushin, who, frowning, said that while he was with her, there was no need for this. The girl kept her head down, calling the man an idiot. Sajin raised her head sharply, frowning. She kicked the sheath. Her sword was revealed in front of the girl's face, her eyes wide. Sajin quickly caught the hilt with her teeth. Using the tip of the blade, she began to cut the rope on her body. She frowned, beads of sweat appeared on her face. Little by little, the rope came apart on her body. The girl frowned, thinking that she had succeeded. She caught her foot on a tree root. The warriors, who continued to run forward, turned to look at her in surprise. The rope was completely removed. Sajin picked up the blade and glared at them. The warriors cried out, not understanding how she had freed herself, saying that she was only complicating things. The girl frowned, her eyes wide, telling them to tell Chen to find another one. The man screamed as he watched the girl walk away in the other direction. Changju frowned, telling them to run after her. The warriors moved forward, clenching their hands into fists. Sajin ran forward quickly, avoiding the trees on the way. She clenched her teeth, thinking about Mushin. The girl frowned, looking at the masked man who appeared to the side of her. He took out a chain, holding it with both hands. Sajin frowned, her mouth open. The warrior threw the chains at her feet. The girl, looking at it, jumped. She continued to move forward, but among the tree trunks, she noticed another warrior spinning a chain. With a sharp movement, he threw it at the girl. Sajin put out her blade, stopping the flying chain. Suddenly, from the other side, the same chain flew in, which impeded the girl's movements. One of the warriors was spinning the chain again, preparing to throw it at the girl. He made a sharp movement of his hand. The chain flew forward with a noise. This made Sajin's movements even more restricted. The girl closed her eyes and bared her teeth. 3 men held the ends of the chains in their hands, not allowing her to move. Changju clenched his fist tightly, asking why she ran away if she knew she would be caught. Sajin frowned, thinking that this voice was familiar to her. The man removed his mask and smiled, saying that she had disappeared in the past and was soon returned like this. The girl opened her eyes wide, remembering how the man pulled her hair when she was little. She frowned, a shudder ran through her body. She called him by his name. Changju, smiling, held the chain in his hands, saying that he was simply following orders from above, so she should stop resisting. The pathetic granddaughter of the Devmanchi emperor. Sajin's eyes flashed brightly. She frowned furiously. She grabbed the hilt of the sword. It emitted a red aura. The girl's hair and cloak rose into the air. Her body radiated a furious aura. The girl screamed that she was not weak. The man cried out, not understanding what was happening. The girl's eyes shone brightly. She frowned, screaming that she was no longer what she used to be. Loud sounds were heard among the silence of the trees. The protagonist raised his fist to strike. It shone brightly, emitting an aura. He hit the warrior, throwing him back. Mushin, his eyes shining, put his hands in front of him, stopping the approaching blades. The hero struck with both fists, throwing the warriors with weapons back. Another man hovered above the guy, holding 2 swords in his hands. Mushin, sharply turning around, kicked him in the stomach. The hero confidently walked forward, leaving a trail of defeated warriors behind him. He frowned, asking if they really wanted to die a meaningless death. The man took a step forward. The warrior raised his blade over the boy's head, but he dodged it at the same moment. Mushin punched him in the chest. The protagonist frowned, asking if all this was for a pathetic order. 2 warriors with blades appeared in the sky above him, but the guy stopped them by hitting them in the chest, leaving a bright light in their backs. Mushin frowned, continuing to walk forward, the blades of the defeated warriors hovering around him. He put his palm to one of them. With a sharp movement, the guy threw it to the side. The blade flew into the depths of the forest. The man with long hair turned around in surprise, noticing a bright light in the distance. His eyes widened as the blade flew into the tree trunk behind him. The man, trembling all over, turned around. He frowned, thinking that the guy was at least 30 meters away. Mushin frowned, looking into the distance. The leader frowned, thinking that while the hero was fighting, he had been able to follow him. He turned to the warrior sitting on a rock nearby, asking how many of them were alive, to which he received the answer, about 10. The man with long hair frowned, thinking that they should have bought enough time. He turned around and, looking at the blade in the tree, ordered to retreat. The warrior understood his order. The man pulled it out of the trunk. With a sharp movement, he threw it in the same direction from which it flew. A bright flash flashed among the tree trunks. The main character froze in place. The blade was approaching him. The guy stopped it with 2 fingers. Mushin's brows frowned. He looked into the distance with a collected look. The man with long dark hair, frowning, said that they would meet again. He and his subordinate quickly disappeared into the shadows of the treetops. The warriors retreated, moving through the trees. The guy frowned, raising his head up. The rays of the bright sun fell down, swirling the fallen leaves of the trees. Sajin's blade emitted a red aura. Its blade was covered in blood. It was stuck in the ground. Someone pulled it out, raising dust and debris into the air. Mushin looked at the weapon in his hand in surprise. He looked to the side. On either side of him, 2 warriors lay motionless. The protagonist shook the blood off his sword, saying that she had resisted to the last. A smile appeared on his face. He moved forward, passing through the tall trees, saying that this was enough. The city on the mountain slopes was illuminated by the falling rays of the sun. The man in white robes held out his arms to the sides, standing in front of a group of warriors, saying that they could do this anywhere, but not here. He opened his mouth wide, shouting that even if they were conducting an inspection, they couldn't rip out organs and show them to prove something. The man's eyes widened in concern, asking the leader next to him to say something. Heculin stood there silently. The man smiled, saying that he agreed with the deputy leader of Chu. After all, this building only stored Huashin's financial records, so there was nothing to see here. Dawan folded his hands behind his back, saying that there should be no exceptions. The man next to him said that it was a waste of time. Dawan told the man to get out of the way, but Chu frowned in displeasure. The man reached for the hilt of his sword, saying that if he really wanted to get in, he could take the risk. The warriors looked around in surprise. The men in white robes unsheathed their blades. All the Hueshan warriors prepared to fight. Dowan frowned, looking forward. Hyokulin frowned, spreading his arms out to the sides, shouting for them to stop, but was interrupted by the man's question about whether he could consider this as treason to the Muram coalition. The leader's eyes widened in fear. Looking at him, a shudder ran through his body. Dowan knitted his brows, not taking his eyes off him. Hyokulin's mouth opened slightly. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. The man reached for the hilt of his sword with a trembling hand. Shu bared his teeth, looking forward. The warrior looked to the side. Standing behind him was Yangxiab. Hyokulin let out a dissatisfied cry, lowering his hands, saying that betrayal was absurd. Dowan frowned, saying that in that case he should open the door. The man's eyes widened, beads of sweat running down his face. All the warriors looked around excitedly, not understanding what was happening. An elderly man appeared on the steps, clenching his hands into fists. He stood motionless, his eyes closed. The people in white cried out loudly, greeting the supreme master of the Hueshan sect, Sahyuk. The warrior in dark cried out in surprise, repeating his name. Yangxiab noticed that he was one of the 5 great swordsmen of Muram. Dowan's eyes widened in surprise, looking at the man. One of the people in white folded his hands in front of him, greeting him, to which Sahyuk raised his eyebrows in surprise, saying that the head of Hyuk was also here. Hyokulin started to tell the man something very interestedly. Dowan watched it. Saw Hyuk raised his eyebrows high. The man put his fist in front of him, covering it with his palm. He greeted the Lord. Saw Hyuk came closer to him, holding his hands behind his back, asking if he was the commander of Qingdang. The man came closer, saying that his name was Dowan. The older man raised his eyebrows, asking if he needed to see what was in this room. The man answered that he did. Saw Hyuk put his hand to his chest, saying that this was all necessary, even though he was planning to commit treason by drawing his sword against them. The warriors opened their eyes in surprise upon hearing this. Hyokulin smiled, looking at them. Saw Hyuk was unperturbed. Dowan raised his eyebrows in surprise, looking at him. He frowned, answering, yes. Saw Hyuk laughed loudly. He turned to Hyokulin, ordering the door to be opened. The man's mouth dropped open in surprise and his hands raised. The man turned to him, holding his hands behind his back, saying that if they said they were confident, then they had nothing to hide. Hyokulin gritted his teeth in displeasure. Sahyuk turned to the commander in front, asking him to be careful that nothing inside was moved from its place. Dowan replied that he would keep that in mind. The old man hurried away, ordering the leader of Hyuk to not hesitate and open the door. The man bowed his head, intending to fulfill his master's request. Among the dark night sky, the city shone brightly with its lanterns. In the house, bright light came through the windows. The Qingdang warriors were sitting at the table, sorting through documents. Yangxiab, slightly opening his mouth, said that now he understood why they did not want to show them the documents. Ayon raised her eyebrows at the papers, saying that she never thought that their financial losses were that severe. Han frowned, saying that it was probably because they were raising warriors and couldn't classify them as soldiers. Chan Hyuk raised his eyebrows, saying that there was definitely a limit to how much they could earn by educating future scholars, asking if that was true, to which his brother replied, yeah. Dowan raised his eyebrows, asking if they were here to inquire about Hueshan's financial losses. There were instructions from the house to be careful so that what they saw here wouldn't come out of their mouths, and they all replied in one voice that they understood. The stars were shining brightly in the night sky. 100,000 great mountains and wind currents passed through the tall green mountains. There was a city among the dense treetops. The sun's rays were shining on the roof of the tall building. So-jin was sitting by the open window. She frowned, looking at the street. The girl turned around, closing her eyes, and walked forward. There were bruises on her face. She looked away with displeasure. Her scabbard stood by the chair. She thought about how if she had her sword with her, she could do something. She frowned, saying, damn. A woman in a purple robe entered the girl's room, apologizing for the intrusion. Sajin asked what she needed. She folded her hands in front of her, saying that the bath water and new clothes were ready. The girl put her hands out to the sides, saying that she did not need it. The woman asked the princess to follow her. Sajin frowned, screaming that she did not want to do this. The woman raised her eyebrows, saying that it would be better if she followed her. She looked at her seriously, saying that this is if she did not want a man to accompany her. The girl screamed. Xiaojin's eyes widened and her brows furrowed. Steam rose from the water. 3 maids were bathing the girl in hot water. Xiaojin's face was expressionless. 2 maids in purple clothes handed over clean clothes. The women dressed the girl in a red outfit. Her hair was tied up in a bun and pinned with a gold ornament. Xiaojin looked away with displeasure. She furrowed her brows, saying that it was disgusting. The bright sun's rays fell on the dark roofs of the buildings. The girl looked out the open window. She heard the words that the man did not notice when she looked like a man. Xiaojin turned around in surprise. A cheerful man appeared in front of her, saying that with her liveliness and change of clothes, she looked beautiful. Shinchin smiled. The girl frowned in displeasure, calling the man by name. He furrowed her brows, saying, "Yes." Sajin furrowed her brows, glaring at him furiously. The man extended his hand, saying that this look was something that no other woman could see. It was really turning him on. The girl frowned, telling him to remove his dirty hands from her face. She quickly threw his hand away. A smile appeared on the man's face. The girl bared her teeth, raising her fist to punch. Shinchin dodged him with a smile on his face. He held his hand in front of his face, stopping her attack with his foot. Sajin furrowed her eyebrows, screaming loudly. She swung her hand, but the man was able to dodge again. He appeared behind her back and grabbed her chin. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. Shinchin smiled maliciously, saying that her resistance made her even more charming. He informed her that their wedding was in 2 days. Sajin was horrified, raising her eyebrows up. The man turned his head to her, asking her not to continue to irritate him with her resistance. Shinchin frowned, not letting go of her, saying that destroying her before the wedding was not bad either. The girl screamed in displeasure, her forehead turned blue, and her eyes rolled back. The man bared his teeth maliciously. He abruptly let go of his hand. Sajin lost her balance and fell down. Shinchin turned around and, his eyes flashing, left. The girl cleared her throat, pressing her hand to her throat. She looked after him angrily. The city lanterns were burning brightly under the night sky. Light was coming out of the windows of a house with a dark roof. 2 guards were standing by the wall. 2 more were standing by the steps. A man with a torch was climbing them. The guy was watching them through the stone wall. With a sharp movement, he pushed off, jumping onto the roof of the building. Sajin was sitting at the dressing table. She turned around in surprise, hearing a sound behind her. The girl screamed, asking who it was. The guy pressed his finger to his nose, asking her to be quieter because this place was guarded by several warriors. The guy smiled happily. The girl smiled as she rushed towards Dambik. He came closer and held out his hands, saying that he was worried about her leaving without warning. Sajin raised her eyebrows, asking how he knew she was here, to which the boy replied that he was looking after her after a group of Deathbringers brought her here. He looked to the side, saying that their leader, an iron-blooded idiot, this was the first time he had seen him so angry. It seemed like he had some problems when he accompanied her here. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. A smile appeared on her face. She thought that he had underestimated Mushin. He probably had a hard time. The guy turned around, saying that in any case, she should calmly follow him because he would get her out of here. She said that there was no need for that. Dambik's eyes widened in surprise, not understanding why she was saying that. Sajin raised her eyebrows, saying that there was something she had to do here. The guy looked at her in shock. He knelt down on one knee, asking her to give him orders. He would help. Sajin straightened up, turning to Dambik. The moon shone brightly in the dark sky. The moonlight illuminated the rocky slope. The guy's foot stepped on it. The hero's silhouette was visible against the night sky. Mushin held the sword, looking forward, his hair fluttering in the wind. He furrowed his brows, calling her name. The protagonist stood in front of a brightly glowing city. The rays of the rising sun illuminated the green mountains. The sun was rising from behind the city. The boy approached a large wooden door, near which stood guards. Mushin watched them, looking between the trees. He stood behind the tree trunk, realizing that this was a group of Deathbringers. They were checking everyone's faces. He looked at the man in the black suit. The protagonist frowned, thinking that this meant that they were expecting him to appear. Mushin turned his head in surprise. Dambik appeared from among the bushes. He looked around, saying that he definitely felt someone's presence here. Dambik raised his eyebrows, thinking that it was an animal. The protagonist was approaching him. He grabbed the boy by the head, pressed his face against the tree trunk. He screamed loudly. Mushin asked who he was waiting for. The boy grabbed the tree with his hands. He turned to him with a worried look. Dambik noticed the blade of 1,000 deaths in his hands. He stuttered and asked if he was Mushin. The boy cried out in surprise. The protagonist frowned, asking who he was. The boy stuttered and said that his name was Dambik. He opened his eyes wide, saying that Princess Sajin sent him to look for the hero. The boy opened his mouth in surprise, looking at him. The treetops hid the roofs of the buildings. The boy said that she was being held deep within the clan. Dambik pointed his finger at the city, saying that she was being guarded by many warriors and was waiting for the wedding tomorrow. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, asking if the wedding was really tomorrow. The boy with a raspberry on his face raised his eyebrows, saying that it was. The wedding with the leader of Maggio was tomorrow. Mushin looked ahead, saying that he was quite an impatient guy. Dambik frowned, saying that the man always wanted to marry the princess. The fox trees rustled in the wind. The protagonist said that he thought about climbing the wall, but it was too high and there were guards everywhere keeping watch. Mushin followed the youth walking along the path, saying that he even thought about looking for a way to get through the main gate, to which Dambik replied that it would be impossible to get through. He raised his eyebrows, saying that the hero would need an item called Senpai to be allowed through the main gate. Mushin asked if he was talking about that, showing the surprised youth a token on a red thread. Dambik, raising his eyebrows, grabbed it, saying that this Senpai was extremely valuable. because not many people had it, asking where he got it. The protagonist frowned. He remembered the man holding the thing in his hands, saying it was called a shinpai. He was smiling, his hair was blowing in the wind, saying it was a token of their friendship. Mushin frowned, saying it was from an old friend. The hero held the shinpai in his hand, saying he didn't think it would be much use since the group of Deathbringers already knew what it looked like. Dambeek raised his hand to his chin thoughtfully, thinking of a way to sneak in. His eyes widened and his mouth opened slightly. The boy asked if they just needed to sneak in, right? The boy looked at him in surprise. Dambeek quickly walked forward, jumping over the rocks. The protagonist followed him. He pointed to a passage in the rock face from which dirty water was flowing. Mushin frowned, covering his nose with his hand. He said that the smell was disgusting. Dambeek, standing next to him, replied that it couldn't be otherwise because all the sewage and dirty water of Maggio came out of this place. The guy looked at him, asking if he had tried to pass through here. The boy covered his nose with his hand, answering, never. His eyebrows were raised high. He said that unless someone had a strange habit, there was no reason for this. The hero closed his eyes in displeasure. They looked at the dirty water flowing out. Mushin asked if in any case he was sure that they would be able to enter if they passed through this. The boy answered, yes. The protagonist frowned, looking ahead. The light from inside the mountain fell on a building. Next to it was a pond. The man walked with his hands behind his back, saying that even if he sacrificed 20 people, he could not win. The man sat on his knee in front of him. Shinchin frowned, saying that Sajin found someone amazing and met him. The man with long dark hair looked at him, saying that they had spread a description throughout Maggio of what he looked like and what he was wearing. They had also strengthened their defenses in case he tried to invade. Shinchin smiled. He looked down at the man, saying that if he showed up they should make sure they captured him alive. He cried out loudly, saying that he understood the master. Shinchin smiled maliciously, hoping that the hero would show up before the wedding, as he would be the perfect gift for his bride. Light was filtering into the space in the mountain. Mushin and Dambeek were approaching the entrance. The boy handed him 2 napkins, asking him to take them. He smiled, saying that it would help. He twisted them and inserted them into his nostrils. Mushin looked at it silently. The boy turned around in surprise, hearing a strange sound in the passage. A strong stream of water knocked out the iron bars. Dambeek's eyes widened as he watched the endless stream of dirty water. Gradually, the pressure decreased. He watched it with confusion. The protagonist frowned, saying that it would hardly help. Dambeek's eyes widened. They moved inside, the young man saying that the waste had just been dumped today, but there was nothing to worry about anymore. 2 men were carrying dirty water in a special container. They were pouring it into the water supply. The girl was pouring the waste into a stone well. The dirty water flowed down in streams. The man stood by a square pond filled with dirty water, saying that they had just emptied it, and there was already more. Another man remarked that there was a big wedding tomorrow, so people were using a lot of water. The guy held out his hand with a brightly lit lighter. The heroes walked along the stone tunnel, Mushin saying that the deeper they went, the worse the stench became. The boy handed him 2 napkins again. The protagonist exhaled, saying that it was bearable for now. Dambeek turned around, saying that there was no air circulation here, so the smell was gathering here. The boy chuckled. The flame was burning brightly. The boy opened his eyes wide, feeling the currents of the wind. Mushin covered his mouth in surprise. The boy raised the flame higher. It was very dark ahead. A strong stream of dirty water rushed forward. The heroes froze, seeing it approaching. Mushin frowned, asking if the boy hadn't told him not to worry. Dambeek opened his eyes. He threw away the lighter, saying that he didn't just say that, he would take care of it. Mushin smiled, thinking that he was a fist warrior. The boy came closer to the approaching water. His eyes shone brightly, his eyebrows frowned. Dambeek thrust his fist forward, shouting, "The fist of 1,000 extinctions." A protective sphere appeared in front of his fist, breaking the water into pieces. The protagonist looked at it in surprise. A smile appeared on Mushin's face. He thought that the youth was using the energy of his fist to split the water and create a breach. It was impressive. Dambeek frowned, his body radiating a red aura. A bright light appeared in front of his fist. It was being pushed by the flow of water. The youth clenched his teeth in fear, thinking that it would be easier. The force of the flow threw him back. Mushin opened his mouth in surprise. Dambeek closed one eye and bared his teeth, holding his fist in front, thinking that it was dangerous. He would not be able to hold on any longer. The youth turned to the master. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw the protagonist's fist next to him. Mushin raised his hand, shouting, "The power of the fist." The protagonist moved forward. The youth followed him. Dambeek opened his eyes in surprise and opened his mouth. The flow was weak, flowing down the stone slope. But suddenly, it increased sharply. The youth turned around, saying, "Wow." He turned to the hero, his eyes wide. Dambeek looked at the protagonist's back, thinking that it stood out as if he punched quite slowly. His fist energy was on a completely different level. Mushin smiled at him, saying that they didn't know when they would be flooded again, so he asked them to hurry. The young man held the lighter, agreeing with the gentleman's words and following him. The dirty water was drained from the square reservoir again. The remains of it remained between the stones. The man raised his hand, pointing forward, telling the grandfather that he would take the food and he would close the sluice. He called the grandfather, but the man did not answer. He was sitting in the lotus position. The boy stood far from him, shouting for him to close the sluice. The old man sat with his legs crossed, saying that it would soon fill up, so it was troublesome, so he would not close it today. The remains of the water were in the stone passages. The hand picked up a stone slab. The old man yawned. The heroes rushed past behind him. The guards looked in different directions. Mushin and Dambek moved forward on the roof of the house. The washed clothes were hanging outside. One of the shirts was torn off. Mushin was putting on clean clothes, looking away. The boy was sitting next to him, looking forward, saying that when he left, there were no patrols. The protagonist was tightening his belt. Dambek smiled, saying that it would not be difficult to get to the building where the princess was. Mushin raised his head, saying that they would not go. The boy cried out in surprise. The protagonist frowned, saying that they would not go to save Sajin. Dambek opened his eyes in surprise. An image of dozens of classical houses standing in the middle of a dense forest appeared. Various foods were placed on a red table. Bowing, two girls in purple robes wished the princess a pleasant appetite. The girl looked to the side. Looking forward, she exhaled. Sitting on a chair, Sajin mentally declared that Dambek was not ready yet. The dark-haired boy looked to the side in surprise. Looking at Mushin, he asked what he meant. Rushing towards the protagonist, he said that the princess asked him to bring him as soon as possible. Opening his mouth wide, Dambek shouted that they could not afford to waste time, and asked what he meant when he said that they would not go. Adjusting his belt while looking forward, the protagonist declared that just because they pulled Soyeon out, it did not mean that Shinchin would leave her alone. The surprised boy's eyes widened. Folding his arms, the protagonist added that there would be important figures from Mage at the wedding tomorrow. Calmly looking forward, he stated that they would show them who was the strongest and completely reverse the mage hierarchy. Looking at Mushin in confusion, Dambek repeated his words about reversing the hierarchy. Clutching his head, he asked if the protagonist meant to say that he was going to destroy Shinchin. The protagonist confirmed. Without changing his posture, the boy opened his mouth and exclaimed in surprise. Throwing up both his arms, he said that he understood that he was amazing, but it was easier said than done. Seriously looking forward, the dark-haired boy noticed that there would be many people guarding him. In addition, the four devilish fists would be guarding Shinchin. Folding his arms, the protagonist stated that they would deal with them. The boy asked what about Shinchin. Looking into his eyes, the protagonist said that it was obviously Soyeon's concern. With a completely shocked expression, Dambek mentally asked how the princess could be against Shinchin. Turning to the left, the dark-haired man stated that Chenwu was very strong, and although he did not belittle the princess's skill, if she went against Chenwu, there might be trouble. With a kind smile and looking forward, Mushin stated that she could handle it. Opening his mouth, the protagonist said that he himself would make it possible. Dozens of houses had bright lights shining on them, illuminating the dark night. They were standing against the backdrop of hills and a forest. Shinchin sat and looked ahead menacingly. He stood up and looked at the red-haired girl who was sitting calmly. The man narrowed his eyes. Looking at the table full of uneaten food, the dark-haired man stated that she needed to eat in order to have energy, and with energy, she would be able to rebel again. Wheeling a tray of food to her, he added that he ordered it especially for her. Looking at the mentally destroyed girl, Shinchin asked if she had an appetite because she was too excited about their wedding tomorrow. Opening her eyes and looking in the opposite direction, Sajin said that with the choice of food he was breathing on, she would prefer dog food. The man grinned evilly. Instantly touching her head, he slammed her onto the table. Shoving food into her mouth, Shinchin said that he treated her like a human, but she asked to be treated like a dog. He added that then she would have to eat the food by bowing her head first. Smiling madly, the dark-haired man told her to eat and bark like a dog. The red-haired girl's eyes began to emit a red light. Throwing the food away, she bit his hand sharply. The man clenched his teeth in confusion. He threw the red-haired girl onto the stone floor. Raising his injured hand, he asked what it was. Turning to face her, he stated that she really did bite like a dog. He brought his smirking face to the girl. Squinting his eyes and looking down, Shinchin said that she was indeed a woman who excited his appetite. He added that she was very different from women who simply bowed their heads and took off their clothes. Sajin looked at the man with disgust and hatred. He said that it would be unpleasant if she bared her fangs tomorrow. He could not allow his honor to be defiled in front of so many people. Gritting her teeth menacingly, the girl stated that Shinchin seemed to be scared. Looking at the approaching man, she stated that he was afraid of being like someone who could not even control a woman. The dark-haired man narrowed his eyes in surprise. He extended 2 fingers and began to strike. Several thin blows landed on different parts of the red-haired girl's body. Spreading her arms, she instantly fell down exhausted. Starting to sweat and looking at him in surprise, she asked what he had done to her. Looking down, Shinchin told her not to worry as she would be able to move in half an hour and in a few days she would be back in shape. Grinning, the dark-haired man said that he would do everything in his power to bring her to her knees. Looking at the frightened girl, he called her his wife. Gritting her teeth, she looked into his eyes with anger. A loud scream resounded in the village. An image of a bright night sky with stars appeared. The protagonist was sitting on the roof of a classical building. He flinched when he heard a loud scream. He turned his gaze and looked behind him. The sun shone brightly in the blue sky. Dozens of houses lined the perimeter of the mountain. Several guards stood in front of a large building. The man stated that they had searched everywhere but had found nothing about him. An image of a long-haired man being examined by a grandmother appeared. He added that they believed that he had given up after experiencing the wrath of a group of Deathbringers. Looking down, the man stated that it was possible. Looking forward, he stated that it was unfortunate. The boy in the blue kimono asked why he thought so. Squinting his eyes and looking down, he mentally stated that he wanted her to see his head ripped off with her own eyes. Women carried trays of expensive food between tables of rich people. Two men placed their fists in their palms with smiles. Shinchin folded his hands and looked at them with a smile. Several people sat at a large table. The gray-haired man looked away and said about Soyen's sudden wedding and asked if the princess hadn't disappeared. Another man replied that she had been captured a few days ago. Shifting his gaze, the man said seriously that there were rumors that she was being forced into this marriage. Looking at Shinchin, who was sitting menacingly on the throne, the other man asked that he was going to become the ruler, so why should she refuse? The man replied that he thought she wanted to, but she couldn't. Folding his arms and bowing his head, the man in the blue suit said that the princess's carriage had just arrived. The man smiled. Throwing up his arms, the man in the blue robe said that the wedding of Shinchin's religious leader and Princess Soyen would now begin. Several people were actively playing various musical instruments. A girl in a red dress stepped onto the podium. Several men looked at her with their mouths wide open in surprise. With their eyes wide open, they couldn't understand how this had happened. Looking at the red-haired girl standing in an expensive dress, the audience asked if this was really the Seeing they knew before. The girl looked forward with a serious and calm expression. Shinchin said with a smile that she was very beautiful. She walked towards her husband while listening to a beautiful melody and people looking at her in surprise. The dark-haired man stood at the top of the stairs and looked down with a grin. He extended his hand to her. She froze when she saw it. Sweat was running down her face and her body was shaking slightly. The man continued to smile widely. The girl brought a tray with 2 cups. Shinchin calmly took one of them. The girl, whose face was covered with a purple mask, picked up the other cup. The man began to wring his hands and said with a slightly evil smile that once she drank this, they would become a married couple. Holding out the light-colored cup, he added that it would be his. Frozen, looking forward, Sajin mentally asked if she was dead or alive. Extending his hand, the dark-haired man told the girl to give him a cup as he wanted to do it personally. Smiling, pointing his hand towards the stage, the blue-clothed man stated that their leader was personally going to offer alcohol and added that they could see his kind-hearted behavior today. Raising his finger, one of the audience members said that a true man is honest towards other men, but gentle towards his wife. Looking at them, Shinchin smiled with his entire face. Grinning while looking to the side, he asked the red-haired girl if she had really gained strength just to keep her mouth shut. He stated that she should have just put some alcohol in her mouth and spit it out at him. The girl looked down at the small cup that was brought to her mouth. Squinting his eyes, the dark-haired man said that he would end up letting the alcohol lightly touch her lips. Bringing the silver cup closer, he said that if she was going to rebel, then let her try. With great effort, she slightly opened her mouth. The man grinned evilly as he looked at her face. A small stone was quickly approaching them. It hit the man's finger, causing him to drop the cup. He looked at his hand in surprise. Sajin opened her mouth in confusion. Grabbing her hand, Shinchin asked with anger on his face who it was, who dared. Looking at the red-haired girl in disguise, who looked up sharply, the protagonist said that she was much more beautiful in this outfit than in her warrior outfit. Standing on the roof of a nearby building, the protagonist looked down. Lowering his hands, he looked at her with calmness and kindness. The shocked girl's eyes widened when she recognized her acquaintance. Mushin appeared, looking down on him. The people indignantly asked him what he was doing and who he thought he was to act like this. Shinchin frowned, wondering if it was him. The boy suddenly jumped off the roof. He walks forward menacingly. The girl looks at him worriedly. She thinks about him excitedly. The ornament falls to the ground. Mushin pulls it closer to him. Sajin sadly asks what took him so long. He only smiles. Shinchin looks furious. The girl sits on the throne. The boy turns his head, talking about the man. Shinchin is surprised when they realize who he is. Mushin looks at him, frowning. The man smiles and declares that it is he. He spreads his arms out to the sides, thanking the boy for appearing and claiming that he was afraid that he would not be able to give his wife a wedding gift, so he was very upset. The man happily calls out to Dogon and Gan. Two people appear behind Mushin. Some particles are visible in the air. The boy resolutely holds back his blows. His opponents are startled. Mushin parries the attack. He smirks, asking if they are a group of bringers of death. He takes a step forward. The men look worried. Now they try to fight back. One of them flies away. Another flies into a table. The event descends into chaos. Seo-jin is surprised when she is told that she left it in the forest. She raises an eyebrow, remembering her sword. Mushin seriously says that he will return it to her soon. Shinchin smirks, noting that he heard that the boy is a fist fighter. Mushin turns away, and the thought is heard that he is a warrior who wields both a sword and a fist. The man tilts his head, deciding that he underestimated him. The other also notices that he is far from an ordinary person. They stand, preparing to attack. Mushin frowns, saying that he has no grudge against them, so he will ask them not to throw their lives away. The people are worried and say that he should be executed for daring to say such a ridiculous thing. The man frowns, deciding that the boy would not do such a thing without a reason. Ganya thrusts his sword forward, claiming that evil men like him do not need a reason. Dogon grumbles that only death befits men who try to harm their master. They begin to rush forward. Mushin looks at them resolutely. He parries the blow. Dogon approaches him. The youth defends himself from him as well. The man swings his sword confidently. With glaring eyes, the other man also attacks. Mushin fights them off. The enemies do not lose their determination. Suddenly, the youth takes off. He finds himself behind. Mushin smiles confidently. Grinning, Ganya declares that he will kill him. He raises his sword above his head. With glaring eyes, he uses the art of Asura's moonlight. The youth looks on in surprise. A whirlwind swirls around the man. The people are frightened and tremble with fear. They worry that if they remain, not even their bones will remain. Shinchin smiles, mentally commanding them to tear the youth to shreds. Sajin watches with concern. Ganya, raising his sword, begins to cast a spell. Pointing the weapon forward, he uses the path of bright blood. A wave of magic moves towards Mushin. The youth holds the sword tightly in his hand. Suddenly, everything collapses from the attack. People cover themselves with their hands. An explosion is visible from afar. Ganya stands in front of a cloud of dust. He sighs, and Dogon reports that it is done. A silhouette appears in the dust. The men are amazed at this. The youth holds the sword in his hands, his eyes sparkling. The opponents tremble, asking how this is possible. The other people are also amazed. Mushin stands unharmed, and everyone is perplexed. The girl looks at him in surprise. Shinchin watches in amazement. A powerful aura surrounds Mushin, and the thought sounds that even the highest masters tremble when faced with Asura's moonlight sword art. The young man frowns when they notice that he is not even a swordsman, but a mere fist fighter, but he blocked the attack with only his sword. He firmly states that it is his turn now. The men look worried. A sword is visible, ready to strike. Mushin turns around, noticing something. He tries to defend himself from the attacks. Behind him is a man with a weapon with several points. Turning around, he notices that Mushin has a quick reaction. The boy lowers his sword, asking if he is also from the group of Deathbringers. His opponent only smirks. A flying chain is seen. The boy rushes forward. He protects Mushin from being hit by a chain. The gray-haired man is surprised by this. Smirking, the boy declares that 4 against 1 is cowardice. The boy looks back resolutely when asked if this is true. Sajin notices Dambik in surprise. The man swings the chain, claiming that the dog Dan Soyen is glad that his master has returned. Frowning, the boy asks how dare he bother the princess with hardships. Changchu is useless trash who can't do anything without his chain. To this, the man only throws the chain. Dodging the blow, Dambik calls out to his master. His eyes flash as the chain flies past him. The boy attacks Changchu, surprising him. He swings his fist aggressively. The man, trembling, covers himself with his hands. He does not look completely calm. Behind the boy appears a man who claims that he will first tear him apart. Dambik flies to the side. He lands skillfully. The boy smiles resolutely. 2 swords cross. It turns out that Mushin and Shinchin have clashed in battle. The man confidently advances. A sword swing is visible. The young man immediately turns around. Men swinging swords appear. They notice a silhouette hovering above them. Mushin, smiling, announces its appearance. The protagonist cut the air in front of him with lightning-fast sword swings. The warriors opened their mouths in fear, not understanding what was happening. The shockwave immediately threw them in different directions. Mushin landed on the stone floor. Ganya put his hand in front of him and thought that this was outrageous. Dogon gritted his teeth in displeasure, deciding that no one in their right mind would send Kai the sword like that. The boy's body was enveloped in red energy. The old men who came to the wedding raised their eyebrows in surprise, trying to understand what the enemy was trying to do. One of them, watching what was happening, noticed a strange aura. Energy enveloped the warrior and created a vortex around it. The sword in his hands began to glow. Xiaojin's mouth opened in surprise when she saw the red menace sword art. The boy's eyes lit up. His red-hot sword exuded strong energy. The girl realized that this technique was of a higher level than the Red Menace sword art. Her expression was very tense. She realized that her friend was using the Red Devil sword art. The warrior thrust the burning sword forward. Shinchin frowned in shock, not understanding how his enemy could wield the Red Devil sword art. Dogon opened his mouth wide and rushed to attack, assuming that this was a simple trick. Ganya put his sword forward, suggesting that his partner finish the fight with a joint attack. The warriors pounced on the young man from both sides. The protagonist's eye flashed. Thanks to the graceful flame technique, fire enveloped his sword. A scorching wave washed over Dogon's body. The same happened to his partner. Mushin cut the air in front of him, directing the fire at the enemy. Dogon screamed in fear. His body was cut into many pieces. Ganya did not have time to realize anything, as his torso was cut into pieces. Mushin stood in the middle of the raging flames. The wedding guests watched what was happening, standing to the side. Shinchin's lips turned down in displeasure. The guy threw him a stern look. At the same moment, he jumped in the direction of the enemy. The warrior landed in front of him on the red platform. His expression was serious. Gritting his teeth, the Magio leader tried to say something. Clenching his fist, he asked how his opponent was able to master Magio's secret skill, the Red Devil sword art. The boy narrowed his eyes and replied that he could kill the man right then and there because he was no match for him. Shinchin asked what was required of him, sweat appearing on his tense face. Keeping his gaze confident, the boy replied that he wanted a duel to determine the ruler of Magio. Hearing that she was to participate in the duel, Sajin's mouth fell open in surprise. The Magio leader frowned. Throwing a stern look at him, the warrior added that he would not interfere, regardless of the outcome of the duel. Shinchin's eyes widened in shock, thinking that they had lost the Great Miram battle because of the previous leader, Dangak's mistake. The wedding guests looked very displeased. They did not acknowledge this fact and continued to sympathize with the girl. Looking back at his failed wife, the man thought that the people did not like the idea of him becoming a ruler, so he tried to win their favor through marriage. Looking at his enemy, the leader of Magio thought that the man was trying to save the girl, but instead gave an excuse to use a harsher policy. Grinning, Shinchin agreed to the duel. The youth furrowed his brows sternly. He touched his girlfriend's forearm. Xiajin explained that her acupuncture points were suppressed, causing her to have no choice but to obey. She asked how her friend managed to use the Red Devil sword art, sweat dripping down her face. Placing his hand on her shoulder, the protagonist explained that he would restore her body by sending Kai through it. His eyes lit up with blue fire. Light energy ran through his arm. The girl's body was covered in a blue aura. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Her soul was floating in the sky among the stars. Hearing her name, the girl looked back. A bright flash appeared in front of her. Sajin raised her eyebrows in surprise. Seeing the huge white ball, she couldn't believe that her friend's Kai was so great. Her body sparkled. Mushin called for his friend to stand up and show everyone who was the true ruler of Magio. Flashes of energy appeared in the girl's body. She lowered her head, trying to catch her breath. Her eyes lit up with a clear flame. The chain struck Dambik in the stomach. His body was pressed into the wall. Frowning, the boy thought that he lacked the ability to deal with the enemy. Swinging his chain, Changju said that his enemy should have sensed something. In the palace behind him, a huge amount of Kai burst out and disappeared. Hearing that the leader of Magio personally took care of his friend, Dambik raised his eyebrows in concern. The moment the enemy rushed to attack, he jumped to the side. The man in the bandage smirked. Turning around, he charged forward again. The warrior bared his teeth in glee and said that they should not rush into the kill. His claws cut through the air as the boy ducked and dodged. The next moment, the hero struck his enemy in the stomach, saying that this was all nonsense. The man jumped to the side. A chain flashed in the air. It wrapped around the boy's body. Tightening the chain, Changju declared that the enemy had no chance of winning this fight and suggested that he beg for mercy instead of fighting. Frowning, the warrior suggested that the girl would shed a few tears trying to save him. Looking at the chained enemy, Childu smirked. Dambik clenched his teeth in anger, shouting that no one would dare underestimate the princess. With these words, he jumped into the air. The enemy dodged his attack in time. The man's face looked very tense. He pulled the chain towards himself with force, throwing the tied-up boy to the side. His body hit the fortress wall again. The warriors watched as their exhausted enemy groaned in pain. Changju urged his comrade to kill the boy so as not to waste any more time. The man in the bandage smiled and said that it was too boring. He said that he would turn the enemy into a cripple and make him live with it, so that everyone would know what happens when you resist Magio. Dambik bared his teeth viciously. Claws protruded from the glove. Grinning, the man asked what he should cut off first. Looking at the leg lying on the ground, he decided that this was the best option. Stepping on the boy, the warrior ordered him not to twitch, otherwise it would hurt if the leg was not cut off in one go. Dambik's eyes widened in fear, thinking of the princess. The man opened his mouth wide. Someone's fist immediately flew into his cheek. With one precise blow, the protagonist threw the enemy aside. Seeing his comrade fall to the ground, Changju exclaimed in confusion. Mushin stood in front of his friend. Raising his eyebrows, the masked man mentally asked how he managed to do this. He thought that a huge amount of Kai energy was emanating from him. The boy maintained a calm expression. The chain appeared in his hand. At that moment, the links of the chain broke. Changju saw this and his eyes widened in fear. Childu stood up. Dambeek smiled and was glad that his friend was okay. The warrior said that he would deal with the enemies. Raising his eyebrows in fear, the boy asked what happened to the princess. His friend smiled silently. The sword in Shinchan's hands glittered in the sun. The man was standing in the square. His opponent's feet were bare. The girl was holding a sword in her hands. She took a step to the side. Confidence was written on her face. The leader of Magio smirked and found it surprising that his opponent would fight in such tattered clothes. The duelists stood facing each other. The man stated that the girl knew perfectly well that she could not defeat him on her own. Smiling, he added that she should acknowledge the difference in their strength and fall into his arms. Sajin silently frowned. Looking at her opponent, she thought that his Kai was indeed several levels higher than hers. The girl sternly drew his brows together. Shinchan menacingly lowered the corners of his lips. His opponent took a fighting stance. Sajin decided that she would no longer run away. A barely noticeable smile appeared on her face. The leader of Magio frowned sternly. The girl did not take her eyes off him. There was quite a distance between them. The man realized that his bride would fight. Sighing heavily, he regretted that he would have to lose her. At that moment, the warrior jumped up. Sajin's mouth opened in surprise. The enemy swung his sword, not intending to give up his place to her. Their swords crossed in the air. The girl bravely held back the enemy's onslaught. Her teeth were clenched tightly from the tension. Shinchan grinned evilly, his eye blazing with dark energy. The next second, he cut the air in front of him. Sajin landed behind him. Without turning around, the leader of Magio declared that his opponent would have been dead by now if not for the blade of 1,000 deaths. The girl's hand, which held the sword, trembled. Opening her mouth, the princess tried to catch her breath. Looking forward, she sighed heavily. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise. Bright flames enveloped Sajin's body. Frowning, the enemy called her too stubborn. His body was enveloped in dark energy. The girl rushed forward furiously. She swung her sword to attack. Their weapons clashed in the air again. The wave from the impact of the two swords raised a cloud of dust around them. Baring his teeth, Shinchan expressed his desire not to kill the bride and embraced her. His sword pierced the air a few centimeters from the princess's neck. The opponents began to block each other's attacks. The swords clashed with each other. Sajin pulled the enemy's weapon aside. Gritting her teeth in anger, she decided to test how long her enemy's composure would last. The burning sword was held back by a sword shrouded in dark energy. The man's mouth opened tensely as the blade of the sword flashed in front of his body. The princess jumped to the side. The leader of Magio grabbed his wounded arm. Blood gushed from the cut on his shoulder. The enemy asked how dare someone hurt him, his eyes sparkling. The old man watching the fight smiled. Looking at the movements of the participants in the duel, he thought that the fight should have been one-sided, but the princess managed to fight equally. Watching the tense girl, the old man thought that she was not so strong before she left Magio and wondered what happened during her stay outside the sect. Shinchan repeated his question once again, his mouth wide open. A wave of dark energy erupted from his strike. It headed towards the girl. Sajin frowned, intending to use the Red Moon Demon sword art. She intercepted the burning sword. Thanks to the technique of the opposing hand, the energy was cut in half. Its remnants destroyed the ground around her. The girl intercepted the weapon again. Using the flying kite technique, she sent a fireball forward. Noticing it, the man spread his arms in fear. He swung his sword, calling these skills pathetic. The fireball dissipated into thin air from the impact. Taking advantage of the moment, the princess rushed forward. With her mouth wide open, the leader of Magio asked if his opponent really thought he could hurt him. The man raised the sword above his head, emitting dark energy, and used the Shura sword art. Xiaojin raised her eyebrows in fear. A huge pillar of dark energy rose into the air. Frowning, Shinchan declared that his enemy had no chance of winning. Due to the use of the 1,000 purification technique, a wave of energy fell from the sky. The princess was dumbfounded by the impending danger. The energy approached her tense face, covered in beads of sweat. Sometime in the past, the sword was stabbed into the ground. The girl bent down to catch her breath and said that she had shown all she could. But the man in front of her did not even look tired after her attacks. Xiaojin declared that even standing right now was tiring. She asked how strong her friend was. The protagonist clenched his fists. Keeping a calm expression on his face, he said the word 3. The number represented the number of people in Gangho that Mushin was unsure of defeating. Placing her hands on her knees, the girl replied that it sounded quite scary because the warrior did not say this to tease her friend. Narrowing her eyes, the princess asked when she would be strong enough to not rely on the boy, beads of sweat dripping down her face. The wind lifted the leaves into the air. The boy replied that the girl was already strong enough. Smiling slightly, he explained that the pain and rage stored inside her controlled her and did not allow her to see her true strength. A wave of energy loomed over her. Sojin's eyes widened in fear. Her sword blazed with a bright flame. The girl extended the weapon in front of her to block the attack. Her knees hit the floor. The wave of dark energy continued to press on her. Shinchin bared his teeth in anger, stating that it did not matter how strong her opponent became. The princess gritted her teeth, holding back the attack. Beads of sweat appeared on her tense face. Her eyes lit up. Sojin shouted that she had changed a lot. Her sword was covered in tongues of flame. The leader of Magio raised his eyebrows in fear. The girl pushed off the ground. Her furious eyes lit up. Swinging her sword, she dispersed the dark energy in front of her. Seeing the explosion, the man opened his mouth in shock. A blast wave rose into the air above the estate. Someone put his hand forward. At that moment, a chain appeared in it. The protagonist pulled it towards himself with force. Changju approached the enemy. His hand lit up with red fire. Mushin grabbed his fingers. With his other hand, he grabbed the enemy by the throat. His fingers were twisted in the opposite direction. The man closed his eyes from the pain that struck him. At this time, Childu decided to attack from behind. The guy hit his hand with his fist. A shockwave swept through the enemy's entire body. Blood gushed out of the man's mouth. The warrior hit him with Changju's body. Both Magio warriors fell to the ground. Dambeek's mouth opened in surprise, not believing his own eyes. He thought that despite the different fighting styles and attacks, his friend was not scratched even once, and his breathing was not disturbed at all. The boy maintained a calm expression. Smiling, the boy thought that this would be impossible if his comrade did not see through the enemy's attacks. Changju grabbed his shoulder and stood up. Looking at his comrade, he asked him to get up. However, the bloody man was lying on the ground with no signs of life. The youth said that the leader whom the Magio members were trying to protect would soon fall. Changju looked up questioningly. Resolutely knitting his brows, the protagonist declared that everyone who worshipped the leader of Magio was destined to die. Falling to his knees and putting his hand forward, the man asked for mercy and declared that he would not interfere in his affairs. Looking at him, Mushin said that a man who abandoned his ruler to save himself was no better than an insect. Sitting by the wall, Dambeek explained that this warrior did not deserve mercy, as he was an evil and deceitful tormentor. With his eyes wide in fear, Changju apologized for his past mistakes and promised to do everything so that the princess would forgive him. Looking down at him, the boy asked if the opponent was willing to do this only on the condition that he would remain alive. The answer was affirmative. The youth hit the man on the head with his fist. His eyes were filled with anger. The enemy fell face down on the ground. The warrior said that he must fulfill the princess's wish. With the corners of his lips down, he added that this wish was also his own. Someone coughed, and through the clouds of dust, the silhouette of a person was visible. Gritting his teeth, Shinchin mentally wondered what had just happened. In the distance, the silhouette of his opponent was visible. It seemed to the man that the girl had mastered the art of the Red Devil sword because her blade was dark red. Xiaojin, burning with a bright fire, rose to her feet. In her shaking hand was a sword. She lowered her head to catch her breath. With his mouth open in surprise, the leader of Magio thought that he had imagined it after all, because such a person could not master this sword art. Frowning, he realized that he was scared for no reason and simply caught his breath. Clouds of dust swirled between the rivals. The princess furrowed her brows menacingly. The man said that he did not think that she would cause him so much trouble. Dark energy appeared behind his back. Grinning, Shinchin said that this blood will not go anywhere. Hearing that her mother also desperately resisted until she died, Xiaojin raised her eyebrows in shock. The enemy was getting closer and closer to her. The girl's eyes widened in fear. The woman was being hanged. The little girl stood next to the hanging body. Tears were running down her cheeks. Two strangers headed for the exit. Among them was Shinchin. The child gave him a menacing look. The man noticed this and smirked. The girl's mouth opened in fear. She was currently standing on the battlefield, engulfed in flames. The leader of Magio smiled and asked if he should do the same thing as her mother. The princess clenched her teeth in anger. Wishing death to her enemy, she rushed forward, swinging her sword. Shinchin parried the blow, thrusting his weapon forward. Baring her teeth, the girl once again wished death to him. Their swords clashed. Sparks appeared in the air from the successive sword strikes. Xiaojin's eyes widened and she screamed a death wish. Their swords crossed. Shinchin smiled arrogantly. He kicked his opponent in the stomach. Her body flew back several meters. She hit the ground with force. The leader of Magio took advantage of the moment and jumped into the air. Their swords collided with each other. Even in a vulnerable position, the princess was able to parry the blow. Baring his teeth, the man said that instead of a smart fox, it was easier to deal with a wounded, enraged beast. Sajin closed her eyes under the pressure from him. She opened her burning eyes. An image of the protagonist appeared in her mind, asking his friend to release her inner strength. Suddenly, the princess raised her eyebrows. At the gate, behind the crowd of wedding guests, stood Mushin. He said that his friend would be able to win if she released herself. His hair fluttered in the wind. The guy said that her enemy was not the person who stood in front of her in the past. The real enemy was standing in front of her right now. The girl frowned resolutely, holding a burning sword in her hands. Shinchin opened his mouth in fear. His opponent's sword burned even more. Dambeek, standing next to his comrade, was surprised. The warrior smiled contentedly. With burning eyes, the princess rushed to attack. A huge wave of fire engulfed the enemy's body. The powerful blow sent him flying backwards. The furious girl, sweating profusely, used the Red Moon Devil sword art. A slash of death moonlight in the form of red energy erupted from her sword. Shinchin frowned angrily. Bloody energy rained down on him. The man's dark eyes flashed as he declared that he would gladly cut the bride into pieces along with her pathetic sword art. After saying that, he opened his mouth wide and screamed, his body enveloped in a dark aura. His sword began to crack under the pressure of the enemy's energy. The weapon broke into several pieces, and the leader of Magio raised his eyebrows in shock. A red wave of energy struck him. The technique used sent his body flying backwards. A bright flash flashed in the air. A huge cloud of dust rose from the powerful explosion. The wedding guests covered their eyes with their hands, protecting themselves from the stone fragments. A blast wave rose above the manor. Dambeek closed his eyes to keep the dust out. The protagonist was unwavering. Peering into the impenetrable fog, he asked if Dangak himself was watching. Seeing Sajin holding a sword in her hands, the guy turned to Dangak, saying that his granddaughter had grown into an amazing person. The girl frowned and tried to catch her breath. A silhouette of a man was visible among the rubble of the stone walls. Blood gushed from Shinchin's mouth. Sitting on the rubble, he called the incident absurd. Arrogantly raising his chin, the man ironically said that the clan would be led by the descendant of the man who suffered the greatest loss in the history of the clan. The leader of Magio said that if his rival tried to do something as the leader of the clan, his followers would grab her by the throat. The girl approached him. Looking at her, the bloodied Shinchin warned that the same thing would happen to her as her mother. Sajin put her sword to his throat. The next moment, the enemy's head was cut off. Looking at the defeated enemy, the princess straightened her shoulders. Confidence was written on her face. She fell to the ground in front of the headless man. The members of Magio watched from the side. The girl stood with her back to them. The men in red suits turned their gaze to her. Feeling this, Sajin turned around. In front of her on the square stood a huge army. The winner of the duel narrowed her eyes. The protagonist smiled proudly, looking at her. The wind swayed the crowns of the trees. The masked man looked ahead. The man standing behind him reported that the leader's head was cut off and that the order was given to prepare for the enthronement ceremony. Frowning, he added that several of the leader's subordinates had sided with her, though most had fled, thinking they would be killed. Looking at the houses rising up in the mountains, the man replied that everything had changed, though it had not even been half a day. With a stern frown, he said that the princess had suppressed her disdain and arrogance and vowed to improve herself. Watching the city, the warrior thought that at the most critical moment, the girl had confidently become the new leader before everyone's eyes. Squinting, the man felt goosebumps from such disgusting persistence, and decided that those who had seen it with their own eyes could not help but find it astonishing. He thought that the fury of this persistence had taken hold even of those who did not want to succumb to its influence, and sweat broke out on his tense face. With a stern frown, the warrior concluded that Dangak's blood was definitely different from theirs. Without turning to his companion, he said that the group of Deathbringers should return immediately to receive orders from the new clan leader. His companion asked if it was possible that this would reflect on them. The mountain wind fluttered their robes. Without turning around, the man replied that the group of Deathbringers swears absolute loyalty to the clan leader. If the princess orders them to die, then so be it. The wind rose above the city. The full moon illuminated the night sky. Day had come. Someone hit the ground with a hoe. Sajin was working in the garden. In her hands was a handful of earth with a flower growing out of it. The girl planted the flower in the earth and sprinkled sand on it. Her gaze seemed sad. The sun's rays touched the blue petals of the flowers. Someone asked what kind of flower it was. The princess replied that her mother loved these flowers when she was alive. Looking at them, Sajin expressed her desire to plant the flower in the place with the most sunlight. Smiling slightly, she added that she was able to do it only thanks to her friend. Mushin looked at her and said that the girl did it all herself. The princess glanced at him and smiled. Walking around the estate, the boy said that everyone welcomed the fact that his friend became the clan leader because many had complaints about Shinchin's work. Looking down, Sajin replied that she was not used to hospitality and stated that she did not return to become the clan leader. Hearing that his friend did not know what to do now, the warrior looked at her. Turning around, the girl asked him what he thought about it. They stood opposite each other by the stone wall. The princess asked if she should become the clan leader and stay here forever. The young man silently looked into her eyes. The princess furrowed her brows seriously. A long river flowed between the mountains. The sun illuminated the clan's houses. Its new leader stood on a cape. The girl looked ahead thoughtfully. The wind blew through her hair. Memories of her saying with a worried expression that she still needed to unravel some mysteries surfaced in her mind. Pointing her finger to the side, the princess explained that the truth was somewhere out there. Frowning, she declared that she would stay here forever if she became the clan leader. Looking at her, the protagonist replied that his friend could more easily achieve what she wanted here without getting involved with Yeonchandam. Sajin's lips turned down in displeasure. Clenching her fists, the girl realized that her comrade wanted her to become the clan leader. Keeping a calm expression on his face, Mushin replied that it was her decision alone and asked how important his thoughts were to her. Remembering this conversation, the princess narrowed her eyes and sighed heavily. Looking at the endless green expanse, she thought that she would not be able to be with her friend if she stayed here. Still looking ahead, Sajin urged herself not to be sad. She placed her hand on the railing. A maid in a purple robe approached her from behind. The woman closed her eyes and said that the officer in charge had arrived to ask the clan leader questions regarding the enthronement ceremony. Without turning around, the princess took note of this information and silently insulted her friend. A clear sky hung over the clan. The wind swayed the trees in the green valley. The protagonist walked along the road between the trees. In his hands was an open book. He said that he had not found any new information yet. His expression was calm. The guy studied the contents of the book. The bundle lay on a wooden table. Mushin said that he had received the records and was returning to the Muram coalition. Sajin raised her eyebrows in surprise. The warrior explained that he had to return since his business here was finished. Noticing the displeased expression on his friend's face, he asked if she wanted to say something, but the girl remained silent. The princess looked down and said she had nothing to say. Looking at her comrade, Sajin wished him to return safely. The boy silently looked down. Stopping in the middle of the road, he said that the girl was making things difficult. Hearing someone's voice, the warrior turned around. Dambik put his hand on his knee to catch his breath and said that he called his friend, but he did not hear him. Bending over, the boy was amazed at how quickly his comrade walked. The young man sighed and explained that he was just thinking. Frowning, he asked what the boy wanted from him and assumed that something had happened to Sajin. Smiling, Dambik replied that nothing had happened to the clan leader and said that he had something for the warrior. The protagonist's mouth fell open in amazement. They walked along a forest road. The boy said that the clan leader told him that the warrior was investigating the Great Muram War. He had a smile on his face. He wanted to help his comrade because he thought of a person. Following him, Mushin asked if this person could help him. The answer was affirmative. Hearing that the person in question also survived the Great Muram War, the boy looked ahead thoughtfully. He said that he understood that the boy was doing this solely out of gratitude. Dambik raised his eyebrows in surprise. Despite him, the warrior added that if this was an ordinary story, there would be little benefit from it. The boy closed his eyes and said that his master was not one to be compared to old men who were always bluffing. Catching up with his friend who was rushing forward, he explained that his master was an amazing warrior who should not have been stuck in a remote village. The young man smiled and said that he might have jumped to conclusions. Continuing on his way along the forest road, the protagonist asked the name of this man. Dambik replied that his name was Beechan. Suddenly, the boy stopped. His face showed genuine surprise as he had heard that name before. Raising his eyebrows in confusion, the boy asked if everything was okay. Introducing the man in armor, Mushin said that he was one of the two great guardians of Magiel, who had suddenly disappeared during the Great Muram War. Smiling, the boy was glad that Beechan had survived. A wooden house appeared in front of them. Someone was pouring water from a bucket into a barrel. Suddenly, the man heard a familiar voice behind him. Turning around, he saw two guests. Beechan stepped aside, reminding him that he had asked his student not to bring strangers here. The man looked at his guest suspiciously. The boy glanced at him. Beechan narrowed his eyes. The warrior continued to look at him. His gaze was clear. Realizing something, the man opened his mouth in surprise. Looking at his master, Dambik wanted to introduce him to his friend. However, Beechan was shaking all over from the excessive emotions. Tears of joy appeared in his eyes. Having shouted that his old acquaintance was really alive, he shook the young man's hand. The protagonist smiled, asking if the man had managed to recognize him. The master opened his mouth wide and said that he could not help but recognize him. Tears were running down his cheeks. Dambik scratched his head in embarrassment. There were practically no clouds in the clear sky. The sun's rays illuminated a lonely wooden house. Beechan said that rumors about the death of the god of war had spread throughout China. They were sitting at the table. The man took a teapot in his hand and said that he believed the rumors, although he knew that no one could find the god's body. Mushin closed his eyes and said that no one even thought that he would become a hermit. His interlocutor laughed. The master looked at his guest and asked him to tell what happened. The guy lowered his gaze. He opened his mouth and began his story. Rocks flew in all directions as the warrior destroyed 70% of the original cult forces and headed straight for their main hideout. His body was shrouded in a blue haze. His feet were firmly planted on the ground. He scowled menacingly and shouted the number 10. The powerful blow tore the enemy's bodies into pieces. The shockwave struck the bodies of the cult members who rushed to attack. The warrior opened his mouth wide and called out to the head of the cult. The man stood on a pedestal behind his army. He spread his arms in front of him and called on the strongest warrior in China to attack. The protagonist took a step forward. He raised his fist and shouted the number 11. The ground in front of him cracked at the seams and the clan members rose into the air. The old man stuck his tongue out of his mouth and called on the enemy to give him his blood so that he could become a god. Mushin took another heavy step. The next moment, he jumped into the air. His eyes and fingers sparkled. The god of war uttered the number 12. Concentrating energy in his hands, the cult leader laughed maliciously. He watched the movements of the approaching enemy. The man grinned, lightning flashed. The old man stopped his opponent's fist, putting his palm forward. The enemies hung in the air. A shockwave shook the ground beneath them. The protagonist landed on one of the rubble fragments. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the cult leader declared that this was to be expected. Releasing a wave of red energy, the old man declared that the god of war was truly the god of war. Mushin stood on the stone, clenching his hands into fists. He opened his mouth wide and screamed. Swinging his fist, the warrior rushed forward towards the wave of energy. One powerful blow tore the energy in half. The cult leader clenched his teeth in fear. The god of war pounced on him from the air. His fist was pointed forward. Blood sprinkled everything around. Its splashes froze in the void. Looking at his interlocutor, the boy said that this was the last thing he remembered. Placing his hands on his knees, the young man added that he did not remember how long he fought with the cult leader or if the old man was still alive. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist stated that he remembered using a heavenly vessel in the battle and surpassing the absolute Kai spiral of life. Beechan's mouth fell open in shock. Keeping a calm expression, Mushin explained that he should be dead, as the rumors said. Putting his hand forward, he stated that when he woke up, 20 years had passed and his body and face had changed. Looking down in concern, the man stated that this was an example of rebirth and reverse aging reaching their absolute embodiment. The corners of his lips turned down. The boy said that the price of his rebirth was the loss of half of his original strength. Clenching his fist, enveloped in light energy, he stated that he was looking for various ways to restore his strength because this fact had become too difficult for him to accept. Looking at his old friend, the warrior explained that the cult was rising even now as they spoke. The master smiled and was glad that his friend had not died and had returned. With a stern frown, he added that they had a chance as long as the god of war was alive. Gritting his teeth menacingly, Pichong said that they had a chance to slit the throats of the cultists and those who sided with them. The guy frowned sternly. Sitting at the table, the man said that the ruler of Dan reported the location of the warrior and asked for help. On the table were 2 filled bowls. The master said that upon arrival they found only dead bodies of cultists and the smell of blood. Looking at his interlocutor, the protagonist explained that the enemies attacked earlier than expected, and the advance forces united with their headquarters, so there was no time to wait for reinforcements. Lowering his eyebrows, Pichong said that they realized this and tried to find their comrade as soon as possible. Clenching his hand into a fist, he stated that they had to fight the remaining cult members during their search. His expression seemed very upset. Sadly lowering his gaze, the man took the blame for underestimating his opponent. Placing his hand on his chest, the master stated that seeing his comrade die made him want to kill at least one more enemy and then die. Frowning, he said that there was a reason to stay alive. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise and asked what this meant. Opening his kimono, Pichon explained that he had been waiting for this moment for the past 20 years deep in the mountains. There was a huge scar on his chest. Mushin raised his eyebrows in shock. With a stern frown, the man said that on that day, a cultist who attacked their squad gave him this scar. The enemy in the cult's clothes swung his sword. His face was sprinkled with blood. The master stated that this man used sword art. Gritting his teeth, Pichong added that this cultist was a representative of one of the great factions. Looking at the scar, the boy realized that it was left by someone who used the Hueshan sword art. Squinting, the man explained that he could no longer continue the fight because of it. Covering his chest with his kimono, he said that his friend knew the meaning of this scar very well. Sweat appeared on his angry face. The boy looked at him from under his brows. A few clouds floated across the blue sky. Cherry blossoms were blooming on the mountains. Someone thanked the man for allowing him to conduct research. Standing on the steps in front of the squad of warriors, Hyokulin said that it was obvious that they had no connection with the cult. The old man frowned and said that they would hold the Murim coalition responsible if they encountered anything shameful due to this investigation. He narrowed his eyes and asked to pass this message on to the coalition leader. Dowan looked at him and promised to remember it. They bid each other farewell with a fist in his open palm. As they walked down the stairs, the man said that there was no reason for the old man to be so rude and hostile towards them, and decided that he was overestimating Hueshan. Dawan explained that they had unwittingly exposed themselves, so this reaction was expected, and Libam followed behind him. After descending the mountains and disappearing into the forest, the commander added that there would be factions that would be more hostile towards them, which they should be prepared for, and the squad confirmed his words. Hyokilin watched them go. Gritting his teeth, he insulted these people. One of the faction members called out to him, and the old man turned around. The man with the scar said that all the preparations were complete. Turning to his companions, he stated that he would be accompanying the leader and asked them to take a short rest. Hearing their words of approval, Hongxiang smiled. Two people stood in a pavilion on the edge of a cliff. Someone said that all of Hueshan's information and documents had been exposed. Hyokilin frowned and said that the guests had threatened to accuse them of betraying the coalition, so he had no choice. The man sitting opposite stated that it must have been quite tiring. The old man explained that he had to hold back several times. The sect members stated that other factions had also expressed their concerns about Yeoncheon Dan's investigation. He smirked and explained that the investigations were just a pretext and that there were speculations that they were just trying to find the weaknesses of the major factions in order to put pressure on them and strengthen the coalition's power. The old man looked away. The man said that they should be tempered from the start because they would be too proud while they were investigating. Hearing his suggestion that the sect members had not handled the situation properly, Hyokilin raised his eyebrows in fear. The next moment, he closed his eyes and laughed. The old man suggested that they request an investigation into the Namgung family and not try to tarnish their pride. The man clenched his teeth tensely. Frowning, the sect leader suggested conducting their own investigation to set a good example for the other factions. His interlocutor frowned sternly. Cumulus clouds floated across the sky. The wind lifted fallen leaves into the air. The protagonist ran forward among the trees. His expression was confident. A memory of Beechan seriously stating that it had been 20 years floated into his mind. His gaze was stern. The master stated that the cult had already planted an agent in Hueshan back then. Mushin frowned and realized that there had to be at least one person in each faction who was directly or indirectly affiliated with the cult. His gaze was directed forward. A man in a red robe stood among the trees. The boy noticed him. A bomb appeared in the air. It was flying straight towards the running boy. He turned and noticed it only when the bomb was too fast. A deafening explosion was heard in the forest. The space between the trees was filled with red smoke. The boy covered his eyes with his hand. The smoke cleared and the warrior looked forward. A man in a red robe stood in front of him. The stranger's eyes flashed and he said that he was waiting for the deputy commander Yeoncheon Dan. He said that he came here to take his life. The heroes stood opposite each other in a clearing. The protagonist smiled and sighed. Looking at the stranger, he said that this man showed how to predict the trends in Muram. Standing on the opposite edge of the clearing, Mushin said that the cult member made a big mistake. He said that the enemy was alone and within his reach. His face was calm. At the same time, the warrior jumped up from his seat. The man in the robe rushed forward. The guy hit him in the chest. The cultist's body dissolved into thin air. Looking back, the young man realized that it was just an illusion. The wind lifted the leaves of the trees. Frowning, the warrior called on the enemy to stop playing and show himself to him. A voice came from the dark forest. The stranger declared that he was not playing at all. The cultist smiled and said that he was not alone. Someone's withered feet landed on the grass. The guy turned around. A few meters away from him stood a man with a sword. His skin was gray and his face was distorted by a death grimace. Open-mouthed in amazement, the protagonist realized that he was a Jiangshi. Looking back, he saw an entire army of monsters. Zombies surrounded him from all sides. The eyes of the Jiangshi lit up. Soon the warrior found himself surrounded by enemies. Gritting his teeth, he declared that nothing could compare to the cruelty and cunning of the cultist, because no one else could do such a thing to innocent people. The stranger explained that he had shown compassion for these pathetic people, waiting for the warrior to fight them. He was disappointed that the boy was as sensitive and emotional as any other man. Zombies were approaching, emerging from the forest. Frowning angrily, Mushin promised to find the enemy and tear him to shreds. Smiling, the cult member declared that the enemy would die before he could fulfill his promise. Arms of the living dead burst out of the ground. They grabbed the warrior by his boots and clothes. More arms emerged from the ground to immobilize him. The boy gritted his teeth in amazement, realizing that the enemy deliberately wanted him to stand there. Jiangshi rushed at him with a sword in his hands. The youth punched him in the chest. Black blood gushed out of his body. The zombie bared his teeth. He managed to cut the air with his sword. The protagonist frowned furiously, realizing that the zombie would have died already if it were alive. The monster's round eyes flashed. It felt no pain and could attack as long as nothing prevented it from moving. The warrior realized that he had no choice. Sweat appeared on his face from the tension. The zombie swung his sword and rushed to attack. Mushin put his hand forward, concentrating energy in it. The monster's body was torn into small pieces. Blood splashed on the guy's face. Resolutely knitting his brows, he decided to turn the bodies of his enemies inside out. The cultist grinned evilly, saying that such a decision impressed him. The enemy said that he had prepared countless forces of a group of crying ghosts. The Jiangshi burst out from under the ground and grabbed the body of their opponent. The eyes of the cult member lit up. He declared that he wanted to see how long his opponent could hold out, and the other zombies rushed at the warrior from all sides. The young man remained calm as the hands of the dead grabbed his hair and clothes. Soon, his body was swallowed by the crowd of Jiangshi. A bright flash came from the depths of the crowd. A blinding light lit up the forest. The cultist's eyes widened in shock, not understanding what had just happened. The bodies of the monsters that had grabbed the boy disappeared into thin air. The protagonist looked forward with determination, his eyes emitting a light haze. The next moment, he bared his teeth and called on his enemy to attack. The sky was gray due to the smoke, and lit torches were stuck into the ground. People in long red cloaks walked slowly along a long path, and one of them talked about someone who avoided them and disappeared, but eventually went to Maggio and caused a mess there. The old man with white hair furrowed his brows and asked if that was all. The man with black hair and a long beard closed his eyes and said that the coalition dog Murim was on his own now, so they could safely dispose of him. The old man walked along the smooth path, asking who his subordinate had sent, and the man said that Elder Ongui had insisted on being the one to send him. The old man's long white hair lay on his shoulders, and he looked straight ahead. The area was illuminated by burning torches. The old man in blue clothes asked how much Ongui had taken, and the subordinate said that he had planned to take 50. He closed his eyes and added that he had offered Ongui 200. The old man raised his white eyebrows and pressed his lips tightly together. His eyes began to emit a bright light. He looked at his subordinate, who said that he felt it was best to end this without fail, no matter how exactly it happened. The old man frowned angrily, asking if the other man was being cautious and overestimating their enemy. Red smoke and stains could be seen. The man with pale skin opened his mouth wide and his eyes glowed. The protagonist swung his fist, his body emitting blue flames. The man in the red cloak widened his eyes in shock and opened his mouth slightly. Mushin was fighting several opponents at once, holding one of them by the hair, and Ongui thought the protagonist was mocking him when he said he should take 200. The protagonist frowned, opened his mouth wide, and drops of dark blood sprayed into the air. He attacked the opponents, and his fist glowed brightly. The man opened his eyes wide, gritted his teeth, and thought about how even 200 could be useless against the protagonist. Mushin's hair was blowing in the wind, his face was stained with blood, and Ongui thought that the protagonist was very flexible and fierce like the icy wind, and his fast offensive Kai was 70. The man was covered in sweat, clenching his jaw tightly, and thought that the protagonist's Kai was even equal to 80% of his Kai, and Mushin did not look exhausted at all. The protagonist jumped up, fighting with many opponents, and Ongui thought that Mushin's strength was superior to Shandon and Ranon. The protagonist jumped down, and all the enemies flew into the air, and Ongui thought that his cult had misjudged the protagonist. Blood splattered against the blue sky. The man in the red cloak turned away, coughing loudly, standing on a tree branch. Ongui clenched his teeth tightly, covered in sweat. Mushin began to emit blue flames. He turned around, frowning his black eyebrows. He jumped up into the trees. The man gritted his teeth and let out a loud sigh. Mushin was right in front of him, and Ongui, who was standing in a tree, asked how the protagonist knew where he was. The man furrowed his brows and opened his mouth in shock, his eyes turning pale. Many clones appeared around the protagonist. Mushin frowned and pressed his lips tightly together. He raised his flaming fist, shouting that he could not be fooled twice. He swung his hand in the air, and Ongui disappeared from his sight. Suddenly, the tree pole cracked with a loud sound. Blood was running down Mushin's hand. Ongui opened his eyes and mouth wide, coughing up blood. His eyes glowed brightly. Mushin's fist was sticking out of his body. The protagonist gritted his teeth and frowned. His face was stained with blood. Blood was leaking from Ongui's mouth. His face was covered in sweat, and Mushin screamed that he would tear him apart. Charred particles were flying in the air. On the ground was a package wrapped in a white cloth that was stained with blood. Mushin picked up the white cloth from the ground. He walked along the bloody path, thinking that since the enemies were targeting him like that, he had become a big problem for them. The protagonist frowned, indignant that the enemies wanted to defeat him with just this. His skin was covered in red spots, and he came to the conclusion that they were not finished with this yet. Gray smoke was floating among the trees. Mushin turned around abruptly and froze. He opened his mouth in surprise and frowned. A fog rose in the forest. The protagonist closed his lips and frowned. The wind picked up the green leaves, scattering them around. Mushin's face looked serious. He clenched his fist and walked deeper into the forest, saying that he seemed to be overly sensitive, as it quickly happens right after a fight. His silhouette began to disappear behind the fog and trees. Leaves flew in the air. Green grass grew on the ground. A man in a hat appeared between the trees and said that Mushin was the only person in all of Muram who made him shudder at his presence. The man looked straight ahead, saying that it was a great pleasure to meet again. A white mask was visible on his face. A small town was built in the middle of the green forest. Stone stairs led to a red house with several floors. A tablet with hieroglyphs hung on the top, while someone was discussing that the Namgung family had submitted a request for an investigation. Dowan crossed his arms, saying that this family had sent them a message. The man in red clothes said with a serious face that the Namgung family would be the next candidate for their investigation. However, Dowan felt that they were plotting something. Guanam frowned, looked away and said that they would not do anything against the Muram coalition, but they were proud of being the greatest family in the world. Dowan looked at the other man seriously and said that Guanam wanted him to be careful. The men turned around at the same time with surprised expressions on their faces when they heard someone shout that there was nothing in Hueshan. The protagonist opened the door. Holding a white cloth in his hand, he loudly called out for the deputy commander. Dowan ran up to the protagonist, stretched out his hands to him and asked why he was dressed like that. Mushin said with a serious face that he had fought a cult on the way back. Dowan and Guanam froze in shock and opened their mouths when they heard these words. The protagonist clenched his fist, looked at them, and said that they were blocked by a group of Jiangshi called the Roaring Ghost Group. Guanam raised his black eyebrows, sweating, and said that it would be very bad if they were free to dig up bodies all over China. Mushin looked at him sternly and said that they had been doing this for a long time, but it was only now that they found out. The protagonist placed the bag on the table, telling Dowan and Guanam to look at it. There was a stack of books on the table, stained with blood. The men froze with horrified expressions on their faces, and Guanam asked what kind of documents they were. Mushin furrowed his black eyebrows and said that they were various records of the Great Muram War, records from Maggio. Dowan and Guanam opened their mouths and widened their eyes in shock. Mushin raised his eyebrows and pursed his lips. The two men stood by the open doors and Dowan was talking about how even with their records, they weren't much different from what they already knew, and it would be hard to figure out what exactly the cult was then. The man said with a smirk that he didn't know where the protagonist got Maggio's records from, but he did something incredible. Mushin frowned and said with a serious face that it was Sajin's idea to compare their records, and that she contributed the most to getting the records. Dowan looked away, surprised that Sajin didn't say anything about it, so the man thought that it was the protagonist's idea. Mushin looked at Dowan in shock after hearing those words. He raised his eyebrows, asking if Sajin had returned, and Dowan put his hands behind his back, saying that she had returned before the protagonist. The man said with a slight smile that the girl was currently preparing for the next investigation with the others, then he asked why Mushin was asking about that. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in shock and his eyes widened. Sajin's face looked serious. Mushin tightly pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes. The girl and the protagonist looked at each other while standing by the green bushes, and Sajin said that Mushin looked terrible. She looked at him calmly, asking what happened that the protagonist arrived later than her, who left after him. The protagonist looked at Sajin worriedly and asked if something was wrong. Sajin crossed her arms, turned away and closed her eyes, saying that Mushin told her to choose, and she did so. Opening her eyes, the girl asked if the protagonist was happy to see her back. Mushin remained silent, staring at Sajin. As the girl stood there with her arms crossed, he thought about how she could become a bridge between Maggio and the Muram coalition, so he decided that this would be the most rational decision. He furrowed his brows, thinking that he did not expect that he would be sad that they could not continue their adventures together. Sajin frowned sadly and concluded that Mushin was truly not happy to see her back. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in shock as he felt that feeling of seeing that child again. Sajin raised her eyebrows in surprise when Mushin said that it was good that she had returned. The protagonist turned away, closed his eyes, and walked away with a soft smile. Sajin puffed out her cheeks and arched her eyebrows in displeasure, asking if that was all. She then smiled warmly, sighed, and said that Mushin had not changed. The girl ran after the protagonist, asking if he was happy to see her. Mushin smiled silently. The blue sky was visible above the green trees. Gray clouds floated in the starry sky. A long path led to a large stone, with burning torches on either side. People in red cloaks walked slowly forward. A man with a long beard closed his eyes. They climbed the stairs to the top of the stone. The old man's white hair lay on his back, and someone reported that everyone had been destroyed. He stood on the dais, half-turned, asking what happened to Ongui, and the subordinate answered that he was dead. The old man frowned, asking about the protagonist. The man with the long beard and calm face assumed that Mushin had returned to the coalition. The old man became stern, his eyes began to shine brightly, and he thought about what the protagonist had said about being confident in himself. The man did not open his eyes, saying that they had found out that this much energy was not enough to destroy Mushin. Streams of fire rushed towards the sky, and the man told the old man standing between the torches not to worry because they would find a more effective way to get rid of Mushin. The old man was silent, looking into the distance with a serious expression. Then he turned away. The sky was filled with gray clouds, and he ordered his subordinate to find a way and bring someone qualified to meet the protagonist face to face. There was a small red house among the trees. The commander stood in front of a crowd of young men and women dressed in black and white. Dawan frowned and said loudly that the investigation of the Namgung family would be different from Hueshan. The students lined up while the male commander said that their goal was to quickly and accurately investigate the Namgung family. The protagonist stood in line, listening to Dawan say that they also needed to return to the Muram coalition safely. He furrowed his brows and shouted loudly for the participants to remain vigilant and focus until they returned here. The black-haired boy smiled widely, shouting for the commander to put his concerns aside. The protagonist and Sajin smiled when the boy said that they had a deputy and a girl with them this time, so they would not have any problems. The wooden doors opened, and a crowd of people in black clothes came out of the room. The protagonist walked in the center, his face looking focused. The sun was setting on the horizon. A city of identical houses was built near the mountains. This is where the Namgung family was. Two dark human silhouettes were visible. One of them said that all the factions and families were looking at them. The bearded man frowned and said that therefore they should not make any mistakes. The man in light blue clothes agreed with the words of the head of the family. Suddenly, a man in white clothes appeared in the passage, loudly calling out to the head. He raised his eyebrows and shouted loudly that Yon Chendan had arrived at the main gate. The head was silent, his gaze serious. Dawan stood between the wooden doors, frowning his black eyebrows. A crowd of people in black cloaks stood at the entrance, looking at the head with serious faces. The man in white clothes approached them, greeting them. The lights were on in the huge building. Dawan and everyone else clapped their hands, greeting the Namgung family. Yangsu, the head of this family, closed his eyes and smiled widely, greeting the guests. Hearing this name, the protagonist frowned angrily and thought that Songwal introduced him to this man a long time ago. A man was sitting on a couch, and two other men were standing next to him. Yangsu said his name with a big smile and said that if he ever had the chance, he would like to learn from his interlocutor. The protagonist stared at Yangsu and thought about how he only had his own ambitions in mind and that they met again. Yangsu smiled when Dawan asked how he was doing. The men looked at each other and the head of the family said that everything was unchanged and pointed out that Dawan had wrinkles. Yangsu said with a smile that Yon Chendan's burden was heavy. Dawan replied with a slight smile that it was for everyone's safety, so it was natural that it was heavy. Yangsu had a long black mustache. He asked with a smirk if it was for the safety of the coalition leader Haijiang. Dawan raised his eyebrows in shock and sweat broke out, thinking what kind of absurd words these were. Mushin pursed his lips tightly, looking at Yangsu with hatred. The man furrowed his brows. Then he gently placed his hand on Dawan's shoulder and said with a smile that he was joking and that the man would embarrass him if he got so worked up. Yangsu spread his arms out to the sides, closed his eyes and said loudly that it was already late, so they would start their performance tomorrow, and for now, the guests could fill their stomachs and rest. Dawan pursed his lips and arched his eyebrows, looking at the head of the family with dislike. The protagonist's face did not look friendly either. There were many plates on the table, filled with appetizing-looking dishes. The guests approached the round table and could not hold back their admiring exclamations. The man in light clothes closed his eyes, smiled and said that they had plenty of food, so the guests could eat as much as they wanted. Night had fallen, and a round moon was shining in the dark sky. A stone staircase led up to a tall building with a curved roof. Chang Hek and Chang Han were sitting on the white beds, praising the amazing rooms as well as the delicious alcohol and food. Yang Xiaob smiled, saying that he would do research forever if it was like this. Libum turned around and frowned, telling Yang Xiaob to stop, reminding him that the commander had asked him to stay vigilant. Libo then turned away, put his fist to his mouth and coughed loudly. The man in the gray robe leaned against the wall, crossed his arms and asked if the investigation would start tomorrow. Then he said that they should get enough rest so that they wouldn't feel exhausted tomorrow. The girls were talking while sitting on the beds. Sajin smiled softly. Dawan sat, looking at the wall. The protagonist stood by the mesh window, crossing his arms. The night sky was illuminated by a bright moon. The sun was rising over the mountains. It was a clear day. A city made of identical houses could be seen. The warrior in dark armor closed his eyes, clenched his hands into fists, and said that his body felt very heavy. He walked down the hallway, smiling as he decided that he needed to warm up while everyone else was sleeping. Suddenly, he froze, his mouth and eyes wide open in shock and covered in sweat. There was a crowd of men in white clothes in the courtyard. Jansu grinned and wished the young man a good morning. Warriors in white clothes stood on the balconies of the red building, while someone shouted that anything suspicious should be reported. They lifted up mattresses and unwrapped the bags of their guests. Jansu raised his black eyebrows, asking if his subordinates had searched everyone, and the young man in front of him confirmed it. Dawan, his face twisted in wild rage, screamed at the top of his lungs, asking what Jansu was doing. The man glared at Dawan and told him not to get the wrong idea. Standing in the middle of the crowd of his subordinates, Yeonsu said that they did what they had to do for a fair investigation. Dawan stood in front of the crowd of his subordinates, his fists clenched in anger. Yeonsu's forehead wrinkled and he said that during the investigation, they could accuse his family of anything that was not their fault, and it would definitely be a misunderstanding, and it would only upset them if it happened. Dawan clenched his teeth tightly and furrowed his black eyebrows, yelling at the man. Yeonsu raised his hand, closed his eyes, and said that he did not mean that they did not trust Dawan and his men. The man in white clothes said with a smirk that during this investigation, they would show them everything, so they should trust in the honesty of Dawan and his subordinates. Dawan, with an angry face, shouted that he could check it thoroughly himself. Yeonsu, with a confident smirk, replied that it would be by Dawan's standards, not his. Dawan opened his mouth and widened his eyes in shock. Mushin tightly closed his lips, looking at Yeonsu with insolence in his eyes. The man remained silent, his black eyebrows arched. Then he looked away and sweat broke out. He reached inside his clothes. He took out a folded piece of paper. A sly grin appeared on his face. Dawan stood in front of the crowd of his subordinates, glaring at Yeonsu with anger. Suddenly, a young man in white clothes walked out of the building, holding a piece of paper in his hand, calling out to the commander. He raised his hand. Dawan turned around, his mouth hanging open in shock. Yeonsu extended his hand towards the young man, asking his subordinates if he had told them to check everything thoroughly. The young man frowned and replied that the piece of paper had been hastily hidden under the bed. Yeonsu said with a serious face that this seemed like a bad sign. Dawan froze, sweating and his lips tightly pressed together. Yeonsu unfolded the piece of paper. He frowned and said that this document was very interesting. The man looked down and read that this document confirmed that the Namgung family had invested 10 gold pieces into a central escort agency. Yeonsu smirked, saying that the Namgung family had never made such a deal. Dawan frowned angrily when Yeonsu demanded an explanation. He clenched the piece of paper in his hand, asking why he had this fake document. The men in white clothes grabbed the hilts of their swords. They took out their sharp weapons, looking at the enemies. The Namgung family warriors surrounded Dawan and his men. The young man with black hair gritted his white teeth and reached for the sword hanging on his waist. He frowned, calling out to Dawan, and the man ordered everyone not to resist. Sajin turned around and told the protagonist that she had a bad feeling about this. Mushin asked with a serious face if the girl regretted it. Sajin nodded with a smile. Dawan frowned, sweating, and called out loudly for Yeonsu. 3 warriors pointed their swords at him, and Dawan shouted that the document did not belong to them. Yeonsu frowned and replied that he had asked Dawan to explain himself, and he was trying to evade the question. Dawan sweated in horror when a sharp sword blade was placed near his face, and he asked if Yeonsu really did not believe it. The man in white furrowed his eyebrows in anger, while Dawan shouted that if this had been found while they were preparing their rooms, then it would have been a different story. Dawan, who had many swords at his throat, shouted that this was a setup, and someone was trying to create a misunderstanding and frame them. Yeonsu bowed his head and yelled furiously that it was only them. He raised his hand with the folded piece of paper, shouting that if it wasn't Dawan's people, it was the people of the Namgung family. Dawan's eyes widened in shock as Yeonsu yelled that they saw the Namgung family as a lowly group with no education. His eyes lit up brightly and he yelled that Dawan saw him the same way. Dawan's sweat dropped as he looked at Yeonsu with fear, thinking that the man wasn't even listening to him. Yeonsu's face twisted in wild anger. Deep wrinkles appeared on his face, and Dawan thought that Yeonsu was completely sure that this was their document. Dawan frowned as he looked at the man. Suddenly, Mushin said with a serious face that Yeonsu wanted them to become the owners of the document. Yeonsu raised the paper, shouting loudly that from now on, anyone who did not follow his orders would be considered to be involved in this forged document. He frowned and added that until everything was cleared up, Yeonchandan would be imprisoned indefinitely and it would last as long as necessary. Dawan looked at Yeonsu in horror, who shouted that he would be the first. Yeonsu stared at him with his eyebrows arched and his nose wrinkled. Beads of sweat ran down Dawan's worried face. There were small houses in the middle of the green trees. A man in a red cloak looked down on the city. He was wearing a straw hat, the fabric of his clothes fluttering in the wind. A torch illuminated the room. Chan-hyuk grabbed the bars and shouted that he was only saying that they were supposed to solve problems, not create them. The guard walked away. The guy shouted that they would regret this later. The guard said that it was too noisy and loud to hit the bars with a spear. He looked at the guy and ordered him to behave well if he did not want to die of hunger. Chan-hyuk curled his lip and said that it was very low to threaten him with food. Haeyeon closed her eyes and asked who had that document. Beekon said no one. He decided that someone had planted it there. Yangxiab looked at Beekon and said that he was not the only one who thought so. Aeyeon looked ahead anxiously and asked why the commander ordered them not to resist. Livum said that if they responded rashly, it would cause even more trouble. Changhyun asked if it was possible that the head of the Namgung family was doing this because they colluded with the cult as the head of the Hebe clan. He took them out early in the morning to investigate their rooms, and seeing that they found something, they definitely planned this. Sajin said that it could be his doing, but he could also be used. Changhyun put his hands on his hips and asked what the deputy commander thought about this. The hero remained silent. The sounds of beatings came from the closed door. Someone was being hit in the stomach with a stick. Daewon was bleeding and groaning in pain. His hands were tied to chains. Yeonsu stood in front of him and said that he was asking again. He was serious and asked who initiated this investigation. There were servants around him. Yeonsu said that he had ordered them to secretly plant this document to make them look like they were involved in illegal activities. Daewon smiled. He was shaking and said that he now realized that it was all a setup. He asked through pain who ordered them to use this document to plot against them and the coalition leader. He asked if it was a cult. Yeonsu screamed and ordered the commander to shut up. He asked how dare he say such a thing. Daewon gritted his teeth and said that they did nothing. If it wasn't him, then there was a cult spy hiding among them. Yeonsu tensed up and said that such people cannot enter the Namgung family. The guard looked at the family leader suspiciously. He said that such a thing would never escape his sight. Daewon trembled and asked him not to flatter himself. He said that the cult had already done this a long time ago. Yeonsu wasn't sure if the commander had the right to say something like that. He said that they had a rat in Qingdang that they shouldn't have taken in. Daewon looked at his executioner in surprise. The guard walked towards the cage and called Sajin. They approached the cage with the heroes and said that the head of the family was looking for a girl and ordered her to come out immediately. Sajin looked at the guard in surprise. Mushin frowned in confusion. The guard returned to the head's room and said that they had brought her. Yeonsu smiled. Sajin entered the room and began to look around. Daewon called the girl. She turned around in fear. He looked at his subordinate with exhaustion. He could not utter a word. Sajin became angry. She looked menacingly at Yeonsu and asked what they had done to the commander. A blade was presented to Daewon's face. Yeonsu calmly continued to look at the girl. She fell silent. Yeonsu smiled and said who she really was. Sajin was shocked. Yeonsu pointed at her and said that, however, the Qingdang commander had no idea of her true identity. He asked if the girl would like to tell the truth. Daewon looked at Sajin in horror while Yeonsu said to tell the truth before Daewon received even harsher punishments. Sajin closed her lips. Daewon screamed and asked why she was still hesitating. He said that it couldn't be that she wasn't Sajin. The blade pierced the commander's neck slightly. Blood flowed out. Sajin looked at the blood flowing down the blade in fear. Yeonsu smiled contentedly and said that it should help her if he counted to 3. Sajin frowned. Yeonsu said 1. He smiled. His hand trembled and he said 2. Daewon groaned, the blood flowing even more profusely. Yeonsu said that he was not going to hesitate. Sajin gritted her teeth. Yeonsu began to say the last number. The girl screamed, stopping the killing. She closed her eyes and said that she was the granddaughter of the demon cultivator Dangak, the former head of mage. She was the daughter of his son, Danman. He said that her real name was Soyeon. Chang Huk pressed his face against the bars. He swung his legs, pulling them out, and shouted that if they investigate one person at a time, and since they took the girl, then the commander's investigation should be finished. The guard looked angrily at the cage. Chang Huk asked why the commander hadn't returned yet. The guy jumped back from the bars. A spear struck them a moment later. The guard approached the cage and demanded that the guy shut up and behave well. The guy screamed that he would not kill him. Mushin was silent. He started to speak. Ian turned around abruptly. The hero said that the fact that Sajin was next was haunting him. The guard started poking the spear through the bars and said if the boy didn't do anything. Chan Huk provoked the guard to strike. The man got angry and struck. The bars suddenly shattered into pieces. The guards looked ahead. The corridor filled with dust. The hero appeared in the passage, his fist burning with Kai. All the students looked at the deputy commander in shock. The guards ran to attack the hero. 3 spears aimed at his stomach. The severed shaft stuck in the ceiling. The men stepped back in shock. The hero knocked out each one with a blow to the jaw. He was angry. He looked ahead and said that his students were against it. He turned around with a smile and told them not to do anything and stay where they were. 2 swords swung. They froze at Sajin's throat. The guards approached her and now held her captive. Daewon looked at the girl in shock. The leader Namgung asked if he heard the girl's words. Sweat was pouring down the commander's face. He remembered Mushin's words, saying that it was Sajin's idea to compare their records with theirs. Daewon was having a hard time accepting this realization. Sajin pursed her lips and did not move. Yeonsu swung his sword. Blood spurted out. He said that this was a case where even they could not find a rat in their own house, but they were looking for rats in other people's houses. Now Yeonsu pointed his sword at the girl and said that it was all because of the coalition leader's foolishness, and that's why his followers were swarming around him. Sajin did not move. Yeonsu continued to say that it was not enough for the leader to let someone from the mage into the coalition, that he even let her into his house. Yeonsu's eyes glowed red and he ordered the girl to be killed. He swung his sword. The door to the room was knocked down by the hero. Everyone froze. Mushin looked at everyone calmly. Daewon looked at his deputy in shock. Sajin turned around in alarm. Yeonsu tensed up, saying it wasn't his turn yet. Mushin remained silent as Namgung leader said the hero simply had to show up while they were investigating the girl. Yeonsu gave the hero a creepy look and said he was in league with the girl. Mushin smiled. Yeonsu looked at him questioningly. Mushin ran forward and said whatever. He hit the first guard. The second. He stood in front of Sajin. Yeonsu tensed up even more, thinking the hero had knocked out 2 of his fighters in an instant. Mushin handed Sajin his sword and asked if she had told them of her own free will. The girl replied that the commander's life was in danger, so she had no choice. She looked at Yeonsu and said he knew who she was from the start. Mushin looked at Namgung leader and said they were leaving. Everyone looked at the hero in silence. He started to say that it was exactly like that. He was in cahoots with the mage and planted this document to make it look like they were in cahoots with the cult. All this had nothing to do with Qingdang. Yeonsu gritted his teeth. He looked at his guard. Daewon looked at his deputy with confusion and asked why he. Mushin didn't turn around and said that it was unexpected, so he couldn't say anything about it now. Daewon kept trying to understand. Mushin smiled, looking at Ensu, called him family and said if he hadn't searched their rooms. Ensu glared at the hero, called him a brat and said that he was talking without any fear. He covered himself in a yellow aura and said that he would cut the hero's throat himself. Mushin smiled. Ensu moved forward. He swung his sword and said that he would finish the hero with one blow. The hero asked the girl to step back. Ensu used the floating dragon of reversibility technique. He dodged and in addition used the golden mountain attack. Mushin got into a fighting stance. This was the first step. He parried the first blow. His fist touched the sword. Mushin was surprised. 2 powerful auras collided with each other. They began to destroy the room, throwing stone to the sides. Everyone began to cover themselves from the bright light and debris. Yeonsu also covered himself, thinking that this was madness in such a small space. Sajin looked forward angrily. The opponents continued to clash. The hero placed the edge of his palm on the blade of the sword. He smiled, saying how much pathos there was, but in reality, he looked Yeonsu in the eyes and said that he calls himself the head of the family, but in fact he is so incompetent. Yeonsu screamed, covering the hero with insults. He swung his sword. Mushin became angry. He said that the title of the head of the Namgung family is given to all sorts of weaklings. He punched the man in the stomach. He was thrown to the side. Mushin bared his teeth. The second step came. He began to hit Yeonsu, not giving him a break. The third, fourth, and fifth steps followed one after another. Yeonsu flew into the wall, breaking it. Veins bulged on him. He spat blood. He fell to the floor. He looked at the hero and asked how dare he. The guard blushed with rage, asking how is this possible. The hero did not notice him. He thought that he was amazing, but it was impossible to think that the hero would be so strong. Mushin looked at him angrily. Sajin looked around. The hero ordered to go. They ran. The hero was called out. He turned around. Daewon was looking at him, chained. His gaze was angry. Mushin calmly looked into his eyes. Yeonsu's servants began to run up to him and ask how he felt. Yeonsu screamed furiously and ordered to run after the hero and grab him along with the girl. The entire Namgung team ran down the corridor. The guard thought that the hero blocked the leader's sword with his bare hands and even managed to escape. If the leader himself could not defeat him, then what does he expect from them? The exit was approaching. They ran to the broken gates and stopped. The guard looked ahead in shock. The entire courtyard was destroyed. Namgung fighters were lying everywhere, knocked out. One of the fighters stood up with difficulty and said that they did everything to stop him, but it was useless. He said that they were both monsters. The guard looked ahead in shock. Meanwhile, the hero and the girl hid in the cave. She said that she was falsely accused and she should have escaped alone, and he should not have interfered. They were sitting at the very exit. Sajin said that he was a different matter. Now he was an enemy of the Muram coalition, not to mention Qingdang. He asked what he would do now. Mushin was silent. He was breathing heavily. Sajin walked up to him and asked if he was hurt. Mushin frowned. He was sweating all over and said that it was a fight against the head of the family and he had to balance the kai of his sword. He used up his kai too quickly and it must have exhausted him. Sajin said in fear that he had to strike back to balance it. Mushin was breathing heavily. He said that he had poured a huge amount of kai into his sword to the point that he had another intention. If the hero struck back, then that place would collapse. Sajin extended her hand and said that he was not in a situation to think about other people's lives. She asked him to give her hand. Mushin smiled heavily and said that if she were to suffer, then that was the situation he hated the most. Sajin looked at the hero with embarrassment. The hero took her hand. He smiled. Sajin smiled back at him. The hero's kai merged and became orange and warm. The girl looked at the hero with a smile. He closed his eyes in gratitude. A light in the form of 2 heroes sat on the edge of the cave. Mushin said that he felt warmth. Smoke rose above the settlement. Someone said that they were continuing the search, but those they were looking for had already fled far from here. The man was carrying his comrade on his shoulder. Someone in the cloud of smoke asked what happened to the rest of the people from Yeonchendan. He was told that their cell was destroyed, so they were moved to a new one. Looking ahead, the man in the white kimono stated that the leader would give orders after he was treated, but for now they needed to focus on cleaning up and carefully documenting the damage. His subordinate standing next to him hurried to carry out the order. The spears were pointed upward. The men in white kimonos looked sternly ahead. In front of them was a heavy iron door to a prison cell. Inside sat an injured Dowan, his brows furrowed. Beacon raised his eyebrows in surprise, not understanding why the second in command did that. Jang Hyun and Jang Huk widened their eyes in shock, surprised that Sajin was the granddaughter of the demon cultivator Dangak. Haeon frowned, stating that they often worked together, which was very unusual. Dowan placed his hands on his knees and said that he didn't believe it either, but it turned out to be true. Libum looked away and assumed that the deputy was trying to save them from a trap by falsely blaming himself due to extreme circumstances. Ian looked at the commander and assumed that their friend said that because he was in danger. Dowan gritted his teeth and declared that from now on, their friends were enemies of the Murim coalition. The boys looked at him in amazement. Salmon's grandchildren stared ahead unwaveringly. Yongseob asked if the commander thought that the deputy and Sajin were their enemies. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. Dowan furrowed his brows silently. The sun was setting behind the mountains. A light was on in the pagoda. Someone said that they ordered to continue the search despite the fact that the enemies managed to escape. Yongsu sat in the lotus position with his bandages on. His subordinate said that it would take some time to submit reports on the situation and damage. The head of the family frowned menacingly and said that it irritated him that the enemy was still alive. The man frowned sternly and said that it meant nothing that they had forged a document, and the most important thing was that there were people from Magio in the enemy ranks. Hearing the advice not to let useless thoughts cloud his mind, Yongsu looked at his comrade. The sun rose over the valley. People in carts with horses were moving along the road. In the carts were cages with prisoners. Dowan sat in one of them, his eyes closed. The convoy crossed a bridge. Someone asked why they were trying to treat them like animals. Another person asked how they could even think of putting them in a cage and taking them to the coalition. The convoy was approaching the gate. Someone said that the people who saw this spectacle would be busy gossiping, because the prisoners would become the subject of ridicule throughout Murim when they arrived at the coalition. Sajin, watching the convoy from the forest, said that the hatred towards them would also increase. The protagonist silently looked ahead. A man in a straw hat watched from the mountains. The bandages of his cloak fluttered in the wind. The stranger turned away. Night had fallen. The man walked along an unlit street. A bird appeared in the sky. It flew to the hand of its owner. A note was attached to the pigeon's leg. A sharpened stick flew out from somewhere. It immediately pierced the bird's body. The man drew his sword from its sheath and asked who it was. A silhouette of a man appeared among the trees. Sajin frowned and said that the one who informed the leader about her was standing in front of her. The man gritted his teeth in fear, certain that the girl had escaped. He opened his mouth wide when he saw Mushin pick up the letter and say that this small message was thoroughly filled with an assessment of his personality and a warning about everything that had happened here. The man's tense face began to sweat. The boy stated that there was no point in asking who he was and who the message was addressed to. Frowning, he added that it would be interesting to see what kind of funny excuse the enemy would come up with. The man's eyes widened in shock. Two guards were walking along the road, lighting the way with a torch. Suddenly, they stopped, noticing something in front of them. A man was sitting on the ground. A sword was stuck into his body. Running away, Sajin asked how her friend knew that this man was a cult spy. The boy smiled, saying that after the head of the family was beaten by him, the man took a different path from the others and hid his presence in order to survive. Climbing the cliff, the warrior declared that the leader's right hand, who behaved like this, must be either a coward or a cult spy. Looking back, he concluded that the man had faithfully continued his work and thus revealed himself. Looking ahead, Sajin agreed with him, deciding that otherwise it would be humiliating. The young man smiled contentedly. The girl smiled back. Looking at the mountains, she asked where they would go now. Her friend replied that there were many options. Without turning around, the princess declared that she was ready to go anywhere with her friend. The warrior fixed his gaze forward. Standing on the cliff, they decided to go to Mount Hua. The settlement was located in a green valley. The sun's rays illuminated the pagoda. Someone said that Sejong of the Namgung family, Hongseong of Hueshan, and the leader of the Hunan branch of the Damsupor sect had been killed. People gathered opposite each other in front of a boiling cauldron. Someone asked how long the leader planned to remain inactive, because rumors had spread that he was the one who initiated all this. The leader of the coalition closed his eyes and said that it was impossible, adding that an elite group of assassins was pursuing the enemy, so the whole truth would soon be revealed. Sahuk raised his hand and said that the longer they waited, the more damage would be done and the responsibility would double. Guanum sat in the lotus position and remained silent. Someone declared that those who had even the slightest connection with the enemy must be held accountable for them. The man frowned tensely. A smoke bomb attached to a stick flew into the sky. A flash appeared in the air. The man in the blue suit noticed it. Pointing at him, he informed the commander that the signal fire was evidence that the enemy was driven into the ravine. Frowning, the assassin decided that this time they should finish the job. Taking up his blades, he ordered the fighters to get ready. At the end of the ravine, a human silhouette appeared. Someone was running forward furiously. Sajin furrowed her brows resolutely. The man clenched his teeth in displeasure, not understanding why she was alone. The sword in the girl's hands caught fire. Her eyes glowed due to the use of the Red Moon Demon sword art. Using the full moon, she sent a stream of energy towards the group of assassins. The men staggered in fear as they saw the approaching fireball. The leader opened his mouth wide and ordered his men to spread out. The ground beneath their feet crumbled. The assassin leapt into the air, sword still in his hands. He chopped up a piece of rock in front of him and declared that the girl was trying to show everyone that she was the granddaughter of the demon cultivator Dangak. The protagonist appeared above his head. His eye flashed. The man's eyes widened in fear. Sajin appeared out of nowhere and asked him where he was looking. The man held his swords out in front of him and parried her series of blows. He flew into the air in front of his enemies. Pointing upward, one of the assassins declared that the enemies were running through a ravine. The leader opened his mouth wide and shouted that the only way out of the ravine was through its entrance. The heroes ran forward along the steep cliff. The man ordered the squad not to lose sight of them under any circumstances, and he himself decided to join the pursuit group to attack together. The sun illuminated the gorge. Deep night had fallen. Lights were burning in the windows of the pagoda. Inside, two people were sitting in front of a fire. Guanum frowned tensely. The coalition leader closed his eyes, saying that his ally had come and heard unpleasant things, but still sat here until such a late hour. Without turning around, the old man said that his friend had something to say. The man lowered his gaze. Looking at the leader, he said that he had never lied to him. Keeping his hands clasped, the old man replied that he knew this because his friend was sometimes too honest. The man lowered the corners of his lips, deciding to tell what had happened last night. Sitting in the lotus position, he explained that he had encountered something that he still could not believe. The coalition leader raised his eyebrows and asked if this was related to the current situation. Guanum looked ahead and said that it was something more. Imagining the main character, he said that this was something that could turn all of Muram upside down. Squinting, the man added that in reality, everything could be much more serious. The old man opened his mouth in fear. A light appeared in the dark tunnel. The man explained that this secret passage was known only to a few, so it was surprising that the enemy knew of its existence. Holding a lantern in his hand, Guanum said that he himself did not know about the passage until last night. The full moon hung over the forest. A strange sound was heard. People came out of a cave outside the city. The man bowed and said that he would wait for the leader here because he was expected nearby. The old man looked at him and asked who was waiting for him. The wind swayed the crowns of the trees. The heroes sat on a cliff. Sajin said that they had lost their pursuers well. Putting his hand to his head, the protagonist smiled and said that they had managed to lure the assassins into a trap so that they would stay in Henan for a while. Looking at him, the girl said that her friend was very convincing in impersonating someone else using a horsehair wig. Dambeek, pretending to be Mushin, took off his wig and smiled. His girlfriend praised him. The dim moon illuminated the forest. The coalition leader looked ahead, asking why someone would call a monk at such a late hour. In front of him, a figure of a man stood on a cliff. The old man said that they should introduce themselves first. With his back to him, the boy asked if there was a need for that. Turning around, he called the coalition leader by name. Haejong opened his mouth in shock. The warrior's hair fluttered in the wind. They stood opposite each other in silence. Without moving, the old man said that he had sensed that the boy was different from everyone else the moment he joined the coalition. Clenching his hands into a fist, he added that he had watched him train, full of endless energy and confidence, so this aura was familiar to him. Looking forward, the leader of the coalition was convinced that the warrior had a reason to hide his identity. He raised his wrinkled hands. Closing his palms, Haejong bowed. Standing in front of his old acquaintance, the old man declared that they met again. The youth smiled when the man called him by name. The stars were shining in the sky. Mist covered the mountains. With their lies and intrigues, the blood cultivated people's eyes from what they should have seen and blocked their ears from what they should have heard. Looking forward, the protagonist explained that it was not enough for them to just play and that the cultists did everything to outsmart them, so he could not just sit and watch. Standing behind him, Haejong said that this was why his acquaintance had falsely accused and made himself a target, allowing him to move freely. Clasping his hands behind his back, the coalition leader added that 20 years ago, the god of war had fought the cult and stopped it from entering China, so he knew more than anyone else. Looking ahead, the old man asked what would happen if the Muram coalition did not change and face the cult head-on. Looking at him, Mushin replied that the cult would prevail over the coalition, and that the next generations of Murim would only suffer. The man lowered his eyebrows in concern. Looking down, the boy stated that over the past 20 years, the Murim, drunk with the feeling of victory, had become lazy and arrogant. Looking at the night landscape, the warrior concluded that the reason the cult was able to plant spies was a result of this metamorphosis. As they walked along the road, the old man said that the main reason was not that he could not do what he was supposed to do. As the leader of the coalition, his interlocutor said that he did not come to blame him. Looking ahead, the warrior said that he wanted to ask for a favor. The old man raised his eyebrows in question. Looking at him, the young man explained that he would be forced to use force if the coalition killers continued to pursue him, but he did not want the blood of innocents to be spilled on his way. Keeping his hands behind his back, Haejong said that the suspicions towards his friend had not subsided, so it would be difficult to recall the order due to the opinions of other coalition members. Walking away behind the hill, the man promised to do his best so that the fighters did not bother him too much. The boy thanked him. The light was on in the fortress. Davon was sitting on the floor behind the bars. His eyes were closed. The man frowned angrily. He recalled the scene where his hands were chained to the ceiling. The deputy's distant gaze appeared in his memory. Looking down, Davon wondered why he did that. Hearing something, he looked up. Guanam unlocked the prison door. Looking through the bars, the man promised to explain everything on the way and asked his friend to follow him. Dowan raised his eyebrows in surprise. The protagonist appeared in front of him. Dowan was standing in the forest in shock. Smiling, Mushin asked if the leader had been locked in the prison all this time and said that he had failed to pretend that he had no connection with the deputy. The man's mouth fell open in confusion. The next moment, he placed his fist on his open palm. Dowan bowed, greeting the deputy. The boy smiled contentedly. Holding out a stone with a bandage, the warrior said that the leader of Maggio had given it to him and asked his friend to take it and stay in Maggio for a while. Dowan took the stone in his hands and asked why he needed to go to Maggio. Standing before him, the young man explained that the man had not escaped suspicion and could become a target, so until the unrest subsided, the coalition prison was not a safe place. Guanam looked at him and asked if everything would be okay because Maggio was still considered an enemy. The guy smiled and said that the head of Maggio was on Yon Chindan's side, so there was nothing to worry about. The men gaped in shock. Guanam asked if it was really Sajin. Dowan was surprised that she became the head of Maggio. The protagonist looked ahead and said that it was true because blood cannot be deceived. Looking at the coalition leader, he was upset that he would have to leave without having tea with him. Putting an open palm to his chest, Haejeong replied that he would prepare everything for tea at a more appropriate time. The heroes stood in a forest clearing. Guanam, looking after his friends as they walked away, said that the coalition leader would face criticism and hatred and might even lose his status. The old man smiled, stating that despite this, the situation had changed for the better. They now had a clear reason to stand firm, the protagonist's hair fluttering in the wind. He walked towards the mountains with Dowan. There was a tree growing in a ravine. Someone said that a black tiger bared its fangs and began to hunt. The man in the straw hat reported that the cult's spies were dying one after another, and the people of China were accusing the coalition of incompetence. Standing on the lawn, he said that the time had come. The stranger asked the old man standing by the pond for help. Without turning to face him, the old man said that he had been locked up here for 20 years, unable to live or die. Looking at the pond, he asked if it was time to let him go. Looking at him from under his straw hat, the stranger said that 20 years ago, the blood cult tried to divide China into 3 parts. Hearing that the god of war had stopped the cult, which had caused the Great Murim War to be waged as an alternative, the old man shuddered. Watching him, the man in the hat asked what would happen to his family if word of his deeds spread throughout Murim. The old man pressed his lips together tensely. Trembling with fear, he said that he needed time and that he could not guarantee that everything would work out. Standing behind him, the man said that he had heard the same thing when the old man brought the god of war back to life. The stranger's eyes flashed and he said that his subordinate must succeed. Hearing that otherwise, Wallman would burn and his family would be torn apart by dogs, the old man shuddered. Salmon stared ahead heavily, sweat breaking out on his face. The sun illuminated the city on the hill. A sword cut through the air. Sajin stood on a stone platform. Dambik, watching her training, deduced that their friend was late. He crossed his arms and assumed that something might have happened in the coalition or on the way back. Without looking up from her training, the girl asked how many people there were who would lay a finger on their friend. Rolling his eyes, the boy thought about what would be the most likely reason for the delay. Dambik assumed that their friend was resting at the inn, met a beautiful woman and decided to spend the night with her. The girl's eyes lit up with a bright fire. A wave of bright energy appeared in front of the boy. The next moment, it cut through the stone block above his head. Frowning menacingly, the princess replied that it was impossible and asked not to mention such things again. Someone ran into the training ground, happy to finally find the princess. Looking at her, the boy raised his eyebrows, saying that a person with a Magio token asked to meet the leader. Sajin's mouth fell open in amazement. The sun was shining through a crack in the cave, illuminating the pagoda. The man holding the token confirmed that it was real. The old man said that he was there when the leader of Dangek handed the token over to the god of war, so he was sure that it was real. Seo Wung raised his eyebrows in surprise. The boy looked away. He crossed his arms behind his back and asked if the guest was the commander of Yeonchendan. The answer was affirmative. Seo Wung looked at him and said that he found it hard to comprehend how the token ended up in his hands because the god of war had died 20 years ago. Dawan, looking at him, said that he received the token from the main character, who had not died at all. Frowning, the man stated that there was not a drop of lies in his words. Hearing someone's voice, he turned around. A joyful Seo Jin entered the hall. Running up to her friend, the girl realized that they had met Mushin. The man remembered that he was supposed to call her by another name. Raising her eyebrows, the princess asked why they didn't come together. Looking at her, Dawan replied that Mushin had sent him here alone because his suspicions about him had not subsided, and after they left the coalition, the warrior said that he had something to do and went somewhere. Sajin's eyes widened in fear, wanting to make sure that she had understood her friend correctly. The girl asked what name the man had just called her friend. A drop of sweat appeared on her tense face. Dawan smiled, realizing that the protagonist had not told her his true identity. Hearing that the boy was actually the god of war, the princess's mouth dropped open in shock. The commander stated that it would be difficult to fight the cult if he knew that the god of war was still alive, so the boy used a fake name. The girl was dumbfounded with shock. An image of the smiling protagonist appeared in her mind. Sound put his hands in front of him, asking if he was talking about the man who had ruined Shinchen's wedding. He spread his arms out and stated that he was curious about how this story would play out since their friend was a war god. Sajin glared at him and asked him to shut up since she was in no mood to play along with his jokes. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. He scowled in anger and shouted out his friend's name. The guards grabbed his arms while Sound screamed that he shouldn't have been forced into this position if she wasn't even going to treat him like a leader. The princess expressed a desire to speak with the protagonist in person, and Dawan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Frowning, she asked where they should go to meet him. The man looked at her and said nothing. The sun's rays illuminated the tree branches, and the commander explained that he had encountered assassins from every faction on his way to the 100,000 Great Mountains. Standing on the platform, Dawan put his hand forward and said that he was not belittling his allies' martial arts, but the situation had changed drastically, so it was dangerous to leave alone. Raising his eyebrows, he suggested that they wait for their friend to return. Narrowing her eyes, the girl asked what would happen if he never returned. Putting his hand on his waist, the man stated that the protagonist had strength and skill that they could not even imagine, so it would not be an exaggeration to say that there was no one in Urim who could handle him. Looking at his friend, Dawan stated that Mushin would definitely return and that there was simply no reason to worry. The princess looked down worriedly. The sun was shining over the city. Sajin looked into the distance, placing her hands on the fence. Looking at the sky, she asked herself what to do now. Imagining the starry sky, the girl remembered how they escaped from a group of pursuers and hid deep in the forest. That night, they slept in front of the fire, hugging each other. The princess even forgot about the nightmares that tormented her. The protagonist looked at his sleeping friend. At that moment, she realized something. His gaze was very warm and gentle. The girl slept on his chest, realizing that her feelings had become even stronger. At present, Sajin closed her eyes in disappointment. Looking ahead, she said that she did not care about his real identity. The princess expressed her wish for her friend to return safely. Green mountains spread out before her. Night fell, a light was burning somewhere. Black clouds hung in the sky. The silhouette of a man ran through the forest. The protagonist looked forward resolutely. He jumped off the cliff down. The headwind fluttered his cloak. Below stood a man in a straw hat. Noticing him, Mushin's eyes widened in fear. He landed on the rocks. Frowning, the guy asked himself what was that. Rising to his feet, the warrior felt a huge killing intent that seemed to tear his body apart. There was no one in front of him. In the distance, a silhouette of a man appeared. Squinting, the young man asked who was there. The man stood motionless. Frowning, the protagonist repeated his question. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. His mind began to cloud. The silhouette of the man became blurred. The guy's vision darkened. Mushin fell to the ground. Salmon stood behind him, his fingers glowing in the darkness. The old man looked at the young man lying on the ground with glowing eyes. The chains hung motionless. The man said that weaklings calling for peace were a disease and he decided to cure Murim of it, trying to create a new Murim. Long needles were laid out on this. He continued to talk about how the cult that penetrated China became the starting point for this. Salmon stood with his back, sorting out things on the table. A lamp nearby illuminated the dark room. The man said with displeasure that no one could have imagined that the cult would fall because of one hero. He furrowed his brows and bared his teeth, telling the protagonist hanging on the chains behind him that he was the one who helped the cult enter China. Sasan furrowed his brows, turning his head and addressing Mushin. The protagonist's eyes shone brightly, and a shudder ran through his body. He bared his teeth and frowned, calling the man by name. The guy threw his head back sharply, the chains restricting his movements and his body radiating a blue aura. Mushin's eyes opened wide, beads of sweat trickling down his face. He exhaled heavily. The man in front of him moved forward, carrying a small pot in his hands. The protagonist cried out, asking what Salmon did to him. In front of the guy were 3 pots on both sides, and between them were dark, chaotic brushstrokes. The man frowned. The battlefield was littered with corpses lying in rivers of blood. Black crows were circling above them. The man was talking about how the blood of the cultists was flowing like a river, and in this countless pile of corpses lay an unconscious hero. He had no chance of survival. There was not a single part of his body that was not damaged. A large man with long dark hair was lying on the ground. There was a pool of blood under him. The man with a blade in a sheath stood on the mountain, saying that the man had destroyed his dream, so the guy had no intention of bringing him back to life. The man, whose face was hidden by a headdress, ordered to save him. The man standing in front of the man cried out in displeasure, asking if he really didn't see what the man had done. Killing him twice was not enough, not understanding why he would do that. The man in the headdress did not raise his head, saying that unlike him, the boy had something to lose, so if he did not want to lose it, he should be obedient. Salmon frowned. A shudder ran through his body. The man knitted his brows, saying that everything he did to achieve his dream would stab him in the back. Salmon remembered himself sitting surrounded by books next to a mummy, around which candles were burning brightly. He said that he used all possible means in medical arts that he collected. He also had to use forbidden techniques to try to save him. This continued for several months, until something amazing began to happen to the hero. Salmon sat next to the hero wrapped in bandages, knitting his brows. Mushin's body began to emit a blue aura. His hands were enveloped in bright lightning. The man did not understand whether the body was healed. Salmon was one step further than healing. The boy's body was reborn. Mushin opened his mouth. Salmon's eyes widened, wondering if this could be a complete transformation, a reversal of aging. He stood in front of the lying boy, surrounded by candles, not knowing if it was his doing or if the protagonist did it himself. Salmon frowned, saying that the boy had miraculously crossed the threshold of death and returned. He turned to him, not understanding why he was asking what he had done to him. Mushin looked at him from under his brows furiously knitted. The man looked at the chained boy, saying that unfortunately, Mushin was able to bring back his life, but he could not bring back the creature. Salmon frowned, saying that he did not bother with it, because it could cause problems. The man stood in front of the protagonist. Salmon noticed that the body of the chained boy had become younger and he himself had become more energetic. He turned away and frowned, saying that he had ever thought about why he could not use Kylek before. Mushin's eyes widened, his head snapping up as he listened to the man's questions about why the hero couldn't break free from these chains since he was easily captured. Salmon opened his mouth, asking if soul capture meant anything to him. Mushin's eyes widened, his body shaking as he listened to the man's words about it being a spell cast on an unconscious target, making them unable to act on their own will, a magic close to divine art. A fire began to burn brightly from the pots in front of the hero. The man looked at the needles, saying that even unconscious, the boy was like an impregnable fortress. He himself almost passed out while casting the spell. He picked up the long needles, saying that it was a spell that was as simple as throwing a pebble into a huge lake. Salmon put a red mask on his face and stood in front of the hero, saying that he could neither live nor die like that for 20 years. The man frowned, saying that he would now finish the spell perfectly and would gladly end it. The protagonist's eyes widened, and he furiously shouted his name. The man looked at him with a sly look, saying that he especially wanted to end their relationship, which he did not want. He opened his palm, releasing long needles from it. They clearly entered the protagonist's body. Mushin's eyes flashed wide. The protagonist seemed to be falling down, freed from the chains. His body was getting smaller. Darkness came. Bright light penetrated through the stone slopes. The passage was becoming narrower. At the top of the mountain, there was a tree which was illuminated by the falling rays of the sun. The man in the headdress and red robe stopped, looking at this. The man's hand rested on the stone wall. The man turned his head, hearing the noise. He saw Salmon in the passage. The man was breathing heavily. Beads of sweat were running down his face. The man in the headdress stood in the passage, in which there was a bright light. He noticed a green object on the table. The man picked up a bell in his hand. Mushin sat motionless, his hands folded on his knees. His face was gloomy, his head down. He raised his head sharply, his eyes shining with a bright red light. Mushin stood up, coming closer to the man in the headdress. The protagonist frowned, his eyes also shining brightly, and his long hair covered half of his face. Salmon, breathing heavily, entered the room, saying that now the guy has become a loyal killer who no one can stop. The man frowned, saying that he has done his job. He grinned, asking the man in the headdress standing in front of him to fulfill the promise given to him. The man replied that it was very good. The man turned to him, saying that his sins will not be revealed to the world. Now Salmon is free. Beads of sweat ran down the man's face. He grinned with displeasure. He climbed the steps, holding his hands behind his back. The man in the headdress and red robe stood motionless. The man said without moving, even though he was gone, this world remained the same as he despised it. Salmon, shaking all over, rose higher. The man said that he would not even be accepted into the blood cult. The man froze, his mouth open in surprise. He looked at the light at the end of the stone tunnel. The man in the headdress said that he could hide his sins and die alone, but instead he could send him to a better world. The man froze, saying that if the once great supporter of the new Muram only wants to live a boring rest of his life. He looked at the protagonist standing in front of him, saying that it is better for people to remember him as he is described in the Chronicles of Salmon. The man turned to Mushin, his face full of rage and his eyes shining brightly. He asked what the god of war thought about this. The man rang the bell in his hand. Salmon, who was climbing the steps, froze when he heard this. Beads of sweat ran down his face. He turned around, his eyes wide. Blood splashed onto the stones in the walls of the passage. People were gathering at the high stone mountain. A man in a red robe and headdress was approaching, pushing through the storm. His cloak was blown up into the air by the wind. The warriors in red robes froze in place, their eyes shining brightly red. They looked to the side. The man in the headdress stood between the two lines of warriors on the stone slab in front of him. The man with the black beard raised his eyebrows. The lights were shining brightly red. He held up a note in front of him, asking the Chinese man if it was his. The man in the headdress stood still, answering yes. The man held the note in his hand, saying that however, it had the seal of Salmon, who had disappeared 20 years ago, but he noticed that the man did not look like him. The man in the headdress stood motionless. The man raised his eyebrows, asking who he was. The man, whose face was hidden by a mask and headdress, said that it did not matter because he could give him what he wanted. The lights grew brighter. The man could only fulfill his promise if he was allowed to meet the head of the cult in person. The leader turned the corners of his mouth down. He turned around, waving his cloak, saying that Chinese insects were always like this. A warrior in red appeared behind the unknown man in the headdress, swinging two blades to attack. His eyes widened as his body was chopped into many pieces. The man put his sword back in its sheath. He stood motionless, watching the blood splash on the stone slab. The leader stopped. A shudder ran through his body. He turned around, his eyes furrowed in anger. The man in the headdress looked at him, saying that he wasn't sure if the man knew, but Mushin was one of those insects. The leader opened his eyes, gritting his teeth in displeasure. An old man sat on the edge of a stone mountain surrounded by brightly burning torches. He sat with his hands folded on his knees and his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his brightly shining eyes, calling out the name of the protagonist. A white bird was hovering above a small city. Warriors were guarding the high entrance to the building. The boy handed over a note, saying that this was the third message from Mukdo. The man opened it with interest, asking where it was from, to which the young man said that it was from the Jujiang branch. The man widened his eyes, looking at the letter, thinking that this was already the third similar message. Everything is clear. Besides, if it is from the Jujiang branch, then it is only half a day's ride from the Namgung family palace. His cry that this is serious was heard around the tall building. The leaders of the organizations were sitting in the room. One of them was talking about how 5 factions had already suffered from this ruthless killer, and the ones who suffered the most were by Jiomun. They were almost completely destroyed. The man frowned, saying that from what he heard, it was not one person but several, to which the man sitting next to him frowned in displeasure, saying that it was useless because everyone was saying their own thing. The man in green put his hand out, saying that regardless of whether it was one person or several, the rumors were true. They should quickly find out who was behind this and stop them before they caused more damage. The men were standing in the hallway. Shouts were heard. The man asked who he thought would lead the vanguard. A proposal was made to send 1 unit from each faction. The leader of the coalition, Haijiang, frowned, asking if the man was sure. The man, whose face was hidden by protective clothing, said that Mukdo could even find a rat in the forest several kilometers away. His eyes widened in worry, saying that this was indeed the work of the deputy commander of Chengdang. Haijong raised his eyebrows in surprise. He remembered Muzin, whose hair was blowing in the wind. He said that the man promised not to shed the blood of innocent people, asking why he then caused such destruction. The man reported to the coalition leader standing in front of him that he had a guess. He raised his eyebrows, saying that the deputy commander was now heading to Namgung Palace. Haijong's body trembled. He asked what the man just said. In the darkness of the night city, the lights in the windows were shining brightly. 4 warriors were guarding the entrance. A silhouette of a man appeared on the horizon. The men raised their eyebrows, drawing their blades from their sheaths. They shouted, asking who it was, but Muzin was rapidly approaching them. The man took out his blade, saying that he was asking again who he was. This was the palace of Namgun, the greatest family of Muram. The protagonist frowned sternly, continuing to walk forward, his hair covering his face. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining brightly. A loud sound was heard on the street outside the palace. The man jumped out of bed, not understanding what it was. A warrior was running towards him with a blade in his hand, shouting that the leader needed to leave. The man was asking what was happening outside. The guard opened his eyes wide and raised his eyebrows, shouting that the killer of the devil cult from the rumors had entered the palace. A man's palm was pressed against the man's face. The protagonist smashed his head against the stone floor. He looked at the man with a furious look of his burning eyes. A crowd of warriors came out to him with swords, shouting that he should not be allowed to enter the main hall. Mashin opened his eyes wide, they turned black, he opened his mouth, screaming loudly. The warriors stopped when they saw the bright explosion of the main gate. The man frowned, asking if this was already happening. Mushin stood in the rubble and dust, his eyes shining brightly in the haze. Something black moved quickly. He frowned, veins on his forehead stood out. Black energy was rising up. The man opened his mouth, beads of sweat were running down his face. He did not understand what it was. The rays of the bright sun illuminated the city among the tall trees. Sajin was walking near the main entrance. She frowned, looking to the side. Dawan approached her, asking if she was waiting outside again. The girl looked at him in surprise. Sajin gritted her teeth, saying that more than 10 days had passed without any news or notice. She had a bad feeling about this. Dawan raised his eyebrows, saying that the coalition leader said that he would look after Mr. Muzin. If something happened, he would have reported it by now. A guy entered the door, carrying a letter for the Qingdang commander. Dambeek widened his eyes, saying that this was a message for him. In his hands was a paper that was folded many times. The man and the girl widened their eyes in surprise. The high stone mountain was surrounded by red lights. The man frowned, calling the name Salmon. He walked closer to the man in the hat, saying that now it was clear why he disappeared so suddenly. The man said that it was. The stranger's red cloak fluttered in the wind. He said that Salmon was partly unhappy with the fact that China was in front of him and Muzin was a good alternative to him and the cult members. His eyes sparkled brightly in the shadow of the hat. He noticed that it was as if fate had played a cruel joke on him and Muzin did not wake up. The old man with long white hair frowned, saying that soul trapping inevitably kills the performer, and the results may vary. The head of the Beak family may have known this, but he still failed. He turned around, and the man in the headdress said that fortunately he was able to take control of his mind. The old man closed his eyes and knitted his brows, saying that luck decided to smile on him at the end. He walked closer to the edge of the stone cliff, asking if he was asking for cooperation again. After 20 years, the man said that his reward would be more than what the late Salmon promised. The old man moved towards the lantern nearby, saying that the man deserved it. After all, the damage done to the cult according to his long-term plans was the most shameful since the beginning of the cult's history. The man looked at him with displeasure, knitting his brows. The red cloak of the man in the headdress fluttered in the wind. He said that history would be rewritten. He flashed his eyes, saying that everything the man desired would be at his feet. The old man smiled. His cloak rose into the air, and his eyes shone brightly, looking down at the man, asking if he would regret this. The man lowered his head, saying that he had no attachment to China. The old man, his eyes flashing, laughed loudly, saying that he accepted his overcoming and there was no turning back now. A red aura rose above the stone cliff. The man loudly told his loyal cultists to wake up, for it was time to spill blood in China. A sound was heard in the night silence of the night sky. There was unrest among the trees. The warriors, led by Sajin, ran forward. She frowned, jumping forward. The men behind her followed, their eyes flashing. The heroes stopped in a field of tall grass. Guanum frowned, closing his eyes. The warrior next to him pointed to the side, asking his lord to look there. Dawan and Sajin appeared in front of him. The man put his fist in front of him and covered it with his palm. Greeting Mr. Guanum, the man addressed him by name. The girl bowed her head, not taking her eyes off him, greeting the mentor. Guanum raised his eyebrows when he saw the girl. Behind her were 3 warriors wearing headdresses. The heroes were talking by the nearby river, discussing how the head of the Namgung family barely managed to escape, and his palace suffered great damage, as well as the Huashan sect, the Jianom faction, and the Moyan family. Guanum raised his eyebrows in displeasure, saying that the small and medium factions were completely destroyed. Dawan widened his eyes and raised his eyebrows, asking if they shouldn't take this as a sign that the cult had gained great power. The man said that he himself thought so at first. He clenched his fist as he stood in front of the heroes, saying that he killed people who had nothing to do with the cult at all. He did it on purpose, so it seemed wrong and strange. Sajin raised her eyebrows, asking if it was possible that someone else did it to put the blame on him, but the man replied that it was already confirmed that Mushin himself did it. The girl widened her eyes and raised her eyebrows, saying that she had to check it out herself, asking where he was now. Guanam frowned, saying that she couldn't do that, it was too dangerous, anyone who came within 50 steps had been killed, among them were people who had met Mr. Mushin before. He looked at the girl with displeasure, saying that they couldn't be sure that she would be an exception. Seojin's eyes widened, saying that it meant the problem was bigger than they thought, which meant they had to go. Dowan looked at her in surprise, calling her by name. She furrowed her brows, saying that if it weren't for Mushin, she would have been killed without saying a word. The girl asked the mentor to tell her. Guanam raised his eyebrows, turning the corners of his mouth down. Seojin frowned, asking where Mushin was now. The man's eyes widened. The bright rays of the sun fell on the mountainous terrain. The soldier's hand was covered in blood, a sword laying next to it. The road to the entrance was strewn with corpses of soldiers. Black smoke was rising from a small town. A man was reporting that a battle had taken place this morning, not even a battle, but a real massacre. Guanam asked if the hero was still there, to which the man sitting on the rock replied yes, that was why it was dangerous to come closer. Seojin frowned sadly. She looked at the smoking city, thinking about Mushin. Dambeek stood behind her, saying that he would follow her, but the girl, raising her eyebrows, said that if something happened to her, she needed someone to tell her that the coalition had nothing to do with it, and that it happened by her will. The young man's eyes widened, saying that he could not abandon her because he was always ready to die for the princess. She looked at him, saying that this is not the day. The guy screamed loudly. Seojin approached Dowan. He said that, apparently, regardless of his actions, she will still go to Mr. Mushin. She smiled, saying that they will meet again. The warriors put their hands out to the sides, shouting about why the men did not stop. It was suicide. They asked her to stop. Soen frowned, turning to Mr. Guanam, but the man only chuckled. Dambeek opened his eyes wide, watching her. Seojin opened her mouth, moving forward. In front of her, a passage inside appeared, strewn with corpses. Mushin was looking out the window. The rays of bright sunlight illuminated his dark hair. He turned his head sharply and bared his teeth, his eyes flashing. A small forest is depicted. A gate and a well are shown. Suddenly, something breaks out from inside. Wounded people and destruction are visible. Seojin notices this from afar. She grits her teeth, thinking about the huge murderous aura. A destroyed gate is revealed, and it turns out that the girl has never felt anything like this before, and a question is heard about whether it is really Mushin. The man stomps his foot. Seojin looks down worriedly. The boy clenches his hand into a fist. A large explosion is seen. He jumps out of the cloud of dust. The man lands on the roof. The girl awkwardly calls out to Mushin. Meanwhile, the boy's eyes are glittering and he looks unfriendly. She is amazed by this. Mushin jumps right at her. Suddenly, the ground collapses. A huge cloud of dust is seen. A silhouette appears among it. The boy stands with his hands clenched into fists. A girl is seen behind him. She is frightened and wonders if it is really Mushin. The boy's eyes are glittering wildly, and the thought sounds like he is insane and emitting a murderous aura, so Seojin doubts that the man who just tried to kill her is really him. Mushin starts to approach furiously. The girl immediately reaches for her sword. She defends herself from the blow. Frowning, she asks what happened for the boy to change so much. Mushin only swings his fist angrily. Seojin flies away. She, worried, tells him to come to his senses. Flames come from the boy as she tells him that she is the granddaughter of his old friend Dangek. He looks extremely furious. Everything around him starts to collapse. Seojin calls out to him in concern. The ground beneath her feet crumbles. Only flying stones are visible. The man's hand is shaking. When he puts it to the ground, he notices that the vibrations from the fight are even reaching here. He turns around, saying that out of all the fights he has seen, this is the most brutal. The girl from Maggio is amazing. Guanam, worried, states that Seojin is no exception, so he wonders what they should do in this situation. The man frowns thoughtfully. The man in the hat, worried, thinks about the princess. A silhouette is visible in the cloud of dust. Mushin is gritting his teeth in anger. Everything around him is in pieces. The girl, shaking, does not give in. Standing more firmly, she tells the boy to show him his best. She firmly states that she will not back down. Seojin is burning, claiming that this will continue until Mushin is freed from this madness and returns to normal life. This seems to anger him even more. Suddenly, he starts to fight. The girl frowns, thinking about Mushin. She stands ready to attack. Gritting her teeth, she realizes that her life will lose its meaning if he is not in it. The boy jumps and swings at her. A mark from a powerful blow is visible. The man stands with his hands behind his back. He is focused in front of him. Unhyan is standing behind him when the man notices that he is worried about his friend. The boy awkwardly says that he would like to apologize first. He bows, claiming that he hid Mushin's true identity from him against his will, a punishment he will gladly accept after this situation is resolved. Unhyeon is surprised when the man remarks that the boy is a Soul. Taken aback, the boy asks if he knew. The man with white hair seriously states that he has met him before. The boy is shown standing at the gate, and it is said that the battle is not over yet, but that he is spending his years here on Mount Jongsan. Mushin looks serious and asks what the man would say if the vengeful spirit of Dangak appeared before him and asked if this is how he wanted to live. The man sadly states that he was the only one who could speak to him like that. He lowers his gaze, stating that he was a Soal. Unhyun is surprised and asks why he was not told about this before. The man comes down, stating that he was angry at him for only looking for him when he needed him. Following him, the boy claims that he cannot understand why Mushin would do such a thing. He frowns, thinking that the mentor might know the reason. The man seriously asks what would happen if they knew the reason. Unhyun is surprised when he asks if they would be able to do anything. He asks worriedly what the mentor means. The man frowns, saying that he is sure that the Soul loves and cares for China more than anyone, which is why he was able to sacrifice himself 20 years ago without hesitation. A possessed Mushin appears. The mentor thoughtfully states that he has an idea of what is wrong with the Soul now, but his love for China is strong, so he will definitely return. Unhyun, amazed, asks what he means by return. The man stands with his hands behind his back. Looking down on the area from above, he comments on how the scenery from Mount Gyeongseon seems so unfamiliar today. The mentor looks thoughtful. The man's hand is no longer shaking. He is surprised by this. A huge cloud of dust is visible, and it is suggested that the battle is over. The man says worriedly that he cannot tell the outcome because of the dust. Gwanam trembles, noticing that there is no wind at this moment. The man frowns silently. The man in the hat is shaking with fear. Leaping from his place, he declares that he will go to reconnaissance. Dowan runs after him, claiming that he must also check. They both quickly rush to the scene of the battle. Trees and bushes are visible in front of them. Suddenly, the young men look at something in amazement. A completely destroyed area is revealed. The boy watches in shock, sweating from horror. Dowan holds out his hand, telling him to calm down because they do not yet know if it is safe. The man in the hat frowns, asking if he is being told to calm down after seeing such a thing. He quickly begins to shout for the princess. The boy is in a cloud of dust and continues calling the girl. Sajin is on the rocks. He notices this. The girl is kneeling, hugging the boy. She closes her eyes, breathing heavily. They are already running to her and calling her. The man in the hat shudders when the princess begins to speak. Opening her eyes, she tells them not to come closer if they do not want to die. The young people are amazed by this. Mushin's eyes are still sparkling furiously. A dark area with many buildings appears. Lights are burning in them, and a phrase about capturing a soul is heard. The man with a mustache is surprised that the forbidden spell was the cause of all this. Gwanam frowns, saying that this is also the first time he has seen this spell in action. They sit opposite each other, and the mustachioed man asks if the boy mentioned who cast this spell on him, to which he receives a negative answer. Mushin appears with his head down, and it turns out that before he told him to go back and tell the man, he kept saying the same thing. After that, he must have been so exhausted that he couldn't even speak. The white-haired man realizes that the boy didn't say anything else after that. Gwanam seriously says that he will tell him the main thing now. The man asks in surprise what it is. The man with the scar on his face says that it is what their existence depends on. A building with a burning light appears. Two people are guarding the entrance to the stairs. They suddenly notice something. Someone is approaching them. It turns out to be Dowan. One of the guards realizes that it is the commander of Yeonchandan. When the man approaches, he says that the next shift will be coming soon. They are not under his command, so the newcomer needs to hurry. The guard frowns when Dowan suggests that he is dissatisfied with the coalition leader's order and claims that not everyone considers him and Yeonchandan traitors. The man smiles kindly at him. Surprised people are shown when it is said that they have gained a few kilograms. Most likely all they have done is eat and sleep. They realize that their commander has entered. A corridor is seen, and it is reported that they heard news from Jujian, but it was all horrific. Frowning, the man claims that everything except the rumors that he sided with Maggio out of malice is true. People walk worriedly along the corridor, and a phrase is heard about innocent people being injured and killed. One young man, worried, asks if they were dragged out to fight Dowan's deputy. Sighing, the man states that if Chan-Huk wants to fight, he can arrange it. A serious guy comes closer, asking where they are going. Smiling slightly, Dowan says that Mushin wants to see them. The guy is immediately taken aback. The others are shaking with fear. The guys are dumbfounded, and one of them asks again. Several rocks are shown. One of them is depicted. An extinguished fire is visible, and the young man claims that this ringing does not leave his head. He covers his head with his hand, saying that as soon as he remembers it, he sees the faces of innocent people whom he killed with his own hands. Sajin puts her hand on his knee, calming him down. Mushin, worried, asks if everything is okay, even if he tried to kill her. The girl, without a drop of negative emotions, claims that he wanted to save her. The moment of their fight is shown, and it turns out that the young man tried to commit suicide. Sajin lowers his eyes, remembering how he took her blade to pierce his neck. She takes his hand, saying that no one and nothing could scratch him. This is his only wound. The young man sadly lowers his eyes, and a phrase is heard about how this shows what he really is. The girl kneels before him, reminding him of how Mushin had willingly sacrificed himself 20 years ago. The same wound appears on his arm. He looks thoughtful. Suddenly, the boy clenches his hand into a fist and blood spurts out. The sound of water gurgling could be heard from the waterfall flowing into the river. A man was swimming under the water, his arms spread out. He frowned, closed his eyes, and looked down. Sajin looked at the surface of the water, her hands behind her back. The girl turned around abruptly when someone loudly called her name. Behind her, a crowd of people in dark clothes stood on a high rock. The boy, whose hair was tied in a bun, corrected himself with a smile and then called the girl by her real name. Sajin extended her arms forward, greeting her comrades, who shouted that she had fooled them all. They thought that because she was Magio's daughter, the girl would grow horns or something, but she turned out to be normal. The armored man crossed his arms, saying that he felt a little bad about being related to the granddaughter of a demon cultivator like this. Heian, who was standing next to him, started talking about the old feud between Beakwall Moon and Magio. Heian turned around and yelled at her, asking her not to talk about it, but Sajin said that it was okay. The girl with scars on her face with a calm expression said that there was indeed a misunderstanding that was still unresolved due to her grandfather's death. Dawan, with a confident expression, said that they would have to resolve this understanding another time. Sajin smiled happily when she saw the commander. The protagonist was floating in the water, his body was not moving. His head was tilted down and his eyes were closed. He furrowed his black eyebrows, and small bubbles of air floated out of his mouth. Suddenly, his eyes widened, shining brightly. The next moment, a stream of water shot up into the air. Sajin turned around, shouting that Mushin was coming out, and everyone stared at the water. The protagonist arched his back, jumping up into the air, clenching his fists tightly. The warriors retreated in fear, sweating and shouting loudly. Mushin arched his thin eyebrows, his hair flying to the side, and his comrades immediately called out to him. Dawan, standing in the middle of the crowd, demanded that everyone show respect. The protagonist floated in the air, while Dawan told the boys and girls that he was the man who worked with them. Mushin landed on the ground, splashing water around. Dawan introduced the protagonist as Musal with a serious look. The gray-robed boys sweated in shock and opened their mouths. The others also looked at Mushin in shock, unable to say anything. The boy with a white ribbon in his hair and the girl in black and red clothes froze, their jaws dropped, their eyes wide. The protagonist, with water running down his face, grinned silently. Constellations shone in the dark sky. Distant black human silhouettes could be seen through the fog. In the middle of the desert stood a huge crowd of people in red clothes. Their eyes emitted a bright glow, and burning torches could be seen behind them. The men were carrying a huge stone, on which 3 people were sitting. The man with a straw hat bowed his head down. The man with a wrinkled face and long gray hair grinned slyly. A waterfall gurgled, while someone spoke about asking the coalition leader Hyejong to prepare for a war against the cult, but it was unknown how many factions and families would listen to him. The water of the lake was bright blue, and someone was talking about how they had asked Magio for help with Sajin, but they might not make it in time, so there was no need to expect much. Mushin furrowed his brows, saying with a serious face that therefore the only ones who could resist the advancement of the cult were him and his comrades. The protagonist stood next to a crowd of young men and women in black clothes, and Dawan was there too. The young man, whose hair was tied in a ponytail, frowned tensely and pursed his lips. Heian opened her mouth and began to sweat, looking at Mushin with fear. The young man asked if there were any other options with a hostile look in his eyes. Yangxiab, whose face was also sweaty from excitement, guessed that it would be a difficult battle and perhaps even the last one in his life. Dawan shouted with a stern look that they shouldn't say such things in front of Mushin because they would definitely win this battle. Sajin, whose face was covered in scratches, looked at the man and said that they would have to do more than just win because they would have to destroy every single one of them. Yangxiab and the boy next to him looked at Sajin in shock when she said that she had been stripped of everything. The boy, whose hair was tied up in a bun, sweated in horror when the girl added that they treated her like an animal every day when she became helpless. Ayan opened her mouth, looking intently at Sajin, who said that she had to suffer from nightmares that haunted her every day. The girl clenched her hands into fists and said that if it were someone else, she doubted that they would have been able to endure. Sajin narrowed her brown eyes, saying that this battle should end the life she had to go through so that no one else would have to go through the same thing. She frowned her thin eyebrows and said that everything was at stake, but if the others were satisfied with the current state of affairs, then they could stop going. The others looked at Sajin silently, covered in sweat. Yangxiab looked towards Mushin. The students' faces looked very scared. Dawan smiled silently. The protagonist's face looked serious, his lips pursed and his eyebrows furrowed. A fog rose above the forest. Warriors in different uniforms stood in the clearing. A man in black clothes crossed his arms, asking if they were trying to turn a blind eye to this and put pressure on the leader of the coalition. Zhujian, standing next to him, with a calm face answered that this had already been discussed at the meeting of elders, so it was not surprising and no longer seemed like a bluff. The man with a beard furrowed his brows, asking if this was just a show. Zhujian walked beside him, saying that he had a conversation with Jiang Sahayek of Hueshan yesterday, and that many were killed, so they could not easily accept the request. The man in blue narrowed his eyes, saying that therefore the results of today's meeting were obvious. The man with a beard frowned and sweated in shock when Zhujian said that it would be as he said if the coalition leader did not accept the results of this discussion. The man with a beard angrily yelled at Zhujian not to say stupid things. He walked forward, with an angry face, shouting that he could not help but react strongly in such a situation. He decided that Chenxiodan needed to be convened. The youth in blue walked by, saying that he heard the commander's voice somewhere nearby. Anhyan turned around abruptly when the commander called him. The man came closer to Anhyon, asking why he was here, since he should be at Mount Jiangxian. The young man looked at the commander and shouted that they had little time, but they needed to gather the others. Anhyon promised to tell them everything on the way. The commander and Zhujian frowned angrily. Green leaves were flying in the air. A man with long gray hair walked slowly along the path. His light eyebrows were thoughtfully furrowed. A bald old man with a beard closed his eyes. The men stood in a row. They were all covered in sweat from anxiety and fear. The men and old men watched intently. The old man in the white robe and headdress remained silent with his eyes closed. Xiangwal furrowed his brows, wrinkles appearing on his forehead. Steam was rising from a bowl in the center of the room as the man shouted that Xiangwal had killed his closest friend. The demon cultivator Dangak turned his back on Murim and was determined to live in seclusion until he died on Mount Qingxian. The man with long white hair and beard frowned in skepticism. He turned around to look at the old man in the yellow suit and asked if he was holding the coalition leader Haiyajong responsible for the recent events involving Yeonchendan and asking him to step down. The man in black raised one finger, shouting loudly that Yeonchendan was created for the coalition leader's benefit. He frowned, sweating, and shouted that they hadn't even caught a single cultist and were only looking for their weak points. Then he narrowed his eyes and added that Dangek's granddaughter had infiltrated Yeonchendan. Some of the old men were sitting on the red cushions, while others were standing and watching, and that man shouted that Sajin had persuaded the deputy commander, Mushin, to her side and they were now killing many innocent people. The man in the purple-collared robe raised his eyebrows, shaking with anger, and shouted that the coalition leader was sitting idly and just watching. Suddenly, Songwal turned around, his eyes flashing with rage. The man in purple clothes fell silent, sweating in horror. The coalition leader closed his eyes when Songwal called out to him. The sword master looked away and asked if anyone had suffered after witnessing all of these events. The old man with the white hat opened his mouth in shock upon hearing those words. Sungwal clenched his fists and said that those present were only seeing and hearing what they wanted to, even though they didn't know the truth and were simply spreading a foul odor by opening their mouths. The man in dark clothes extended his hand forward, shouting that this was too much. Sungwal, his face twisted in anger, yelled that they should be glad that he didn't have a sword in his hand right now. The men fell silent, looking at Sungwal with fear in their eyes. He spread his arms out to the sides, asking why they thought he came here, even though he didn't really want to, asking if they thought he came to protect the position of coalition leader Haiyajong. Sungwal looked away and answered his own question in the negative, shouting that he actually came to give everyone a chance to save himself. Standing by the steaming bowl, he added that seeing them so confidently and brazenly spouting nonsense as if it were the truth just made him want to go back to Mount Qingxian. Haiyajong sat silently with his eyes closed as Xiangwal shouted that the coalition leader was always shouting about peace and harmony, but they weren't listening. Xiajin furrowed his brows. Xiangwal said that Dangek's granddaughter wanted to know the truth about Dan Myungwoo's death and fought alone, and he was the one who helped her seize the chance to enlist the help of the Murim coalition. Mushin's long hair flew around, and Xiangwal said that the protagonist was also helping Xiajin. The man furrowed his white brows and shouted that Mushin was not someone who could be called a murderer. The protagonist stood at the edge of a cliff, and Xiangwal said that Mushin was the only one he feared and respected, and if the protagonist wanted to, he could swallow up all of Murim. The old man in the white hat was sweating in fear, his mouth hanging open. Songwal said with a serious face that he had promised himself that he would never tie his life to Murim again, but one person convinced him to come back. The old man in white clothes said that only one person came to mind. He mentioned the god of war. The old man kept his eyes closed, calling out the name of Musoal. Songwal smiled silently. The stars were visible in the night sky. People in red cloaks were slowly walking through the desert. The man with the black beard closed his eyes. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, telling the cult leader that he saw China. The old man with the wrinkled face and gray hair grinned slyly, saying that they had come a long way and would finally wash away that shame with their blood. He raised his hand, smiling madly, saying that therefore they would continue to advance towards the Miram coalition without rest. A crowd of people were seen, their bodies were bandaged, a man in a red cloak was walking in front of them, and the leader of the cult shouted that a group of howling signs should go forward and get rid of the bugs. The man with long hair looked at his sharp dagger, then he cut his palm, and blood gushed out. The man raised his hand, clenched into a fist, and red streams ran down his forearm. The eyes of the bandaged people began to emit a bright light. They opened their mouths wide, sticking out their tongues and shouting loudly. 3 people walked through the fog, lighting everything around with a torch. The man with a mustache and a mole on his cheek looked to the side and said that he himself did not see anything, so he could not show his companions anything. He raised his hand high in which he held a torch and said that he saw skeletons. He turned around, explaining that a long time ago there was a big battle here, and a few years ago there were skeletons everywhere. The man in the hat said with a worried expression that he heard that there was a heavy rainfall in the area last year that caused a flood, so maybe all the skeletons were washed away. Suddenly, the 3 travelers fell silent and froze. The bearded man sweated in fear after hearing an unusual sound. In the distance, a dark silhouette was visible, emitting a red aura. Someone was running quickly across the desert. The creature with gray skin and red eyes opened its mouth wide, roaring loudly. The 3 men retreated and prepared to run. The creature jumped up, swinging its arms. Someone's fist emitted a blue glow. The monster flew back, and blood spurted out from its body. It fell to the ground with a loud sound. The 3 travelers froze with their mouths open in shock. They saw the protagonist, whose body was surrounded by a bright blue light, and asked who it was. Sajin walked past the men and told them to quickly leave. Dawan appeared on the other side of them and added that it was if they did not want to taste hell. The travelers dropped the torch and ran away, screaming in fear. Mushin frowned his black brows thoughtfully. In the distance, a long line of people in red cloaks could be seen, and Dawan said that the enemy number was twice what they expected. The protagonist looked at the man, who remembered Mushin's words about fighting side by side with 2 of Magio's best guardians in the last battle. Dawan smiled slightly as he looked at the protagonist, saying that there were 9 of them with them this time. Behind the protagonist stood his armed comrades. Sajin frowned and shouted that this meant that this battle would be their last. Mushin confirmed this with a smirk. The monsters roared wildly and ran quickly, and the protagonist said that their extermination would be completed right now no matter what. He clenched his fist, strode forward, and shouted for everyone to listen to him. Everyone followed Mushin, who said that they had learned how to deal with these guys through training and had shown in Hebe that they were capable of defeating them. The protagonist furrowed his black eyebrows, shouting that he believed that his comrades were much stronger. They listened with tense faces as Mushin shouted for them to kill the enemies, and that after killing 10, they would feel a confidence they had never felt before. The boys and girls opened their mouths in shock when the protagonist shouted that when they killed 100 enemies, then they would win this battle. The crowd of monsters approached Mushin and his comrades. The protagonist, with his eyes shining brightly, shouted loudly, calling for Yeonchindan to attack. A bright light was visible between the rocks. The sun was rising above the horizon. Its rays were shining blindingly. A crowd of people in identical uniforms were walking in the middle of the fog. Suddenly, one of them raised his hand, asking the others to stop. His eyes were narrowed, and a scar was visible on his face. Ahead, a hill was visible in the middle of the desert. The man in the red cloak took a step back and stretched his arms out to the side, seeing someone in front of him. It was a man with a beard, from whose body blood was flowing. The man in the red cloak frowned in shock and widened his eyes. The old man with long hair pursed his lips in displeasure. He was standing on a huge stone that his slaves were carrying. The cult leader arched his gray eyebrows. His face looked irritated. Suddenly, he jumped into the air. The old man flew over the crowd of his subordinates. Then he jumped down to the ground. The cult leader frowned and slightly opened his mouth. He looked at the fog in front of him. The man in the hat and mask wondered in his mind what the cult leader was going to do. The old man raised his hands and began to create a bright magic ball. Red lightning and rings of light appeared around it. Then the entire space was blinded by a bright flash. The man with a long beard began to sweat and frown in confusion. The man in the hat and mask froze, his eyes wide. The cult leader clenched his teeth and frowned. There were many bodies lying on the ground covered in blood. The old man began to sweat and said that these were 900 roaring ghosts that had been created for decades. He looked to the side, asking the Chinese man what was going on. The ribbons on his hat fluttered in the wind as the man realized with horror that the soul-trapping spell had been broken. The cult leader gritted his teeth, sweating profusely, asking if the Chinese man had deceived him. The bodies of the warriors and their weapons lay on the ground. The old man pursed his lips in anger and frowned. He saw the dark silhouette of the protagonist in the distance. The protagonist, with a calm face, asked if the cult leader had still given up on his delusional idea of becoming a god. Mushin spread his legs wide and clenched his hands into fists. The old man frowned his gray eyebrows and thought that the protagonist's appearance and voice were completely different, but it was impossible to forget that aura. Mushin bowed his head, his hair fluttering in the wind, and the cult leader thought that this was the one who dared to cruelly humiliate him with defeat, and the one because of whom his cult had to lie low. Standing in front of a pile of corpses, the old man shouted that they had met again. He called Mushin a black tiger with a grin. The protagonist raised his black eyebrows, silently looking at the cult leader. The man with a long beard sweated when he saw Mushin. He looked back and called out to the Chinese man, asking him what was going on. The man in the mask and hat stood still and only cursed loudly. The old man frowned, looking into the distance, saying that fate seemed to have played a joke on him. His face was covered in deep wrinkles, and he said that he had been waiting for a reunion with the protagonist. Mushin, whose face was scratched, shouted that the cult leader's delirium had come to an end. The old man only grinned silently. Then, with a mad smile, he shouted that it seemed that the protagonist had forgotten something. A huge army of people in red cloaks gathered around the stone throne, and the old man said that their cult becomes stronger the more blood they spill. The leader of the cult said with a sly grin that the protagonist does not stand a chance against them. Mushin said with confidence in his eyes that this is another delusion. Red lightning appeared in the old man's eyes, and he said with a wild grin that they will see it. A blinding flash flashed in front of him. A beam of light lifted the corpses up. Mushin clenched his hands into fists, looking at the bodies flying in the air. He swung his hand, which began to emit a blue glow. Then he punched, and a powerful explosion thundered. The protagonist froze while shockwaves emanated from his hand. He completely cleared the space in front of him of corpses. Mushin lowered his hand, frowning. The old man smiled with satisfaction. The men in red cloaks reached for the weapons that hung on their backs. 1,000 blades flashed under the light. The cult leader chuckled, ordering them to pave the way. The warriors immediately ran forward. The protagonist stood still as they approached him. Mushin frowned and called out to Yon Chindan. One of the enemy's eyes shone brightly. The protagonist asked if they had a good rest with a stern face. The next second, his comrades appeared above Mushin. Dawan, whose eye was emitting a yellow light, frowned and shouted loudly. He landed in front of one of the enemies. The sword of the black-haired man cut one of the enemy's body into two halves. Sajin confidently swung her weapon in the air, and the cultist's blood flew in the air. The old man smirked when he realized that the protagonist was not alone. The armored warriors with confident faces rushed into battle. They took out their weapons, shouting loudly. Mushin's eye shone, and he ordered them to advance. The Yonchindan warriors charged at the cultists. A blue light could be seen in the middle of the smoke. A long thread twirled around the face of one of the opponents. Heian pulled the thread with a tense face. The next second, the enemy's head flew into the air. Heian frowned and gritted her teeth. A shining thread was pulled in front of her face. The girl quickly turned around and saw one of the opponents writhing in pain while his face was tied. The thread contracted, and the man's head exploded. Blood gushed into the air. Heian turned around and saw Ayan swinging the thread in the air. Ayan frowned and shouted for Heian to be careful. Heian gritted her teeth and shouted in displeasure that she did not need help. The man with black hair frowned and raised his sword. He then bent his knees, swinging the weapon near the enemy. A white streak appeared near the enemy. Davon attacked the enemy, and it began to fall down. He frowned and looked away as another enemy appeared behind him. A blue beam of energy flew past his face. The protagonist grabbed the enemy and attacked him. Mushin jumped up, clenching his hands into fists. His eyes shone brightly, and he shouted loudly, "First!" A loud explosion thundered, accompanied by a bright flash, causing the enemies to be knocked down. Davon smiled and thought that this was the god of war. The cult leader grinned predatorily. Watching the fight from afar, he said that Mushin was still blazing, like a strong wind that fans a fire. He raised his hand up, saying that the stronger the protagonist, the closer their destruction. The army of cultists ran forward. The man in the red cloak froze with his mouth open as his body was cut into two halves. Sajin swung her sword with a frown and white eyes. Suddenly, the girl turned around. The enemy kicked Yongseob in the stomach. The man in the red cloak jumped into the air, intending to kill him. Suddenly, someone swung a sword in front of the enemy. Sajin jumped into the air, swinging her weapon. Drops of blood appeared in the air. She asked about Yongseob's condition, and the young man put his hand on his stomach and said that he was fine. Sweating, he said that he did not think that the enemies would attack him, stepping over the corpses of his comrades without hesitation. Sajin turned around, frowned, and asked what Yongseob expected of them. The girl looked at the flying bodies of the enemies and said that they were just toys of this crazy old man. The protagonist held the swords of the enemies with his bare hands. The next second, he pushed them away from himself, and blood spurted out from their bodies. Mushin dodged the sudden blow. Then he punched the enemy in the face. The protagonist swung his hand, causing him to fly up. Mushin's body emitted a bright light. His face was covered in blood, and he frowned. An army of cultists could be seen in the distance. Dawan approached the protagonist and said that Heian and Yongseob were tired. The protagonist with a stern face said that Libum, Haeon, and Yongxiab should go to the back line, while he and Sajin would defeat the enemy's front line. Dawan frowned and shouted, indicating that he understood the order. The enemies quickly fled. Sajin approached Mushin, asking if it would be better to attack the cult leader since everyone was about to collapse from fatigue. The protagonist frowned and said that the old man was the one who had survived the blow of his full force and asked the girl to focus on all these enemies. The warriors were rapidly approaching them. Mushin punched in the air, causing them to fly apart. Sajin cut the bodies of the enemies with her sword. The man in the mask and hat watched the fight from afar. The ribbons holding his hat fluttered softly in the wind. Sajin gritted her teeth and swung her sword, and drops of blood appeared in the air. The man in the mask widened his eyes in surprise. Yeon Chendan fought with numerous enemies. Many enemies stretched out their arms with weapons. Dawan cut the shoulder of an enemy, who gasped loudly in pain. The man turned around and shouted that the enemies were trying to flank them. The protagonist called out to Sajin and ordered her to leave the front lines and return. The enemies surrounded them. Mushin thought with a smirk that he expected this to happen when he saw them enter this formation. Several cultists jumped into the air, and the protagonist stretched out his burning hands. He shot a huge beam of light at the enemies. They flew up. The cult leader silently watched the powerful explosion, causing his hair to sway. He shouted with a wide grin for his subordinates to burn with a blinding light forever. Mushin's dark silhouette was visible in the middle of the light, and the old man shouted that it was the reason his coals were still burning. The ground was stained with maroon blood. Almost half of the cultists were defeated. Their corpses lay on the ground. The protagonist frowned angrily, thinking that the old man only wanted to leave him alive. The cult leader smirked, his eyes emitting a bright light. Mushin frowned, creases appeared between his eyebrows, and called the old man cunning. Dawan frowned in confusion and opened his mouth when the protagonist ordered a retreat. He turned around, saying that if they did not retreat now, 5 of them would die. Dawan gritted his teeth and cursed when Mushin ordered them to leave. The protagonist clenched his hands into fists, emitting a bright light, and hurried his comrades. There were many swords flying in the air. They pierced the bodies of the enemies. Mushin opened his mouth and widened his eyes in shock. Dawan's sweat dropped and looked away with a shocked expression on his face. Sajin also turned around, her eyebrows raised in shock and her mouth open. A crowd of warriors in black clothes could be seen. The cult leader gritted his teeth in displeasure when he saw them. The warriors were armed, and he assumed that they were Magio. The young man in the hat asked if the princess had left him some. Sajin looked at Dambik with a smile. Dawan asked Mushin with a joyful smile if this was not a happy turn of events for them. The protagonist also smiled and called Dawan. The old man clenched his teeth tightly, calling Magio scoundrels. His eyes shone brightly with anger. A fierce battle was going on between the two squads. Mushin blocked the sword attacks with his kai. In the very center of the battle, the hero fought with his bare hands. An enemy warrior attacked him, wishing death on the hero, but he dodged. The hero pierced his opponent through and through. Another opponent was cut into 2 halves. Mushin looked forward seriously. His comrade was finishing his blow. He turned around and looked at the hero. Mushin addressed him as the leader of the group bringing death. The leader bowed. The hero smiled at him. Sajin, all exhausted, smiled and said that they thought that help would not arrive in time. She asked what happened. Dambik threw his enemy back. He smiled and said that his master sent a message asking for help. That's why they got here so quickly. Sajin was surprised, thinking about Beechin. In her memories, Beechin called himself just an old man, and even if they kept coming here like this, he still couldn't help them. She smiled understandingly, complaining about the old man. Libum cut down the next enemy. He shouted that the enemies were weakened. Beekgon smiled contentedly, saying that the mages who arrived in time weakened the cult. Dawan shouted, saying that there was no point in rushing forward. 2 guys jumped forward. They said that since the cult was weakened, they would definitely take advantage of it. The 2 mages began to chop down the enemies. The cult leader was angry. He said that he spared them. His kai was red and deadly. He said that the rats dared to resist him. The warriors looked forward in shock. The cult leader jumped on them to attack. He began to cover the battlefield with his kai. He smiled wickedly, energy pouring out of his eyes. Dawan covered himself. The enemy was visible in the wall of dust. He looked forward in fear, mentally hoping that the end was near. The villain walked forward and said that he would no longer spare the heroes. He was full of rage and promised to devour everyone one by one. Dawan covered himself in blue kai and thrust his sword forward. He was exhausted, but full of determination. He told the enemy to attack. The cult leader smiled. He thrust it forward. It sparkled with lightning. Blood splashed. Dawan's eyes widened. Lightning pierced him through. Libum, having cut down another enemy, screamed. Everyone began to turn around and call for the commander. Subordinates ran to him. Dawan ordered everyone to run. Everyone demanded to take him away. The leader smiled and ordered to leave him. He flew up and said that he would destroy everyone anyway. Heian attacked the enemy with a fishing line. She screamed furiously. The fishing line soaked in Kai approached the enemy. He smiled madly and said that he would gladly accept everything. He clenched his fist, energy flowed out of it. He laughed furiously, reflecting all the energy. The subordinates were covered with a column of lightning and energy. The leader turned around. Mushin approached him closely and attacked. The villain smiled and said that the hero was still a weakling. Mushin screamed, raised his blow, said the seventh. The villain kicked him with his foot and flew down. He fell with a crash on the battlefield. The cultists turned around. The cult subordinate tensed up. Mushin landed opposite the cultists. The man could not understand, was it really possible for the hero to push the cult leader away? Mushin looked angrily at the cult fighters. Ensiav examined the commander and said that he had a deep wound and they should take care of the commander immediately. Mushin ordered to take him and leave. Dawan looked up with difficulty. He asked the hero for forgiveness. Mushin turned around and said that he should live because he still had a lot to do. The leader rose from the pit. He flashed lightning and said that this is what he hated most about the hero. He smiled again and said that the strong should rule over the weak, but not protect them. Mushin frowned and said that his enemy was wrong and he never sought to become stronger to protect the weak. He looked at Sajin and said that he did not want those dear to him to disappear. The stranger in the straw hat lit up. He thought this is it. He looked through the bandages and thought this is what he hated most about the hero. The leader screamed, saying that only crazy people could think like that. Mushin charged and said that the leader's death would bring him closer to what he wanted. The villain spread his arms and ordered everyone to get out of his way. He slammed the ground and the entire earth began to crumble. Mushin screamed, ordering everyone to retreat. Beatgum looked at this battle in shock. Mage couldn't take his eyes off it. A huge ditch was approaching the hero. Sajin looked at the hero in fear. Mushin thrust his fist forward and said one more step. He slammed his foot into the ground. He screamed. This was the eighth. He kicked the column of approaching energy. A huge wave of the hero's Kai rushed towards the cultists. Mushin looked forward furiously, engulfed in energy. The leader smiled. He ran forward and ordered the hero to attack. Mushin jumped forward. The sworn enemies swung at each other. They collided in another fight. Mushin puffed, holding back the enemy. The cult leader laughed. The enemies quickly moved across the battlefield. Mushin dodged. The cult leader easily blocked the hero's attacks. They rose high into the air. Mushin looked down in displeasure. The enemies crashed into the ground, knocking everyone down. The two hands swung at each other again. The enemies continued the battle. Mushin swung his fist again. The villain smiled, hit back and said that the hero's efforts were futile. A huge explosion covered the battlefield. Dambik looked at what was happening in shock. His fists were covered in Kai. He thought that the heavens were trembling and the earth was shaking. He smiled in fear, thinking that this was a battle between masters who had surpassed the pinnacle of martial arts. The leader broke the distance. Mushin stood in place with a wound on his shoulder. He turned around all in sweat. His fist was covered in blood. The leader smiled, waved his cloak and asked what happened. He glowed with energy and said that the fists that once crushed bones and turned organs into mush are now unable to even scratch a piece of fabric. Mushin smiled. The leader smiled back incredulously. The enemy released a huge amount of Kai and said that he would tear off the hero's limbs and then rip out his eyes. He bared his teeth and said that while the hero lay in a pool of his own blood, he would watch him slowly and painfully die. Mushin slowly approached his enemy. He made another dash. He smiled. This was the ninth. The enemy closed the distance, swung, and said that he would start with the hero's arms. Flashes appeared in different places of the battlefield with lightning speed. The cult leader attacked quickly, not thinking about his own. Mushin did not have time to block all the attacks. The villain only got more and more excited. The man said that the leader was suppressing the hero. He frowned and said that he felt relieved, even if it was a given. He looked at the stranger in the hat and said that he did not know what he was thinking. The stranger was silent. The battle between the hero and the villain was taking innocent lives. Mushin smiled heavily. The stranger noticed something and thought that's it. He realized that the hero was not going to finish off the cult leader now. Mushin dodged. The stranger thought that he was just distracting him while reducing the number of the cult. Since he was not sure of victory, he decided to at least reduce the number of the cult. The stranger's eye sparkled. He understood that the hero did not want his people to die. Mushin blocked all the blows. The cult leader threw the hero back. A huge explosion tore off the entire battlefield and everyone flew into the air. The leader smiled. There was a wall of dust. Chunks of stone flew in all directions. The hero stood in the middle of this dust. Blood dripped to the ground. Mushin was burning with Kai. He looked angrily from behind the block. The cult leader was exhausted. Mushin walked forward and said, be it his hands or something else, if the villain wants to take something from him. He covered himself in Kai again and said that the enemy will have to try even harder. The villain smiled, covered himself in energy. He put his hands forward, energy shone in them. A powerful gust of wind blew dust and stones in different directions. Flames of energy tore the cultists to pieces. They retreated. Lightning flashed. All the cultists died from the attacks of their leader. He flew into the air. He looked angrily at the hero and said that he would tear off all his limbs at once. Mushin smiled. Blue Kai waved. The enemy turned around. He put up a protective sphere and a huge attack threw him aside. A blue flash destroyed the ground. The man watched in shock. The eyes of the stranger sparkled. He could not understand what he was seeing. Songwall appeared on the battlefield. He looked angrily ahead. The stranger couldn't understand how the sword god appeared here. Songwall stood in the dust. Mushin looked at him with a smile and said that he had finally come. Chang Hyuk and Chang Hyun looked at the sword god in shock. Sajin smiled, calling him an old fool. She said that he handed her over to the hero and acted as if he was going to lock himself up on that mountain and die there. Songwall named the cult leader and said that the vengeful spirit would be laid to rest with the blood of his cult. Reinforcements ran through the dust onto the battlefield. Mage cut down the cultist and turned around. An entire army was running to help them. Ian looked at the people arriving in shock. These were all their acquaintances and friends. The cultists were looking at the entire Miram coalition. Yang Xiaob was bandaging the commander and asked if he could hear it. Dawan smiled through the pain and said that he could hear the roar of the united coalition. An entire army was approaching the battlefield. Guanam shouted and ordered to kill every cultist. Everyone screamed furiously. A massive fight began. The stranger looked down, asking where so many people were coming from. He thought about how the hero did not want to involve Songwall in this, and Songwall himself was not inclined to take active actions, but how? The man next to him said that the stranger had planned all of this. He looked at him angrily and began to cover him with curses. The stranger was silent. Swing. Another swing. The stranger attacked the man. Their swords touched. The man said that the Chinese man had shown his true face, but he was silent. He looked from under the hem of his hat. He looked at the hero. He said out loud that they would meet again. He jumped high into the air. The man ordered to go after the unknown man in the mask. At this time, the cult leader looked angrily ahead, standing among the ruins. He clenched his teeth, calling everyone worthless. He released lightning forward. It aimed at Songwall. He reflected the lightning with his sword. He held it back. The lightning flashed and pressed. Mushin ran to attack. He struck the lightning. A huge flash and wave of the hero's energy threw the lightning back. Songwall looked at the hero, who said that he would take everything on himself. He covered himself in energy and asked the sword god to lead everyone to victory. After all, he emptied his heart and came down from the mountain. The cult leader ahead flashed with lightning. Xiangwall said that he no longer planned to carry the luggage and go back up. He jumped back. Mushin smiled and said that he could relax and fight with all his might now. The two enemies stood opposite each other. The hero said that he had 3 steps left. He smiled and said that he would kill the villain with them. The villain's hair flew up and said that no mortal could kill a god. He released a lot of energy. All the cultists turned around in fear. Xiajin looked at the cult leader. He flew up and his energy began to destroy everything around him. The man smiled, thinking that this was the god of blood, the master of the art of blood, which he could not approach 20 years ago. The villain laughed. The hero kicked the ground. He clenched his fists, energy covered his hands. He used the 10th step, and he took off like lightning. The villain became like a demon. He said that a mortal who tries to resist a god will only receive death. A huge pile of stones began to fly at the hero. Mushin raised his fist and called the leader a fool. He hit the pile of stones, cracks appeared on it. The block began to collapse and burst from the inside. Mushin screamed. He broke into the sphere. The leader stood on one of the stones. Mushin raised his fist to strike and said that the cult leader is not a god. The enemies touched fists. The cult leader said that after he takes the life of the black tiger, he broke the distance and struck the hero with lightning. Mushin groaned and began to fall down. The leader chased after him and said that after the hero's death, no one will doubt that he is a god. Mushin landed on a stone. He bent over. The enemy was approaching. He said that if the leader takes people's lives, only to prove that he is a god. He shouted and said that he would destroy this nonsense with his fist. The cult leader was surprised. The hero's kai covered him. A blue beam struck the villain from the flash. The man looked up and was surprised. Mushin was punching upward. Energy was coming out of his fist. He shouted that this was the 11th step. The villain looked at his smoking hands and asked how. He said that a hero shouldn't have that much power. Mushin looked down at him. Mushin gritted his teeth. He jumped up. He rose to the villain's level and raised his fist. And he struck. A light flashed. He hit the villain in the jaw. He looked at the hero in surprise. Songwall below jumped away from the rebel. He watched the battle with a smile, thinking about the hero. Mushin dealt blow after blow. They were approaching the ground. Lightning flashed. The villain missed the attacks. The smile disappeared from his face. He fell to the ground with a crash. Rock fragments flew in all directions. The leader with several holes in his body flew to the side. He fell to the ground. Mushin's silhouette approached through the dust. The leader knelt down, he was bleeding. He smiled evilly, asking what the hero did. His body burst, throwing out his insides. The cult leader looked up at the sky and coughed. Mushin was approaching. The cult leader fell to the ground and said that this couldn't be. He looked down, said that the black tiger shouldn't be as strong as he was 20 years ago. Mushin was getting closer. The cult leader said that the hero shouldn't have surpassed him. He asked how. Mushin was covered in kai, his hair stood up. He looked at the villain angrily. His gaze was filled with severity. He took another step. The cult leader smiled through the pain and said that's it. Mushin struck. He used the 12th step. Time passed. Hidden in the forest was Saman's estate. Songwall took the sake cup and chuckled. He looked at him with a smile and said that nothing compares to Hueshan plum blossom alcohol. Saman smiled and said that seeing how happy Songwall was, he should have brought more. The men laughed. The food was almost eaten. Songwall said that the whole of Muram was in an uproar, because new warriors were appearing and one generation passed, a new one appeared, so this is a given. Songwall thought about it. He said that their generation tied itself together and ended after the war with the cult. The men were sitting at a small table by the window. Saman said that a whole year had flown by. Songwall chuckled. Saman asked if he had heard anything from the hero lord. Songwall looked out the window. He remembered the hero's victory. He then went to the hero and asked if he could hear it. The people were rejoicing. He said that the battle was over and they had won. He remembered the corpse of the cult leader. Mushin stood with his back to him. Songwall called him because everyone was waiting for him. Mushin looked ahead and said that his battle was not over yet. Songwall, all wounded, looked at the hero, who said that he needed to find someone. Now the man was silent. He looked at the empty cup and hoped that he would return soon. At this time, in the Qingdang building, Dawan was putting on a shirt. He had a big scar. He put on his shirt. He looked sternly ahead. Behind the door, someone was shouting and asking when he would hire more people. Dawan was annoyed and silent. In the library, all his subordinates were working with scrolls. Livum shouted that it was hard, the work was increasing, but the number of people remained the same. He complained to the commander. Dawan asked if they ate. Changhyun solemnly said yes. Dawan looked at his subordinates with a tired look. They said that no matter how busy they were, they should not skip meals. He said it was commendable. Ian and Unhyun were carrying a stack of documents and talking. Dawan came out to meet them and said that Unhyun had been coming to their residence often. He approached the young couple with a smile and noticed that Unhyun was often with Ian. The girl said shyly that the guy offered to help her carry documents from the library. Unhyun laughed. Dawan suggested that he join Qingdang. The guy asked if he really could. Dawan smiled and again noticed that the guy seemed to be waiting for him to suggest it. In the Coalition Council building, the leader smiled and said that if the commander wanted it, they could do it. He and Dawan sat opposite each other. Heejong asked how he planned to recruit new people. Dawan said that he heard that someone from Qingdang wanted to join them and he planned to test those who wanted to join and officially recruit them. Heejong said that was a great idea. He said that the commander should discuss it with the commander of Cheongsadang. If he needed anything, he would give all the support he needed, so he just had to ask. The sky was clear. Night had fallen. The hero said that someone had become powerful by gathering a band of thieves at the border. He said that he had heard that a great schemer was involved. Where was he now? The settlement was burning. The hero had the man by the throat. He said he didn't know. The hero stood at the threshold of the house. The yard was strewn with bodies. The man said that he came from nowhere, gave some advice and left with the money. Who he was, where he lived, he didn't know anything about it. The hero angrily ordered the name of the one who knew. The hero turned around. In the doorway stood a child who said he knew. The little boy looked at the hero. The tall grass blocked the dawn. The hero and the boy were walking across a field. The boy said that he and his sister were homeless, and one day the governor caught them. He made them do small errands for him. He then brutally beat his sister. She got sick and died. The boy walked ahead. He said that he wanted to become stronger so that he could kill him someday. But they did it before him. Mushin looked ahead and asked if the boy had somewhere to go. He danced and said that today his home is the plateau. There was a small house ahead. The boy pointed at it and said that what the gentleman warrior was looking for was there. The hero put his hat on the boy. He began to stretch and told the boy to wait here, and when he finished, he would come with him. The boy smiled, asking if the gentleman warrior was joking. Smoke was coming out of the chimney of the house. The hero was approaching him. He looked at the wooden door. It opened. A stranger came out of the house. He felt something. He moaned in surprise. He looked at the hero. He froze. Mushin was approaching and said that he had spent a whole year. He looked at him angrily and said that he had been looking for him. The stranger in bandages was called Meadow. He frowned at the hero and left. He went to meet the hero, repeating his name. He said that he wondered how long it had been since someone called him by that name. He approached, said that if everything went according to plan, the hero would look at China, covered in blood and ashes, while he was consumed by anger. He held a sword in his hands and said that the hero was able to find a way to take that last step that he had lost. He also became stronger due to being able to use all of his power that was sealed within him by the spell. Mushin asked why Menu did this. The hero was angry. He said that teaming up with Saman and involving the cult was not enough for him. He faked his death to start the Great Miram War. Menu assumed that Saman had spread rumors to spite him. He touched his face and asked if he had heard. Mushin looked at Menu in surprise. He said that in order to deceive his father, he cut the skin off his own face. He revealed his messy face and said that he sewed his skin onto someone he did not even know. Mushin called Menu crazy. Menu adjusted the bandages and said that he knew. He wouldn't have been able to do all this if he weren't crazy. From a normal person's point of view, Mushin looked at him expectantly. Menu approached the hero and said that he couldn't feel emotions like other people. He didn't know if it was an illness or if there was another explanation. He stood in the waist-deep grass and said that he knew it would be a problem, so he hid his true self by acting normal. In his eyes, when he was young, a hero was a friend of his father's who didn't talk much but was powerful. However, after he turned 20 and became the deputy head and learned about the world, in his eyes, a hero was a completely different person. Mushin watched in amazement as Menu said that there was nothing holding him back. He was truly free. He said that the world was run by hypocrites and schemers who justified themselves. He thought that was the meaning of life. The hero's lifestyle was just asking for a death sentence. It was then that his true self began to surge forth like crazy, even though he tried to suppress it. He hid it as best he could, but eventually he reached his limit. Menu spread his arms and said when his true self was released, he received a clear answer. If he couldn't achieve freedom by fulfilling his duties, he frowned and said that he would simply destroy everything that bound him in order to become free. Mushin screamed that his desires and actions were an act of betrayal towards his family, which only led to meaningless sacrifices. Menu asked what the hero was yelling about. Hadn't he also become freer by getting rid of so many enemies at once? Mushin screamed that Menu's father, who adored him, had also lost his life. Menu said that he was killed by Songwal's sword, but not by him. Mushin said that his daughter Soyeon. Clouds began to gather. Menu said that it would be interesting if Soyeon knew that he was still alive. He asked if the hero would give him a chance to meet his daughter. Mushin glared at Menu. He gritted his teeth. He screamed Menu's name. A gust of wind hit him. A boy in the distance covered his ears. Menu grabbed his sword. He lunged, piercing the hero. He stopped. He looked forward in shock. Mushin stood still, his hand dripping with blood. He said that Menu had no intention of killing him now. Menu turned around. His eyes widened. He was covered in a volley of kai blows. He fell to his knees, smoking. Mushin turned around and said that thinking of his friendship with Menu's father, he left Menu with enough energy to survive. Menu sat on the ground covered in blood. The hero said that Menu was dead, as recorded in the annals. The hero told him not to breathe, to be a shadow, and to live alone. Mushin turned to him and said if he disobeyed him and his true self, welcome him back to China. Mushin frowned and said that he would not even ask him the reasons that day. It started to rain. The hero asked Dangak not to be sad. Is it not normal for a child to become different from what his parents want? The boy walked behind the heroes. He asked if it did not hurt. Mushin did not turn around and said that it stung a little. The boy put on a leaf to protect himself from the rain and suggested finding a place to hide from the rain. They walked along the path. The hero said that as long as they walked, such a place would be found. Nyungwoo sat in the rain in the field. Water flowed down his hair. Day had come. Sajin stood on the edge of the stone and looked ahead with her hair loose. Her gaze was sad. Dambik ran to the princess with a message. He gave her a piece of paper and said that the Chengdang commander and his members reported that they would arrive in 2 days. Sajin said that the one who really should come back won't. She looked away. Dambik smiled strangely. He asked if the princess was worried. He said that if the reason he didn't come back was because he met a hot girl. Sajin swung at the guy. He started covering himself. They started going down the mountain. She said that they would only be here for a day because of the investigation. She asked to prepare alcohol and a lot of meat. Dambik said that there were plenty of rabbits and deer here, so everything would be ready tomorrow. Sajin froze. The hero's voice said that he wouldn't mind eating now if possible. She turned around. In front of her stood the hero and a little boy. Mushin smiled and said that he hadn't eaten anything while climbing the mountain. Dambik smiled happily at the Lord. Mushin came up and pushed the boy towards the guy. He told him to follow him and he would show him the place where he would live from now on. Dambik asked the greenhouse owner's name and he said Soren. The boys left and the hero and Sajin were left alone. She asked where the hero had been and what he had been doing. Mushin said that he had unfinished business to take care of. Sajin sadly said that she had waited for him for so long. Mushin smiled and said that he had tried his best. Sajin asked if the hero was going to disappear again without saying a word. Mushin smiled and said that he would. He walked up to the girl and said that he was right in front of her. They stood there. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.